See Westermarck up, sit. Alabaster Law of Inheritance in China Review, Roman 5 Inheritance and Patria Potestas in China, Ibid, Roman 5. Genesis 31. SQ. Numbers Roman 27 Gans des Urbrecht in Weltgeschichtlicher Entwicklung, Roman 1 Benzinger Law and Justice in Chain and Black, Encyclopedia Biblica, Roman 3. Numbers Roman 27 Gans up, sit, Roman 1 Benzinger Lark, sit. It is only by exceptional favor that the daughters inherit along with the sons. Job 42. Quran 4:175. Lane, Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians SQ. Kohler Richsvergleichen Studien SQQ. Robertson Smith, Kinship and Marriage in Early Arabia pp. 65-117. Gans op sit 2 SQ. Guide Edud sur la condition privée de la femme. Jali Lark sit pp. 83-86. Kohler Indisches und Familienrecht in Zeitcher, F. Virgil Rich Swiss 3, SQQ. Lest Altarisches Jus Civil Roman 2. Gans op sit 1 341. Guide op sit. Nordstrom Bidrag till den svenska samhällsforfatningens historia 2 190. Stemmen den dansk rich history until Christian 5. S. Love SQ. Kieser efter lat skrifter 2, pt. 1 339. Renton Encyclopedia of the Laws of England, Roman 11. Deuteronomy, Roman 21 Gans, up sit. Roman 1 Benzinger in Chain and Black, Encyclopedia Biblica, Roman 3 Mr. Jacobs suggests studies in biblical archaeology, SQQ. That ultimogeniture was once the rule in early Hebrew society, and was succeeded by primogeniture only when the Israelites exchanged their roving life for one in which sons became more stay at home. Apostamba Roman 2:14, 6:12, Laws of Manu Roman 9 Jali Lark sit, pp. 77-82, Main Dissertations on Early Law and Custom SQ. In China, though sons inherit in equal shares, it is not uncommon for the brothers to temporarily yield up their share to the elder brother, either in whole or in part, for the glory of the house inheritance and patria potestas in China Review 5 cf. Doolittle Social Life of the Chinese 2, Davis China 1. Fustel de Coulanges up, sit. Elton Origins of English History SQQ, Parlock and Maitland, History of English Law till the time of Edward 1-2, SQQ. The custom of ultimogeniture has also been traced in Wales, parts of France, Germany, Friesland, Scandinavia, Russia and Hungary. Elton op sit, SQQ. Liebrecht op sit, SQ. Parker Comparative Chinese Family Law in China Review, Roman 8 Inheritance and Patria Potestas in China, Ibid. Roman 5 Medhurst Marriage Affinity and Inheritance in China, in Trans. Roy, Asiatic Soc. China Branch Roman 4 Simcox Primitive Civilizations Roman 2. Genesis 21, SQQ. Benzinger in Chain and Black, Encyclopedia Biblica, Roman 3. Lane Modern Egyptians. Jali Lark sit, Laws of Manu Roman 9. Guide op sit SQQ. Nordstrom op sit, 200 SQQ. See also Eilerd Condition et Droits des Enfants Naturals pp. 9-11 Supra Roman 1. Brussels Nouvel Examen de l'usage général des fiefs en France 2, SQQ. De Laurière Glossaire du droit François SQ. De Maingit Histoire de la condition civile des étrangers en France SQQ. De Maingit op sit. Ibid SQQ. Naturalization Act 1872. Besides acquisition by occupation, possession for a certain length of time, labor, voluntary transfer and inheritance, there are instances in which ownership in a 50 thing directly follows from ownership in another thing. It is a general rule that the owner of an object also owns what develops from or is produced by it. The owner of a cow owns her calf, the owner of a tree its fruits, the owner of a piece of land anything growing on it, at least if no labor has been necessary for its production. Ownership in land also gives a certain right to the wild animals which are found there. Among the Fantis, for instance, if anybody kills game on another person's land, its proprietor is entitled to the shoulder or a quarter of such game. In this connection we have further to notice the mode of acquisition, which the Roman jurists called accessio. When that which belongs to one person is so intermixed with the property of another, that either it cannot be separated at all, or cannot be separated without inflicting damage out of proportion to the gain, the owner of the principal becomes the owner of the accessory, though, as a rule, he would have to pay compensation for it. See post Grundriss der Ethnologie, Jurisprudence 2, Goos Volsninger over den Allgemeindelijk Rechtslehre 2, SQQ. Sarber opposite. Hunter, Roman Law SQ. All these methods of acquisition apply not only to individual property, but to common property as well. Occupation may establish ownership whether there be many occupants or only one. Joint labor may lead to joint ownership in the produce. Property may be transferred to a body of persons as well as to a single individual. But the custom which prescribes community of goods may also itself be an independent method of acquisition. By belonging to an association of people who hold property in common, a person may be part owner of a thing which has been occupied or produced by some other member of the association. Communism of one kind or another is undoubtedly a very ancient institution 110, though its prevalence at the lower stages of civilization has often been exaggerated. But the whole question of 51 common ownership is too complicated and lies too much apart from our special subject to admit of a detailed treatment. Cf. Kowalewski, Tableau des origines et de l'évolution de la famille et de la propriété SQQ. Dr. Dargun in Zeitcher, F. Virgil, Richt Swiss, 5-100, even goes so far as to say that savages know of no other property but such as belongs to individuals, but this statement is hardly justified by facts. From the statement of facts we shall now proceed to an explanation of these facts. First, why do men recognize proprietary rights at all? Why do the moral feelings of mankind grant to certain persons a right to the exclusive disposal of certain things? In other words, why does the disposal of an object without the consent of the person called its owner give rise to moral disapproval? The right of property, it is true, is generally used as a term for a legal right. But in this, as in so many other cases, the legal right is essentially a formulated expression of moral feelings. As Mr. Spencer observes, the desire to appropriate, and to keep that which has been appropriated, lies deep not only in human but in animal nature, being indeed a condition of survival. Sticklebacks show obvious signs of anger when their territory is invaded by other sticklebacks. Birds defend their nests against the attacks of intruders. The dog fights for his kennel or for the prey he has caught. A monkey in the zoological gardens of London, which made use of a stone to open nuts, always hid it in the straw after using it, and would not allow any other monkey to touch it. We find the same propensity in man from his earliest years. At the age of 2, Tiedemann's son did not let his sister sit on his chair or take any of his clothes, though he had no scruples against appropriating things which belonged to her. Owing to this tendency to keep an appropriated object, and to resist its abstraction, it is dangerous for an individual to try to seize anything held by another of about equal strength. 52, and in human societies, this naturally led to the habit of leaving each in possession of whatever he had attained, especially in early times when the objects possessed were of little value, and there was no great inequality of wealth. This habit was further strengthened by various circumstances, all of which tended to make interference with other persons' possessions the subject of moral censure. From both prudential and altruistic motives, parents taught their children to abstain from such interference, and this by itself would readily give rise to the notion of theft as a moral wrong. Society at large also tried to prevent acts of this kind, partly in order to preserve peace and order, partly out of sympathy with the possessor. Resentment is felt not only by him who is deprived of his possession, but by others on his behalf. This is seen even among some of the lower animals. The Pomeranian dogs of German carters watch the goods of their masters, 118 Mr. Romanus Terrier protected meat from other terriers, his offspring which lived in the same house with him, and with which he was on the very best of terms, 119 Captain Gordon Stable's cat, which had her place on the table at meals, never allowed any unauthorized interference with the viands. In men, such sympathetic resentment naturally develops into genuine moral disapproval. Spencer, Principles of Sociology, Roman 2. Supra Roman 1. Purdy das Seelenleben der Thier. Darwin, Descent of Man, Roman 1. See also Fischer, Notes sur l'intelligence des singes in Revue Scientifique, Roman 33. Compare l'évolution intellectuelle et morale de l'enfant. Cf. Spencer, Principles of Sociology 2, 644, Dargun in Zeitcher, F. Virgil, Rich Swiss, 5, SQ. Von Martius, Beiträge zur Ethnographie Amerikas 190. Peschel, Races of Man. Romans, Conscience in Animals in Quarterly Journal of Science 13n. 120 Studies in Animal Life, in Chambers Journal 1884. All this applies not only to proprietary rights based on occupation, but also to the principle of continued possession as a ground of ownership. Indeed, the longer a person is in possession of a certain object, the more apt are both he and other individuals to resent its alienation, whereas the loss or abandonment of a thing has a tendency to loosen the connection between the thing and its owner. This is undoubtedly the chief source of the rule of prescription 53, though there may be other circumstances as well which help to justify it. Thus it has been said that it is necessary to the security of rightful possessors that they should not be molested by charges of wrongful acquisition, when by the lapse of time witnesses must have perished or been lost sight of, and the real character of the transaction can no longer be cleared up. 122, whilst another argument adduced in favour of prescription is that long possession generally implies labour and that labour gives ownership. The reason why property is gained by labour is obvious enough. Not only do exertions in producing an object make the producer desirous to keep it and to have the exclusive disposal of it, but an encroachment upon the fruit of his labour arouses sympathetic resentment in outsiders, who feel that an effort deserves its reward. Cf. Hume, Treatise of Human Nature 2, Philosophical Works 2, what has long lain under our eye, and has often been employed to our advantage, that we are always the most unwilling to part with. Mill, Principles of Political Economy, Roman 1. Thiers op sit sqq. As the recognition of ownership thus ultimately springs from a desire in the owner to keep and dispose of what he has appropriated or produced, it is evident that, in ordinary circumstances, there would be no moral disapproval of a voluntary transfer of property to another person, but the case is different if such a transfer is injurious to the interests of persons who have a special claim to consideration. Thus testation is frequently held to be inconsistent with the duties which parents owe to their children or other near relatives to one another. The father, though the lord of the family's possessions, may indeed be regarded only as the first magistrate of an association, and in such a case his share in the division naturally devolves on the member of the family who succeeds to his authority. The right of inheritance, then, may be intimately connected with the idea that the heir was, in a manner, joint owner of the deceased person's property already during his lifetime. But there are 54 various other facts which account for the existence of this right. In early civilization, the rule of succession is part of a comprehensive system of rights and duties which unite persons of the same kin. Professor Robertson Smith observes that in ancient Arabia all persons on whom the duty of blood revenge lay originally had the right of inheritance, 126, and a similar connection between inheritance and blood revenge is found among other peoples. This system of mutual rights and duties is generally one-sided. It has reference either to paternal or to maternal relatives, but not to both at once. Now, whatever be the reason why the one or the other method of reckoning kinship prevails among a certain people, it is in the present place sufficient to point out the influence which the idea of a common descent exercises upon the right of inheritance, owing to its power of knitting together the persons to whom it refers. Besides, the duty connected with this right may also be of such a nature as to require a certain amount of wealth for its performance. Among the Hindus, Greeks, and Romans, the right to inherit a dead man's property was exactly coextensive with the duty of performing his obsequies and offering sacrifices to his spirit. A further cause of children inheriting their father's property may be that they, to some extent, have previously been in joint possession of it, for, as we know, possession readily leads to ownership. They would have an additional claim to succeed to his property when it had been gathered by their labour, as well as his, or when they stood in need of the support which it had been the father's duty to give them had he been alive. Moreover, where a person's children are present on the spot at his death, they are apt to be the first occupants of his 55 property, 128, and we have noticed the importance of first occupancy as a means of establishing proprietary rights. The influence of these latter considerations, which are independent of the method of tracing descent, is apparent from the fact that among several peoples inheritance runs in the male line, even though children take the mother's name, and are considered to belong to her clan. It may be added that a reason which modern writers often have assigned for giving the property of a person who dies intestate to his children or other near relatives is the supposition that in so disposing of it, the law is only likely to do what the proprietor himself would have done, if he had done anything. Plato legs Roman 11 main ancient law, fustel de coulanges up sit, lest altarisches jus civil Roman 2 mil up sit, Roman 1 covelusci cautum contemporane et loi ancient arcits. It is interesting to note that in the Chinese penal code stealing from a relative is punished less severely than other cases of theft, and that the mitigation of the punishment is proportionate to the nearness of the relationship tat sing leu li, sec 272. The reason for this is that, according to the Chinese patriarchal system, a theft is not in this case a violation of an exclusive right, but only of the qualified interest which each individual has in his share of the family property. Stanton, Ibid. N. Robertson Smith, Kinship and Marriage in Early Arabia pp. 55, 56, 66 sq. Laws of Manu 9 sq. Isius Oratio de Philoctemenis Hereditate 51, Cicero de Legibus 2 sq. Fustel de coulanges up sit, main ancient law sq. Cf. Mill up sit, Roman 1. Westermarck History of Human Marriage pp. 104-111. Hume Treatise of Human Nature 2, Philosophical Works 2, Godwin Enquiry Concerning Political Justice Roman 2 mil up sit, Roman 1. In details, the rules of succession are influenced by a variety of circumstances. Women may be excluded from inheritance or receive a smaller share than the men because the latter, being the stronger party, appropriate everything or the larger portion of the property for themselves, 131, or because the women are less in need of property, being supported by their male relatives or husbands, 132. Or because they are exempt from the heaviest duties connected with kinship, as the duty of blood revenge, 133, or, as was the case in the feudal system, because a female tenant is naturally unable to attend the lord in his wars, 134, or for the purpose of preventing the estate from passing to another family or tribe. The idea of keeping together the property of the house also largely is at the bottom of the rule of primogeniture. Besides, the eldest son is the most respected among the children, sometimes he is regarded quite as a sacred being. On the death of the head of the family, he is generally better suited than anybody else to take his place, and his privileged position with regard to inheritance is justified by the duties connected with it, especially the duty of looking after and supporting the other members of the household. In feudalism, where tenancy implied duties as well as rights, it was also, from the lord's point of view, the simplest arrangement that when a tenant died a single person should fill the vacant place. But there are many other points of view which may determine the rules of succession. It may be thought just that each child should have an equal share in the inheritance, and that something should be given also to the widow, whose maintenance devolved on the husband, and who, whilst he was alive, had been in joint possession of many of his belongings. Or the youngest son may be the chief or the exclusive heir, partly perhaps for the sake of preventing a division of the property, or because the lord would have but one tenant 139, but partly also because he had remained with his father till his death 140, or on the plea of his being less able to help himself on the death of the parents than his elder brethren, who have had their father's assistance in settling themselves in the world during his lifetime. 141 The Wanyamwezi again justify the practice of leaving property 57 to their illegitimate children by slave girls or concubines, to the exclusion of their legitimate offspring, by the fact of the former requiring their assistance more than the latter, who have friends and relatives to aid them. 142 Generally, there seems to be a close connection between illegitimate children's right to inheritance and the legal recognition of polygamous practices. This is indicated by a comparison between Oriental and Roman legislation on the subject, and in Teutonic countries, between ancient custom and the later law, which was influenced by Christianity's horror of sexual acts falling outside the monogamous marriage relation. The privileges which Hindu law grants to the illegitimate children of Sudras are due to the notion that the marriage of a member of this caste is itself considered to be of so low a nature as to be on a par with irregular connections. C.F. Campbell travels in South Africa Kaffirs. C.F. Krantz op sit. 1 Greenlanders, Macpherson Memorials of Service in India Cans Hind op sit. Mas. Inheritance and Patria Protesters in China Review 5 Jali Lok sit. Ancient Hindus post in Twicklingsgeskich des Familienrechts SQ. Idem Grundris der Ethnal. Jurisprudence 1, SQ. C.F. Robertson Smith Kinship and Marriage in Early Arabia SQ. Stemmen den Dansk Rechistery until Christian 5, S. Love SQ. C.F. Cleveland Woman under the English Law. Shortland Traditions and Superstitions of the New Zealanders, Kingsley Travels in West Africa, Post Grundris der Ethnal, Jurisprudence Roman 1 cf. Numbers 36, SQQ. Supra 1 606-614, Gill Life in the Southern Isles SQ. Daliger op sit, pp. 2931, Krantz op sit, 1 Greenlanders, Munzinger die Sitten und des Recht der Bogos, Hind op sit, Marsai, of the Bagdis of Bengal Mr. Risley expressly says op sit, that the extra share which is given to the eldest son seems to be intended to enable him to support the female members of the family who remain under his care. Parlock and Maitland op sit, Roman 2. Ibid Roman 2. Risley op sit, Lushes. Among the Angami Nagas the youngest son nearly always inherits his father's house, because sons, when marrying, leave the paternal mansion and build houses of their own. Ibid. It has been suggested that the custom of ultimogeniture would naturally arise during the latter stages of the pastoral period, when the elder sons would in the ordinary course of events have set up for themselves by the time of the father's death. Jacobs, Studies in Biblical Archaeology, Garm, quoted Ibid. N1, Blackstone, Commentaries on the Laws of England 2. SQ. Tikel Injur, Asiatic Soch, Bengal 9 pt. 2n. Burton Lake Regions of Central Africa 2, SQ. Jali Lok sit. Of the incapacity of children, wives and slaves to acquire property for themselves little needs to be said, in the present connection, by way of explanation. Their exclusion from the right of independent ownership is an incident of their subjection to their parents, husbands, or masters. But we must remember that, whilst the latter have a right to dispose of the earnings of their subordinates, they also have the duty of supporting them, and that in early civilization the child and the wife, sometimes even the slave 144, are practically, as it were, joint owners of goods which in theory belong to the head of the family alone. Vulcans up sit, Wadshagger. We have still to explain the variations of moral judgments with regard to different acts of theft. That the condemnation of the offence varies in degree, according to the value of the stolen goods follows, from the fact that theft is disapproved of on account of the injury done to the owner. But in many cases, when the injury is very slight, the appropriation of another person's property is 58 justified by the needs of him who took it. And frequently, also, the condemnation of the thief is more concerned with his encroachment upon a neighbour's right than with measuring the exact amount of harm inflicted. Among the Basudos, says Casales, the idea of theft is expressed by a generic word which refers to the violation of right, much more than to the damage caused. 145 Burglary is regarded as an aggravated form of theft partly because it adds a fresh offence, the illicit entering into another person's house, to that against property, partly because it proves great premeditation in the offender. Robbery is likewise a double offence, implying, as it does, an act of violence, and may on that account be more severely censured than ordinary theft. But in other cases the courage and strength displayed by the robber is looked upon as a mitigating circumstance, and sometimes substitutes admiration for disapproval, whereas the secret offender is despised as a coward. So too, the secrecy of nocturnal theft may aggravate the crime, whilst at the same time the difficulty in providing against it may induce society to increase the punishment. But men are apt to admire not only bravery and force, but also dexterity and pluck, hence the appreciation of adroit theft. The same tendency in some measure accounts for the distinction between manifest and non-manifest theft, but here we have in the first place to remember that strong emotions are more easily aroused by the sight of an act than by the mere knowledge of its commission. That the moral valuation of theft varies according to the station of the thief, and the person robbed is due to the same causes as are similar variations with regard to other injuries. And so is the distinction between offences against the property of a tribesman or fellow countryman and offences against the property of a stranger. The theory of the Roman jurists according to which the property of an enemy in war belongs to nobody as long as the hostilities last, and therefore becomes the property of the 59 captor by the right of occupation 148, is only a play with words intended to give a reasonable justification to a practice which is really due to lack of regard for the feelings of strangers. When men at an early stage of civilization respect a stranger's property, the motive is undoubtedly in the main prudential. Savages may be anxious to prevent theft from a neighboring tribe in order to avoid disagreeable consequences, and I venture to think that the honesty they often display with regard to objects belonging to strangers who visit them, and especially with regard to things left in their charge 150, largely springs from superstitious fear. We have noticed before that even the acceptance of gifts is supposed to be connected with supernatural danger, owing to the baneful magic energy with which the gift is suspected to be saturated. Would not the same apply to the illicit appropriation of a stranger's belongings, and especially to trusts, which naturally call for great precaution on the part of the owner? This leads us to a subject of considerable importance in the history of property, namely, the influence which magic and religious beliefs have exercised on the regard for proprietary rights. Caesales Basutos. Cf. Wilder op. Cit. Ancient Teutons. Supra Roman 1. Hunter Roman Law Puchta op. Cit. Roman 2. Sproat, Scenes and Studies of Savage Life Arts. Scott Robertson, Kaffirs of the Hindu Kush. See beside statements referred to above Lumholtz Unknown Mexico 1 and 2, Nordenskjold Vegasvard kring Asian och Europa 2. SQ. Chukchi, Worcester Philippine Islands Mangians Colenso op. Cit. Maoris, MacDonald Light in Africa Bantu, Campbell Travels in South Africa, and Leslie among the Zulus and Amatongas Kaffirs. Supra 1 SQ. Theft is not only punished by men, but is supposed to be avenged by supernatural powers. The Ulfura of Halmahera are said to be honest only because they fear that they otherwise would be subject to the punishment of spirits. The natives of Ephate in the New Hebrides maintained that theft was condemned by their gods. In Anatium, another island belonging to the same group, thieves were supposed to be punished after death. In Netherland Island, they 60 were said to go to a prison of darkness under the earth. 155 according to the beliefs of the Banks Islanders, they were excluded from the true Pani or paradise. On the Gold Coast, if a man had property stolen from his house, he might go to the priest of the local deity he was accustomed to worship, state the loss that had befallen him, make an offering of a fowl, rum, and eggs, and ask the priest to supplicate the god to punish the thief. 157. In southern Guinea fetishes are inaugurated to detect and punish certain kinds of theft, and persons who are cognizant of such crimes and do not give information about them are also liable to be punished by the fetish. The Bechuanas speak of an unknown being, vaguely called by the name of Lord and Master of Things Mongolinto, who punishes theft. One of them said, "When it thunders every one trembles. If there are several together, one asks the other with uneasiness, is there anyone amongst us who devours the wealth of others? All then spit on the ground, saying, we do not devour the wealth of others. If a thunderbolt strikes and kills one of them, no one complains, no one weeps. Instead of being grieved, all unite in saying that the Lord is delighted, that is to say, he has done right with killing that man. We also say that the thief eats thunderbolts, that is to say, does things which draw down upon men such judgments. 159. Kukenthal for Shungsreis in Den Malakan. MacDonald Oceania. Turner Samoa. Ibid. Codrington Melanesians. Ellis Tisha-speaking peoples of the Gold Coast. See also Cruikshank op. Cit. 2 160-184, Schultze der Fetiskismus. Wilson, Western Africa. Arbauset and Dormers, exploratory tour to the northeast of the colony of the Cape of Good Hope, SQ. According to the Zoroastrian Yasts, Rashnu Razista was the best killer, smiter, destroyer of thieves and bandits. 160 in Greece. Zeus was a guardian of the family property. 161, and according to a Roman tradition, the domestic guard repulsed the robber and kept off the enemy. The removing of landmarks. 61 has frequently been regarded as sacrilegious. It was strictly prohibited by the religious law of the Hebrews. In Greece, boundaries were protected by Zeus. Plato says in his Laws, "Let no one shift the boundary line either of a fellow citizen who is a neighbor, or, if he dwells at the extremity of the land, of any stranger who is conterminous with him. Every one should be more willing to move the largest rock which is not a landmark than the least stone, which is the sworn mark of friendship and hatred between neighbors. For Zeus, the god of kindred, is the witness of the citizen, and Zeus, the god of strangers, of the stranger, and when aroused terrible are the wars which they stir up. He who obeys the law will never know the fatal consequences of disobedience, but he who despises the law shall be liable to a double penalty, the first coming from the gods, and the second from the law. 165, the Romans worshipped Terminus or Jupiter Terminalis as the god of boundaries. According to an old tradition, Numa directed that every one should mark the bounds of his landed property by stones consecrated to Jupiter, that yearly sacrifices should be offered to them at the festival of the Terminalia, and that, if any person demolished or displaced these boundstones, he should be looked upon as devoted to this god, to the end that anybody might kill him as a sacrilegious person with impunity, and without being defiled with guilt. 167, in the higher religions, theft of any kind is frequently condemned as a sin. Yasts, Roman 12. Aeschylus, Supplices, 445. Farnell, Cults of the Greek States, Roman 1. Ovid, Fasti, Roman 5. Trumbull, The Threshold Covenant, SQ. Deuteronomy 19. Roman 27. Proverbs 22-23, SQ. Hosea, Roman 5 cf. Job, Roman 24. Plato, Legs 8, SQ. Demosthenes, Oratio de Helleniso, 39. See also Hermann, Disputatio determinis aerumque religione apudgiarchos passim. Ovid, Fasti 2, SQQ. Festus de Verborum Signification Termino, Lactantius, Divin Institutions 1, Mean Patrologi Cursus 6, SQQ. Pauli, Real Encyclopädie der Klassischen Altertumswissenschaft 6 pt. 2, SQQ. Fowler, Roman Festivals of the Period of the Republic, SQQ. Dionysius of Halicarnassus Antiquitates Roman 2 Plutarch Numa 16, 1, Festus op sit, Termino. This religious sanction given to ownership is no doubt in some measure due to the same circumstances as, in certain cases, make morality in general a matter of divine 62 concern a subject which will be dealt with in a future chapter. But there are also special reasons which account for it. Partly it has its origin in magic practices, particularly in the curse. Cursing is a frequent method of punishing criminals who cannot be reached in any other way. In the Book of Judges, we read of Micah's mother, who had pronounced a curse with reference to the money stolen from her, and afterwards, when her son had confessed his guilt, hastened to render it ineffective by a blessing. In early Arabia, the owner of stolen property had recourse to cursing in order to recover what he had lost. In Samoa, the party from whom anything had been stolen, if he knew not the thief, would seek satisfaction in sitting down, and deliberately cursing him. 171, the Kamtschadales think they can punish an undiscovered theft by burning the sinews of the stonebuck in a public meeting with great ceremonies of conjuration, believing that as these sinews are contracted by the fire, so the thief will have all his limbs contracted. 172 among the Arcetes, if an object has been secretly stolen, its owner secures the assistance of a sorcerer. They proceed together to the house of any person whom they suspect, the sorcerer carrying under his arm a cat, which is regarded as a particularly enchanted animal. He exclaims, "If thou hast stolen the article and dost not restore it to its owner, may this cat torment the souls of thy ancestors," and such an imprecation is generally followed by a speedy restitution of the stolen property. Again, if their suspicions rest upon no particular individual, they proceed in the same manner from house to house, and the thief then, knowing that his turn must come, frequently confesses his guilt at once. A common mode of detecting the perpetrator of a theft is to compel the suspected individual to make oath, 63 that is to say, to pronounce a conditional curse upon himself. C.E.G. Mason in Jour, Asiatic Soc, Bengal 37 pt. 2, Carenz. Judges, Romans 17. Wellhausen, Rister Arabischen Heidentums. Turner, 19 years in Polynesia. Krasheninnikov, History of Kamchatka SQ. Von Haxthorsen, Transcaucasia SQ. Von Struve in Dazarsland, 1880 Samioids. Worcester, Philippine Islands, Mangians of Mindoro. Turner, 19 years in Polynesia SQ. Samoans, Barsman up sit. Negroes of the Gold Coast. Bowditch, Mission to Ashanti, 100. Cursing is resorted to not only for the purpose of punishing thieves, or compelling them to restore what they have stolen, but also as a means of preventing theft. In the South Sea Islands it is a common practice to protect property by making it taboo, and the tabooing of an object is, as Dr. Codrington puts it, a prohibition with a curse expressed or implied. 175. The curse is then, in many cases, deposited in some article which is attached to the thing or place it is intended to protect. The mark of taboo, in Polynesia called rahui or roi, sometimes consists of a coconut leaf, plated in a particular way. 176 sometimes of a wooden image of a man, or a carved post, stuck in the ground. 177 sometimes of a bunch of human hair, or a piece of an old mat. 178 and so forth. In Samoa there were various forms of taboo which formed a powerful check on stealing, especially from plantations and fruit trees, and each was known by a special name indicating the sort of curse which the owner wished would fall on the thief. Thus, if a man desired that a seapike should run into the body of the person who attempted to steal, say, his breadfruits, he would plait some coconut leaflets in the form of a seapike, and suspend it from one or more of the trees which he wanted to protect. This was called the seapike taboo, and any ordinary thief would be terrified to touch a tree from which this was suspended, believing that, if he did so, a fish of the said description would dart up and mortally wound him the next time he went to the sea. The white shark taboo was done by plaiting a coconut leaf in the form of a shark, and was tantamount to an 64 expressed imprecation that the thief might be devoured by the white shark when he went to fish. The cross-stick taboo, again, consisted of a stick suspended horizontally from the tree, and meant that any thief touching the tree would have a disease running right across his body and remaining fixed there till he died. Exactly equivalent to the taboo of the Pacific Islanders is the pomali of the natives of Timor. A few palm leaves stuck outside a garden as a sign of the pomali will preserve its produce from thieves as effectually as the threatening notice of man-traps, spring guns, or a savage dog would do with us. 180 Among the Santals, whenever a person is desirous of protecting a patch of jungle from the axes of the villagers, or a patch of grass from being grazed over, or a newly sown field from being trespassed upon, he erects a bamboo in his patch of grass or field, to which is affixed a tuft of straw. Or in the case of jungle, some prominent and lofty tree has the same prohibitory mark attached, which mark is well understood and strictly observed by all parties interested. 181 So also in Madagascar on rencontre sur les chemins, on voit dans les champs de longs, batons munis à leur summit d'un paquet d'herbes, et cuissantes plantes enter soit pour interdire le passage du terrain, soit pour indiquer, quelles récoltes sont reserves à l'usage d'individus determines. 182 Among the Washambala, the owner of a field sometimes puts a stick wound round with a banana leaf on the road to it, believing that anybody who without permission enters the field will be subject to the curse of this charm. 183 The Wadshagger protect a doorless hut against burglars by placing a banana leaf over the threshold, and any maliciously inclined person who dares to step over it is supposed to get ill or die. The Aka stick an arrow in a bunch of bananas, still on the stalk, to mark it as their own 65 when ripe, and then not even the owner of the tree would think of touching the fruit so claimed by others. Of the Barotse we are told that when they do not want a thing touched they spit on straws, and stick them all about the object. 186 When a Balanda has placed a beehive on a tree, he ties a piece of medicine round the trunk, and this will prove sufficient protection against thieves. Jacob of Edessa tells us of a Syrian priest who wrote a curse and hung it on a tree, that nobody might eat the fruit. In the early days of Islam, a masterful man reserved water for his own use, by hanging pieces of fringe of his red blanket on a tree beside it, or by throwing them into the pool. 189, and in modern Palestine nobody dares to touch the piles of stones which are placed on the boundaries of landed property. The old inhabitants of Cumana on the Caribbean Sea used to mark off their plantations by a single cotton thread, in the belief that anybody tampering with these boundary marks would speedily die. A similar idea seems still to prevail among the Indians of the Amazon. Among the Juris, a traveller noticed that in places where the hedge surrounding a field was broken, it was replaced by a cotton string, and when Brazilian Indians leave their huts, they often wind a piece of the same material round the latch of the door. Sometimes they also hang baskets, rags, or flaps of bark on their landmarks. In these and in various other instances just referred to, it is not expressly stated that the taboo mark embodies a curse, but their similarity to cases in which it does so is striking enough to 66 preclude much doubt about their real meaning. It is true that an object which is sacred by itself may, on that account, protect everything in its neighborhood. 194 in Morocco, any article deposited in the home of a saint is safe, and among pagan Africans, the same effect is produced by using fetishes as protectors of fields or houses. But a thing of inherent holiness may also be chosen for taboo purposes for the reason that its sanctity is supposed to give particular efficacy to any curse with which it may be loaded. Codrington, Melanesians. Taylor White Injure, Polynesian Soch, Roman 1. Hamilton, Mary Art, Thompson, Story of New Zealand 1, Pollock Up, Sit, 2, Maoris, Ellis, Polynesian Researches 3, Tahitians. Thompson Up, Sit, 1, Maoris. See also Colenso Up, Sit, Maoris, Ellis, Polynesian Researches 3, Tahitians. Turner, 19 Years in Polynesia, SQQ. Wallace, Malay Archipelago, SQ. Sherwill, Tour through the Rajmahal Hills in Jur, Asiatic Soch, Bengal, Roman 20. Van Gennep, Tabuit Totmismia, Madagascar, SQQ. Lang in Steinmetz, Richt Verhaltnis. Vulcans Up, Sit. Juncker, Travels in Africa during the years 18,821,886. De Clay Up, Sit. Livingstone, Missionary Travels. Robertson Smith, Religion of the Semites, N1. Ibid, N1. Pirati, Customs and Traditions of Palestine, SQ. According to Roman Sources Digester, Roman 47:9, there was in the province of Arabia an offence called, which consisted in laying stones on an enemy's ground as a threat, that if the owner cultivated the land malo lito peritrus esset insidiis aerum, qui scapulos passui sent, and so great was the fear of such stones that nobody would go near a field where they had been put. Gamara, Prime Report de la Historia General de las Indias, ch. 79 Biblioteca de Autores Espanols, 22. Von Martius, von dem Rich Zustand unter den Ureinwohnern Brasilians, SQ. Ibid. Cf. Van Gennep Up, Sit, Natives of Madagascar. It was an ancient Roman usage to inter the dead in the field belonging to the family, and in the works of the elder Cato there is a formula according to which the Italian labourer prayed the manes to take good care against thieves fustal de coulanges, up, sit. Cicero says pro domo, 41 that the house of each citizen was sacred because his household gods were there. Rowley, Africa Unveiled, Bastian Afrikanisch Reisen SQ, 3 Nassau Fetichism in West Africa, cf. Schneider, Die Religion der Afrikanischen Naturvölker. If we knew the ceremonies with which magicians transform ordinary material objects into fetishes, we might perhaps find that they charge them with curses. Dr. Nassau says up, sit, for every human passion or desire of every part of our nature, for our 1,000 necessities or wishes, a fetish can be made, its operation being directed to the attainment of one specified wish. See also Schulze, Der Fetischismus. We have previously noticed another method of charging a curse with magic energy, namely, by giving it the form of an appeal to a supernatural being. So also spirits or gods are frequently invoked in curses referring to theft. On the Gold Coast, when the owner of land sees that someone has been making a clearing on his land, he cuts the young inner branches of the palm tree and hangs them about the place where the trespass has been committed. As he hangs each leaf, he says something to the following effect: "The person who did this and did not make it known to me before he did it, if he comes here to do any other thing, may fetish katoa or tanner or fofi or other fetish kill him and all his family." 197. In Samoa, in the case of a theft, the suspected persons had to swear before the chiefs, each one invoking the village guard to send swift destruction if he had committed the crime. And if all had sworn and the culprit was still undiscovered, the chiefs solemnly made a similar invocation on behalf of the 67 thief. The Hawaiians seem likewise to have appealed to an avenging deity in certain cursing ceremonies, which they performed for the purpose of detecting or punishing thieves. In ancient Greece, it was a custom to dedicate a lost article to a deity, with a curse for those who kept it. Of the Melanesian taboo again, Dr. Codrington observes that the power at the back of it is that of the ghost or spirit in whose name, or in reliance upon whom, it is pronounced. 201. In Ceylon, to prevent fruit being stolen, the people hang up certain grotesque figures around the orchard and dedicate it to the devils, after which none of the native Ceylonese will dare even to touch the fruit on any account. Even the owner will not venture to use it till it be first liberated from the dedication. 202. On the landmarks of the ancient Babylonians, generally consisting of stone pillars in the form of a phallus, imprecations were inscribed with appeals to various deities. One of these boundary stones contains the following curse directed against the violator of its sacredness: "Upon this man may the great gods Anu, Bel, E, and Nusku look wrathfully, uproot his foundation, and destroy his offspring," and similar invocations are then made to many other gods. Supra Roman 1. Jour African Soch, No. 18, January 1906. Turner, Samoa, idem 19 years in Polynesia Sq. Jarve's History of the Hawaiian Islands. Rouse Greek votive offerings. Codrington Op. Cit. Percival, Account of the Island of Ceylon. Trumbull, The Threshold Covenant Sq. Hilprecht quoted Ibid, Sqq. Now we can understand why gods so frequently take notice of offences against property. They are invoked in curses uttered against thieves. The invocation in a curse easily develops into a genuine prayer, and where this is the case, the god is supposed to punish the offender of his own free will. Besides, he may be induced to do so by offerings, and when often appealed to in connection with theft, a supernatural being may finally come to be looked upon as a guardian of property. This, for instance, I take to be the explanation of the belief prevalent among the Berbers 68 of Haha, in southern Morocco, that some of the local saints punish thieves who approach their sanctuaries, even though the theft was committed elsewhere. Being constantly appealed to in oaths taken by persons suspected of theft, they have become the permanent enemies of thieves. We can, further, understand why in some cases certain offences against property have actually assumed the character of a sacrilege, even apart from such as are committed in the proximity of a supernatural being. Curses are sometimes personified and elevated to the rank of divine agents. This, as we have seen, is the origin of the erenies of parents, beggars, and strangers, and of the Roman divi parentum and de hospitals, and this is also in all probability the origin of the god Terminus. Or the curse may be transformed into an attribute of the chief god, not only because he is frequently appealed to in connection with offences of a certain kind, but also because such a god has a tendency to attract supernatural forces which are in harmony with his general nature. This explains the origin of conceptions such as Zeus and Jupiter terminales, as well as the extreme severity with which Yahweh treated the removal of landmarks. In all these cases, there are indications of a connection between the god and a curse. Apart from other evidence to be found in Semitic antiquities, there is the anathema of Deuteronomy, "Cursed be he that removeth his neighbour's landmark," 205, that the boundary stones dedicated to Zeus were originally charged with imprecations, appears from a passage in Plato's Laws quoted above 206, as also from inscriptions made on them. The Etruscans cursed anyone who should touch or displace a boundary mark. Such a person shall be condemned by the gods, his house shall disappear, his race shall be extinguished, his limbs shall be covered with ulcers and waste away, his land shall no longer produce 69 fruits, hail, rust, and the fires of the dog-star shall destroy his harvests. Considering the important part played by blood as a conductor of imprecations, it is not improbable that the Roman ceremony of letting the blood of a sacrificial animal flow into the hole where the landmark was to be placed, was intended to give efficacy to a curse. In some parts of England, a custom of annually beating the bounds of a parish has survived up to the present time, and this ceremony was formerly accompanied by religious services, in which a clergyman invoked curses on him who should transgress the bounds of his neighbour, and blessings on him who should regard the landmarks. Cf. Festus op. Sit. Termino numa Pompilia statuit eum qui terminum exercet et ipsum et bove sacros esse. Deuteronomy Roman 27 cf. Genesis 31, sqq. Plato Legs 8. Xenophon Anabasis Roman 5:13. Herman Disputatio determinis apud Gearchos. Re agrari octas legesque vari, edited by G. Caius Sq. Siculus Flaccus de conditionibus agrorum in Re agrari octas. Dibbs beating the bounds in Chambers Edinburgh Journal NS 20, 49 sqq. Trumbull the Threshold Covenant Sq. The practice of cursing a thief may possibly even be at the bottom of the belief of some savages that such a person will be punished after death. In a following chapter, we shall notice instances where the efficacy of a curse is supposed to extend beyond the grave, but we shall also find other reasons for savage doctrines of retribution in the world to come. In the cases referred to above, it is not expressly said that the post-mortem punishment of the thief is inflicted by a god. I have here only dealt with rules relating to property which have been recognized by custom or law, but the established principles of ownership have not always been admitted to be just. In the civilized countries of the West, they have called forth an opposition which is rapidly gaining in strength. The limited scope of the present work does not allow me to attempt a detailed account of this movement, with its variety of arguments and its multitudinous schemes of reform. The main reasons for complaint are, first, that our actual law of property does not ensure to every laborer the whole produce of his labor. Secondly, that it does not provide for every want 70A satisfaction proportionate to the available means. However much the opinions of the different schools of socialists may vary, every socialist organization of property aims either at guaranteeing to the working classes the entire product of their industry, or at reducing to just proportions individual needs and existing means of satisfaction, by recognizing the claim of every member of society to the commodities and services necessary to support existence, in preference to the satisfaction of the less pressing wants of others. These aims are greatly hampered by the present system, in which land and capital are the property of private individuals freely struggling for increase of wealth, and especially by the legally recognized existence of unearned income. 212, the rent of the St. Simonians, the surplus value merit of Thompson and Marx, for which the favored recipient returns no personal equivalent to society, and which he is able to pocket because the wage laborer receives in money wages less than the full value of the produce of his work. We have here a conflict between different principles of acquisition, both the rule that the owner of a thing also owns what results from it, and the law of inheritance, leading as they do to unearned income, are intruding upon the principle of labor as a source of property. They, moreover, interfere with the right to subsistence, which in some measure, though often insufficiently, is recognized in all human societies. 213 For, as Marx observed, the accumulation of wealth at one pole means the accumulation of misery at the opposite pole. This conflict between different principles or rights, all of which have deep foundations in human nature and the conditions of social life, has been brought about by certain 71 facts inherent in progressive civilization. In simple societies, the unearned income is small, because no fortunes exist, and the wants of those who are incapable of earning their own livelihood are provided for by the system of mutual aid. Progress in culture, on the other hand, has been accompanied by a more unequal distribution of wealth, and also by a decrease of social solidarity as a result of the increase and greater differentiation of the social unit. The unearned income has grown larger. The disproportion between the returns on capital and the reward for labor has in many cases become enormous, and hand in hand with the opulence of some goes the destitution of others. At the same time, the injustice of prerogatives based on birth or fortune is keenly felt, the dignity of labor is recognized, and the working classes are every day becoming more conscious both of their power and their rights. All this has resulted in a strong and widespread conviction that the actual law of property greatly differs from the ideal law. but much struggle will no doubt be required to bring them in harmony with one another. The present rights of property are supported not only by personal interests, but also by a deep-rooted feeling, trained in the school of tradition, that it would be iniquitous of the state to interfere with individuals' long-established claims to use at their pleasure the objects of wealth. The new scheme, on the other hand, derives strength from the fact that it aims at rectifying legal rights in accordance with existing needs, and that it lays stress on a method of acquisition which more than any other seems to appeal to the natural sense of justice in man. We are utterly unable to foresee in detail the issue of this struggle, but that the law of property will sooner or later undergo a radical change must be obvious to everyone who realizes that, though ideas of right and wrong may for some time outlive the conditions from which they sprang, they cannot do so forever. See Menger right to the whole produce of labor sqq, goes up, sit, Roman 2. The term unearned income arbeitsloses Einkommen has been proposed by Menger op. Sit. See Supra ch. 23 vol. 1 sqq. Among the Eskimo about Bering Strait Nelson in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethen, 18, and the Greenlanders Rink Eskimo Tales sq. If a man borrows an article from another and fails to return it, the owner is not entitled to claim it back, as they consider that when a person has enough property to enable him to lend some of it, he has more than he needs. Marx Capital. Chapter 30. The regard for truth and good faith. The regard for truth implies in the first place that we ought to abstain from lying, that is, a willful misrepresentation of facts by word or deed, with the intention of producing a false belief. Closely connected with this duty is that of good faith or fidelity to promises, which requires that we should make facts correspond with our emphatic assertions as to our conduct in the future. Within certain limits these duties seem to be universally recognized, though the censure passed on the transgressor varies extremely in degree. But there are also many cases in which untruthfulness and bad faith are looked upon with indifference, or even held laudable or obligatory. Various uncivilized races are conspicuous for their great regard for truth. Of some savages, it is said that not even the most trying circumstances can induce them to tell a lie. Among others, again, falsehood is found to be a prevailing vice, and the successful lie a matter of popular admiration. All authorities agree that the Vedas of Ceylon are models of veracity. They are proverbially truthful and honest. They think it perfectly inconceivable that any person should say anything which is not true. Mr. Neville writes, I never knew a true Veda to tell a lie, and the Sinhalese give them the same character. 3 Messrs. Saracen had a similar experience. 73. The genuine Woodwedder always speaks the truth. We never heard a lie from any of them. All their statements are short and true. For a Veda who had committed murder and was tried for it, instead of telling a lie in order to escape punishment, said simply nothing. Bailey, Wild Tribes of the Vedas of Ceylon in Trans, Ethen, Soch, N.S. Roman 2. Hartshorn in Indian Antiquary, Roman 8. Neville in Taprobanian, Roman. Saracen for Shunjanov Ceylon, Roman 3 cf. Ibid 3, SQ, Schmidt Ceylon. Saracen op sit, Roman 3. Other instances of extreme truthfulness are provided by various uncivilized tribes in India. The Sayoras of the province of Madras, like most of the hill people, are not inclined to lying. If one Sayora kill another, he admits it at once and tells why he killed him. 6. The Highlander of central India is described as the most truthful of beings, and rarely denies either a money obligation or a crime really chargeable against him. 7. A true Gond will commit a murder, but he will not tell a lie. 8. The Khans, says Macpherson, are, I believe, inferior in veracity to no people in the world. It is in all cases imperative to tell the truth, except when deception is necessary to save the life of a guest. 9. And to break a solemn pledge of friendship is, in their opinion, one of the greatest sins a man can commit. The Korwas inhabiting the highlands of Surgujatho, they show great cruelty in committing robberies, putting to death the whole of the party attacked, even when unresisting have what one might call the savage virtue of truthfulness to an extraordinary degree, and rightly accused will at once confess and give you every required detail of the crime. 11. The Santals are noted for veracity and fidelity to their word, even in the most trying circumstances. A Kurubar always speaks the truth. 13. Among the Hos, a reflection on a man's honesty or veracity may be sufficient to send him to self-destruction. 14. Among the Angami Nagas, simple truth is highly regarded. It is rare for a statement to be made on oath, and rarer still for it to be false. In the Chittagong Hills, the Tipperas are the only people among whom Captain Lewin 74 has met with meanness and lying. 16. And they, too, have previously been said to be, as a rule, truthful and simple-minded. 17. The Karens of Burma have the following traditional precept: do not speak falsehood. What you do not know, do not speak. Liars shall have their tongues cut out. 18. Among the Banavs of Cambodia, severe penalties, such as slavery or exile, are imposed for lying. 19. Fawcett Sayoras. Forsyth, Highlands of Central India, cf. Ibid. Sleeman, Rambles and Recollections of an Indian Official. 2. Hislop, Aboriginal Tribes of the Central Provinces. Dalton, Ethnology of Bengal, cf. Forsyth Up Sit. Macpherson, Religious Opinions and Observances of the Khans in Jur. Roy, Asiatic Soch, Roman 7. Macpherson, Memorials of Service in India. Dalton Up Sit. Eliot, Characteristics of the Population of Central and Southern India in Jur. Ethan, Soch, London NS1, SQ. Ibid, Roman 1. Dalton Up Sit, cf. Ibid, SQ. Bradley Burt Chota Nagpur. Prain, Angami Nagas, in Revue Coloniale Internationale, Roman 5. Lewin, Wild Races of Southeastern India. Brown, quoted by Dalton Up Sit. Smeaton, Loyal Karens of India. Kant, quoted by Mauhat, Travels in Indochina, Cambodia and Laos, Roman 2. For the truthfulness of the uncivilized races of India, see also Sleeman Up Sit. 2. SQQ. Dalton Up Sit. Oryons, Crook, Tribes and Castes of the Northwestern Provinces. 2. Habura, Fraser, Tour through the Himalaya Mountains. pp. 264. Inhabitants of Kunawa, 335 Bhotias. Idar in the Madras Government Museum's Bulletin. 4. Nayadis of Malabar. Walhouse, account of a leaf-wearing tribe on the western coast of India in Jur. Anther. Inst. 4. Corrigers. The Andaman Islanders call falsehood yubda, that is, sin or wrongdoing. The natives of Car Nicobar are not only very honest. 21, but the accusation of untruthfulness brings them up in arms immediately. 22. The Dayaks of Borneo are praised for their honesty and great regard for truth. Mr. Bach states that if they could not satisfactorily reply to his questions, they hesitated to answer at all, and that if he did not always get the whole truth, he always got at least nothing but the truth from them. Veracity is a characteristic of the Ulfura of Halmahera and the Bataks of Sumatra, who only in cases of urgent necessity have recourse to a lie. The Javanese, says Crawford, are honorably distinguished from all the civilized nations of Asia by a regard for truth. 27. In their intercourse with society, Raffles observes, they display in a high degree the virtues of honesty, plain dealing and candor. Their ingenuousness is such that, as the first Dutch authorities have acknowledged, prisoners brought to the bar on criminal charges, if really guilty, 9 times out of 10 confess without disguise or equivocation the full extent and exact circumstances of their offences, and communicate, when required, more information on the matter at issue than all the rest. Of the evidence, 28 among the natives, 75 of the Malay archipelago, there are some further instances of trustworthy and truthful peoples, 29, whereas others are described as distrustful and regardless of truth. Thus the natives of Timor-Laut lie without compunction when they think they can escape detection. 31, and of the Nias it is said that truth is their bitter enemy. 32. Man in Jur, Anther, Inst, Roman 12. Distant in Jur, Anther, Inst, Roman 3. Klaus in the Andamans and Nicobars, SQ. Lingrath, natives of Sarawak 168-82. Boyle, Adventures among the Dayaks of Borneo. Selenka, Sarnij Welton. Bark, Head Hunters of Borneo. Kukenthal, for Shungsrais in Den Malakan. Junghoon, Battelander off Sumatra, Roman 2. Crawford, History of the Indian Archipelago, Roman 1. Raffles, History of Java, Roman 1. Riedel, De Sluken Crosharid Rassen Tushen Celebs en Papua Serengis. St. John, Life in the Forests of the Far East, 2. Malays of Sarawak. Marston, History of Sumatra, Natives of the Interior of Sumatra. Riedel, Up, Sit, Natives of the Luang Sumatra Group, Stella de Sanghi Archipel. Forbes, A Naturalist's Wanderings in the Eastern Archipelago. Mardigliani, Viaggio Aeneas. Veracity and probity were conspicuous virtues among various uncivilized peoples belonging to the Russian Empire. Georgi, whose work dates from the 18th century, says of the Chuvashes that they content themselves with a simple affirmation or denial, and always keep their word. 33 of the Barabinses, that lying, duplicity and fraud are unknown among them. 34 of the Tunguses, that they always appear to be what they really are, and that lying seems to them the absurdest thing in the world, which prevents them being either suspicious or necessitated to accompany their affirmations by oaths or solemn protestations. 35 of the Curilians, that they always speak the truth with the most scrupulous fidelity. 36 Castron states that the Syrians, like the Finnish tribes generally, are trustworthy and honest. 37, and that the Ostiaks have no other oaths but those of purgation. Among them witnesses never take the oath, but their words are unconditionally believed in, and everybody, with the exception of lunatics, is allowed to give evidence. Children may witness against their parents, brothers against brothers, a husband against his wife, and a wife against her husband. 38. Georgi, Russia, Roman 1. Ibid, Roman 2. Ibid, Roman 3 cf. Ibid, Roman 3. Ibid, Roman 3 cf. Krasheninnikov, History of Kamchatka. Castrin, Nordiska Resor Arkfuskninga, Roman 1. Ibid 1 SQ. The Aleuts were highly praised by Father Veniaminoff for their truthfulness. These people detest lying, and never spread false rumors. They are very much offended if any one doubts their word. They despise hypocrisy in every respect, and do not flatter nor make empty promises, even in order to escape reproof. 39. The regard in which truth is held by the Eskimo seems to vary among different tribes. Armstrong blames the Western Eskimo for being much 76 addicted to falsehood, and for seldom telling the truth, if there be anything to gain by a lie. The Point Barrow Eskimo are in the main truthful, though a detected lie is hardly considered more than a good joke, and considerable trickery is practiced in trading. 41 of the Eskimo at Igloolik, an island near Melville Peninsula, we are told that their lies consist only of vilifying each other's character, with false accusations of theft or ill behavior. When asking questions of an individual, it is but rarely that he will either advance or persist in an untruth. Lying among them is almost exclusively confined to the ladies. 42 in his description of the Eskimo on the western side of Davis Strait, and in the region of Frobisher Bay, Mr. Hall says that they despise and shun one who will shaglavu, that is, tell a lie, and that they are rarely troubled by any of this class. The Greenlanders are generally truthful towards each other, at least the men. But if he can help it, a Greenlander will not tell a truth which he thinks may be unpleasant to the hearer, as he is anxious to stand on as good a footing as possible with his fellow men. Veniaminoff, quoted by Dole, Alaska, pp. 396-395. Armstrong, Discovery of the Northwest Passage, SQ. Murdoch, Ethnological Results of the Point Barrow Expedition in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethen, Roman 9. Lyon, Private Journal during the Voyage of Discovery under Captain Perry. Hole, Arctic Researches. Daliger, Grönlandsk Relationer, Krantz, History of Greenland 175, Nansen, Eskimo Life. Nansen, Eskimo Life, idem First Crossing of Greenland 2, SQ. The Thompson River Indians of British Columbia maintain that it is bad to lie, that if you do so people will laugh at you and call you a liar. 46 Speaking of the Iroquois, Mr. Morgan says that the love of truth was a marked trait of the Indian character. This inborn sentiment flourished in the period of their highest prosperity, in all the freshness of its primeval purity. On all occasions and at whatever peril, the Iroquois spoke the truth without fear and without hesitation. Dissimulation was not an Indian habit. The Iroquois prided themselves upon their sacred regard for the public faith, and punished the want of it with severity when an occasion presented itself. 47 Laskill likewise states that they considered lying and cheating heinous and scandalous offences. Among the Chippewas there were a few persons addicted to lying, but these 77 were held in disrepute. The Shoshones, a tribe of the Snake Indians, were frank and communicative in their intercourse with strangers, and perfectly fair in their dealings. The Seminole Indians of Florida are commended for their truthfulness, with special reference to the Navajos. Mr. Matthews observes, as the result of over 30 years' experience among Indians, I must say that I have not found them less truthful than the average of our own race. 52 among the Dakotas lying is considered very bad. Yet in this respect, every one sees the mote in his brother's eye, but does not discover the beam that is in his own. 53 Want of truthfulness and habitual dishonesty, in little things being prevalent traits in their character. So also, the Linkets admit that falsehood is criminal, although they have recourse to it without hesitation whenever it suits their purpose. Of the Chipewans again, it is said that they carry the habit of lying to such an extent, even among themselves, that they can scarcely be said to esteem truth a virtue. The Crees are not very strict in their adherence to truth, being great boasters. 57 Harriet and Adair speak of the treacherous or deceitful disposition of the North American Indians, but the latter adds that, though privately dishonest, they are very faithful indeed to their own tribe. Tate, Thompson Indians of British Columbia, in Memoirs of the American Museum of Natural History, Anthropology, Roman 1. Morgan, League of the Iroquois, pp. 335-338. Laskill, History of the Mission of the United Brethren among the Indians in North America, Roman 1. Keating, Expedition to the Source of St. Peter's River, Roman 2. Lewis and Clark, Travels to the Source of the Missouri River. Macaulay, Seminole Indians of Florida in Anne, Rhett Burr, Ethan, Roman 5. Matthews, Study of Ethics among the Lower Races in Jour, of American Folklore, Roman 12. Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes of the United States, Roman 2. Eastman Dakota, p. 17, Douglas quoted by Petroff, Report on Alaska. Richardson, Arctic Searching Expedition, Roman 2 cf. Ibid, Roman 2. Richardson in Franklin, Journey to the Shores of the Polar Sea. Harriet, Travels through the Canadas. Adair, History of the American Indians. Of the regard in which truth is held by the Indians of South America, the authorities I have consulted have little to say. The Corodos are not deceitful. The Tehuelches of Patagonia nearly always lie in minor affairs, and will invent stories for sheer amusement. In anything of importance, however, such as guaranteeing the safety of a person, they were very truthful, as long as faith was kept with them. After a time, Lieutenant Musters adds, when they ascertained that I invariably avoided deviating in any way from the truth, they left off lying to me even in minor matters. This will serve to show that they are not of the treacherous nature assigned to 78 them, by some ignorant writers. 61 among the Fuegians, according to Mr. Bridge. No one can trust another. Lying tales of slander are very common. Great exaggeration is used, and it is not even considered wrong to tell a lie. Snow, however, speaks of the honesty they undoubtedly evince in many of their transactions. 63 and Darwin states that the Fuegian boy on board the Beagle showed, by going into the most violent passion, that he quite understood the reproach of being called a liar, which in truth he was. 64. Von Spix and von Martius, Travels in Brazil, Roman 2. Musters at Home with the Patagonians, SQ. Bridges in a Voice for South America, 13. SQ. Cf. Heides and Denneker, Mission Scientifique du Cap Horn, 7. King and Fitzroy, Voyages of the Adventure and Beagle, Roman 2. Snow, 2 years cruise off Tierra del Fuego, Roman 1. Darwin, Journal of Researches. Of the Australian Aborigines, we are told that some tribes and families display on nearly all occasions honesty and truthfulness, whereas others seem almost destitute of the better qualities. 65, according to Mr. Matthew. They are not wantonly untruthful, although one can rely on them being faithful to a trust only on condition that they are exempt from strong temptation. Mr. Kerr admits that under some circumstances they are treacherous, and that it costs them little pain to lie, but from his own observations he has no doubt that the black feels, in the commencement of his career at least, that lying is wrong. Mr. Howitt has found the South Australian Kurnai to compare not unfavourably with our own people in their narration of occurrences, or as witnesses in courts of justice as to facts. Among them, a person known to disregard truth is branded as a liar jetbalan. 68 among the Aborigines of New South Wales, people who cause strife by lying are punished, and liars are much disliked. Dr. Fraser was assured by a person who had had much intercourse with them for 30 years that he never knew them to tell a lie. Among the tribes of Western Victoria described by Mr. Dawson, liars are detested. Should any man, through lying, get others into trouble, he is punished with the boomerang, whilst women and young people, for the same fault, are beaten with a stick. In his description of his expeditions into Central Australia, Eyre writes, in their intercourse with each other, I 79, have generally found the natives to speak the truth and act with honesty, and they will usually do the same with Europeans if on friendly terms with them. 71. With regard to West Australian tribes, Mr. Chauncey states that they are certainly not remarkable for their treachery, and that he has very seldom known any of them accused of it. He adds that they are habitually honest among themselves, if not truthful, and that, during his many years' acquaintance with them, he does not remember ever hearing a native utter a falsehood with a definite idea of gaining anything by it. If questioned on any subject, he would form his reply rather with the view of pleasing the enquirer than of its being true, but this was attributable to his politeness. 72. According to a late Advocate General of West Australia, when a native is accused of any crime, he often acknowledges his share in the transaction with perfect candour. 73. Very different from these accounts is Mr. Gasson's statement concerning the Deri in South Australia. A more treacherous race, he says, I do not believe exists. They imbibe treachery in infancy and practice it until death, and have no sense of wrong in it. They seem to take a delight in lying, especially if they think it will please you. Should you ask them any question, be prepared for a falsehood, as a matter of course. They not only lie to the white man, but to each other, and do not appear to see any wrong in it. 74. The natives of Botany Bay and Port Jackson in New South Wales are by older writers described as no strangers to falsehood. And speaking of a tribe in North Queensland, Mr. Lumholtz observed that an Australian native can betray anybody, and that there is not one among them who will not lie if it is to his advantage. 76. Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, Roman 1. Matthew, Australian Aborigines in Jure and Proceed, Roy, Soch, NS Wales, Roman 23. Kerr, Australian Race, 100. Fisson and Howitt, Carmilor in Kurnai. Fraser, Aborigines of New South Wales, pp. 4190. Dawson, Australian Aborigines. Eyre, Expeditions of Discovery into Central Australia, Roman 2. Chauncey, quoted by Smythe, up, Sit. 281. Cf. Oldfield, Aborigines of Australia in Trans, Ethan, Soch, NS Roman 3. Moore, quoted by Smythe, up, Sit. Roman 2. Gasson, Deri tribe of Australian Aborigines, in Woods, native tribes of South Australia, SQ. Carlins, English colony in New South Wales, Roman 1. Barrington, History of New South Wales. Lumholtz among cannibals. According to Mr. Hale, the Polynesians are not naturally treacherous, by no means from a horror of deception, but apparently from a mere inaptitude at dissembling, and it is said that the word of a Micronesian may generally be relied upon. To the Tonga Islanders, a false accusation appeared more horrible than deliberate murder does to us, and they also put this 80 principle into practice. We are told by Pollock that among the Maoris of New Zealand lying is universally practiced by all classes, and that an accomplished liar is accounted a man of consummate ability. But Diefenbach found that, if treated with honesty, they were always ready to reciprocate such treatment. 80, and according to another authority, they believed in an evil spirit whom they said was a liar and the father of lies. 81. The broad statement made by von Jering, that among the South Sea Islanders lying is regarded as a harmless and innocent play of the imagination. 82, is certainly not correct. The treacherous disposition attributed to the Caroline Islanders and the natives of New Britain does not imply so much as that. The New Caledonians are, comparatively speaking, not naturally dishonest. 85. The Solomon Islanders are praised as faithful and reliable workmen, and servants. 86. Though cheating in trade is nowadays very common among some of them. Of the people of Eromanga in the New Hebrides, The Rev. H. A. Robertson states that truth in heathenism was told only when it suited best, but he adds, it is not that natives are always reckless about the truth so much as that they seem utterly incapable of stating anything definitely, or stating a thing just as it really occurred. AD 8. In the opinion of some authorities, the Fijians are very untruthful and regard adroit lying as an accomplishment. Their propensity to lie, says the missionary Williams, is so strong that they seem to have no wish to deny its existence, or very little shame when convicted of a falsehood. The universal prevalence of the habit of lying is so thoroughly taken for granted that it is common to hear, after the most ordinary statement, the rejoinder, "That's a lie," or something to the same effect, at which the accused person does not think of taking offense. But the same writer adds, "Natives have often told me lies, manifestly without any ill will, and when it would have been far more to their advantage to have spoken the truth." The Fijians hail as agreeable companions those who are 81 skillful in making tales, but under some circumstances, strongly condemn the practice of falsehood on matters most lied about by civilized people. The native is the readiest to speak the truth. Thus, when convicted of some offense, he rarely attempts to deny it, but will generally confess all to anyone he esteems. The following incident shows that lying per se is condemned and considered disreputable. A white man notorious for falsehood had displeased a powerful chief and wrote asking me to intercede for him. I did so, when the chief dismissed the case briefly, saying, "Tell that no one hates a foreigner, but tell him that everyone hates a liar." 90 other writers even deny that the Fijians were habitual liars. 91 and Erskine found that those chiefs with whom he had to deal were so open to appeals to their good faith as to convince him that they had a due appreciation of the virtue of truth. 92. Hale, U.S. Exploring Expedition, Vol. 6, Ethnography and Philology, pp. 1673. Mariner, Natives of the Tonga Islands 2, SQ. Polark, Manners and Customs of the New Zealanders 2, SQ. See also Colenso, Marry Races of New Zealand, pp. 44-46. Diefenbach, Travels in New Zealand, Roman 2. Yate, Account of New Zealand. Von Jering, Dersweg im Recht, Roman 2. Angers, Polynesia. Powell, Wanderings in a Wild Country. Anderson, Travel in Fiji and New Caledonia. Parkinson, Zur Ethnographie der Nordwestlichen Salomo in Seln. Somerville, Ethnoger, Notes in New Georgia in Jour, Anther, Inst, Roman 26. Robertson, Eromanga, SQ. Wilkes, U.S. Exploring Expedition, Roman 3. Williams and Calvert, Fiji, SQ. Erskine, Cruise among the Islands of the Western Pacific. Anderson, Travel in Fiji and New Caledonia. Erskine, Arp. Sit. Nowhere in the savage world is truth held in less estimation than among many of the African races. The Negroes are described as cunning and liars by nature. They tell a lie more readily than they tell the truth, and falsehood is not recognized amongst them as a fault. 94. They lie not only for the sake of gaining some advantage by it, or in order to please or amuse, but their lies are often said to be absolutely without purpose. Of the natives of the Gold Coast, the old traveller Bosman says, "The Negroes are all, without exception, crafty, villainous and fraudulent, and very seldom to be trusted, being sure to slip no opportunity of cheating an European, nor indeed one another." 96. Among all the Bakalai tribes, lying is thought an enviable accomplishment. 97. The Bakongo, in their answers, will generally try and tell the questioner what they think will please him most, quite ignoring the truthfulness we consider it necessary to observe in our replies. 98. Miss Kingsley's experience of West African natives is likewise that they will say yes to any mortal thing if they think you want them to. The Wakamba are described as great liars. 82. Among the Waganda, truth is held in very low estimation, and it is never considered wrong to tell lies. Indeed, a successful liar is considered a smart, clever fellow, and rather admired. 10. One untruthfulness is said to be a national characteristic of the tribes inhabiting the region of Lake Nyassa. From his experience of the Eastern Central Africans, the Rev. 500, MacDonald writes, "Telling lies is much practiced, and is seldom considered a fault. The Negro often thinks that he is flattered by being accused of falsehood." So when natives wish to pay a high compliment to a European who has told them an interesting story, they look into his face and say, "Oh, father, you are a great liar." 103 To the Wanaka, says Mr. New, lying is almost as the very breath of their nostrils, and all classes, young and old, male and female, indulge in it. A great deal of their lying is without cause or object. It is lying for lying's sake. You ask a man his name, his tribe, where he lives, or any other simple question of like nature, and the answer he gives you will, as a rule, be the very opposite to the truth, yet he has nothing to evade or gain by so doing. Lying seems to be more natural to him than speaking the truth. He lies when detection is evident, and laughs at it as though he thought it a good joke. He hears himself called a mulongo liar a score of times a day, but he notices it not, for there is no opprobrium in the term to him. To hide a fault he lies with the most barefaced audacity and blindest obstinacy when his object is gain. He will invent falsehoods wholesale. He boasts that ulongo lying is his pesa piece, halfpence, and holds bare truth to be the most unprofitable commodity in the world. But while he lies causelessly, objectlessly, recklessly in self-defense or for self-interest, he is not a malicious liar. He does not lie with express intent to do others harm. This he would consider immoral, and he has sufficient goodness of heart to avoid indulging therein. I have often been struck with the manner in which he has controlled his tongue, when the character and interest of others have been at stake. 104 If a Bantu of southeastern Africa undertakes the charge of any form of property, he accounts for it with as great fidelity as if he were the keeper of the Great Seal. But, on the other hand, there are many circumstances in which falsehood is not reckoned even a disgrace, and if a man could 83 extricate himself from difficulties by lying, and did not do so, he would be simply thought a fool. 105 Anderson speaks of the lying habits of the Herero. Of the Bakapins, a Bechuana tribe, Burchell observes that among their vices a universal disregard for truth, and a want of honourable adherence to their promise stand high above the rest, the consequence of this habitual practice of lying being the absence of shame, even on being detected. 107 Among the Kafirs deception is a practised art from early childhood. Even the children will not answer a plain question. 108 It is considered a smart thing to deceive so long as a person is not found out, but it is awkward to be detected. Hence a native father will enjoy seeing his children deceive people cleverly. In trading with them, you may make up your mind that all they tell you is untrue, and act accordingly. Your own natives, on the other hand, if they like you, will lie for your benefit as strongly as the opposite party against you, and both sides think it all fair trade. 110 And in a Kafir lawsuit defendant, plaintiff and witnesses are allowed to tell as many lies as they like, in order to make the best of their case. 111 But we also hear that Kafirs do not tell lies to their chiefs, and that there are many among them who would never deceive a white man whom they are fond of or respect. Among the Bushman's veracity is said to be too often, yet not always, disregarded, and the neglect of it considered a mere venial offence. 113 The first version of what a Bushman or any native has to say can never be relied on. Whatever you ask him about, he invariably says first, "I don't know," and then promises to tell you all he does know. Ask him for news and he says, "No, we have got no news," and shortly afterwards he will tell you news of perhaps great interest. 114 In Madagascar, there was no stigma attached to deceit or fraud. They were rather admired as proofs of superior cunning, as things to be imitated, so far at least as they would not bring the offender within the penalties of the native laws. 115 Ellis says that the best sign of genius in children is esteemed a quickness to deceive, 84 Overreach and cheat. The people delight in fabulous tales, but in none so much or universally as in those that relate instances of successful deceit or fraud. Their constant aim is, in business to swindle, in professed friendship to extort, and in mere conversation to exaggerate and fabricate. 116 These statements refer to the Hovers, but among the Betsileo inhabiting the same island, lying and cheating are equally rife, and neither appears to have been thought a sin, so long as it remained undiscovered. 117 At the same time, many of the Madagascar proverbs are designed to put down lying, and to show that truth is always best. Baker Albert Nyanza, Roman 1 Burton, Mission to Jelel, Roman 2. Reed, Savage Africa. Hubschladen, Ethiopian, Studien über West Africa, SQ. Barsman, New Description of the Coast of Guinea. Duchelu, Explorations and Adventures in Equatorial Africa, cf. Ibid. Ward, 5 years with the Congo cannibals. Kingsley, travels in West Africa. Krapp, travels in Eastern Africa. Wilson and Felkin, Uganda, Roman 1 cf. Felkin, notes on the Waganda tribe in Precede. Roy, Soch, Edinburgh 13 Ash, 2 Kings of Uganda. MacDonald, East Central African Customs in Jour, Anther, Inst, Roman 22. MacDonald, Africana 1, SQ. New Life, Wanderings and Labours in Eastern Africa, SQQ. MacDonald, Light in Africa. Anderson, Lakengami, cf. Ibid, Bai. Burchell, Travels in the Interior of Southern Africa 2, SQ. Holden, The Past and Future of the Kaffir Races. Kidd, The Essential Kaffir. Leslie, Among the Zulus and Amatongas, cf. Ibid. MacLean, Compendium of Kaffir Laws and Customs. Kidd, The Essential Kaffir. Burchell, Up Sit, Roman 2. Chapman, Travels in the Interior of South Africa 1, SQ. Sibrey, The Great African Island. Ellis, History of Madagascar 1, SQ. Sibrey, Up Sit, Shaw Betsileo in Antananarivo Annual Roman 3. Clemes, Malagasy Proverbs Ibid, Roman 4. But in Africa, also, there are many peoples who have been described as regardful of truth and hostile to falsehood. Early travellers speak very highly of the sincerity of the Hottentots. Father Tackart says that they have more honesty than is almost anywhere found among Christians. 119 and Colburn agrees with him, asserting that the word of a Hottentot is sacred, and that there is hardly anything upon earth which he looks upon as a fouler crime than breach of engagement. According to Barrow, the Hottentots are perfectly honest and faithful, and if accused of crimes of which they have been guilty, they generally divulge the truth. 121 of the Manansas Doctor. Hullab states that, so far as his experience goes, they are beyond the average for honesty and fidelity, and are consequently laughed at by the more powerful tribes as the simpletons of the North. 122, the Bahima in the Uganda Protectorate, are usually very honest and truthful, and most of the Nandi think it very wicked to tell a lie. Among the 4 tribe of Central Africa, lying is held to be a great crime. Even the youngest children are severely beaten for it, and anyone over 15 or 16 who is an habitual liar suffers the loss of 1 lip as a penalty. 124. Speaking of the natives of Sierra Leone, Winterbottom remarks that, in proportion as we advance into the interior of the country, the people are found to be more devoid of art and more free from suspicion. Those who have dealings with the Fan universally prefer them, in point of honesty and manliness, to the Mpongwe and coast races, and it is an insult to call one of them a liar or coward. Monrad, who wrote in the beginning of the 19th century, asserts that among the Negroes of Accra lying is by no means common, and that they are as a rule honest towards their own people. According to an early authority, the people of Great Benin were very straightforward and did not cheat each other. Mr. and Mrs. Hind write that the Maasai are as a race truthful, and that a grown-up person among them will not lie. He may refuse to answer a question, but once given, his word can be depended on. 129. Dr. Baumann, on the other hand, says that they often lie, but that they regard lying as a great fault. The Guanches of the Canary Islands are stated to have been slaves to their word. 130. One of the Berbers of Morocco, Leo Africanus, writes, "Most honest people they are, and destitute of all fraud and guile they keep their covenant most faithfully, insomuch that they had rather die than break promise." 132-1000. Diveria found the same virtue among the Tuareg, another Berber people. La fidelite aux promesses, aux traits, est pausi loin par les Tuareg, que il est difficile d'obtenir du des engagements, il est de maxime chez les Tuareg, en matière de contrat de ne s'engager que pour la moitié de si quan put tenir, afin de ne pas exposer au reproche d'infidélité le mensonge, le vol domestique et l'abus de confiance sont inconnus des Tuareg. 133. As regards the truthfulness of the African Arabs, opinions vary. Parkins asks who is more trustworthy than the desert Arab. 134. According to Rolfs and Chavan, on the other hand, the Arabs of the Sahara are much addicted to lying. 135. And of the Arabs of Egypt, Mr. St. John observes, there is no general appreciation of a man's word liar, is a playful appellative scarcely reproachful. And I have told a lie a confession that may be made without a blush. 136 Herodotus' statement that the Arabs observe pledges as religiously as any people. 137 is true of the Bedouins of Arabia in the 86 present day. No vice or crime is more deservedly stigmatized as infamous among Bedouins than treachery. An individual in the great Arabian desert will be forgiven if he should kill a stranger on the road, but eternal disgrace would be attached to his name if it were known that he had robbed his companion or his protected guest, even of a handkerchief. 138 Wallin affirms that you may put perfect trust in the promise of a Bedouin as soon as you have eaten salt and bread with him, but whilst faithfulness to a tacit or express promise is thus regarded by him as a sacred duty, lying and cheating are as prevalent in the desert as in the market towns of Syria. Speaking of the Bedouins of the Euphrates, Mr. Blunt observes, truth in ordinary matters is not regarded as a virtue by the Bedouins, nor is lying held shameful. Every man, they say, has a right to conceal his own thought. In matters of importance, the simple affirmation is confirmed by an oath, and then the fact stated may be relied on. There is only one exception to the general rule of lying among them. The Bedouin, if questioned on the breed of his mare, will not give a false answer. He may refuse to say, or he may answer that he does not know, but he will not name another breed than that to which she really belongs. The rule, however, does not hold good on any other point of horse dealing. The age, the qualities, and the ownership of the horse may be all falsely stated. 141. Tackart, quoted by Colburn, present state of the Cape of Good Hope, Roman 1. Ibid, Roman 1. Barrow travels into the interior of southern Africa, 1, SQ. Harlub, 7 years in South Africa, Roman 2. Johnston, Uganda Protectorate, 2, 879. Falcon in Proceed, Roy Soch, Edinburgh, Roman 13. Winterbottom, Account of the Native Africans in the Neighbourhood of Sierra Leone, 1, SQ. Burton, 2 Trips to Gorilla Land, 1, SQ. Monrad, Guinea, Kiston Og Dens ind Bigger. Quoted by Ling Rath, Great Benin. Hind, the last of the Marseille. Bauman, Dirch Massiland. Bory de St. Vincent, Essays sur les Isles Fortunes. Leo Africanus, History and Description of Africa, Roman 1. Diveria, Exploration du Sahara, SQ. Parkins, Life in Abyssinia, Roman 2. Chavan di Sahara. St. John, Adventures in the Libyan Desert. Herodotus, Roman 3. Burkhardt, Notes on the Bedouins and Wahhabis, SQ. Wallin, Recentikninger Fran Orient, Roman 3. Burkhardt Op Sit, SQ, cf. Wallin Op Sit, 4, SQ, Doughty Arabia Deserta, Roman 1. Blunt, Bedouin Tribes of the Euphrates, 2, SQ, cf. Niebuhr Travels through Arabia, 2. There is no instance of false testimony given in respect to the descent of a horse. Every Arabian is persuaded that himself and his whole family would be ruined if he should prevaricate in giving his oath in an affair of such consequence. Various statements of travellers thus directly contradict the common opinion that want of truthfulness is mostly a characteristic of uncivilized races, and we have much reason to assume that a foreigner visiting a savage tribe is apt rather to underrate than to overestimate its veracity. Mr. Savage Landor gives us a curious insight into an explorer's method of testing it. If you were to say to an Ainu, "You are old, are you not?" he would answer 87 yes, but if you asked the same man, "You are not old, are you?" he would equally answer yes. And then comes the conclusion, knowingly speaking the truth is not one of their characteristics. Indeed, they do not know the difference between falsehood and truth. 143. It is hardly surprising to hear from other authorities that the Ainu are remarkably honest, and regard veracity as one of the most imperative duties. Speaking of the Uops and other Brazilian tribes, Mr. Wallace observes, "In my communications and inquiries among the Indians on various matters, I have always found the greatest caution necessary to prevent one's arriving at wrong conclusions. They are always apt to affirm that which they see you wish to believe, and when they do not at all comprehend your question, will unhesitatingly answer, yes. 145 Savages who are inclined to give inaccurate answers to questions made by strangers may nevertheless be truthful towards each other. As the regard for life and property, so the regard for truth varies according as the person concerned is a foreigner or a tribesman. Perfidy and faithlessness, says Crawford, are vices of the Indian islanders, and those vices of which they have been most frequently accused by strangers. This sentence against them must, however, be understood with some allowances. In their domestic and social intercourse, they are far from being a deceitful people, but in reality possess more integrity than it is reasonable to look for with so much misgovernment and barbarity. It is in their intercourse with strangers, and with enemies that, like other barbarians, the treachery of their character is displayed. 146. The natives of the interior of Sumatra are dishonest in their dealings with strangers, which they esteem no moral defect. 147. Daliger states that the same Greenlanders who, among themselves, in the sale of an object 88 which the buyer had not seen, would depreciate it rather than overpraise Eitvan, though the seller was anxious to get rid of it frightful lies in their transactions with Danish traders. The Tuareg, whilst scrupulously faithful to a promise given to one of their own people, do not regard as binding a promise given to a Christian. 149, and their Arab neighbours say that their word, like water fallen on the sand, is never to be found again. 150. The Maasai, according to Herr Merker, hold any kind of deceit to be allowable in their relations with persons of another race. The Hovers of Madagascar even considered it a duty for anyone speaking with foreigners on political matters to state the exact opposite to the truth, and punished him who did otherwise. Burton, City of the Saints, Vierkant Natervalker und Kulturvalker, von Jering der Zweck im Recht Roman 2. Landor, alone with the hairy Ainu. Holland in Jour, Anther, Inst, Roman 3 von Siebold Aino off der Incel Yesso. Wallace travels on the Amazon SQ. Crawford op Sit 1 SQ CF, Christian Caroline Islands SQ. Marston op Sit. Daliger op Sit SQ. Von Berry quoted by Chavan di Sahara. Dubois Timbuktu. Merker di Marseille. Ellis History of Madagascar, Roman 1 Professor Stanley Hall observes children's lies, in American Journal of Psychology 3. That truth for our friends and lies for our enemies is a practical, though not distinctly conscious rule widely current with children. In point of truthfulness, savages are in many cases superior to nations more advanced in culture. A Chinese, says Mr. Wells Williams, requires but little motive to falsify, and he is constantly sharpening his wits to cozen his customer wheedle him by promises, and cheat him in goods or work. 153. His ordinary speech is said to be so full of insincerity that it is very difficult to learn the truth in almost any case. He feels no shame at being detected in a lie, nor does he fear any punishment from his gods for it. 155. If you call him a liar, you arouse in him no sense of outrage, no sentiment of degradation. 156. Yet the moral teachings of the Chinese inculcate truthfulness as a stringent duty. One of their injunctions is, let children always be taught to speak the simple truth. 157. Many sayings may be quoted from Confucius in which sincerity is celebrated as highly and demanded as urgently as it ever was by any 89 Christian moralist. Faithfulness and sincerity, he said, should be held as first principles. Sincerity is the way of heaven, the end and beginning of things, without which there would be nothing. It is as necessary to truly virtuous conduct as a boat is to a man wishing to cross a river, or as oars are to a boat. The superior man ought to feel shame when his conduct is not in accord with his words. But there are instances in which sincerity has to yield to family duties. A father should conceal the misconduct of his son, and a son that of his father. Moreover, the great moralists themselves did not always act up to their lofty principles. Confucius and Mencius sometimes did not hesitate to tell a lie for the sake of convenience. The former could excuse himself from seeing an unwelcome visitor on the ground that he was sick, when there was nothing the matter with him. 161, and he deliberately broke an oath which he had sworn because it had been forced from him. In Japan, Burma, and Siam, truth is more respected than in China. In love of truth, says Professor Rain, the Japanese, so far as my experience goes, are not inferior to us Europeans. 163. The Burmese, though partial to much exaggeration, are generally truthful. And the mendacity so characteristic of Orientals is not a national defect among the Siamese. Lying, no doubt, is often resorted to as a protection against injustice and oppression, but the chances are greatly in favor of truth when evidence is sought. 165. Wells Williams, The Middle Kingdom, Roman 1. Smith, Chinese Characteristics. Cook, China, Edkins, Religion in China, Bering, Siam, Roman 1. Wells Williams, Up, Sit, Roman 1. Smith, Chinese Characteristics. Wells Williams, Up, Sit, Roman 1. Lunyu, Roman 1 2, 7 9, Roman 12 1, Roman 15 2, Chung Young, Roman 20. Douglas, Confucianism and Taoism, pp. 103 114 146. Legg, Chinese Classics, Roman 1. Lunyu, Roman 13 2. Legg, Chinese Classics, Roman 1. Smith, Chinese Characteristics. Lunyu, Roman 6. Lunyu, Roman 17. Rain, Japan. McMahon, Far Cathay and Farther India, Forbes, British Burma, Fitch, Burma Past and Present, Roman 2. Bering, Siam, Roman 1. Lying has been called the national vice of the Hindus. It is not too much to assert that the mass of Bengalis have no notion of truth and falsehood. 167. A gentleman 90 who has been brought into the closest intimacy with natives of all classes, declares that when a question is asked, the full bearing of which on themselves or those connected with them they cannot see, you may rely upon it that the first answer you receive is false, but that, when they see that the truth cannot injure themselves or anyone they care for, they will speak the truth. 168. The testimony of a Hindu is not generally regarded as evidence. Forgery is frequently resorted to, cheating is rife. In almost all business transactions of the smallest kind, a written agreement must be made on both sides, and this must be stamped and registered, because it is believed that a man's word is not binding. 170. Nor is a lie held disreputable, especially if not found out. But in India, as elsewhere, the question whether truth or falsehood is to be spoken depends on the relationship between the speaker and the party addressed. In their relations with each other, says Sir W.H. Sleeman, members of a village community spoke as much truth as those of any other community in the world, but in their relations with the government they told as many lies. If a man had told a lie to cheat his neighbor, he would have become an object of hatred and contempt. If he had told a lie to save his neighbor's fields from an increase of rent or tax, he would have become an object of esteem and respect. 172. Of the Sudra inhabitants of central India, Sir John Malcolm likewise observes that they may be said, in their intercourse with strangers and with officers of government, to evade the truth, and often to assert positive falsehoods, whereas in their intercourse with each other, falsehood is not common, and many, particularly some of the cultivators, are distinguished by their adherence to truth. 173. The ancient Hindus were praised for their veracity and good faith. 91. In his History of India, written in the 2nd century of the Christian era, Arian states that no Indian was ever known to tell an untruth. In the sacred books of India, truthfulness is highly celebrated. If veracity and 1,000 horse sacrifices are weighed against each other, it is found that truth ranks even higher than 1,000 horse sacrifices. 175. Verily the gods are the truth, and man is the untruth. 176. There is one law which the gods do keep, namely, the truth. It is through this that their conquest, their glory is unassailable, and so, forsooth, is his conquest, his glory unassailable. Whosoever, knowing this, speaks the truth. 177. Attendance on, or the worship of, the sacred fire means speaking the truth. Whosoever speaks the truth, acts as if he sprinkled that lighted fire with ghee, for even so does he enkindle it, and ever the more increases his own vital energy, and day by day does he become better. And whosoever speaks the untruth, acts as if he sprinkled that lighted fire with water, for even so does he enfeeble it, and ever the less becomes his own vital energy, and day by day does he become more wicked. Let him therefore speak nothing but the truth. 178. Fearful denunciations are particularly pronounced against those who deliver false testimony in a court of justice. By giving false evidence concerning small cattle, a witness commits the sin of killing 10 men. By false evidence concerning cows, horses, and men, he commits the sin of killing 100, 1,000, and 10,000 men respectively. But by false evidence concerning land, he commits the sin of killing the whole human race. The sin of falsehood thus admits of different degrees, according to the magnitude of the injury inflicted by it. Indeed, in some cases a man who, though knowing the facts to be different, gives such false evidence from a pious motive, does not lose heaven. Such evidence they call the speech of the gods 18192. Moreover, whenever the death of a Sudra, of a Vaisya, of a Kshatriya, or of a Brahmana would be caused by a declaration of the truth, a falsehood may be spoken, for such falsehood is preferable to the truth. 182. According to Buddhist conceptions of lying, the magnitude of the crime increases in proportion to the value of the article, or the importance of the matter, about which the lie is told. 183. And it is a lesser wrong to lie in self-defense than to lie with a view to procuring an advantage by injuring one's neighbor. Thus, to deny the possession of any article, in order to retain it, is not a lie of a heinous description, whereas to bear false witness in order that the proper owner may be deprived of that which he possesses, is a lie to which a greater degree of culpability is attached. The Buddhist precept of truthfulness is more restricted than that laid down by Brahmanism. It is said by the Brahmins that it is not a crime to tell a lie on behalf of the Guru, or on account of cattle, or to save the person's own life, or to gain the victory in any contest. But this is contrary to the precept 185. One of the conditions that make a Buddha is, never, under the influence of desire and other passions, to utter a conscious lie, for the sake of wealth or any other advantage. From the time that Gautama became a bodhisattva, or claimant for the Buddhaship, through all his births until the attainment of the Buddhaship, he never told a lie, and it were easier for the Sakwala or system of worlds to be blown away than for a supreme Buddha to utter an untruth. 187. His followers are not equally scrupulous. The Buddhists of Ceylon, we are told, lie without compunction, and are not ashamed to be detected in a lie. And religious Mongols do not hesitate to tell lies even when saying their prayers. 189. Caldwell Tinnevelly Shanners, cf. Cairns Tribes of South India pp. 64 Reddys and Hindus generally, 68 Reddys and Nakars, Burton Sindh pp. 197-284, Idem Sindh Revisited Roman 1. Trevelyan, quoted by Wilkins, Modern Hinduism. Wilkins, Modern Hinduism, SQ. Percival, Land of the Veda. Wilkins Up Sit, SQ. Ibid Caldwell Up Sit. Sleeman Up Sit, Roman 2 cf. Ibid, 2 129 SQ. Crook Tribes and Castes of the Northwestern Provinces and Oud 2, Habura. Malcolm Memoir of Central India, Roman 2 cf. Hislop Up Sit. Arian Historia Indica, Roman 12. Institutes of Vishnu, Roman 8. Satapatha Brahmana, Roman 114, Roman 322. Ibid, Roman 328, cf. Ibid, Roman 115. Ibid, Roman 2219. Laws of Manu, Roman 8. Gautama 13, SQQ. Laws of Manu, Roman 8. Hardy Manual of Buddhism. Ibid. Jataka Tales. Hardy Up Sit. Knox quoted by Schmidt Ceylon. Gilmer among the Mongols. According to Zoroastrianism, truthfulness is a most sacred duty. Lying is a creation of the evil spirits, and the most efficacious weapon against it is the holy religion revealed to man by Zarathustra. In one of the Pahlavi texts it is said that when the spirit of wisdom was asked, through how many ways and motives and good works do people arrive most at heaven, he answered thus, the first good work is liberality, the second truth. 191 contracts are inviolable, both those which are pledged with hand or pawn, and those by a mere word. It is a duty to keep faith even with an unbeliever. Break not the contract, O Spitama, neither the one that thou hadst entered into with one of the unfaithful, nor the one that thou hadst entered into with one of the faithful, who is one of thy own faith. 1:9. 3 Greek historians and cuneiform inscriptions also bear witness to the great detestation in which falsehood was held by the ancient Persians. Herodotus writes, their sons are carefully instructed from their 5th to their 20th year in 3 things: a Leneto ride, to draw the bow, and to speak the truth. The most disgraceful thing in the world, they think, is to tell a lie. The next worst to owe a debt, because, among other reasons, the debtor is obliged to tell lies. 194 in the inscriptions of Darius. Lying is taken as representative of all evil. He is favored by Ormuzd because he was not a heretic, nor a liar, nor a tyrant. His great fear is lest it may be thought that any part of the record which he has set up has been falsely related, and he even abstains from narrating certain events of his reign, lest to him, who may hereafter peruse the tablet, the many deeds that have been done by him may seem to be falsely recorded. 195 Professor Spiegel tries to prove that 94 falsehood, not truthfulness, was a national characteristic of the ancient Iranians, to which their noblest men offered fruitless resistance. 196 But the facts he quotes in support of his opinion refer to their dealings with foreign nations and have consequently little bearing on the subject. The modern Persians are notorious liars, who do not even claim to be believed and smile when detected in a lie. The nomad alone is faithful to his word. The expression, "I am a nomad," means, "You may trust me." 198. Bandahiz 1:28-16. Dinai Mainogi Kurad 19:6-30, Roman 36 Dharmastita in Sacred Books of the East 4 p. 62. Spiegel Iranisch Alterthamskund 3, SQ, Jiger Civilization of the Eastern Iranians 1, SQ, Mayer Jeskich des Alterthams 1 536. Dinai Mainogi Kurad 37, SQQ. Vendidad 4, SQQ. Yasts Roman 10. Herodotus 1:138, cf. Stobus Florilegium 44 Val. 2, Xenophon Siri Institutio Roman 133. Rawlinson in his translation of Herodotus 1, SQ, N3. Spiegel Up Sit, Roman 3. Parlak Persian Roman 1 Wallin, Recentikninger Fran Orient 4 247. Wilson Persian Life and Customs SQQ. Parlak Up Sit, Roman 2. Falsehood is a prevailing vice in other Muhammadan countries also. Constant veracity, says Mr. Lane, is a virtue extremely rare in modern Egypt, and a deceitful disposition in commercial transactions is one of the most notorious faults of the Egyptian. Mr. Lane partly ascribes this habit to the influence of Islam, which allows and even commands falsehood in certain cases. The common Muslim doctrine is that a lie is permissible when told in order to save one's own life, or to reconcile persons at variance with each other, or to please or persuade one's wife, or to obtain any advantage in a war with the enemies of the faith. But in other cases lying was highly reprobated by the Prophet, and that the people have not forgotten its sinfulness appears from the phrase, "No, I beg forgiveness of God, it was so and so," which they seldom omit when retracting an unintentional misstatement. I think it is erroneous to regard the want of truthfulness among Muhammadan nations as a result of their religion. The Eastern Christians and Buddhists are no less addicted to falsehood than the Muhammadans. Lane Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians 1, SQ, cf. Burkhardt Arabic Proverbs. Lane Modern Egyptians Roman 1 Muir Life of Mahomet 1 p. 73, SQ. Lane Modern Egyptians 1, SQ. Vambury Der Islam Im Nunzint Jorundert. The Homeric poems make us acquainted with gods and men who have recourse to fraud and lying whenever it suits their purpose. The great Zeus makes no difficulty 95 in sending a lying dream to Agamemnon. Pallas Athene is guilty of gross deceit and treachery to Hector. She expressly recommends dissimulation, and loves Odysseus on account of his deceitful character. No man deals more in feigned stories than this master of cunning, who makes a boast of his falsehood. In the period which lies between the Homeric age and the Persian War's veracity, made perhaps some progress among the Greeks 206, but it never became one of their national virtues. Yet in the Greek literature deceit is frequently condemned as a vice, and truthfulness praised as a virtue. Achilles expresses his horror of lying. Not to tell a lie was one of the maxims of Solon. Pindar strongly censures a character like that of Odysseus 2:11, and ends up his eulogy on Somes by the assurance that he never would contaminate his speech with a lie. According to Pythagoras, men become like gods when they speak the truth. According to Plato, the habit of lying makes the soul ugly 2:14. Truth is the beginning of every good thing, both to gods and men 2:15, yet a distinction should be made between different kinds of untruth. though the many are too fond of saying that at proper times and places falsehood may often be right. 216, it must be admitted that a lie is in certain cases useful and not hateful, as in dealing with enemies, or when those whom we call our friends in a fit of madness or illusion are going to do some harm. Moreover, the rulers of the state are allowed to lie for the public good, just as physicians make use of medicines, and they will find a considerable dose of falsehood and deceit necessary for this purpose. On the other hand, if the ruler catches anybody besides himself lying in the 96th state, lie will punish him for introducing a practice which is equally subversive and destructive of ships, or state 219 next to him who takes a false oath. He who tells a falsehood in the presence of his superior elders, parents, or rulersis, most hateful to the gods. Cf. Kame's Sketches of the History of Man 4, SQ, Mahaffy Social Life in Greece SQQ. Odyssey 13, SQ. Ibid 9 SQ. Schmidt Die Ethik der alten Griechen Roman 2. Cf. Thucydides Roman 3. C. Schmidt Op. Sit. 2 SQQ. Iliad 9 SQ. Diogenes Laertius Vit Philosophorum 1. Pindar Nemia Roman 8. Idem Olympia Roman 4. Stobus Op. Sit. 11 Vol Roman 1. Plato Gorgias SQ. Idem Legs Roman 5. Ibid Roman 11. Plato Respublica Roman 2. Ibid 3 Roman 5. Plato Respublica Roman 3. Idem Legs Roman 11 Idem Respublica Roman 3. Not without reason did the Romans of the Republican age contrast their own fids with the mendacity of the Greeks and the perfidy of the Phoenicians. The goddess of faith of human and social faith, says Gibbon, was worshipped, not only in her temples, but in the lives of the Romans, and if that nation was deficient in the more amiable qualities of benevolence and generosity, they astonished the Greeks by their sincere and simple performance of the most burdensome engagements. 221. Their annals are adorned with signal examples of uprightness, which, though to a great extent fictitious, yet bear testimony to the estimation in which that quality was held. The Greeks had no Regulus who chose to deliver himself up to a cruel death rather than to falsify his word to the enemy. 223. The basest forms of falsehood were severely punished by law. According to the 12 Tables, anyone who had slandered or libelled another by imputing to him a wrongful or immoral act was to be scourged to death. 224, and capital punishment was also inflicted on false witnesses and corrupt judges. However, already before the end of the Republic, dishonesty, perjuries, and forgeries became common in Rome. Gibbon, History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Roman 5. Cf. in G. Society in Rome under the Caesars SQ. Cicero de Officiis Roman 1. Lex Dudecim Tabularum Roman 8. Ibid Roman 8 Aulus Gellius Nox Attic 20, Roman 1. Lex Dudecim Tabularum Roman 9 Aulus Gellius Op. Sit. 20, Roman 1. In G. Op. Sit. The ancient Scandinavians considered it disgraceful for a man to tell a lie, to break a promise, or to commit a treacherous act. To kill or rob openly was a pardonable offence, if an offence at all, but he who did it secretly was a Nithinger, a hateful man, unless indeed he afterwards openly declared his deed. In the Irish census, more it is said that not only false witness, but lying in general, deprives the guilty person of half his honour price up to the third time, 230, and according to the commentary to the Book of Asil, the double of his own full honour price is due from each person who commits the crime of secret murder. Mora Bekehrung des Norwegischen Stamms 2, 183 SQ, Rosenberg Nordbörns Ansliv Roman 1. Wilder Strafrecht der Germanen, Nordstrom Bidrag till den svenska samhällsförfattningens historia 2, SQQ, Kieser Efterlat Skrifter 2, pt. Roman 1 Rosenberg Nordbörns Ansliv Roman 1 Varnamira Recht in Pauls Grundriss der Germanischen Philologie 2, pt. Roman 2. Ancient Laws of Ireland Roman 1. Ibid Roman 3. In the Old Testament there are recorded, from the patriarchal age, some cases of lying, which, far from being condemned, in no way prevented the liar being a special object of divine favor. It must be admitted, however, that undue importance has been attached to some of these acts of falsehood, 232, which were committed among foreigners with a view to escaping an impending danger. For instance, when Isaac, dwelling in Gerar, said of his wife that she was his sister, for fear lest the men of the place should kill him, he did a thing which few conscientious men under similar circumstances would hesitate to do. As for Jacob's long course of double-dealing with his father-in-law, who was equally greedy and unscrupulous, it should be remembered that they were natives of different lands. Again, when Jacob, at the instigation of his mother, grossly deceived his own blind father, the intriguers, as has been pointed out, 236 manifestly felt that the blessing extorted from Isaac ought to descend upon Jacob rather than upon Esau, and inasmuch as the word of the father was held to carry with it divine validity and potency, the securing of it by fair means or foul was deemed an urgent necessity. It is obvious that the ancient Hebrews did not condemn deceit as wrong in the abstract, and that they were very unscrupulous in the use of means. Whenever David was threatened by any danger, he immediately employed a falsehood which served his turn. Though not incapable of generosity, he deceived enemies and friends indifferently, and there is probably no record of treachery and lying consistently pursued which surpasses in baseness his affair with his faithful servant Uriah the Hittite. It is true that his conduct towards Uriah was condemned. The thing that David had done displeased the Lord, 238, but it is significant that Yahweh himself occasionally had recourse to deceit for the purpose of carrying out his plans. In order to ruin Ahab, he commissioned a lying spirit to deceive his prophets, 239, and once he threatened to use deception as a means of taking revenge upon idolaters. But to bear false witness against a neighbor was strictly prohibited. 241 The false witness should suffer the punishment which he was minded to bring upon the person whom he calumniated. In Ecclesiasticus lying is severely censured. A lie is a foul blot in a man, yet it is continually in the mouth of the untaught. A thief is better than a man that is accustomed to lie, but they both shall have destruction to heritage. The disposition of a liar is dishonorable, and his shame is ever with him. 243 Lying lips are abomination to the Lord, but they that deal truly are his delight. 244 According to the Talmud, 4 shall not enter paradise: the scoffer, the liar, the hypocrite, and the slanderer. 245 Only for the sake of peace, and especially domestic peace, may a man tell a lie without sinning. 246 But he who changes his word commits as heavy a sin as he who worships idols. The duty of truthfulness was particularly emphasized by the Essenes. He who entered their sect had to pledge himself always to love 99 truth and strive to reclaim all liars. They are eminent for fidelity, says Josephus. Whatsoever they say also is firmer than an oath, but swearing is avoided by them, and they esteem it worse than perjury, for they say that he who cannot be believed without swearing by God is already condemned. 250 E.g. by McCurdy, Moral Evolution of the Old Testament in American Journal of Theology 1, SQ, von Jering Zweck im Recht 2, SQ, Spencer, Principles of Ethics Roman 1. Genesis 12 SQ, Roman 20. Ibid, Roman 26. Ibid ch 29 SQQ. McCurdy Locke Sit. Cf. Cuanon Religion of Israel 1 McCurdy Locke, Sit. 2382 Samuel 11, 12, SQQ. 2391 Kings 22, SQQ. Ezekiel 14, SQQ, cf. Spencer Principles of Ethics Roman 1. Deuteronomy Roman 5. Ibid 196 SQQ. Ecclesiasticus 20, SQQ. Proverbs Roman 12. Deutsch Literary Remains. Hirschan Treasures of the Talmud SQ. Sanhedrin Fall, 92a quoted by Montefiore, Hibbert Lectures on the Religion of the Ancient Hebrews. Philo Judas, Quod liber sit quisque virtudi studit opera 2. Josephus de Bello Judaico Roman 2:7. Ibid Roman 2:6. Speak every man truth with his neighbor 251 was from early times regarded as one of the most imperative of Christian maxims. According to St. Augustine, a lie is not permissible even when told with a view to saving the life of a neighbor, since by lying eternal life is lost. Never for any man's temporal life must a lie be told. 253. Yet all lies are not equally sinful. The degree of sinfulness depends on the mind of the liar, and on the nature of the subject on which the lie is told. This became the authorized doctrine of the Church. Thomas Aquinas says that, although lying is always sinful, it is not a mortal sin if the end intended be not contrary to charity, as appears in a jocose lie, that is intended to create some slight amusement, and in an officious lie, in which is intended even the advantage of our neighbor. 256. Yet from early times we meet within the Christian Church a much less rigorous doctrine, which soon came to exercise a more powerful influence on the practice and feelings of men than did St. Augustine's uncompromising love of truth. The Greek fathers maintained that an untruth is not a lie when there is a just cause 100 for it, and as a just cause they regarded not only self-defense, but also zeal for God's honor. This zeal, together with an indiscriminate devotion to the Church, led to those pious frauds, those innumerable falsifications of documents, inventions of legends, and forgeries of every description, which made the Catholic Church a veritable seat of lying, and most seriously impaired the sense of truth in the minds of Christians. By a fiction, papacy, as a divine institution, was traced back to the age of the Apostles, and in virtue of another fiction, Constantine was alleged to have abdicated his imperial authority in Italy in favor of the successor of St. Peter. The Bishop of Rome assumed the privilege of disengaging men from their oaths and promises. An oath which was contrary to the good of the Church was declared not to be binding. The theory was laid down that, as faith was not to be kept with a tyrant, pirate, or robber who kills the body, it was still less to be kept with an heretic who kills the soul. Private protestations were thought sufficient to relieve men in conscience from being bound by a solemn treaty or from the duty of speaking the truth, and an equivocation, or play upon words in which one sense is taken by the speaker and another sense intended by him for the hearer, was in some cases held permissible. According to Alfonso de Liguori, who lived in the 18th century and was beatified in the 19th, and whose writings were declared by high authority not to contain a word that could be justly found fault with 263101, there are 3 sorts of equivocation which may be employed for a good reason, even with the addition of a solemn oath. We are allowed to use ambiguously words having 2 senses, as the word volo, which means both to wish and to fly. Sentences bearing 2 main meanings, as this book is Peter's, which may mean either that the book belongs to Peter or that Peter is the author of it. Words having 2 senses, one more common than the other, or one literal and the other metaphorica. For instance, if a man is asked about something which it is in his interest to conceal, he may answer, no, I say, that is, I say the word no. 264. As for mental restrictions, again, such as are purely mental, and on that account cannot in any manner be discovered by other persons, are not permissible. But we may, for a good reason, make use of a non-pure mental restriction, which in the nature of things is discoverable, although it is not discovered by the person with whom we are dealing. Thus it would be wrong secretly to insert the word no in an affirmative oath without any external sign, but it would not be wrong to insert it in a whispering voice or under the cover of a cough. The good reason for which equivocations and non-pure mental restrictions may be employed is defined as any honest object, such as keeping our goods spiritual or temporal. 266. In support of this casuistry, it is uniformly said by Catholic apologists that each man has a right to act upon the defensive, that he has a right to keep guard over the knowledge which he possesses in the same way as he may defend his goods. And as for there being any deceit in the matter, soldiers use stratagems in war, and opponents use feints in fencing. Ephesians, Roman 4. Gas, Geschichte der christlichen Ethik, Roman 1. St. Augustine de Mendacio, 6 Min Patrologi Cursus 40, SQ. Idem Enchiridion 18 Min Op. Sit. 40, Idem de Mendacio 21 Min 40. For St. Augustine's views on lying, see also his treatise Contra Mendacium, addressed to Consentius Min 40, SQQ, and Bindeman der Heilige Augustinus 2, SQQ. Gratian Decretum, Roman 2:12, 17. Catechism of the Council of Trent, Roman 3:23. Thomas Aquinas, Summa Theologica 2, Roman 2:3 SQ. St. Augustine says de mendatio 2 mean up, sit, 40, sq. Questions in genesim 145 ad gen 44, mean 34. That jokes which bear with them in the tone of voice, and in the very mood of the joker, a most evident indication that he means no deceit, are not accounted lies, though the thing he utters be not true. This statement is also incorporated in Gratian's Decretum Roman 2:2. 18. Gas op sit, 192 236 sqq, Newman Apologia pro vita sua sq. Von Marsheim, Institutes of Ecclesiastical History, Roman 1 Middleton, Free Inquiry into the Miraculous Powers, which are supposed to have subsisted in the Christian Church passim. Lecky Rise and Influence of Rationalism in Europe 1 sqq, Gas op sit, 1 235. Von Eycken, System der mittelalterlichen Weltanschauung, pp. 654,656, 663. Von Eycken op sit, Poole, Illustrations of the History of Medieval Thought. Gregory 9, Decretals Roman 2:27. Simancas de Catholicis Institutionibus 46, sq. Alagana Compendium Manualis 500. Navari 12 sq. Fer qui est furatus aliquid, si interrogere judis non competenti vel non juridis, and sit furatus tel quid potest secura conscientia respondir simpliciter, non sum furatus, intelligendo intra si inteli die vel anno. See also Kames op sit, 4 sq. Meyrick, Moral and Devotional Theology of the Church of Rome, Roman 1. Alfonso de Liguori Theologia Moralis 3 vol, Roman 1. Ibid 3 vol, Roman 1. Meyrick op sit, 1. Adherence to truth and especially perfect fidelity to a promise was strongly insisted upon by the code of chivalry. However exacting or absurd the vow might 102 be, a knight was compelled to perform it in all the strictness of the letter. A man frequently promised to grant whatever another should ask, and he would have lost the honour of his knighthood if he had declined from his word. We are told by Lancelot du Lac that when King Artus had given his word to a knight to make him a present of his wife, he would neither listen to the lamentations of the unfortunate woman, nor to any representations which could be made him. He replied that King must not go from his word, and the queen was accordingly delivered to the knight. The knights taken in war were readily allowed liberty for the time they asked, on their word of honour that they would return of their own accord, whenever it should be required. So great, it is said, was the knight's respect for an oath, a promise, or a vow, that when they lay under any of these restrictions, they appeared everywhere with little chains attached to their arms or habits to show all the world that they were slaves to their word. Nor were these chains taken off till their promise had been performed, which sometimes extended to a term of 4 or 5 years. It cannot be expected, of course, that reality should have always come up to the ideal. In the 13th century, the Count of Champagne declared that he confided more in the lowest of his subjects than in his knights. Moreover, the knightly duty of sincerity seems to have gone little beyond the formal fulfillment of an engagement. The age of chivalry was an age of chicane, and fraud and trickery, which were not least conspicuous among the knightly classes. 274. It is significant that the English law of the 13th century, though quite willing to admit in vague phrase that no one should be suffered to gain anything by fraud, was inclined to hold that a man has himself to thank if he is misled by deceit, the King's Court generally providing no remedy for him who to 103 his disadvantage had trusted the word of a liar. Towards the end of the Middle Ages and later, crimes against the mint and the offence of counterfeiting seals, usually accompanied by that of forging letters or official documents, were extremely common in England. 276 and false weights, false measures, and false pretences of all kinds were ordinary instruments of commerce. Book of the Order of Jewellery, Fal. 18b, 31b, 34b Robertson, History of the Reign of Charles V. Roman 1 Saint Palais, Memoires sur l'Ancienne Chevalerie 1, sq. Mill's History of Chivalry. Lancelot du Lac vol. 2 fol. 2a. Saint Palais op sit, Roman 1. Ibid 1 sq. Ibid Roman 2 cf. Kames op sit, Roman 4. Pike History of Crime in England, Roman 1. Pollock and Maitland, History of English Law before the time of Edward 1-2, sq. Pike op. Cit. 1 269 Roman 2. Ibid. 1 Roman 2. In modern times, according to Mr. Pike, the public records testify a decrease of deception in England. Commercial honesty has improved, and those mean arts to which, during the reigns of the Tudors, even men in the highest positions frequently had recourse, have now, at any rate, descended to a lower grade of society. At present, in the civilized countries of the West, opinion as to what the duty of sincerity implies varies not only in different individuals, but among different classes or groups of people, as also among different nations. Duplicity is held more reprehensible in a gentleman than in a shopkeeper or a peasant. The notion, which seems to be common in England, that an advocate is over-scrupulous who refuses to say what he knows to be false if he is instructed to say it, 280 appears strange at least to some foreigners, 281, and in certain countries it is commonly regarded as blamable if a person ostensibly professes a religion in which he does not believe, say, by going to church. The Quakers deem all complimentary modes of speech, for instance in addressing people, to be objectionable as being inconsistent with truth. Certain philosophers have expressed the opinion that veracity is an unconditional duty, which is not to be limited by any expediency, but must be respected in all circumstances. According to Kant, it would be a crime to tell a falsehood to a murderer who asked us whether 104 our friend, of whom he was in pursuit, had taken refuge in our house. Fichte maintains that the defense of so-called necessary lies is the most wicked argument possible amongst men. 284 Diamond says, if I may tell a falsehood to a robber in order to save my property, I may commit parricide for the same purpose. 285, but this rigorous view is not shared by common sense, nor by orthodox Protestant theology. Jeremy Taylor asks who will not tell a harmless lie to save the life of his friend, of his child, of himself, of a good and brave man. 287, where deception is designed to benefit the person deceived, says Professor Sidgwick, common sense seems to concede that it may sometimes be right. For example, most persons would not hesitate to speak falsely to an invalid if this seemed the only way of concealing facts that might produce a dangerous shock. Nor do I perceive that anyone shrinks from telling fictions to children on matters upon which it is thought well that they should not know the truth. 288 In the case of grown-up people, however, this principle seems to require the modification made by Hutcheson, that there is no wrong in false speech when the party deceived himself does not consider it an injury to be deceived. Otherwise it might easily be supposed to give support to pious fraud, which in its crudest form is nowadays generally disapproved of, but which in subtle disguise still has many advocates among religious partisans. It is argued that the most important truths of religion cannot be conveyed into the minds of ordinary men, except by being enclosed, as it were, in a shell of fiction, and that by relating such fictions as if they were facts we are really performing an act of substantial veracity. But this argument seems chiefly to have been invented for the 105 purpose of supporting a dilapidated structure of theological teaching, and can hardly be accepted by any person unprejudiced by religious bias. As a means of self-defense, deviation from truth has been justified not only in the case of grosser injuries, but in the case of illegitimate curiosity, as it seems unreasonable that a person should be obliged to supply another with information which he has no right to exact. The obligation of keeping a promise, again, is qualified in various ways. Thoughtful persons would commonly admit that such an obligation is relative to the promisee, and may be annulled by him. A promise to do an immoral act is held not to be binding, because the prior obligation not to do the act is paramount. If, before the time comes to fulfill a promise, circumstances have altered so much that the effects of keeping it are quite different from those which were foreseen when it was made, all would agree that the promisee ought to release the promiser. But if he declines to do so, some would say that the latter is in every case bound by his promise, whilst others would maintain that a considerable alteration of circumstances has removed the obligation. How far promises obtained by force or fraud are binding is a much disputed question. According to Hutcheson, for instance, no regard is due to a promise which has been extorted by unjust violence. Adam Smith, on the other hand, considers that whenever such a promise is violated, though for the most necessary reason, it is always with some degree of dishonor to the person who made it, and that a brave man ought to die rather than make a promise 106, which he can neither keep without folly nor violate without ignominy, 297. Ibid Roman 1 cf. Ibid Roman 2. Ibid 2 sq. Sidgwick Methods of Ethics, Paley Principles of Moral and Political Philosophy 3, Complete Works 2. The same view was expressed by Cicero de Officiis 2. See also Diamond, Essays on the Principles of Morals 2 sqq. Gurney, Views and Practices of the Society of Friends. Kant Überein Vermins Recht, aus Menschenlieb zu lügen in Samtlich Werk, Roman 7. Fichte das System der Sittenlehre, English translation sq. Diamond up sit 2. Reinhard System der Christlichen Moral 3, sqq. Martensen Christian Ethics Individual Ethics sqq. Newman Apologia pro vita sua. Taylor Whole Works Roman 12. Sidgwick Arp Sit. Hutcheson System of Moral Philosophy Roman 2. Sidgwick Arp Sit. Schopenhauer Die Grundlage der Moral 17 Samtlich Work 6, sqq. Whewell Elements of Morality, Sidgwick Arp Sit. Diamond Arp Sit, 2 Whewell Arp Sit, sq. Sidgwick Arp Sit. This is also the opinion of Thomas Aquinas Arp Sit, 2 Roman 235. Sidgwick Arp Sit, sq. Thomas Aquinas says Arp Sit, 2 Roman 235 that a person who does not do what he has promised is excused if the conditions of persons and things are changed. Diamond Arp Sit, 2 sq. Whewell Arp Sit pp. 155-159 sqq. Sidgwick Arp Sit, sq. Adam Smith Theory of Moral Sentiments sqq. Hutcheson System of Moral Philosophy Roman 2. Adam Smith Arp Sit. In point of veracity and good faith, the old distinction between duties which we owe to our fellow countrymen and such as we owe to foreigners is still preserved in various cases. It is particularly conspicuous in the relations between different states, in peace or war. Stratagems and the employment of deceptive means necessary to procure intelligence respecting the enemy or the country are held allowable in warfare, independently of the question whether the war is defensive or aggressive. Deceit has, in fact, often constituted a great share of the glory of the most celebrated commanders, and particularly in the 18th century, it was a common opinion that successes gained through a spy are more creditable to the skill of a general than successes in regular battles. Lord Wolseley writes, "As a nation we are bred up to feel it a disgrace even to succeed by falsehood. The word spy conveys something as repulsive as slave. We will keep hammering along with the conviction that honesty is the best policy, and that truth always wins in the long run." These pretty little sentences do well for a child's copybook, but the man who acts upon them in war had better sheathe his sword for ever 300 at the same time. There are some exceptions to the general rule that deceit is permitted against an enemy. Under the customs of war, it has been agreed that particular acts and signs shall have a specific meaning in order that belligerents may carry on certain necessary intercourse, and it is forbidden to employ such acts or signs in deceiving an enemy. Thus information must not be surreptitiously obtained under the shelter of a flag of truce. Buildings not used as hospitals must not be marked with an hospital flag, and persons not covered by the provisions of the Geneva Convention must not be protected by its cross. A curious arbitrary rule affects one class of stratagems by forbidding certain permitted means of deception from the moment at which they cease to deceive. It is perfectly legitimate to use the distinctive emblems of an enemy in order to escape from him or to draw his forces into action, but it is held that soldiers clothed in the uniforms of their enemy must put on a conspicuous mark by which they can be recognized before attacking, and that a vessel using the enemy's flag must hoist its own flag before firing with shot or shell. Disobedience to this rule is considered to entail grave dishonor, for in actual battle enemies are bound to combat loyally, and are not free to ensure victory by putting on a mask of friendship 303, but as Mr. Hall observes, it is not easy to see why it is more disloyal to wear a disguise when it is obviously useless than when it serves its purpose. Finally, it is universally agreed that promises given to the enemy ought to be kept. 305, this was admitted even by Machiavelli and Bynkoshuk. 307, who did not in general burden belligerents with particularly heavy duties. But the restrictions which International Law 108 lays on deceit against enemies do not seem to be taken very seriously. Treaties between nations and promises given by one state to another, either in war or peace, are hardly meant to be kept longer than it is convenient to keep them. And when an excuse for the breach of faith is felt necessary, that excuse itself is generally a lie. Conference de Bruxelles, Art. 14. Instructions for the Government of Armies of the United States in the Field, Art. 16 101. Conference Internationale de la Paix, La Haye 1899, Règlement concernant les lois de la guerre sur terre, Art. 24 pt. Roman 1. Roman Catholicism admits the employment of stratagems in wars which are just Gratian, Op. Cit. Roman 2:2. 2. Iala de jure et officiis bellicis et disciplina militari, Roman 1:1 Esq. Ferraris, quoted by Add's Catholic Dictionary, nies le droit de la guerre et les précurseurs de Grotius Esq. On the authority of St. Augustine, the great advocate of general truthfulness. Questions in Jessam Nave 10 ad Jos. 8. Mean Op. Cit. 34. Cum autem justum bellum se separit, utrum aperta pugna utrum insidiis vincet nihil ad justitiam interest. Halleck, International Law, Roman 1 Main, International Law SQQ. Walselli, Soldier's Pocketbook for Field Service. Conference de Bruxelles, Art. 13 SQ. Instructions for the Government of Armies of the United States in the Field, Art. 101, 114, 117. Manual of the Laws of War on Land, prepared by the Institute of International Law, Art. 8d Hall, Treatise on International Law SQ. Hall Op. Cit. SQ. Bluntschli Droit International 565 SQ. Bluntschli Op. Cit. 565. Hall Op. Cit. Hefter des Europäische Volksrecht der Gegenwart 125. Machiavelli Discorsi 3, Opera 3. Beinkerschuk Questions Juris Publici 1. The maxim of canon law, fid servanda hosti Gratian decretum Roman 2:1, however, was greatly impaired by the principle juramentum contra utilitatem ecclesiasticam priestitem non tenet Gregory 9. Decretals 2:27. Si nies le droit de la guerre et les précurseurs de Grotius Esq. Chapter 31. The regard for truth and good faith concluded. The condemnation of untruthfulness and bad faith springs from a variety of sources. In the first place, he who tells a lie or who breaks a promise generally commits an injury against another person. His act consequently calls forth sympathetic resentment and becomes an object of moral censure. Men have a natural disposition to believe what they are told. This disposition is particularly obvious in young children. It is acquired wisdom and experience only that teach incredulity, and as Adam Smith observes, they very seldom teach it enough. Even people who are themselves preeminent liars are often deceived by the falsehoods of others. When detected, a deception always implies a conflict between two irreconcilable ideas, and such a conflict gives rise to a feeling of pain 3, which may call forth resentment against its volitional cause, the deceiver. Read Inquiry into the Human Mind 6 SQQ, Adam Smith Theory of Moral Sentiments SQ, Dugald Stewart Philosophy of the Active and Moral Powers of Man 2 SQ. Burton 2 Trips to Guerrilla Land 1 Mpongwe. Lehman Hoofdlevine for Det Menneskelige Flelseliv, C.F. Bain Emotions and the Will. But men are not only ready to believe what they are told, they also like to know the truth. Curiosity, or the love of truth, is coeval with the first operations of the intellect. It seems to be an ultimate fact in the human 110 frame. In our endeavor to learn the truth, we are frustrated by him who deceives us, and he becomes an object of our resentment. Dugald Stewart Op. Cit. 2 340. Nor are we injured by a deception merely because we like to know the truth, but chiefly because it is of much importance for us that we should know it. Our conduct is based upon our ideas, hence the erroneous notion as regards some fact in the past, present, or future, which is produced by a lie or false promise, may lead to unforeseen events detrimental to our interests. Moreover, on discovering that we have been deceived, we have the humiliating feeling that another person has impertinently made our conduct subject to his will. This is a wound on our pride, a blot on our honor. Francis 1. of France laid down as a principle that the lie was never to be put up with without satisfaction, but by a base-born fellow 5 the lie, says St. Palais, has always been considered the most fatal and irreparable affront that a man of honour could receive. 6. Millingen, History of Duelling, Roman 1. St. Palais, Memoirs sur l'ancienne chevalerie, Roman 1. How largely the condemnation of falsehood and bad faith is due to the harm suffered by the victim appears from the fact that a lie or breach of faith is held more condemnable in proportion to the magnitude of the harm caused by it. But even in apparently trifling cases, the reflective mind strongly insists upon the necessity of truthfulness and fidelity to a given word. Every lie and every unfulfilled promise has a tendency to lessen mutual confidence, to predispose the perpetrator to commit a similar offense in the future, and to serve as a bad example for others. The importance of truth, says Bentham, is so great that the least violation of its laws, even in frivolous matters, is always attended with a certain degree of danger. The slightest deviation from it is an attack upon the respect we owe to it. It is a first transgression which facilitates a second, and familiarizes the odious ideal 111 of falsehood 7 contrariwise. As Aristotle observes, he who is truthful in unimportant matters will be all the more so in important ones. Similar considerations, however, require a certain amount of reflection and farsightedness. Hence, intellectual development tends to increase the emphasis laid on the duties of sincerity and good faith. At the earlier stages of civilization, it is frequently considered good form to tell an untruth to a person in order to please him, and ill-mannered to contradict him, however much he be mistaken. 9. For the reason that farther consequences are left out of account. The utilitarian basis of the duty of truthfulness also accounts for those extreme cases in which a deception is held permissible or even a duty, when promoting the true interests of the person subject to it. Bentham, Theory of Legislation. Aristotle, Ethica Nicomacheia, Roman 4:8. Besides statements referred to above, see Dobrajoffer, Account of the Abipones. 2. Hennepin, New Discovery of a Vast Country in America between New France and New Mexico. 2. Dole, Alaska, Aleuts, Oldfield in Trans. Ethan, Soch. NS3 West Australian Natives. The natives of Africa, says Livingstone, Expedition to the Zambesi, have an amiable of desire to please, and often tell what they imagine will be gratifying rather than the uninteresting naked truth. An English sportsman, after firing at an antelope, inquired of his dark attendant, "Is it wounded?" The answer was yes, the ball went right into his heart. These mortal wounds never proving fatal, he asked a friend who understood the language to explain to the man that he preferred the truth in every case. "He is my father," replied the native, "and I thought he would be displeased if I told him that he never hits at all." The wish to please is likewise a fertile source of untruth in children, especially girls. Sully, Studies of Childhood. The detestation of falsehood is in a very large measure due to the motive which commonly is at the bottom of a lie. It is doubtful whether a lie ever is told simply from love of falsehood. The intention to produce a wrong belief has a deeper motive than the mere desire to produce such a belief, and in most cases this motive is the deceiver's hope of benefiting himself at the expense of the person deceived. A better motive makes the act less detestable, or may even serve as a justification. But the broad doctrine that the end sanctifies the means is generally rejected, and the principle which sometimes allows 112 deceit from a benevolent motive has been restricted within very narrow limits by a higher conception of individual freedom and individual rights. Thus, the emancipation of morality from theology has brought discredit on the old theory that religious deception is permissible when it serves the object of saving human souls from eternal perdition. The opinion that no motive whatsoever can justify an act of falsehood has been advocated not only by intuitional moralists, but on utilitarian grounds. But it certainly seems absurd to the common sense of mankind that we should be allowed to save our own life or the life of a fellowman by killing the person who wants to take it, but not by deceiving him. Dugald Stewart, Op. Cit., Roman 2. Macmillan, Promotion of General Happiness, Sq. It is easy to see why falsehood is so frequently held permissible, praiseworthy, or even obligatory, when directed against a stranger. In early society, an injury inflicted on a stranger calls forth no sympathetic resentment. On the contrary, being looked upon with suspicion or hated as an enemy, he is considered a proper object of deception. Among the Bushmans no one dare give any information in the absence of the chief or father of the clan. 12 A Bedouin, says Burckhardt, who does not know the person interrogating him, will seldom answer with truth to questions concerning his family or tribe. The children are taught never to answer similar questions, lest the interrogator may be a secret enemy and come for purposes of revenge. 13 Among the Beni Amer, a stranger can never trust a man's word, on account of their contempt for everything foreign. 14 That even civilized nations allow stratagem in warfare is the natural consequence of war itself being allowed. And if good faith is to be preserved between enemies, that is because only thereby useless cruelty can be avoided and an end be put to hostilities. Chapman travels in the interior of South Africa, Roman 1. Burckhardt notes on the Bedouins and Wahhabis. Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien. However, deceit is not condemned merely because it is 113 an injury to the party deceived, and as such apt to arouse sympathetic resentment, but it is an object of disinterested moral resentment also because it is intrinsically antipathetic. Lying is a cheap and cowardly method of gaining an undue advantage, and is consequently despised where courage is respected. It is the weapon of the weak, the woman 16 and the slave. Fraud, says Cicero, is the property of a fox, force that of a lion. Both are utterly repugnant to society, but fraud is the more detestable. 18 To lie is servile, says Plutarch, and most hateful in all men, hardly to be pardoned even in poor slaves. 19 On account of its cowardliness, lying was incompatible with Teutonic and knightly notions of manly honor, and among ourselves the epithets liar and coward are equally disgraceful to a man. All in the rank and station of gentlemen, Sir Walter Scott observes, are forcibly called upon to remember that they must resent the imputation of a voluntary falsehood as the most gross injury. 20 Fichte asks, whence comes that internal shame for one's self which manifests itself even stronger in the case of a lie than in the case of any other violation of conscience? And his answer is that the lie is accompanied by cowardice, and that nothing so much dishonors us in our own eyes as want of courage. According to Kant, a lie is the abandonment, and, as it were, the annihilation of the dignity of a man. 22. Cf. Schopenhauer Die Grundlage der Moral, 17 Samtlich Work 6, Grote, Treatise on the Moral Ideals. Women are commonly said to be particularly addicted to falsehood. Schopenhauer, Peruga und Paralipomena 2. SQ. Galton, Inquiries into Human Faculty. SQ. Cross sit unbroch der Sudslaven. pp. 508-514, Mora Bekehrung des Norwegischen Stammes. 2 Ancient Scandinavians, Dahlinger the Gentile and the Jew. 2. Ancient Greeks, Lane, Arabian Society in the Middle Ages, Laban, La Civilisation des Arabes, Laskill, History of the Mission of the United Brethren. 1. Iroquois, Hearn, Journey to the Northern Ocean. SQ. Northern Indians, Lyon, Private Journal, Eskimo of Igloolik, Daliger, Grönlandsk Relationer, Krantz, History of Greenland. 1. See Infra. SQ. Cicero de Officiis, Roman 1. Plutarch de Education Purorum. 14. Scott, Essay on Chivalry, in Miscellaneous Prose Works. Roman 6. Fichte, Das System der Sittenlehre, English translation. SQ. Kant, Metaphysisch Anfangungsgrund der Tugendlehre. But a lie may also be judged of from a very different point of view. It may be not only a sign of cowardice, but a sign of cleverness. Hence a successful lie may excite admiration, a disinterested kindly feeling towards the liar, genuine moral approval, whereas to be detected in a lie is considered shameful. And not only is the clever liar an object of admiration, but the person whom he deceives is an object of ridicule. To the mind of a West African native, Miss Kingsley observes, there is no intrinsic harm in lying, because a man is a fool who believes another man on an important matter, unless he puts on the oath. 23 A Syrian proverb says, lying is the salt goodness of men, and shameful only to one who believes. 24. Kingsley, West African Studies, cf. Somerville Ethnogar, Notes in New Georgia Jour, Anther, Inst, Roman 26. Burton and Drake, Unexplored Syria, Roman 1. See also Burckhardt, Arabic Proverbs. SQ. The duties of sincerity and good faith are also to some extent, and in certain cases principally, founded on prudential considerations. Although, as the Marchand tells us, It happens every day in the world that the fraudulent is successful. 25. There is a widespread notion that, after all, honesty is the best policy. Nothing that is false can be lasting, says Cicero. The liar is short-lived that is soon detected, say the Arabs. According to a Wolof proverb, lies, however numerous, will be caught by truth when it rises up. 28. The Basudos have a saying that cunning devours its master. 29. It has been remarked that if there were no such thing as honesty, it would be a good speculation to invent it, as a means of making one's fortune. 30. Grimm kinder und Hausmarchen, Katze und Maus in Gesellschaft, die drei Spinnerinnen, das Tapfer Schneiderlein. 100. Cicero de Officiis Roman 2. Burckhardt Arabic Proverbs. Burton Wit and Wisdom from West Africa. Casales Basudos. Quoted by Bentham, Theory of Legislation. Moreover, lying is attended not only with social disadvantages, but with supernatural danger. The West African Fjord have a tale about a fisherman who every day used to catch and smuggle into his house great quantities of fish, 115, but denied to his brother and relatives that he had caught anything. All this time the fetish Sunga was watching, and was grieved to hear him lie thus. The fetish punished him by depriving him of the power of speech, that he might lie no more, and so for the future he could only make his wants known by signs. In another instance, the Fjord tell us, the earth spirit turned into a pillar of clay a woman who said that she had no peas for sale, when she had her basket full of them. The Nandi of the Uganda Protectorate believe that God punishes lying by striking the untruthful person with lightning. 33. The Dyaks of Borneo think that the lightning god is made angry even by the most nonsensical untruth, such as the statement that a man has a cat for his mother, or that vermin can dance. In Anateum of the New Hebrides, the belief prevailed that liars would be punished in the life to come. 35. According to the Banks Islanders, they were excluded from the true Pan or paradise after death. We have already noticed the emphasis which some of the higher religions lay on veracity and good faith, and other statements may be added testifying the interest which gods of a more civilized type take in the fulfillment of these duties. In ancient Egypt, Amun-Ra, the chief of all the gods, was invoked as Lord of Truth. 37. And Ma, or Maat, represented as his daughter, was the goddess of truth and righteousness. In a Babylonian hymn, the moon god is appealed to as the guardian of truth. The Vedic gods are described as true and not deceitful, as friends of honesty and righteousness. 40. And Agni was the lord of vows. The 116. Zoroastrian Mithra was a protector of truth, fidelity and covenants. 42. And Rashnu Resistor, the truest true, was the genius of truth. According to the Iliad, Zeus is no abettor of falsehoods. 44. According to Plato, a lie is hateful not only to men but to gods. Among the Romans, Jupiter and Dies Phidias were gods of treaties. 46. And Phids was worshipped as the deity of faithfulness. How shall we explain this connection between religious beliefs and the duties of veracity and fidelity to promises? Dennett, Folklore of the Fjord Eskew. Ibid. Johnston, Uganda Protectorate Roman 2. Selenka, Sarnige Welton. Turner, Samoa. Codrington, Melanesians. Wiedemann, Religion of the Ancient Egyptians. Cf. Brugsch, Die Egyptologie pp. 49, 91, 92, 97. Emiliano Essai sur l'Evolution des Idées Morales dans l'Égypte Ancien pp. 182, 188, 251. Wiedemann Mar dies de la Verite in Annals du Musée Gimmet 10. SQQ, Emiliano Op Sit, Infra. Murtur de Litsch, Jeskicht Babylonians under Syrians. Bergani, La Religion Vedique, Roman 3. MacDonald, Vedic Mythology. Satapatha Brahmana, Roman 3. 224. Dharmastita Ormuzd et Ahriman, Jigar, Civilization of the Eastern Iranians pp. 57 164. Spiegel, Iranisch Alter Thumbskund, Roman 3. Dharmastita in Sacred Books of the East, Roman 23. Iliad, Roman 4. Plato, Respublica, Roman 2. Fowler, Roman Festivals of the Period of the Republic, pp. 141, 229 SQ. Cicero de Officiis, Roman 3 Idem de Natura Deorum 2, Roman 3 Idem de Legibus 2, 11. Dionysius of Halicarnassus antiquitates Roman 2. Apart from the circumstances which in some cases make gods vindicators of the moral law in general, as conceived of by their worshippers, there are quite special reasons for their disapproval of insincerity and bad faith. Here again, we notice the influence of magic beliefs on the religious sanction of morality. There is something uncanny in the untrue word itself. As Professor Stanley Hall points out, children not infrequently regard every deviation from the most painfully literal truth as alike heinous, with no perspective or degrees of difference between the most barefaced intended and unintended lies. In some children this fear of telling an untruth becomes so neurotic that to every statement, even to yes or no, a perhaps or I think is added mentally, whispered, or aloud. One boy had a long period of fear that, like Ananias and Sapphira, he might some moment drop down dead for a chance, and perhaps unconscious lie. On the other hand, an acted lie is felt to be much less harmful than a spoken one. To point the wrong way when asked where someone is gone is less objectionable than to speak wrongly. To nod is less sinful than to say yes. Indeed, acted lies are for the most 117 part easily gotten away with, whereas some mysterious baneful energy seems to be attributed to the spoken untruth. That its evil influence is looked upon as quite mechanical appears from the palliatives used for it. Many American children are of opinion that a lie may be reversed by putting the left hand on the right shoulder, and that even an oath may be neutralized or taken in an opposite sense by raising the left instead of the right hand. Among children in New York, it was sufficient to cross the fingers, elbows, or legs, though the act might not be noticed by the companion accosted, and under such circumstances no blame attached to a falsehood. 50 To think I do not mean it, or to attach to a statement a meaning quite different from the current one, is a form of reservation which is repeatedly found in children. Nor are feelings and ideas of this kind restricted to the young. They are fairly common among grown-up people, and have even found expression in ethical doctrines. They lie at the root of the Jesuit theory of mental reservations. According to Thomas Aquinas, again, though it is wrong to tell a lie for the purpose of delivering another from any danger whatever, it is lawful to hide the truth prudently under some dissimulation, as Augustine says. 52 It is not uncommonly argued that in defense of a secret we may not lie, that is, produce directly beliefs contrary to facts, but that we may turn a question aside, that is, produce indirectly, by natural inference from our answer, a negatively false belief, or that we may throw the inquirer on a wrong scent, that is, produce similarly a positively false belief. This extreme formalism may no doubt to some extent be traced to the influence of early training. From the day we learn to speak, the duty of telling the truth has been strenuously enjoined upon us, and the word lie has been associated with sin of the 118 blackest hue, whereas other forms of falsehood, being less frequent, less obvious, and less easy to define, have also been less emphasized. But after full allowance is made for this influence, the fact still remains that a mystic efficacy is very commonly ascribed to the spoken word. Even among ourselves, many persons would not dare to praise their health or fortune for fear lest some evil should result from their speech, and among less civilized peoples, much greater significance is given to a word than among us. Herodotus, after mentioning the extreme importance which the ancient Persians attached to the duty of speaking the truth, adds that they held it unlawful even to talk of anything which it is unlawful to do. 54 I think. Then, we may assume that, if for some reason or other, falsehood is stigmatized, the mysterious tendency inherent in the word easily develops into an avenging power which, as often happens in similar cases, is associated with the activity of a god. Stanley Hall, Children's Lies in American Journal of Psychology 3, SQ. Bergen and Newell, Current Superstitions in Journal of American Folklore, Roman 2. Stanley Hall, Lark, Sit. Thomas Aquinas, Summa Theologica 2, Roman 234. C. Sidgwick, Methods of Ethics. Herodotus, Roman 1. The punishing power of a word is particularly conspicuous in the case of an oath, but the evil attending perjury does not come from the lie as such. It is in the first place a result of the curse which constitutes the oath. An oath is essentially a conditional self-imprecation, a curse by which a person calls down upon himself some evil in the event of what he says not being true. The efficacy of the oath is originally entirely magical. It is due to the magic power inherent in the cursing words. In order to charge them with supernatural energy, various methods are adopted. Sometimes the person who takes the oath puts himself in contact with some object which represents the state referred to in the oath, so that the oath may absorb, as it were, its quality and communicate it to the perjurer. Thus the cans swear upon the lizard's skin, whose scaliness they pray may be their lot if forsworn, or upon the earth of an anthill, like which they desire that, if false, they may be reduced to powder. 55. The Tunguses regard it as the most dreadful 119 of all their oaths when an accused person is compelled to drink some of the blood of a dog which, after its throat has been cut, is impaled near a fire and burnt, or has its flesh scattered about piecemeal, and to swear, I speak the truth, and that is as true as it is that I drink. This blood, if I lie, let me perish, burn, or be dried up like this dog. 56. In other cases the person who is to swear takes hold of a certain object, and calls it to inflict on him some injury if he perjure himself. The cans frequently take oath upon the skin of a tiger, from which animal destruction to the perjured is invoked. 57. The Angami Nagas, when they swear to keep the peace or to perform any promise, place the barrel of a gun or a spear between their teeth, signifying by this ceremony that, if they do not act up to their agreement, they are prepared to fall by either of the two weapons. 58. The Chuvashes again put a piece of bread and a little salt in the mouth and swear, May I be in want of these if I say not true, or if I do not keep my word. 59. Another method of charging an oath with supernatural energy is to touch, or to establish some kind of contact with, a holy object on the occasion when the oath is taken. The Iowa have a mysterious iron or stone, wrapped in 7 skins, by which they make men swear to speak the truth. The people of Kesem in the highlands of Palembang swear by an old sacred knife. 61. The Bataks of South Toba on their village idols. 62. The Ostiaks on the nose of a bear, which is regarded by them as an animal endowed with supernatural power. Among the Tunguses, a criminal may be compelled to climb 120 of their sacred mountains, repeating as he mounts, May I die if I am guilty, or May I lose my children and my cattle, or I renounce forever all success in hunting and fishing if I am guilty. 64. In Tibetan law courts, when the great oath is taken, it is done by the person placing a holy scripture on his head, and sitting on the reeking hide of an ox and eating part of the ox's heart. 65. Hindus swear on a copy of the Sanskrit Haribans, or with Ganges water in their hands, or touch the legs of a Brahmana in taking an oath. Muhammadans swear on the Quran, as Christians do on the Bible. In Morocco, an oath derives efficacy from contact with, or the presence of, any lifeless object, animal or person endowed with baraka, or holiness, such as a saint house or a mosque, corn or wool, a flock of sheep or a horse or a sherif. In medieval Christendom, sacred relics were generally adopted as the most effective means of adding security to oaths, and so little respect was felt for the simple oath that, ere long, the adjuncts came to be looked upon as the essential feature, and the imprecation itself to be divested of binding force without them. 67. Macpherson, Memorials of Service in India. Georgi, Russia, Roman 3. Macpherson op. Cit. cf. Hose, Natives of Borneo in Jor, Anther, Inst. 23 Kyans. Butler, Travels in Assam, Macman Far Cathay, Prain Angami Nagas in Revue Coloniale Internationale, Roman 5 cf. Lewin, Wild Races of Southeastern India, pp. 193 Tauntha 244 SQ, Pankos and Bunjogis, St. John Hill Tribes of North Arakan in Jor, Anther, Inst. Roman 2. Georgi op. Cit. Roman 1. Hamilton quoted by Dorsey, Suan cults in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 11. Glimpses of the Eastern Archipelago. Von Brenner, Besuch Bay den Kannibalen Sumatras. Castren Nordiska Resor Arkfuskninga 1309, 4, SQ, cf. Alkvist unter Wagulen und Ostjaken in Acta Societatis Scientiarum Fennic, Roman 14. Georgi op. Cit. Roman 3. Wadel, Buddhism of Tibet N7. Grierson, Bihar Peasant Life. Sleeman, Rambles and Recollections of an Indian Official, Roman 2. Lee, Superstition and Force. See also Kaufmann, Deutschgeschichte 2, Ellinger, Das Verhältnis der öffentlichen Meinung zu Wahrheit und Lüge im 10, 11, und 12, Jahrhundert pp. 30 111. Finally, as an ordinary curse, so an oath is made efficacious by bringing in the name of a supernatural being, to whom an appeal is made. When the Comanches of Texas make a sacred pledge or promise, they call upon the Great Spirit as their father, and the earth as their mother, to testify to the truth of their asseverations. 68 of the Chukchi, we are told that as often as they would certify the truth of anything by oath or solemn protestations, they take the sun for their guarantee and security. 69 among the Tunguses, an accused person takes a knife in his hand, brandishes it towards the sun, and says, "If I 121 am guilty, may the sun send diseases into my bowels as mortal as a stab with this knife would be." 70 an Arab from the province of Dakala in Morocco presses a dagger against his chest, saying, "By this poison, may God thrust it into my heart if I did so or so." If a Mas is accused of having done something wrong, he drinks some blood, which is given him by the spokesman, and says, "If I have done this deed, may God kill me." And it is believed that if he has committed the crime he dies, whereas no harm befalls him if he is innocent. Among the Tisha-speaking peoples of the Gold Coast, to make an oath binding on the person who takes it, it is usual to give him something to eat or to drink which in some way appertains to a deity, who is then invoked to visit a breach of faith with punishment. 72 among the Shekani and Bakal people of southern Guinea, when a covenant between different tribes is about to be formed, their great spirit, Mweti, is always invoked as a witness, and is commissioned with the duty of visiting vengeance upon the party who shall violate the engagement. 73 it seems to be a common practice in certain parts of Africa to swear by some fetish. The Fats of the New Hebrides invoked punishment from the gods in their oaths. In Florida, of the Solomon group, a man will deny an accusation by some tindalo, that is, the disembodied spirit of some man who already in his lifetime was supposed to be endowed with supernatural power, or by the ghostly frigate bird, or by the ghostly shark. When an ancient Egyptian wished to give assurance of his honesty and good faith, he called Thoth to witness, the advocate in the heavenly court of justice, without whose justification no soul could stand in the day of judgment. The Iranians swore by Mithra, 78 the Greeks by Zeus, 79, the 122 Romans by Jupiter and Dies Phidias. A god is more able than ordinary mortals to master the processes of nature, and he may also better know whether the sworn word be true or false. It is undoubtedly on account of their superior knowledge that sun or moon or light gods are so frequently appealed to in oaths. The Egyptian god Ra is a solar 82, and Thoth a lunar deity. The Zoroastrian Mithra, who has 1,000 senses, and sees every man that tells a lie, 84 is closely connected with the sun, 85 and Rashnu Resistor, according to 1,000. Dharmastita is an offshoot either of Mithra or Ahura Mazda himself. Dies Phidias seems originally to have been a spirit of the heaven, and a wielder of the lightning, closely allied to the great Jupiter. Zeus is all-seeing, the infallible spy of both gods and men. Now, even though the oath has the form of an appeal to a god, it may nevertheless be of a chiefly magic character, being an imprecation rather than a prayer. The oaths which the Moors swear by Allah are otherwise exactly similar in nature to those in which he is not mentioned at all. But the more the belief in magic was shaken, the more the spoken word was divested of that mysterious power which had been attributed to it by minds too apt to confound words with facts, the more prominent became the religious element in the oath. The fulfillment of the self-imprecation was made dependent upon the free will of the deity appealed to, and was regarded as the punishment for an offense committed by the perjurer against the god himself. Neighbors in Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes of the United States, Roman 1. Georgi up sit, Roman 3. Georgi up sit 3 SQ. Harleys Marseille. Ellis Tisha-speaking peoples of the Gold Coast. Wilson, Western Africa. Schultze der Fetiskismus. Turner, Samoa. Codrington up sit. Tile History of the Egyptian Religion, Emiliano up sit. Yasts 10, Iliad 3 SQQ, Farnell Cults of the Greek States, Roman 1. Von Lassaulx Der Eid den Roman. C.F. James Expedition from Pittsburgh to the Rocky Mountains 1, Omaha's, Tyler Primitive Culture 2, Astyaks. Maspero Dawn of Civilization SQ, Wiedemann Religion of the Ancient Egyptians, Ehrman Handbook of Egyptian Religion. Maspero up sit, Ehrman up sit. Yasts Roman 10. Darmestitor in Sacred Books of the East 23. N4 Mayer Jeskich des Altertums 1. SQ Jiger up Sit 1 p56. Darmestitor in Sacred Books of the East Roman 23. Fowler Roman Festivals. Cf. Iliad 3 Arvid Metamorphoses 4 Darmestitor Essays Orientox. Usener Gotternamen SQQ. Grotius says de jure belli et passis, Roman 2:12 that even he who swears by false gods is bound, because, though under false notions, he refers to the general idea of Godhead, and therefore the true God will interpret it as a wrong to himself if perjury be committed. Owing to its invocation of supernatural sanction, perjury is considered the most heinous of all acts of falsehood, but it has a tendency to make even the ordinary lie or breach of faith a matter of religious concern. If a god is frequently appealed to in oaths, a general hatred of lying and unfaithfulness may become one of his attributes, as is suggested by various facts quoted above. There is every reason to believe that a god is not, in the first place, appealed to because he is looked upon as a guardian of veracity and good faith, but that he has come to be looked upon as a guardian of these duties, because he has been frequently appealed to in connection with them. Among various peoples, perjury is punished even by custom or law. Thus, among the Gaika tribe of the Kafirs, a person may be fined for taking a false oath in a law case Brownlee, in Maclean, Compendium of Kafir Laws and Customs. In Abyssinia, a man convicted of perjury would not only lose his reputation, and be forever incapacitated from being witness even on the most trivial question, but he would likewise in all probability be bound and severely fined, and might indeed think himself fortunate if he got off with all his limbs in their proper places, or without his hide being scored Parkins. Life in Abyssinia 2. SQ. The Laws of the Malays punish perjury Crawford, History of the Indian Archipelago 3, in India according to the Laws of Manu 8. SQ. He who broke an agreement after swearing to it was to be banished, imprisoned and fined. Medieval law books punished perjurers with the loss of the right hand, by which the oath was sworn. Wilder, Does Strafrecht der Germanen SQ. Pollock and Maitland, History of English Law before the time of Edward 1-2. In a Danish law of 1537, it is said that the perjurer shall lose the 2 offending fingers so as to appease the wrath of God stemmen, den dansk Rikshistorie until Christian 5. Love. In other cases again, no civil punishment is affixed to a false oath. For instance, among the Rejangs Marston, History of Sumatra and Bataks of Sumatra, Glimpses of the Eastern Archipelago, the Arsites Kovaluski, Kautum Contemporain, Persians Parlak Persian 2, and as it seems the ancient Hebrews Kale, Manual of Biblical Archaeology 2, Greenstone, Perjury in Jewish Encyclopedia 9. Greeks Rode, Psyche, Note and Teutons in early times. Wilder up, Sit, Brunner Deutschrechtsgeschichte 2. Cicero says de legibus 2. That the divine punishment of perjury is destruction, the human punishment infamy. But though perjury per se was not punished in Rome, the law appears from very early times to have contained provisions for punishing false testimony. Hunter, Roman law. See also Mommsen. Ramish's Strafrecht. However, the fact that perjury is not treated as a crime by no means implies that it is not regarded as a sin. The punishment of it is left to the offended deity. Marston, op. Sit. Glimpses of the Eastern Archipelago, Crawford, op. Sit. 3 Javanese. It seems that sometimes the habit of oath-taking has, in another respect also, made it prudential for men to speak the simple truth in all circumstances. Sir W. H. Sleeman 124 observes that among the woods and hills of India, the cotton and other trees are supposed by the natives to be occupied by deities who are vested with a local superintendence over the affairs of a district, or perhaps of a single village. These, he says, are always in the view of the people, and every man knows that he is every moment liable to be taken to their court, and to be made to invoke their vengeance upon himself or those dear to him, if he has told a falsehood in what he has stated, or tells one in what he is about to state. Men so situated adhere habitually, and I may say religiously, to the truth, and I have had before me hundreds of cases in which a man's property, liberty, or life has depended upon his telling a lie, and he has refused to tell it to save either. 91. On the other hand, there are peoples among whom a person's word can hardly be trusted, unless confirmed by an oath. And one of the arguments adduced by the Quakers against the taking of oaths is that, If on any particular occasion a man swear in addition to his yea or nay, in order to make it more obligatory or convincing, its force becomes comparatively weak at other times, when it receives no such confirmation. Sleeman Up Sit 2 SQ. See besides Supra Kingsley West African Studies, Chandler Through Jungle and Desert SQ, Wamsara. Gurney, Views and Practices of the Society of Friends. Modes of conduct which are recommended by prudence tend, on that account in various ways, to be regarded as morally compulsory or praiseworthy. This subject will be discussed in connection with duties and virtues which are called self-regarding, but in the present place it is necessary to remind ourselves of the share which early education has in making prudence a matter of moral consideration. Few duties owe so much to the training of parents and teachers as does veracity. Children easily resort to falsehood, in self-defense or otherwise, and truthfulness is therefore enjoined on them with particular emphasis. C.F. Priestley in Essay 3, Introductory to Hartley's Theory of the Human Mind, p. 49, SQ. The moral ideas referring to truthfulness are, finally, much influenced by the force of habit. Where lying is frequent it is, other things being equal, less strenuously condemned, if condemned at all, than in communities which are strictly truthful. It is natural to speak the truth. Von Gering's suggestion that man was originally a liar, and that veracity is the result of human progress 95 is not consistent with facts. Language was not invented to disguise the truth, but to express it. As Hutcheson remarked long ago, truth is the natural production of the mind when it gets the capacity of communicating it. Dissimulation and disguise are plainly artificial effects of design and reflection 96. It may be doubted whether there are any other mendacious creatures in the world than men. It is said that lies are told, if not in speech yet in acts, by dogs, 98, but the instances reported of canine deceitfulness are hardly conclusive. As a cautious writer observes, the question is not whether there may be objective deceitfulness in the dog's conduct, but whether the motive is deceit. And the deceitful intent is a piece not of the observed fact, but of the observer's inference 100. Nor is the child, strictly speaking, a born liar. 1000. Compare even goes so far as to say that, if the child has not been subjected to bad influences, or if a discipline of repression and constraint has not driven him to seek a refuge in dissimulation, he is usually frankness and sincerity itself. Montaigne remarked that the falsehood of a child grows with its growth. According to 1000. Perez, useful dissimulations are practiced by children already at the age of 2 years, but generally it is only after they are 3 or 4 years old that fear of being scolded or punished will lead 126 them into falsehood. We are even told that certain savages are too stupid or too ignorant to tell lies. A Hindu gentleman of the plains in the valley of the Nirmada, when asked what made the uncultured people of the woods to the north and south so truthful, replied, "They have not yet learned the value of a lie." 104. But as we know how readily truthful savages become liars when their social conditions change, we may conclude that their veracity was due rather to absence of temptation than to lack of intelligence. In a small community of savages living by themselves, there is no need for lying, nor much opportunity to practice it. There is little scope for those motives which most commonly induce people to practice falsehood: fear and love of gain, combined with a hope of success. Harmony and sympathy generally prevail between the members of the group, and deception is hardly possible since secrets do not exist. Von Gering, Zweck im Recht, Roman 2. Hutcheson, System of Moral Philosophy, Roman 2 cf. Reed Op. Cit. 6 SQQ, Dugald Stewart Op. Cit. Roman 2. Cf. Schopenhauer Essays. Spencer, Principles of Ethics, Roman 1. Romans, Animal Intelligence, pp. 443, 444, 451. Lloyd Morgan, Animal Life and Intelligence. Compare L'Evolution Intellectuelle et Morale de l'Enfant. See also Sully, Studies of Childhood SQ. Montaigne Essays 1, Others. Perez, First 3 Years of Childhood, pp. 87-89. Sleeman Op. Cit. Roman 2. Cf. Saracen for Shunjanov Salon 3, Vedas. The case is different when savages come into frequent contact with foreigners. To deceive a stranger is easy, and no scruple is made of doing so. On the contrary, as we have seen, he is regarded as a proper object of deception, and this opinion is only too often justified by his own behavior. But when commonly practiced in relation to strangers, falsehood easily becomes a habit which affects the general conduct of the man. Hams, the teacher of the Druses, said, "When a man once gets into the way of speaking falsely, it is to be apprehended that, in spite of himself, and by the mere force of habit, he will get to speak falsely towards the brethren. Hence it is advisable to speak the truth at all times and before all men." There is indeed abundant evidence that intercourse with strangers, and especially with people of a different race, has had a destructive influence on savage veracity. Churchill, Mount Lebanon 3, SQ. This has been noticed among many of the uncivilized tribes of India. Formerly, says Mr. Man, a Santhal as a rule, 127 disdained to tell a falsehood, but the influences of civilization, transfused through the contagious ethics of his Bengali neighbors, have somewhat impaired his truthfulness. In the last 4 or 5 years a great change for the worse has become evident, although even now, as a people, they are glorious exceptions to the prevailing idiosyncrasy of the lower class of natives in Bengal. With the latter, speaking the truth has been always an accident; with the Santhal it was a characteristic principle. 107 Indeed, the Santals in Singhbhum, who live much to themselves, are still described by Colonel Dalton as a very simple-minded people, almost incapable of deception. 108 The Tipura, where he is brought into contact with, or under the influence of the Bengali, easily acquires their worst vices and superstitions, losing at the same time the leading characteristic of the primitive man, the love of truth. 109 Other tribes, like the Garos and Bhumij, have likewise been partly contaminated by their intercourse with Bengalis, and acquired from them a propensity to lie, which in former days was altogether foreign to them. The Kakians are at the present time lazy, thievish, and untrustworthy. Whether their character has been deteriorated by knavish injustice on the part of Chinese traders, or high-handed extortion and wrong on the part of Burmese, 111 The Ladakis are, in general, frank, honest, and moral, when not corrupted by communication with the dissolute Kashmiris. 112 Of the Paharias, who according to an earlier authority would sooner die than lie. 113 It is now reported that those who have most to do with them say they cannot rely on their word, and that they not only lie without scruple, but are scarcely annoyed at being detected. 114 The Todas, whilst they call falsehood one of the worst vices and have a temple dedicated to truth, seem nowadays only too often to forget both the temple and its object. 115 And we are told that the dissimulation they practice in their dealings with Europeans has been brought about by the habit of paying them for every insignificant item of information. According to an 128 Indian civil servant, quoted by Mr. Spencer, various other hill tribes, originally distinguished by their veracity, have afterwards been rendered less veracious by contact with the whites. Man Sonthalia cf. Ibid. Dalton, Ethnology of Bengal up, Sit. Lewin, Wild Races of Southeastern India. Dalton up, Sit, pp. 68-177. Anderson, Mandalay to Momian. Moorcroft and Trebeck, Travels in the Himalayan Provinces of Hindustan, Roman 1. Shaw, quoted by Dalton up, Sit. Cumming in the Himalayas, SQ. Harkness, a singular aboriginal race inhabiting the Nilgiri Hills. Metz, tribes inhabiting the Nilgiri Hills. Spencer, Principles of Sociology, Roman 2. See also Hodgson, Miscellaneous Essays, Roman 1. Bodo and Dimmels, Dalton up, Sit. Munders. Of the Andaman Islanders, Mr. Mann observes, it has been remarked with regret by all interested in the race, that intercourse with the alien population has, generally speaking, prejudicially affected their morals, and that the candour, veracity, and self-reliance they manifest in their savage and untutored state are, when they become associated with foreigners, to a great extent lost, and habits of untruthfulness, dependence, and sloth engendered. 118 Riedel makes a similar remark with reference to the natives of Ambon and Ulysses. Mr. Somerville believes that the natives of New Georgia, in the Solomon Islands, learned their practice of cheating from European traders. Man injure, anther, inst, Roman 12. Riedel, de sluk en crocharide rassen tussen celebs en Papua. Somerville injure, anther, inst, Roman 26. Among the Arstiacs, increasing civilization has proved injurious to their ancient honesty, and those who live in the neighborhood of towns or large villages have become even more deceitful than the colonists. A similar change has taken place with other tribes belonging to the Russian Empire, for instance the Tunguses and Kamchadales. Castron op sit, Roman 2. Dole Alaska. Stella Beschreibung von dem Land Kamchatka. Sarichu, Voyage of Discovery to the northeast of Siberia, in collection of modern and contemporary voyages, Roman 5. We hear the same story from America. Among the Omahas formerly only 2 or 3 were notorious liars, but now there are about 20 who do not lie. 125. The old men of the Ojibways all agree in saying that before the white man came and resided among them, there was less lying than there is now. The Indians of Mexico, Lumholtz writes, do not tell the truth unless it suits them. 127, but with reference to some of them, the Tarahumers, he adds that, where they have had little or nothing to do with the whites, they are trustworthy, and profit is no inducement to them, as they believe. 129 that their gods would be angry with them for charging an undue price. Domnech, 7 years residence in the great deserts of North America, Roman 2 cf. Hearn, Journey to the Northern Ocean, pp. 307, 308, 310. Chipuians, Morgan, League of the Iroquois SQ. Dorsey, Omaha Sociology and Ann, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 3. Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes of the United States, Roman 2. Lumholtz, Unknown Mexico, Roman 2. Lumholtz, Unknown Mexico, 1 418. The deceitfulness of many African peoples is undoubtedly in some degree a result of their intercourse with foreigners. In Sierra Leone, says Winterbottom, the natives on the sea coast, who are chiefly engaged in commerce, are in general shrewd and artful, sometimes malevolent and perfidious. Their long connection with European slave traders has tutored them in the arts of deceit. 129. The Yorubas, according to Burton, are eminently dishonest only in and around the cities. 130. Among the Calendar, those who live near the great caravan roads, and have had much to do with foreign traders are suspicious and false. And the Hottentots, of whose truthfulness earlier writers spoke very highly, are nowadays said to be addicted to lying. Winterbottom, Native Africans in the neighborhood of Sierra Leone, Roman 1. Burton Abdiokutar, Roman 1. Pag I am Reich des Muatajamu. Fritsch die Eingeborenen Südafrikas SQ. It has also been noticed that mendacity is favored among children by much intercourse with strangers, when first impressions are consciously made, as also by frequent change of environment, or of school or residence, as such changes give rise to a feeling that new leaves can be easily turned. Stanley Hall, in American Journal of Psychology, Roman 3. When a social unit is composed of loosely connected subgroups, the intercourse between members of different subgroups resembles in many respects that between foreigners. Social incoherence is thus apt to lead to deceitful habits, as was the case in the Middle Ages. The same phenomenon is to be observed in the East, perhaps also among the desert Arabs and the Fuegians, who live in small parties which only occasionally meet and soon again separate. Another factor which has favored deception is social differentiation. The different classes of society have often little sympathy for each other, their interests are not infrequently conflicting, deceit is a means of procuring advantages, and for the inferior classes especially, a means of self-protection. As Euripides observes, slaves are in 130 the habit of concealing the truth. In Eastern Africa, says Livingstone, falsehood is a vice prevailing among the free, but still more among the slaves. One can scarcely induce a slave to translate anything truly. He is so intent on thinking of what will please. 135. Euripides Phness 392, cf. Burton Arabian Nights 1n1. Livingstone Expedition to the Zambesi. See also Pollock Manners and Customs of the New Zealanders, Roman 2. Hardly anything has been a greater inducement to falsehood than oppression. Whilst the old Makalalo were truthful, this is not the case with their sons, who, having been brought up among the subjected tribes, have acquired some of the vices peculiar to a menial and degraded race. 136. The Wanioro, who are described as splendid liars, exercise deception chiefly to evade the intolerable exactions of their own chiefs, whereas they are fairly truthful in contact with Europeans who attempt to treat them justly. The duplicity and cunning of the Malagasy are the natural result of centuries of superstition, ignorance, and submission to the rule of tyrannical despots, with whom the spy system has always been a necessity. 138. In Morocco, the independent Jebala, or mountaineers of the north, are more to be trusted than the Arabs of the plains, who have long been suffering from the extortions of rapacious officials. The duplicity of Orientals is very largely due to their despotic form of government. In India, Mr. Percival observes, despotism in one form or other that has so long prevailed, and the consequent oppression attendant thereon, must have rendered it difficult to make way without fraud. Deception and arts of cunning, under such circumstances, being the only means at the command of the inferior portions of the community for gaining their ends, and securing the plainest rights, they would resort to them as the only way of avoiding certain ruin. 140. The Chinese habit of lying has 131 been attributed partly to the truckling fear of officers. In China and many other parts of the East, says Sir J. Bowring, there is a fear of truth as truth, lest its discovery should lead to consequences of which the inquirer never dreams, but which are present to the mind of the person under interrogation. 142. Livingstone, Expedition to the Zambesi. Johnston, Uganda Protectorate, Roman II. Little Madagascar. Vambury, Der Islam im Nunzint Jahrhundert. Percival, Land of the Veda. C.F. Malcolm, Memoir of Central India, 2. Hodgson, Miscellaneous Essays, Roman I. Wells Williams, The Middle Kingdom, Roman I. Bowring Siam 1, SQ. The regard for truth displays itself not only in the condemnation of falsehood, but in the idea that, under certain circumstances, it is a person's duty to inform others of the truth, although there is no deception in withholding it. This duty is limited by utilitarian considerations, and it is less insisted on than the duty of refraining from falsehood. Positive commandments, as we have seen, are generally less stringent than the corresponding negative commandments, but to disclose the truth for the benefit of others, when it is attended with injurious consequences for the person who discloses it, can hardly fail to evoke moral approval, and may be deemed a merit of the highest order. Supra 1 SQQ. The regard for truth goes a step further still. It may be obligatory or praiseworthy not only to spread the knowledge of truth, but to seek for it. The possession of knowledge of some kind or other is universally respected. A Wolof proverb says, "Not to know is bad, not to wish to know is worse." 144. In the moral and religious systems of the East, knowledge is one of the chief pursuits of man. Confucius described virtue as consisting of knowledge, magnanimity, and valor. The ancients, he says, wishing to rectify their hearts, first desired to be sincere in their thoughts. Wishing to be sincere in their thoughts, they first extended to the utmost their knowledge. Such extension of knowledge lay in the investigation of things. 146. Knowledge is to be pursued not for theoretical, but for 132 moral purposes. The Master said, "It is not easy to find a man who has learned for 3 years without coming to be good." 147. The Hindus maintain that ignorance is the greatest of evils, and that the sole and ultimate object of life should be to give and receive instruction. It is said in the Laws of Manu, "A man is not therefore considered venerable because his head is grey. Him who, though young, has learned the Veda, the gods consider to be venerable." 149. According to the Mahabharata, it is by knowledge that a creature is liberated, by knowledge that he becomes the eternal, imperceptible, and undecaying. Buddhism regards sin as folly and delusion as the cause of crime. 151. The unwise man cannot discover the difference between that which is evil and that which is good, as a child knows not the value of a coin that is placed before him. 152. And the highest of all gifts, the source of abiding salvation, is the knowledge of the identity between the individual and God, in whom and by whom the individual lives and moves, and has his being. According to one of the Pahlavi texts, wisdom is better than wealth of any kind. 154. Through the power of wisdom it is possible to do every duty and good work. 155. The religion of the Mazda worshippers is apprehended more fully by means of the most perfect wisdom, and even the struggle and warfare of Iran with foreigners, and the smiting of Ahriman and the demons it is possible to effect through the power of wisdom. 156. A strong dash of intellectualism is a prominent feature in the rabbinic religion. The highest virtue lies not only in the fulfillment, but in the study of the law. There is a special merit bound up in it that will assist man both in this world and in the world to come, and it is said that even a bastard who is learned in 133, the law is more honored than a high priest who is not. Among Muhammadans, also, great respect is shown to men of learning. Knowledge, the Prophet said, lights the way to heaven. He dies not who gives life to learning. With knowledge the servant of God rises to the heights of goodness, and to a noble position the ink of the scholar is more holy than the blood of the martyr. 159. Burton, Wit and Wisdom from West Africa. Chung Young, Roman 20. Douglas, Confucianism and Taoism. Ta Hco4. Lun Yu, Roman 8 cf. Faber, Digest of the Doctrines of Confucius, de l'Aisance, La Morale des Philosophes Chinois. Percival, Land of the Veda. Laws of Manu, Roman 2. Muir, Original Sanskrit Texts, Roman 5. Rhys Davids, Hibbert Lectures on the History of Buddhism. Hardy, Manual of Buddhism. Rhys Davids, Op. Cit. Dinai Mainogi Kurad, Roman 47. Ibid, Roman 1. Ibid 57, SQ. Montefiore, Hibbert Lectures on the Religion of the Ancient Hebrews, Deutsch Literary Remains. Lane, Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians, SQ. Amir Ali, Ethics of Islam, pp. 47-49. In Christianity, the knowledge of truth became a necessary requirement of salvation, but here, as in the East, the truth which alone was valued was religious truth. All knowledge that was not useful to salvation was indeed despised, and science was regarded not only as valueless, but as sinful. The wisdom of this world is foolishness with God. 161. If it happened that anyone gave himself to letters, or lifted up his mind to the contemplation of the heavenly bodies, he passed instantly for a magician or a heretic. So also every mental disposition which is essential to scientific research was for centuries stigmatized as offensive to the Almighty. It was a sin to doubt the opinions which had been instilled in childhood before they had been examined, to notice any objection to those opinions, to resolve to follow the light of evidence wherever it might lead. Yet we are told, even by highly respectable writers, that the modern world owes its scientific spirit to the extreme importance which Christianity 134 assigned to the possession of truth, of the truth. According to 1000. Reville, it was the orthodox intolerance of the Church in the Middle Ages which impressed on Christian society this disposition to seek truth at any price, of which the modern scientific spirit is only the application. The more importance the Church attached to the profession of the truth, the extent even of considering involuntary error as in the highest degree a damnable crime, so much the more the sentiment of the immense value of this truth arose in the general persuasion, along with a resolve to conquer it wherever it was felt not to be possessed. How otherwise? 1000. Reville asks, can we explain that science was not developed and has not been pursued with constancy, except in the midst of Christian societies? 165. This statement is characteristic of the common tendency to attribute to the influence of the Christian religion almost anything good which may be found among Christian nations. But surely the patient and impartial search after hidden truth, for the sake of truth, which constitutes the essence of scientific research, is not congenial to, but the very opposite of, that ready acceptance of a revealed truth for the sake of eternal salvation, which was insisted upon by the Church. And what about that singular love of abstract knowledge which flourished in ancient Athens, where Aristotle declared it a sacred duty to prefer truth to everything else? 166, and Socrates sacrificed his life on its altar? It seems that the modern scientific spirit is only a revival and development of a mental disposition which was for ages suppressed by the persecuting tendencies of the Church, and the extreme contempt for learning displayed by the barbarian invaders and their descendants. Even when they had settled in the countries which they had conquered, the 135 Teutons would not permit their children to be instructed in any science, for fear lest they should become effeminate and averse from war. 167, and long afterwards, it was held that a nobleman ought not to know letters, and that to write and read was a shame to gentry. Gibbon, Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Roman 2 von Eichen, Geschichte der mittelalterlichen Weltanschauung, pp. 128,130, 589 SQQ. 1611 Corinthians, Roman 3 cf. Lactantius Divines Institutions 3, Mean Patrologi Cursus 6, SQQ. St. Augustine de Civitate Dei 8, Mean 41. Chaplain de la Lecture des Via Romans. As late as the middle of the 17th century, a powerful party was rising in England who said that all learning was unfavourable to religion, and that it was sufficient for everyone to be acquainted with his mother tongue alone. Twells, Life of Parcach. The Duc de Saint-Simon, who in 1721 and 1722 was the French ambassador in Madrid, states Memoirs 35, that in Spain science was a crime, and ignorance and stupidity the chief virtues. Lecky Rationalism in Europe 2, SQ. Ritchie Natural Rights, cf. Cuanan Hibbert Lectures on National Religions and Universal Religions. Reville, Prolegomena of the History of Religions. Aristotle Ethica Nicomacheia Roman 1:1. Prof. Ritchie argues up, cit. SQ. that a devotion to truth as such was in the ancient world known only to a few philosophers. Prof. Fowler is probably more correct in saying Principles of Morals 2, 220 SQ. Progressive morality, that it was more common amongst the Greeks than amongst ourselves. Procopius de Bello Gothorum Roman 1 Robertson History of the Reign of Charles V, Roman 1 Millingen up, cit. 1 SQ. N. Alain Chardier, quoted by St. Palais up, cit. Roman 2 See also de Lanau Discours Politiques et Militaires, Littleton Life of Henry 2 SQ. The ignorance of the medieval clergy has been somewhat exaggerated by Robertson up, cit. pp. 21-22, 278 SQ. Even in the Dark Ages it was not a very uncommon thing for the clergy to be able to read and write. Maitland, The Dark Ages SQQ. The regard for knowledge springs in the first instance from the love of it. As Aristotle said, all men are by nature desirous of knowledge 169, but this feeling is not equally strong, nor equally deep in all. The curiosity of savages, however great it often may be 170, has chiefly reference to objects or events which immediately concern their welfare or appear to them alarming, or to trifles which attract attention on account of their novelty. If their curiosity were more penetrating, they would no longer remain savages. An extended desire of knowledge leads to civilization. But curiosity or love of knowledge, whether in savage or civilized men, is not resolvable merely into views of utility. As Dr. Brown observed, we feel it without reflecting on the pleasure which we are to enjoy or the pain which we are to suffer. When highly developed, it drives men to scientific investigations even though no practical benefits are expected from the results. This devotion to truth for its own sake, pure and disinterested as it is, has a singular tendency to excite regard and admiration in everyone who has come under its influence. From the utilitarian point of view, it has been defended on 136 the ground that, on the whole, every truth is in the long run useful and every error harmful, and that we can never exactly tell in advance what benefits may accrue even from a knowledge which is apparently fruitless. But it seems that our love of truth is somewhat apt to mislead our moral judgment. When duly reflecting on the matter, we cannot help making a moral distinction between him who pursues his studies merely from an instinctive craving for knowledge, and him who devotes his life to the search of truth from a conviction that he may thereby promote human welfare. Aristotle Metaphysica Roman 1:1, cf. Cicero de Officiis Roman 1. Murdoch Ethnological Results of the Point Barrow Expedition in Anne. Rep. Burr, Ethen 9, Eskimo, Krasheninnikov History of Kamchatka, Anderson Mandalay Timomian Kakians, Foreman Philippine Islands Tagalog Natives of the North, Bach Head Hunters of Borneo Dayaks, Forbes A Naturalist's Wanderings in the Eastern Archipelago Natives of Timor-Laut, Diefenbach Travels in New Zealand Roman 2. Dugald Stewart Op. Cit. Roman 2 Brown, Lectures on the Philosophy of the Human Mind Lec. 67. Chapter 32, The Respect for Other Men's Honour and Self-Regarding Pride Politeness. there are many acts, forbearances, and omissions, the offensiveness of which mainly or exclusively springs from men's desire to be respected by their fellow men and their dislike of being looked down upon. Foremost among these are attacks upon people's honor and good name. A man's honor may be defined as the moral worth he possesses in the eyes of the society of which he is a member, and it behoves other persons to acknowledge this worth, and especially not to detract from it by imputing to him, on insufficient grounds, such behavior as is generally considered degrading. The censure to which he is subject or the contempt in which he is held may no doubt affect his welfare in various ways, but it is chiefly painful as a violation of his personal dignity. Hence the duty of respecting a man's honor is on the whole contained in the more comprehensive obligation of showing deference, in words and deeds, for his feeling of self-regarding pride. This feeling, or at least the germ of it, is found already in some of the lower animals. Among high-life dogs, says Professor Romans, wounded sensibilities and loss of esteem are capable of producing much keener suffering than is mere physical pain. A reproachful word or look from any of his friends made a 138 Skye Terrier miserable for a whole day, and another terrier, who when in good humour used to perform various tricks, was never so pleased as when his joke was duly appreciated, whereas nothing displeased him so much as being laughed at when he did not intend to be ridiculous. Monkeys also, according to Dr. Brame, are very sensitive to every kind of treatment they may receive, to love and dislike, to encouraging praise and chilling blame, to pleasant flattery and wounding ridicule, to caresses and chastisement too. Romans Animal Intelligence pp. 439-444. Brame From North Pole to Equator, cf. Ibid, pp. 304,306. Brame Thierleben 1 157, Schulze Vergleichende Seelenkund 1, pt. 1 Perti das Seelenleben der Thier. Among the savage races of men, as among civilized peoples, self-regarding pride is universal, and in many of them it is a very conspicuous trait of character. The Vedder of Ceylon, says Mr. Neville, is proud in the extreme and considers himself no man's inferior. Hence he is keenly sensitive to ridicule, contempt, and even patronage. There is nothing he dreads more than being laughed at as a savage, because he dislikes clothes and cultivation. 4 Australian Aborigines are described as extravagantly proud, 5 as vain and fond of approbation. 6 In Fiji anything like a slight deeply offends a native, and is not soon forgotten. 7 The Negroes of Sierra Leone possess a great share of pride, and are easily affected by an insult. They cannot hear even a harsh expression or a raised tone of voice without showing that 139 they feel it. 8 The Araucanians, inhabiting parts of Chile, are naturally fond of honorable distinction, and there is nothing they can endure with less patience than contempt or inattention. 9 The North American Indians, says Perrott, ont généralement touts beaucoup de vaine gloire, dans leurs actions bonnes ou mauvaises l'ambition, est en un mot une des plus fortes passions, qui les anime. 10 The Indian of British Columbia, for instance, watches that he may receive his proper share of honor at festivals. He cannot endure to be ridiculed for even the slightest mistake. He carefully guards all his actions, and looks for due honor to be paid to him by friends, strangers, and subordinates. This peculiarity appears most clearly in great festivals. 11 Thus, in numerous instances, persons who have been hoarding up property for 10, 15, or 20 years at the same time, almost starving themselves for want of clothing, have given it all away to make a show for a few hours, and to be thought of consequence. 12 Speaking of the Eskimo about Bering Strait, Mr. Nelson observes, as with all savages, the Eskimo are extremely sensitive to ridicule, and are very quick to take offense at real or seeming slights. 13 Among the Atka, Aleuts, it has happened that men have committed suicide from disappointment at the failure of an undertaking, fearing that they would become the laughingstock of the village. Among many other savages, shame or wounded pride is not uncommonly a cause of suicide. The Hos of Chota Nagpur have a saying that for a wife who has been reproved by her husband 140 nothing remains but the water at the bottom of the well. 16 And in New Zealand native women sometimes killed themselves because they had been rebuked for negligence in cooking or for want of care towards a child. Diefenbach travels in New Zealand too. Colenso Marry Races of New Zealand. Crawford, History of the Indian Archipelago, Roman 1 Raffles, History of Java, Roman 1 St. John, Life in the Forests of the Far East 2. Malays of Sarawak. Man, Aboriginal inhabitants of the Andaman Islands in Jure. Anther, Inst. Roman 12 Stuart notes on Northern Kachar in Jure, Asiatic Soch, Bengal 24, Nagas, Bergman Nomadish Straferayan unter den Kalmukan 2, 295, 296, 312, Hagstrom Beskriffening after de til Sveriges krona lidend Lapmarker Laps, Dol Alaska Isq, Aleuts, Brett Indian tribes of Guyana. Neville, Vedas of Ceylon in Taprobanian, Roman 1 cf. Saracen, Ergebnis Naturwissenschaftlicher Forschungen auf Ceylon, Roman 3. Hale U.S. Exploring Expedition, Vol. 6 Ethnography and Philology. Matthew in Kerr The Australian Race, Roman 3. Williams and Calvert Fiji, cf. Ibid. Sq. Winterbottom, Native Africans in the neighborhood of Sierra Leone, Roman 1. Molina History of Chile, Roman 2. Perret Memoires sur les mœurs, Costumes et religion des sauvages de l'Amérique septentrionale. Cf. Buchanan, Sketches of the History, Manners and Customs of the North American Indians, Matthews, Ethnography and Philology of the Hidatsa Indians. Boas in 5th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada. Duncan, quoted by Maine, 4 years in British Columbia. Nelson Eskimo about Bering Strait in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethen, Roman 18. Yakov quoted by Petrov Report on Alaska, cf. Dol up sit Aleuts. See Infra on Suicide, Lasch besitzen die Natervalker ein Personliches Ehrgefühl, in Zeitcher, F. Sozialwissenschaft 3, SQQ. Bradley Burt Chota Nagpur, cf. Dalton Descriptive Ethnology of Bengal. Colenso up sit. Like other injuries, an insult not only affects the feelings of the victim, but arouses sympathetic resentment in outsiders, and is consequently disapproved of as wrong. Among the Maoris, if anybody wantonly tried to hurt another's feelings, it was immediately repressed, and such a person was spoken of as having had no parents, or as having been born laid by a bird 18 in the Malay archipelago. Among some of the tribes, abusive language cannot with impunity be used even to a slave. Blows are still more intolerable, and considered such grievous affronts, that by law the person who receives them is considered justified in putting the offender to death. 19. The natives of the Tonga Islands hold no bad moral habit to be more ridiculous, depraved, and unjust, than publishing the faults of one's acquaintances and friends, and as to downright calumny or false accusation, it appears to them more horrible than deliberate murder does to us. For it is better, they think, to assassinate a man's person than to attack his reputation. 20. According to the customary laws of the Fantis in West Africa, where a person has been found guilty of using slanderous words, he is bound to retract his words publicly, in addition to paying a small fine by way of compensation to the aggrieved party. Words imputing witchcraft, adultery, immoral conduct, crime, and all words which sound to the disreputation of a person of whom they are spoken are actionable. 21. Ibid. Crawford up sit 3 SQ. Mariner natives of the Tonga Islands 2 SQ. Sarba Fanti customary laws. Among the Aztecs of ancient Mexico, he who willfully calumniated another, thereby seriously injuring his 141 reputation, was condemned to have his lips cut off, and sometimes his ears also, whilst in Tezcuco the slanderer suffered death. In the Chinese Penal Code a special book is provided for the prevention and punishment of opprobrious and insulting language, as having naturally a tendency to produce quarrels, and a phrase 23 among Arabs, all insulting expressions have their respective fines ascertained in the Cadi's court. It is said in the Talmud, "Let the honor of thy neighbor be to thee like thine own. Rather be thrown into a fiery furnace than bring anyone to public shame." 25. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, Roman 2. Tatsing Leu Li N. Burkhardt, Notes on the Bedouins and Wahhabis SQ. Deutsch Literary Remains. The Roman law of the 12 Tables contained provisions against libellers. 26, and throughout the whole history of Roman law an attack upon honor or reputation was deemed a serious crime. As for wrongful prosecution, which may be regarded as an aggravated form of defamation, The law of the later empire required that anyone bringing a criminal charge should bind himself to suffer, in case of failure, the penalty that he had endeavored to call down upon his adversary. Among Teutonic peoples, defamatory words and libeling were already at an early date punished with a fine. The Salic law decrees that a person who calls a freeborn man a fox or a hare or a dirty fellow, or says that he has thrown away his shield, must pay him 3 solidi, 30, whilst, according to one text of the same law, it cost 188 solidi, or nearly as much as was paid for the murder of a Frankish freeman 31 to call a freeborn woman a witch or a harlot, in case the truth of the charge could not be proved. 142. The oldest English laws exacted bart and white from persons who attacked others with abusive words. In the 13th century, in almost every action before an English local court, the plaintiff claimed compensation not only for the damage, but also for the shame which had been done him. We further find that regular actions for defamation were common in the local courts, whereas in later days the ecclesiastical procedure against defamatory speech seems to have been regarded as the usual, if not the only, engine which could be brought to bear upon cases of libel and slander. In England, as in Rome, there was a strong feeling that men should not make charges which they could not prove. Before the conquest, a person might lose his tongue, or have to redeem it with his full word, if he brought a false and scandalous accusation, and under Edward I, a statute decreed that if the appellee was acquitted, his accuser should lie in prison for a year, and pay damages by way of recompense for the imprisonment and infamy which he had brought upon the innocent. Lex Dudecim Tabularum, Roman 8. Digesta, Roman 47:15, 25. Codex Justinianus, Roman 9 Hunter, Exposition of Roman Law SQ, Momsen Romisches Strafrecht SQ. Gunther die Idi der Wieder Virgiltung 1, SQQ, Momsen op sit, SQ. Wilder Strafrecht der Germanen SQQ, Nordstrom Bidreg till den Svenska Samhällsforfatningens Historia 2, SQQ, Stemmen den Dansk History until Christian 5, S. Love SQ, Brunner Deutsch Rechtsgeschichte 2, SQQ. Lex Salica 35-2, Hessel's edition, Col 181 SQQ. Ibid 15, Col 91 SQQ. Ibid 67, Col 403. Laws of H. Lothair and Edric 11. Pollock and Maitland, History of English Law till the time of Edward I, Roman 2. Ibid, Roman 2 Stephen, History of the Criminal Law of England, Roman 2. Pollock and Maitland op sit, Roman 2. The condemnation of an insult is greatly influenced by the status of, or the relations between, the parties concerned. Among the Gojiro Indians of Colombia, a poor man may be insulted with impunity, when the same treatment to a rich man would cause certain bloodshed. In Nias, an affront is punished with a fine, which varies according to the rank of the parties. The Chinese Penal Code lays down that a person who is guilty of addressing abusive language to his or her father or mother, or father's parents, or a wife who rails at her husband's parents or grandparents, shall be strangled. 39, and the same punishment is prescribed for a slave who abuses his master. 143, according to the laws of Manu, a kshatriya shall be fined 100 panas for defaming a brahmana, a vaisya shall be fined 150 or 200 panas, and a sudra shall suffer corporal punishment, whereas a brahmana shall pay only 50 panas for defaming a kshatriya, 25 for defaming a vaisya, and 12 for defaming a sudra. In ancient Teutonic law, the fines for insulting behavior were graduated according to the rank of the person offended. The starting point of the Roman law was that an injury which was preeminently an affront to the dignity of the person could not be done to a slave as such, only to the master through the medium of his slave. 43, and even in later times, in the case of trifling injuries, such as mere verbal insults, the master had no action, unless by leave of the praetor, or unless the insult were meant for the master himself. These and similar variations spring from the same causes, as do corresponding variations in the case of other injuries dealt with above. But there are also special reasons why social superiority or inferiority influences moral opinions concerning offences against persons' self-regarding pride. The respect due to a man is closely connected with his station, and in the case of defamation, the injury suffered by the loss of honour or reputation is naturally proportionate to the esteem in which the offended party is held. At the same time, the harmfulness of an insult also depends upon the reputation of the person who offers it. According to the Gotlandslag, one of the ancient provincial laws of Sweden, a slave can not only be insulted with impunity, but has himself to pay no fine for insulting another person. 45 Obviously, because he was too degraded a being to be able to detract from anybody's honor or good name. Simon's exploration of the Gojira Peninsula in Precede, Roy Geo, Soch, NS Roman 7. Von Rosenberg, Der Malayish Archipel. Tatsing Leuli Sek, Roman 329. Ibid Sek, Roman 327. Laws of Manu 8, SQ, cf. Gautama 12, SQQ. It is also said that a answer-born man, a Sudra, who insults a twice-born man with gross invective shall have his tongue cut out, for he is of low origin. Ibid. Roman 8. See also Institutes of Vishnu 5, Gautama 12. Apostamba Roman 2:27, 14. Kieser Efterlad Skrifter 2, pt. Roman 1. Hunter Exposition of Roman Law, Malmsen Ramisches Strafrecht N3. Digester Roman 47:15, 35, Hunter Arp Sit. Gotlandslagen Roman 1:37. The condemnation of such conduct as is offensive to other persons' self-regarding pride includes condemnation of pride itself when displayed in an excessive degree, whereas the opposite disposition, modesty, which implies regard for other people's self-feeling, is praised as a virtue. The Fijians say of a boasting person, "You are like the cocker parrot, you only speak to shout your own name." 46 On the other hand, among the Tonga Islanders, a modest opinion of oneself is esteemed a great virtue, and is also put in practice. 47 Confucius taught that humility belongs to the characteristics of a superior man. Such a man, he said, is modest in his speech, though he exceeds in his actions. 49 He has dignified ease without pride, whereas the mean man has pride without a dignified ease. 50 He prefers the concealment of his virtue, when it daily becomes more illustrious, whereas the mean man seeks notoriety when he daily goes more and more to ruin. So also humility has a distinguished place in the teachings of Layats. I have 3 precious things which I hold fast and prize, namely, compassion, economy, and humility. He who knows the glory, and at the same time keeps to shame, will be the whole world's valley. Eternal virtue will fill him, and he will return home to Tao. 52 In the Book of the Dead, the soul of the ancient Egyptian pleads, I am not swollen with pride. 53 According to Zoroastrianism, the sin of pride has been created by Ahriman. Overbearingness was censured in ancient Scandinavia. 55 Greece 56 and Rome. During our prosperity, says Cicero, we ought with great care to 145 avoid pride and arrogance. 57 The Hebrew prophets condemned not only pride but eminence, because an eminent man is apt to be proud. We read in the Talmud, he who humiliates himself will be lifted up, he who raises himself up will be humiliated. Whosoever runs after greatness, greatness runs away from him. He who runs from greatness, greatness follows him. 59 Christianity enjoined humility as a cardinal duty in every man. In the Quran it is said, God loves not him who is proud, and boastful. 61 Pride has thus come to be stigmatized not only as a vice, but as a sin of great magnitude. One reason for this is that it is regarded as even more offensive to the self-feeling of a great God or the supreme being than it is to that of a man. But pride must also appear as irreligious arrogance to those who maintain that man is by nature altogether corrupt, and that everything good in him is a gift of God. Williams and Calvert Op. Cit. Mariner Op. Cit. Roman 2. Lun Yu Roman 5 Chung Young Roman 27. Lun Yu Roman 14. Ibid Roman 13 cf. Ibid Roman 21. Chung Young Roman 33. Douglas Confucianism and Taoism SQ. Tao Te King Roman 28. Book of the Dead ch. 125 cf. Emilino Essai sur l'Evolution des Idées Morales dans l'Égypte Ancien. Vendidad Roman 1. Mora die Bekehrung des Norwegischen Stamms zum Christentum Roman 2. Schmidt die Ethik der alten Griechen Roman 1 Hermann Lehrbuch der Griechischen Antiquitäten 2, pt. 1, SQ. Blumner, über die Idee des Schicksals in den Tragödien des Aeschylus. Cicero de Officiis, Roman 1. Cf. Kuenen, Religion of Israel 1, SQ. Deutsch, Literary Remains. St. Matthew 5, 12, 39, 6, 26, 30 SQQ, 18, 100, Quran Roman 4 cf, Amir Ali, Ethics of Islam. Manzoni, Osservazioni sulla morale cattolica, SQQ. At the same time, whilst pride is held blamable, humility may also go too far to be approved of, and may even be an object of censure. In early ethics, as we have noticed above, revenge is enjoined as a duty and forgiveness of enemies is despised, and this is the case not only among savages. The device of chivalry was, "It is better to die than to be avenged by shame." 64 and side by side with the nominal acceptance of the Christian doctrine of absolute placability, the idea still prevails, in many European countries, that an assault upon honor shall be followed by a challenge to mortal combat. Too great humility is regarded as a sign of weakness, cowardice, hypocrisy, or a defective sense of honor. We are not allowed to be indifferent to the estimation in which we are held by our neighbors. Such indifference springs either from a feeble moral constitution and absence of moral shame, or from 146a depreciation of other people's opinions in comparison with our own, and this is offensive to their amor propre. Outward humility may thus suggest inward pride and appear arrogant. Supra 1 SQ. Laurent, Études sur l'histoire de l'humanité, Roman 7. A person's self-feeling may be violated in innumerable ways, by words and deeds. Almost any deviation from what is usual may arouse a suspicion of arrogance. This largely accounts for the fact mentioned in a previous chapter that habits have a tendency to become true customs, that is, rules of duty. Transgressions of the established forms of social intercourse are particularly apt to be offensive to people's self-regarding pride. Many of these forms originated in a desire to please, but by becoming habitual they at the same time became obligatory. Politeness is a duty rather than a virtue. There is probably no people on earth which does not recognize some rules of politeness. Many savages are conspicuous for their civility. It has been observed that Christian missionaries working among uncivilized races often are in manners much inferior to those they are teaching, and thus lower the native standard of refinement. The Samoans, we are told, are a nation of gentlemen, and contrast most favorably with the generality of Europeans who come amongst them. On their first intercourse with Europeans, the Maoris always manifest a degree of politeness which would do honor to a more civilized people, but by continued intercourse they lose a great part of this characteristic. Among the Fijians, the rules of politeness are minute, and receive scrupulous attention. They affect the language, and are seen in forms of salutation, in attention to strangers at meals, in dress, and indeed influence their manners indoors and 147 out. None but the very lowest are ill-behaved, and their confusion on committing themselves shows that they are not impudently so. 69 The Malagasy are a very polite people, and look with contempt upon those who neglect the ordinary usages and salutations. 70 Even the most ragged and tattered slave possesses a natural dignity and ease of manner, which contrasts favorably with the rude conduct and boorish manners of the lower class. At home 71 of the Point Barrow Eskimo Mr. Murdoch observes that many of them show a grace of manner and a natural delicacy and politeness, which is quite surprising, and he mentions the instance of a young Eskimo being so polite in conversing with an American officer that he would take pains to mispronounce his words in the same way as the latter did, so as not to hurt his feelings by correcting him bluntly. 72 The forms of Kaffir politeness are very strictly adhered to, and are many. 73 of the Negroes of Fida Bosman wrote, "They are so civil to each other, and the inferior so respectful to the superior, that at first I was very much surprised at it." 74 Monrad found the Negroes of across surpass many civilized people in politeness. So also in Morocco even countryfolks are much more civil in their general behavior than the large majority of Europeans. The conversations of the Arabs, says D. Arvia, are full of civilities. One never hears anything there that they think rude and unbecoming. 76 Politeness is a characteristic of all the great nations of the East. The Chinese have brought the practice of it to a pitch of perfection which is not only unknown in Western lands, but, previous to experience, is unthought of and almost unimaginable. The rules of ceremony, we are reminded in the classics, are 314800, and the rules of behavior 3077 in Europe. Courtesy was recommended as the most amiable of knightly qualities, and from the wild and overstrained courtesies of chivalry has been derived our present system of manners. Waite's Gerland Anthropology der Nativvölker 6, SQQ, Polynesians, MacDonald Oceania FATs, Krantz History of Greenland Roman 1 MacGregor Lagos Abiyokuta and the Alake in Jour, African Soc. July 1904 Yorubas. Brenchley, Jottings during the cruise of H-1000, S. Curacoa among the South Sea Islands. Hood cruise in H-1000, S. Fawn in the Western Pacific SQ. Diefenbach Arp Sit 2 SQQ, see also Colenso Arp Sit SQQ. Williams and Calvert Arp Sit, cf. Ibid pp. 128-131 SQ. Anderson Notes of Travel in Fiji. Sibri, the Great African Island. Little Madagascar. Murdoch Ethen, Results of the Point Barrow Expedition in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethen, Roman 9. Leslie, Among the Zulus and Amatongas. Barsman, Description of the Coast of Guinea. Monred, Skildring af Guinea Kiston. D. Arvia, Travels in Arabia the Desart. Smith, Chinese Characteristics. Order of Chulri Fal, 46. Robertson, History of the Reign of Charles V. Roman 1 Milman, History of Latin Christianity Roman 4 Turner, History of England Roman 3 Mills, History of Chivalry 1, SQ. Scott, Essay on Chivalry in Miscellaneous Prose Works Roman 6. The rules of politeness and good manners refer to all sorts of social intercourse and vary indefinitely in detail. They tell people how to sit or stand in each other's presence, or how to pass through a door. A Zulu would be fined for going out of a hut back first. They prescribe how to behave at a meal. The Indians of British Columbia consider it improper to talk on such an occasion 80, and it appears that in England also in the 15th century, people did not hold conversation while eating, but that the talk and mirth began with the liquor. 81. Politeness demands that a person should never interrupt another while speaking, 82, or that he should avoid contradicting a statement, 83, or not infrequently, that he should rather tell a pleasant untruth than an unpleasant truth. At times it requires the use of certain phrases, words of thanks, flattery, or expressions of self-humiliation. In Chinese there is a whole vocabulary of words which are indispensable to one who wishes to pose as a polite person, words in which whatever belongs to the speaker is treated with scorn and contempt, and whatever relates to the person addressed is honorable. The polite Chinese will refer to his wife, if driven to the extremity of referring 149 to her at all, as his dull thorn, or in some similar elegant figure of speech 85. Tyler, 40 Years Among the Zulus SQ. Wold, Captain Jacobson's Riser till Nordamerika's Nordvistkist. Wright, Domestic Manners and Sentiments in England during the Middle Ages. Domnech, 7 years residence in the Great Deserts of North America, Roman 2 Richardson, Arctic Searching Expedition 1, Cutchin, Krantz History of Greenland Roman 1 Dobrajoffer Account of the Abipones 2, SQ D. Arvia Arp, Sit, SQ, Wallin Recentikninger Fran Orient 3, Bedouins. Nansen First Crossing of Greenland 2, SQ, Krantz Arp Sit 1 Greenlanders, Dobrajoffer Arp Sit 2 Abipones, D. Arvia Arp Sit Bedouins. Supra Roman 2. Smith Chinese Characteristics. Politeness enjoins the performance of certain ceremonies upon persons who meet or part. The custom of salutation is of worldwide prevalence, though there are certain savages who are said to have no greetings, except when they have learnt the practice from the whites. As a ceremony prescribed by public opinion, it is an obligatory tribute paid to another person's self-feeling, whatever be the original nature of the act which has been adopted for the purpose. The form of salutation has sometimes been borrowed from questions springing from curiosity or suspicion. Among the Californian Miwok, when anybody meets a stranger he generally salutes him, "Whence do you come? What are you at?" The Abipones would think it quite contrary to the laws of good breeding, were they to meet anyone and not ask him where he was going, 88, and a similar question is also a very common mode of greeting among the Berbers of southern Morocco. Very frequently a salutation consists of some phrase which is expressive of goodwill. It may be an inquiry about the other person's health or welfare, as the English "How are you?" "How do you do?" Among the Burmese, two relatives or friends who meet begin a conversation by the expressions "Are you well?" "I am well" if they have been some time separated, whereas those who are daily accustomed to meet say, "Where are you going?" 89 The Moors ask, "What is your news?" Or "Is nothing wrong?" The ordinary salutation of the Zulus is, "I see you, are you well?" After which the snuff-box, the token of friendship, is passed round. Among several tribes of California, again, a person when greeting another 150 simply utters a word which means friendship. 91 The goodwill is often directly expressed in the form of a wish, like our good day, good night. Among the Hebrews, the salutation at meeting or entering another's house seems at first to have consisted most commonly in an inquiry after mutual welfare. 92 But in later times health, or peace to thee, became the current greeting. According to the laws of Manu, a Brahmana should be saluted, "May thou be long-lived, O gentle one." 94 The Greeks said, "Be joyful." The Romans, "Salve, be in health," especially on meeting, and "Veil, be well," on parting. The good wish may have the form of a prayer. The Moors say, "May God give thee peace," "May God give thee a good night," and the English goodbye and the French adieu are prayers curtailed by the progress of time. But there is no foundation for Professor Wundt's assertion that the words employed in greeting are one and all prayer formal in a more or less rudimentary state. 95 A salutation may, finally, be a verbal profession of subjection, as the Swedish Audiobook T. Janer, that is, "I am your most humble servant." Krasheninnikov, History of Kamchatka, Dol op sit, Alutes, Eged Description of Greenland, Rink Danish Greenland, Krantz op sit, 1 Greenlanders, Prescott in Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes of the United States, 3 Dakatas, Lewin, Wild Races of Southeastern India, pp. 230 Kumi, 256 Cookies. Powers, Tribes of California, Darbrajoffer op sit, Roman 2, Forbes, British Burma, Tyler op sit, Powers op sit, Genesis, Roman 43, Exodus, Roman 18, Judges, Roman 19, 1 Chronicles, Roman 12 cf, Kale, Manual of Biblical Archaeology, Roman 2, Laws of Manu, Roman 2, Wundt Ethic. Salutations may consist not only in words spoken, but in conventional gestures, either accompanied by some verbal expression or performed silently. They may be tokens of submission or reverence, as cowering, crouching, and bowing, or they may originally have been signs of disarming or defenselessness, as uncovering some particular portion of the body. Von Jering suggests that the offering of the hand belongs to the same group of salutations, its object being to indicate that the other person has nothing to fear. 97, but in many cases at least handshaking seems to have the same origin as other ceremonies consisting in bodily contact. Salutatory gestures may express not only absence of evil intentions but positive friendliness. Among respectable Moors it is a common mode of greeting that each party places his right hand on his heart to indicate, as Jackson puts it, that part to be the residence of the friend. 98 Various forms of salutation by contact, such as clasping, embracing, kissing, and sniffing, are obviously direct expressions of affection. 99 And we can hardly doubt that the joining of hands serves a similar object when we find it combined with other tokens of goodwill. Among some of the Australian natives, friends, on meeting after an absence, will kiss, shake hands, and sometimes cry over one another. 100 In Morocco equals salute each other by joining their hands with a quick motion, separating them immediately, and kissing each his own hand. The Sulamas again place the palms of the right hands together, carry them then to the forehead, and from thence to the left side of the chest. But bodily union is also employed as a method of transferring either blessings or conditional curses, and it seems probable that certain salutatory acts have vaguely or distinctly such transference in view. Among the Maasai, who spit on each other both when they meet and when they part, spitting expresses the greatest goodwill and the best of wishes. 102 And in a previous chapter 1, have endeavored to show that the object of certain reception ceremonies is to transfer a conditional curse to the stranger who is received as a guest. On the same principle as underlies these ceremonies, handshaking may be a means of joining in compact, analogous to a common meal and the blood covenant. See Tyler Salutations in Encyclopaedia Britannica 21, SQQ, Ling Roth Salutations in Jour, Anther, Inst. 19, SQQ. Von Jering Der Zweck im Recht 2, SQQ. Jackson Account of Timbuktu, Roman 100. See Infra, On the Origin and Development of the Altruistic Sentiment. Hackett Ballardong or Ballardocking Tribe in Kerr, the Australian Race, Roman 1. Lang, Travels in the Timini, Koranko and Sulama countries. Thompson Through Marseille Land. Supra 1 SQ. Supra Roman 1. See Infra, On the Origin and Development of the Altruistic Sentiment. Being an homage rendered to other persons' self-regarding pride, the rule of politeness is naturally most exacting in relation to superiors. Many of its forms have, in fact, originated in humble or respectful behavior towards rulers, masters, or elders, and often in a modified shape, become common between equals after they have lost their original meaning. It has been noticed that the cruelty of despots always engenders politeness, whereas the freest nations are generally the rudest in manners. Politeness is further in a special degree shown by men to women, not only among ourselves, but even among many savages. 108 In this case, courtesy is connected with courtship. Strangers or remote acquaintances also have particular claims to be treated with civility, whereas politeness is of little moment in the intercourse of friends. It imitates kindness, and is resorted to where the genuine feeling is wanting. And in the capacity of guest, the stranger is often for the time being flattered with exquisite marks of honor, for reasons which have been stated in another connection. See Spencer, Principles of Sociology 2, Ceremonial Institutions Passim. Johnston, Uganda, Roman 2. Dorsey, Omaha Sociology in Anne, Rep Bur Ethan, Roman 3 Chandler Through Jungle and Desert Wakamba, see also Supra 1 ch 26 cf, Tucker, Light of Nature 2, SQQ, Joubert Pensies Roman 1. Chapter 33, Regard for other persons' happiness in general, gratitude, patriotism, and cosmopolitanism. In previous chapters we have dealt with moral ideas concerning various modes of conduct which have reference to other men's, welfarito, their life or bodily comfort, their liberty, property, knowledge of truth, or self-regarding pride. But the list of duties which we owe to our fellow creatures is as yet by no means complete. Any act, forbearance or omission, which in some way or other diminishes or increases their happiness may on that account become a subject of moral blame or praise, being apt to call forth sympathetic retributive emotions. To do good to others is a rule which has been inculcated by all the great teachers of morality. According to Confucius, benevolence is the root of righteousness and a leading characteristic of perfect virtue. In the Taoist Book of Secret Blessings, men are enjoined to be compassionate and loving, and to devote their wealth to the good of their fellow men. The moralists of ancient India teach that we should, with our life, means, understanding and speech, seek to advance the welfare of other creatures in this world, that we should do so without expecting reciprocity, and that we should enjoy the prosperity of others even though ourselves unprosperous. The writers 154 of classical antiquity repeatedly give expression to the idea that man is not born for himself alone, but should assist his fellow men to the best of his ability. In the Old Testament we meet with the injunction, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself," 5, and this was declared by Christ to be of equal importance with the commandment, "Thou shalt love the Lord thy God," 6. Lun Yu, Roman 17 Douglas, Confucianism and Taoism. Douglas Op. Sit. Sq. Muir, Religious and Moral Sentiments rendered from Sanskrit writers Sq. Munier Williams, Indian Wisdom. Schmidt, Die Ethik der alten Griechen 2, Sqq. Leviticus, Roman 19. St. Matthew, Roman 22. To a reflecting mind, it is obvious that the moral value of beneficence exclusively lies in the benevolent motive, and that there is nothing praiseworthy in promoting the happiness of others from selfish considerations. Confucius taught that self must be conquered before a man can be perfectly virtuous. According to Layards, self-abnegation is the cardinal rule for both the sovereign and the people. Self-denial is the chief demand of the gospel, and is emphasized as a supreme duty by Islam. Generally speaking, the merit attached to a good action is proportionate to the self-denial which it costs the agent. This follows from the nature of moral approval in its capacity of a retributive emotion, as is proved by the fact that the degree of gratitude felt towards a benefactor is in a similar way influenced by the deprivation to which he subjects himself. On the other hand, there is considerable variety of opinion, even among ourselves, as to the dictates of duty, in cases where our own interests conflict with those of our fellow men. To Professor Sidgwick, it is a moral axiom that I ought not to prefer my own lesser good to the greater good of another. 10. According to Hutcheson, we do not condemn those as evil who will not sacrifice their private interest to the advancement of the positive good of others, unless the private interest be very small, and the public good very great. 11. Lun U 12, Roman 1. Douglas, Confucianism and Taoism. Amir Ali, Ethics of Islam. Sidgwick, Methods of Ethics. Hutcheson, Essay on the Nature and Conduct of the Passions, Roman 100. The idea that it is bad to cause harm to others, and 155 good or obligatory to promote their happiness, is in different ways influenced by the relationship between the parties, and to many cases it does not apply at all. We have previously noticed that according to early ethics an enemy is a proper object of hatred, not of love. 12. And according to more advanced ideas a person who treats us badly has at all events little claim upon our kindness. The very opposite is the case with a benefactor or friend. To requite a benefit, or to be grateful to him who bestows it, is probably everywhere, at least under certain circumstances, regarded as a duty. This is a subject which in the present connection calls for special consideration. Supra 1 Sq. The duty of gratefulness presupposes a disposition for gratitude. According to travelers' accounts, this feeling is lacking in many uncivilized races. Lyon writes of the Eskimo of Igloolik gratitude is not only rare, but absolutely unknown amongst them, either by action, word or look, beyond the first outcry of satisfaction. Nursing their sick, burying the dead, clothing and feeding the whole tribe, furnishing the men with weapons, and the women and children with ornaments, are insufficient to awaken a grateful feeling, and the very people who relieved their distresses when starving are laughed at in time of plenty for the quantity and quality of the food, which was bestowed in charity. 15 various other tribes in 156 North America have been accused of ingratitude. 16 and of some South American savages, we are told that they evinced no thankfulness for the presents which were given them. The Fijians are described as utterly indifferent to their benefactors. The Rev. Th. Williams writes, if one of them, when sick, obtained medicine from me, he thought me bound to give him food. The reception of food he considered as giving him a claim on me for covering, and that being secured, he deemed himself at liberty to beg anything he wanted, and abuse me if I refused his unreasonable request. 18 Mr. Lumholtz had a similar experience with regard to the natives of Herbert River, northern Queensland. If you give one thing to a black man, he finds 10 other things to ask for, and he is not ashamed to ask for all that you have and more too. He is never satisfied. Gratitude does not exist in his breast. 19 In several languages, there is no word expressive of what we term gratitude, or no phrase corresponding to our thank you. 20. And on this fact much stress has been 157 laid, the deficiency of language being regarded as an indication of a corresponding deficiency in feelings. For the definition of gratitude, see Supra Roman 1. Stella Beschreibung von Kamischatka, Bergman Nomadisch Straferayen unter den Kalmuken, 2 316, Foreman Philippine Islands, Modigliani Vigio Aeneas, Selenka Sarnij Welton Malays, Marston History of Sumatra Malays of Sumatra, Forbes A Naturalist's Wanderings in the Eastern Archipelago Natives of Timor-Laut, Mrs. Forbes Inselind Natives of Ritable, Hagen unter den Papuas Papuans of Bargajam, Ramali Western Pacific and New Guinea, La Perouse Voyage Round the World 2, Samoans, Colenso Marry Races of New Zealand, Diefenbach Travels in New Zealand Roman Tooling Roth Aborigines of Tasmania, Gasson Manners and Customs of the Dieri Tribe in Woods Native Tribes of South Australia, Baker Albert Nyanza 1, Latucas 289 Negroes von Francois Nama und Damara Herrero. Lyon, Private Journal during the Voyage of Discovery under Captain Perry, Sq. See also Perry, Journal of a Second Voyage for the Discovery of a Northwest Passage, SQ. Krantz, History of Greenland, Roman 1 Sarichu, Voyage of Discovery to the Northeast of Siberia, in Collection of Modern Voyages 6. Alutes. Harmon, Voyages and Travels in the Interior of North America, Takeles. Heriot, Travels through the Canadas. Lafitau, Mers des Sauvages Américains, Roman 1 Burton, City of the Saints, Sioux and Prairie Tribes generally. Von Spix and von Martius, Travels in Brazil 2, 241 SQ. Corodos. Stokes, quoted by King and Fitzroy, Voyages of the Adventure and Beagle 1, Fugians. Williams and Calvert, Fiji. See also Anderson, Notes of Travel in Fiji and New Caledonia, pp. 124-131. Lumholtz Among Cannibals. Southey, History of Brazil 3, Abipones, Guaranese. Hearn, Journey to the Northern Ocean, Northern Indians. Lewin, Wild Races of Southeastern India, Tauntha. Foreman Op. Sit. SQ, Biskians, Mardigliani, Viagioaneas, Ling Rath, Natives of Sarawak 1. Dyax, Chalmers, Pioneering in New Guinea. Romilly, Western Pacific and New Guinea, SQ. However, Mr. Romilly's statement that in all the known New Guinea languages there is not even a word for thank you is not quite correct, as appears from Chalmers Op. Sit. Wilson, Missionary Voyage to the Southern Pacific Ocean, Waits Gerland, Anthropology der Nativvölker 6, Tahitians. Colenso Op. Sit. Maoris, New Life and Labours in Eastern Africa, Wanaka. Von Francois Op. Sit. Herero. In the Vedic language also, there was no word for thanks. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, and many Eastern languages of the present day lack an equivalent for thank you. Ward, View of the History 100. Of the Hindus 2 N.A. Poole, Studies in Muhammadanism, Parlak Persian 1. When one of the missionaries in India was engaged in the translation of the scriptures into Bengali, he found no common word in that language suitable to express the idea of gratitude. Wilkins, Modern Hinduism. Here again we must distinguish between a traveller's actual experience and the conclusions which he draws from it, and it seems that in many cases our authorities have been too ready to charge savages with a total lack of grateful feelings, because they have been wanting in gratitude on certain occasions. It is too much to expect that a savage should show himself thankful to any stranger who gives him a present. Speaking of the arts of British Columbia, Mr. Sproat remarks that the Indian's suspicion prevents a ready gratitude, as he is prone to see, in apparent kindness extended to him, some undercurrent of selfish motive. He is accustomed, among his own people, to gifts made for purposes of guile, and also to presents made merely to show the greatness and richness of the giver. But I imagine, our author adds, when the art ceases to suspect such motives, when he does not detect pride, craft, or carelessness, is grateful, and probably grateful in proportion to the trouble taken to serve him. 21 As for the ingratitude of the northern Queensland natives, Mr. Lumholtz himself admits that they assume that the gift is bestowed out of fear. 22, and of the New Zealanders we are told that their total want of gratitude was particularly due to the fact that no New Zealander ever did any kindness, or gave anything, to another, without mainly having an eye to himself in the transaction. 23 Moreover, gratitude often requires not only the absence of a selfish motive in the benefactor, but some degree of self-sacrifice. A person, says Mr. Sproat, may keep an Indian from starving all the winter through, yet when summer comes, very likely he will not walk a yard for his preserver without payment. The savage does not, in this instance, 158 recognize any obligation, but thinks that a person who had so much more than he could himself consume might well, and without any claim for after-services, part with some of it for the advantage of another in want. 24 Mr. Powers makes a similar observation with reference to the Aborigines of California. White men, he says, who have had dealings with Indians, in conversation with me have often bitterly accused them of ingratitude. Do everything in your power for an Indian, they say, and he will accept it all as a matter of course, but for the slightest service you require of him he will demand pay. These men do not enter into the Indian's ideas. This ingratitude is really an unconscious compliment to our power. The savage feels vaguely the unapproachable elevation on which the American stands above him. He feels that we had much and he had little, and we took away from him even his little. In his view, giving does not impoverish us, nor withholding enrich us. Gratitude is a sentiment not in place between master and slave. It is a sentiment for equals. The Indians are grateful to one another 25 nor are men very apt to feel grateful for benefits to which they consider themselves to have a right. Thus, according to Mr. Howitt, the want of gratitude among the South Australian Kurnai for kindnesses shown them by the whites is due to the principle of community, which is so strong a feature of the domestic and social life of these aborigines. For a supply of food, or for nursing when sick, the Kurnai would not feel grateful to his family group. There would be a common obligation upon all to share food, and to afford personal aid and succor. This principle would also come into play as regards the simple personal property they possess, and would extend to the before-known articles procured from the whites. The food, the clothes, the medical attendance which the Kurnai receive from the whites, they take in the accustomed manner. And in addition to 159 this, we must remember that the donors are regarded as having unlimited resources. They cannot be supposed by the Kurnai to be doing anything but giving out of their abundance. 26 Mr. Guppy found the same principle at work among the Solomon Islanders. Often when during my excursions I have come upon some man who was preparing a meal for himself and his family, I have been surprised at the open-handed way in which he dispensed the food to my party of hungry natives. No gratitude was shown towards the giver, who apparently expected none. 27. It has also been observed that the want of gratitude with which Arabs have often been charged by Europeans has arisen from the very common practice of hospitality and generosity, and from the prevailing opinion that these virtues are absolute duties, which it would be disgraceful and sinful to neglect. 28. Sprout, Scenes and Studies of Savage Life Sq. Lumholtz among Cannibals. Colenso Arp Sit. Sprout Arp Sit Sq. Powers, Tribes of California. Fisson and Howitt, Carmilor in Kurnai. Guppy, Solomon Islands. Lane, Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians. See also Burton, Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca, Roman 1. We should further remember that savages often take care not to display their emotions. Among the Melanesians, according to Dr. Codrington, it is not the custom to say anything by way of thanks. It is rather improper to show emotion when anything is given, or when friends meet again. Silence with the eyes cast down is the sign of the inward trembling or shyness which they feel, or think they ought to feel, under these circumstances. There is no lack of a word which may be fairly translated thank, and certainly no one who has given cause for it will say that Melanesians have no gratitude. Others probably are ready enough to say it. 29 of the North American Chippewas. Major Strickland writes, if an Indian makes a present, it is always expected that one equally valuable should be given in return. No matter what you give them, or how valuable or rich the present, they seldom betray the least emotion or appearance of gratitude, it being considered beneath the dignity of a red man to betray his feelings. For all this seeming indifference, 160 they are in reality as grateful, and I believe even more so than our own peasantry. 30 the Aleuts also, although they are chary of expressions of thanks, do not forget kindness, and endeavour to express their thankfulness by deeds. If anyone assists an Aleut and afterwards offends him, he does not forget the former favour, and in his mind it often cancels the offence. 31 From the want of a word for a feeling, we must not conclude that the feeling itself is wanting. Mr. Sprout observes, the arts have, it is true, no word for gratitude, but a defect in language does not absolutely imply defect in heart. And the Indian who, in return for a benefit received, says, with glistening eyes, that his heart is good towards his benefactor, expresses his gratitude quite as well perhaps as the English man who says thank you. 32. Codrington, Melanesians. Strickland, 27 years in Canada West, Roman 2. Vini Aminoff, quoted by Dole, Alaska. Sprout Up Sit, see also Ling Roth, Natives of Sarawak 1 Dyax. It is not surprising, then, that in various cases, a people which to one traveller appears to be quite destitute of gratitude, is by another described as being by no means lacking in this feeling. 33 and sometimes contradictory statements are made even by the same writer. Thus Mr. Lumholtz, who gives such a gloomy picture of the character of the northern Queensland natives, nevertheless tells us of a native who, though himself very hungry, threw the animals which the traveller had shot for him to an old Manhai's wife's uncle whom they met. in order to give some proof of the gratitude he owed the person from whom he had received his wife. 34, and regarding the Fijians Mr. Williams himself states that thanks for presents are always expressed aloud, and generally with a kind wish for the giver. 35. As we have noticed before, retributive kindly emotions, of which gratitude is only the most developed form, are commonly found among gregarious animals, social affection being not only a friendly 161 sentiment towards another individual, but towards an individual who is conceived of as a friend, and it is all the more difficult to believe in the absolute want of gratitude in some savage races, as the majority of them judge from my collection of facts are expressly acquitted of such a defect, and several are described as remarkably grateful for benefits bestowed upon them. E.g. the Fuegians, Sioux, Arts, Aleuts, Kamtschadales, Tasmanians, Zulu C. Supra and Infra. Lumholtz among cannibals. Williams and Calvert Arp. Sit. Supra Roman 1. The Fuegians use the word chapakauta, which means glad, satisfied, affectionate, grateful to express thanks. Jimmy Button, the young Fuegian who was brought to England on board the Beagle, gave proofs of sincere gratitude. 38. And Admiral Fitzroy also mentions a Patagonian boy who appeared thankful for kindness shown to him. Of the Mapuches of Chile, Mr. E.R. Smith observes, whatever present is made or favor conferred is considered as something to be returned, and the Indian never fails, though months and years may intervene, to repay what he conscientiously thinks an exact equivalent for the thing received. 40. The Botacudos do not readily forget kind treatment. 41. And the Tupis were a grateful race, and remembered that they had received gifts, after the giver had forgotten it. 42. The Guiana Indians are grateful for any kindness. 43. The Navajos of New Mexico have a word for thanks, and employ it on all occasions which we would consider appropriate. The Sioux evinced the warmest gratitude to any who had ever displayed kind feelings towards them. 45. In his voyages from Montreal to the frozen and Pacific Oceans, Mackenzie mentions the gratitude shown him by a young Indian whom he had cured of a bad wound. When well enough to engage in a hunting party, the young man brought to his physician the tongue of an elk, and when they parted both he and his relatives expressed the heartiest acknowledgment for the care bestowed on him. If an Aleut receives a gift he accepts it, saying ak, which means thanks. 47. Some of the Point Barrow Eskimo visited by Mr. Murdoch seemed to feel truly 162 grateful for the benefits and gifts received, and endeavored by their general behavior, as well as in more substantial ways, to make some adequate return, whereas others appeared to think only of what they might receive. Hydes and Denneker, Mission Scientifique du Cap Horn, Roman 7. King and Fitzroy Arp. Sit. Roman 2. Ibid. Roman 2. Smith Araucanians. Wide Nuweed, Rise Nak Brazilian, Roman 2. Southey Arp. Sit. Roman 1. I am Thurn among the Indians of Guiana. Matthews, Study of Ethics among the Lower Races, in Journal of American Folklore, Roman 12. Eastman Dakota, p. 9. Mackenzie, Voyages from Montreal to the Frozen and Pacific Oceans, Sq. Vini Aminoff, quoted by Dole Up, Sit. Murdoch Ethnol, Results of the Point Barrow Expedition in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 9. See also Seaman Voyage of Herald 2, Western Eskimo. Of the Tunguses it is said, if you make them a present, they hardly thank you, but though so unpolite, they are exceedingly grateful. 49. The Jacuts never forget a benefit received, for they not only make restitution, but recommend to their offspring the ties of friendship and gratitude to their benefactors. 50. The Vedder of Ceylon is described as very grateful for attention or assistance. A little kindly sympathy makes him an attached friend, and for his friend he will readily give his life. 52. Mr. Bennett once had an interview with 2 village Vedders, and on that occasion gave them presents. 2 months after a couple of elephants' tusks found their way into his front veranda at night, but the Vedders who had brought them never gave him an opportunity to reward them. What a lesson in gratitude and delicacy, he exclaims, even a Vedder may teach. 53. Georgi, Russia, Roman 3. Sour expedition to the northern parts of Russia, performed by Billings. Tenant Ceylon, Roman 2. Saracen, for Shunjanov Ceylon, Roman 3. Neville, Vedas of Ceylon in Taprobanian, Roman 1. Pridem, Account of Ceylon 1, SQ. The Ulfura of Halmahera, 54. The Bataks of Sumatra 55 and the Dayaks of Borneo are praised for their grateful disposition of mind. Of the Hill Dayaks, Mr. Lowe observes that gratitude eminently adorns the character of these simple people, and the smallest benefit conferred upon them calls forth its vigorous and continued exercise. 57. The Matu people of New Guinea are capable of appreciating kindness. 58. And have words for expressing thanks. Chamisso speaks highly of the gratitude evinced by the natives of Aulia, Caroline Islands. Anything, a useful instrument for example, which they have received as a gift from a friend, retains and bears among them as a lasting memorial the name of the friend who bestowed it. 60. When Professor Mosley at D'Entrecasteaux Island of the Admiralty Group gave a hatchet as pay to his guide, according 163 to promise, the guide seemed grateful, and presented him with his own shell adze in return. Though the Tahitians never return thanks nor seem to have a word in their language expressive of gratitude, they are not devoid of the feeling itself. Backhouse tells us of a Tasmanian native who, having been nursed through an illness, showed many demonstrations of gratitude, and he adds that this virtue was often exhibited among these people, a statement which is corroborated by the accounts of other travellers. Of the Australian Aborigines, Mr. Ridley writes, "I believe they are as a people remarkably susceptible of impressions from kind treatment. They recognized me as one who sought their good, and were evidently pleased and thankful to see that I thought them worth looking after." 64. The Adelaide and Encounter Bay blacks are said to display attachment to persons who are kind to them. Speaking of the Central Australian tribes, Messrs. Spencer and Gillen observe that, though they are not in the habit of showing anything like excessive gratitude on receiving gifts from the white man, they are in reality by no means incapable of that feeling. 66. And other writers report instances of gratitude displayed by natives of West Australia and Queensland. Q. Kenthal for Shanksreis in Den Malakan und Borneo, Roman 1. Junghun die Battelander off Sumatra, Roman 2. Ling Rath, natives of Sarawak 1. 76. Low Sarawak. Stone, a few months in New Guinea. Chalmers, pioneering in New Guinea. Von Kotzebue, voyage of discovery into the South Sea, Roman 3. Mostly inhabitants of the Admiralty Islands in Jure, Anther, Inst, Roman 6. Waits Gerland op Sit, Roman 6. Ling Rath, Aborigines of Tasmania, pp. 47, 62, 64. Ridley, Aborigines of Australia, see also Ibid, SQQ. Wyatt, Manners and Superstitions of the Adelaide and Encounter Bay Aboriginal Tribes, in Woods, Native Tribes of South Australia. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, SQQ. Salvado, Memoirs historiques sur l'Australie. Fraser, Aborigines of New South Wales. Concerning the people of Madagascar, the missionary Ellis writes, "Whether the noble and generous feeling of gratitude has much place amongst the Malagasy has been questioned. Though often characterized by extreme apathy, they are certainly susceptible of tenderness of feeling, and their customs furnish various modes of testifying their sense of any acts of kindness shewn them, and their language contains many forms of speech expressive of thankfulness. The following are among those in most general use. May you live to grow old, may you live long, may you live sacred, may you see, or obtain, justice from the sovereign." Moreover, with all their expressions of thankfulness, considerable action is used. Sometimes the two hands are extended open as if to make a present, or the party stoops down to the ground and clasps the legs or touches the knee and the feet of the person he is thanking. Ingratitude, 164 again, is expressed by many strong metaphors, such as son of a thunderbolt or offspring of a wild boar. 70. The Bushmans, according to Burchell, are not incapable of gratitude. The statement made by certain travellers or colonists that the Zulus are devoid of this feeling is contradicted by Mr. Tyler, who asserts that many instances might be related in which a thankful spirit has been manifested, and gifts bestowed for favours received. 72. The Basutos have words to express gratitude. Among the Bakongo, says Mr. Ward, evidences of gratitude are rare indeed, although occasionally one meets with this sentiment in odd guises. Once, by a happy chance, I saved a baby's life. The child was brought to me by its mother in convulsions, and I was fortunate enough to find in my medicine chest a drug that effected an almost immediate cure. Yet the service I rendered to this woman, instead of meeting with any appreciation, only procured for me the whispered reputation of being a witch. But 20 months afterwards, at midnight when all the people were sleeping, the same woman came to Mr. Ward and gave him some fowl's eggs in payment. "I come," she said, "in the darkness that my people may not know, for they would jeer at me if they knew of this gift." 74. A traveller tells us that the inhabitants of Great Benin, if given any trifles, expressed their thanks. 75. Writing on the natives of Accra, Monrad states that gratitude is among the virtues of the Negroes, and induces them even to give their lives in return for benefits conferred on them. The Feloops, bordering on the Gambia, display the utmost gratitude and affection towards their benefactors. 77. As regards the Eastern Central Africans, Mr. MacDonald affirms without any hesitation that they have gratitude, even though we define gratitude as being much more than an acute sense of favours to come. 78. The Maasai and Wadshaga have a curious habit of spitting on things or people as a compliment or sign of gratitude. 79. Originally, I presume, with a view to transferring to them a blessing. The Beria are said to be thankful for benefits. According to Palgrave, gratitude is no 165 less an Arab than a European virtue, whatever the ignorance or the prejudices of some foreigners may have affirmed to the contrary. 81. And Burckhardt says that an Arab never forgets the generosity shown to him, even by an enemy. Ellis, History of Madagascar, Roman 1. See also Rachan, Voyage to Madagascar. Ellis Arp Sit 1 SQ. Burchell, Travels in the Interior of Southern Africa, 2 86 447. Tyler, 40 Years Among the Zulus. Kazali's Basutos. Ward, 5 Years with the Congo Cannibals. SQQ. Punch, quoted by Ling Roth, Great Benin. Monrad, Skildring Af Guinea Kiston. Mungo Park, Travels in the Interior of Africa. MacDonald, Africana, Roman 1. Johnston, Kilimanjaro Expedition. Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien. Palgrave, quoted in Spencer's Descriptive Sociology, Asiatic Races. Burckhardt, Notes on the Bedouins and Wahhabis. In other statements, gratitude is directly represented as an object of praise, or its absence as an object of disapproval. Among the Akkara Lutes, according to Father Yakov, gratitude to benefactors was considered a virtue. Among the Omahas, if a man receives a favor and does not manifest his thankfulness, the people exclaim, "He does not appreciate the gift, he has no manners." 84. The Kamchadales are not only grateful for favors, but they think it absolutely necessary to make some return for a present. 85. The Chinese say that kindness is more binding than a loan. 86. According to the Divine Panorama, a well-known Taoist work, those who forget kindness and are guilty of ingratitude shall be tormented after death, and shall not escape one jot of their punishments. 87. In one of the Pahlavi texts, gratitude is represented as a means of arriving at heaven, whilst ingratitude is stigmatized as a heinous sin. 88. And according to Ammian, ungrateful persons were even punished by law in ancient Persia. The same, we are told, was the case in Macedonia. The duty of gratitude was strongly inculcated by Greek and Roman moralists. Aristotle observes that we ought, as a general rule, rather to return a kindness to our benefactor than to confer a gratuitous favor upon a brother in arms, just as we ought rather to repay a loan to a creditor than to spend the same sum upon a present to a friend. According to 166 Xenophon, the requital of benefits is enjoined by a divine law. There is no duty more indispensable than that of returning a kindness, says Cicero. All men detest one forgetful of a benefit. 94. Seneca calls ingratitude a most odious vice, which it is difficult to punish by law, but which we refer for judgment to the gods. The ancient Scandinavians considered it dishonorable for a man to kill even an enemy in blood revenge if he had received a benefit from him. Yakov, quoted by Petrov, report on the population 100 of Alaska. Dorsey, Omaha Sociology in Ann, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 3. Doble, Travels in Kamchatka, Roman 1. Davis, China, Roman 2. Giles' Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio 2, SQ, see also Taishang 4. Dinai Mainogi Kurad 36, 37, Roman 43. Ammianus Marcellinus, Roman 23 AD 1. Seneca de Beneficiis, Roman 3-2. C. Schmidt Die Ethik der alten Griechen 2, SQQ. Aristotle, Ethica Nicomacheia, Roman 10-3. Xenophon Memorabilia, Roman 4-24. Cicero de Officiis 1-2. Seneca de Beneficiis, Roman 3-1 SQ. Mora die Bekehrung des Norwegischen Stamms, Roman 2. We may assume that among beings capable of feeling moral emotions, the general disposition to be kind to a benefactor will inevitably lead to the notion that ungrateful behavior is wrong. Such behavior is offensive to the benefactor. As Spinoza observes, he who has conferred a benefit on anyone from motives of love or honor will feel pain if he sees that the benefit is received without gratitude. 97. This by itself tends to evoke in the bystander sympathetic resentment towards the offender, but his resentment is much increased by the retributive kindliness which he is apt to feel, sympathetically, towards the benefactor. He wants to see the latter's kindness rewarded, and he is shocked by the absence of a similar desire in the very person who may be naturally expected to feel it more strongly than anybody else. Spinoza Ethica, Roman 3, a Japanese proverb says that thankless labor brings fatigue. Read Japan 2. The moral ideas concerning conduct, which affects other persons' welfare, vary according as the parties are members of the same or different families, or of the same or different communities. For reasons which have been stated in previous chapters, parents have in this respect special duties towards their children, and children towards their parents, and a tribesman or a fellow countryman has claims which are not shared by a foreigner. But there are duties not only to particular individuals, but also to 167 whole social aggregates. Foremost among these is the duty of patriotism. The duty of patriotism is rooted in the patriotic sentiment, in a person's love of the social body of which he is himself a member, and which is attached to the territory he calls his country. It involves a desire to promote its welfare, a wish that it may prosper for the time being and for all future. This desire is the outcome of a variety of sentiments, of men's affection for the people among whom they live, of attachment to the places where they have grown up or spent part of their lives, of devotion to their race and language, and to the traditions, customs, laws, and institutions of the society in which they were born, and to which they belong. Genuine patriotism presupposes a power of abstraction which the lower savages can hardly be supposed to possess, but it seems to be far from unknown among uncultured peoples of a higher type. North American Indians are praised for their truly patriotic spirit, for their strong attachment to their tribe and their country. Carver says of the Naudowesses, the honor of their tribe and the welfare of their nation is the first and most predominant emotion of their hearts, and from hence proceed in a great measure all their virtues and their vices. Actuated by this, they brave every danger, endure the most exquisite torments, and expire triumphing in their fortitude, not as a personal qualification, but as a national characteristic. 99 Patriotism and public spirit were often strongly manifested by the Tahitians. The Maori loves his country and the rights of his ancestors, and he will fight for his children's land. 10. One of the Guanches of Tenerife, we are told that patriotism was 168 their chief virtue. The same quality distinguishes the Yorubas of West Africa. No race of men, says Mr. MacGregor, could be more devoted to their country. 103 Burckhardt writes, as to the attachment which a Bedouin entertains for his own tribe, the deep-felt interest he takes in its power and fame, and the sacrifices of every kind he is ready to make for its prosperities, are feelings rarely operating with equal force in any other nation, and it is with an exulting pride of conscious patriotism, not inferior to any which ennobled the history of Grecian or Helvetian republics, that an Inez, should he be suddenly attacked, seizes his lance, and waving it over his head exclaims, "I am an Inez." 104. Adair History of the American Indians SQ, Harriet travels through the Canadas, Laskill, History of the Mission of the United Brethren among the Indians 1, Iroquois. Carver travels through the interior parts of North America. Ellis Polynesian Researches, Roman 1, Enger's Savage Life and Scenes in Australia and New Zealand, Roman 1. See also Travers, Life and Times of T. Roparaha, in Trans and Proceed. New Zealand Institute, Roman 5. Bory de St. Vincent, Essays sur les Isles Fortunes. MacGregor, Lagos Abiokutar and the Alake in Jour, African Soch, 1904. Burckhardt, Notes on the Bedouins and Wahhabis. Many of the elements out of which patriotism proper has grown are clearly distinguishable among savages, even the very lowest. We have previously noticed the savage's attachment to members of his own community or tribe. Combined with this is his love of his native place, and of the mode of life to which he is habituated. There is a touching illustration of this feeling in the behavior of the wild boy who had been found in the woods near Aveyron, where he had spent most part of his young life in perfect isolation from all human beings when he, after being removed to Paris, was once taken back to the country, to the Vale of Montmorency. Joy was painted in his eyes, in all the motions and postures of his body, at the view of the hills and the woods of the charming valley. He appeared more than ever restless and savage, and in spite of the most assiduous attention that was paid to his wishes, and the most affectionate regard that was expressed for him, he seemed to be occupied only with an anxious desire of taking his flight. 105. How much greater must not the love of home be in him who has there his relatives and friends? Mr. How it tells us of 169 an Australian native who, on leaving his camp with him for a trip of about a week, burst into tears, saying to himself once and again, "My country, my people, I shall not see them." 106. The Vedas of Ceylon would exchange their wild forest life for none other, and it was with the utmost difficulty that they could be induced to quit even for a short time their favourite solitude. 107. The Steens of Cambodia are so strongly attached to their forests and mountains that to leave them seems almost like death. Solomon Islanders not seldom die from homesickness on their way to the Fiji or Queensland plantations. The Hovers of Madagascar, when setting out on a journey, often take with them a small portion of their native earth, on which they gaze during their absence, invoking their God that they may be permitted to return to restore it to the place from which it was taken. Mr. Crawford observes that in the Malay archipelago the attachment to the native spot is strongest with the agricultural tribes. 111. But though a settled life is naturally most favourable to its development, this feeling is not inconsistent with nomadism. The Nishnam, who are the most nomadic of all the Californian tribes, have very great attachment for the valley or flat which they count their home. Idard, Account of the Discovery and Education of a Savage Man, SQQ. Brasmythe, Aborigines of Victoria, Roman 2. Hartshorne, Wedders in Indian Antiquary, Roman 8. Mauhart, Travels in the Central Parts of Indochina, Roman 1. Guppy Arp Sit. Ellis, History of Madagascar, Roman 1. Crawford, History of the Indian Archipelago, Roman 1. Powers Arp Sit, SQ. For other instances of love of home among uncivilized races see von Spix and von Martius Arp Sit. 2. Note Corodos, von Kotzebue Arp Sit. 3. Indians of California, Gibbs Tribes of Western Washington and Northwestern Oregon, Elliott Report of the Seal Islands of Alaska, Hooper 10 months among the tents of the Tusky, von Siebold Aino auf der Insel Yeso, Mallet Les Philippines 2. Negritos, von Brenner Besuch Bay den Kannibalen Sumatras Bataks, Earl Papuans natives of Rati near Timor, Ling Rath Aborigines of Tasmania, Diefenbach, Travels in New Zealand 2. Cumming in the Himalayas Paharis, Lane Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians Bedawis Tristram Great Sahara Esq, Beni Mzab Burton Zanzibar 2. Wanaka, Emin Pasha in Central Africa Mombatu Anderson Lake Ngami Ovambo Rowley Africa Unveiled Esq, Cruise of the Grain Coast below Liberia, Price Quisama Tribe in Jour, Anther, Inst, Roman 1. Moreover, as we have noticed above, savages have the greatest regard for their native customs and institutions. Many of them have displayed that love of national independence which gives to patriotism its highest fervour. And among some uncivilized peoples, at least, the force of racial and linguistic unity shows itself even outside the social or political unit. Burckhardt observes that the Bedouins are not only solicitous for the honour of their own respective tribes, but consider the interests of all other tribes as more or less attached to their own, and frequently evince a general esprit de corps, lamenting the losses of any of their tribes occasioned by attacks from settlers or foreign troops, even though at war with those tribes. 115. A Tongan loves the island on which he was born in particular, and all the Tonga Islands generally, as being one country, and speaking one language. 116. Travelers have noticed how gratifying it is, when visiting an uncultured people, to know a little of their language. There is at once a sympathetic link between the native and the stranger. Even the almost inaccessible Berber of the Great Atlas, in spite of his excessive hatred of the European, will at once give you a kindly glance as soon as you, to his astonishment, utter to him a few words in his own tongue. See Supra 1 Sq. Cf. Dobrizhoffer Account of the Abipones 2 105, La Monaco Sulras Indigene del Brasil in Archivio per l'Anthropologia e la Ethnologia 19. Tupis, Brett, Indian Tribes of Guyana, Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes of the United States 3. Iroquois, Nansen, Eskimo Life, Greenlanders, Macpherson Memorials of Service in India, Cairns, Saracen, Op. Cit. 3 Vedas, Casati 10 Years in Equatoria 1 304 Negroes of Central Africa, Fritsch, Die Eingeborenen Südafrikas SQ, Bushmans. Burkhardt, Bedouins and Wahhabis. Mariner, Natives of the Tonga Islands, Roman 2. See Stokes, Discoveries in Australia, Roman 2. Like other species of the altruistic sentiment, patriotism is apt to overestimate the qualities of the object for which it is felt, and it does so all the more readily as love of one's country is almost inseparably intermingled with love of one's self. The ordinary, typical patriot has a strong will to believe that his nation is the best. If, as many 171 people nowadays seem to maintain, such a will to believe is an essential characteristic of true patriotism, savages are as good patriots as anybody. In their intercourse with white men, they have often with astonishment noticed the arrogant air of superiority adopted by the latter. In their own opinion, they are themselves vastly superior to the whites. According to Eskimo beliefs, the first man, though made by the Great Being, was a failure, and was consequently cast aside and called Kabluna, which means white man, but a second attempt of the Great Being resulted in the formation of a perfect man, and he was called Innu, the name which the Eskimo give to themselves. Australian natives, on being asked to work, have often replied, "White fellow works, not black fellow gentleman." 119. When anything foolish is done, the Chippewas use an expression which means as stupid as a white man. 120. If a South Sea Islander sees a very awkward person, he says, "How stupid you are. Perhaps you are an Englishman." 121. Mr. Williams tells us of a Fijian who, having been to the United States, was ordered by his chiefs to say whether the country of the white man was better than Fiji, and in what respects. He had not, however, gone far in telling the truth, when one cried out, "He is a prating fellow," another, "He is impudent," and some said, "Kill him." 122. The Koriaks are more argumentative. In order to prove that the accounts they hear of the advantages of other countries are so many lies, they say to the stranger, "If you could enjoy these advantages at home, what made you take so much trouble to come to us?" 123. But the Koriaks in their turn are looked down upon by their neighbors, the Chukchi, who call the surrounding peoples old women, only fit to guard their flocks and to be their attendants. The Ainu despise the Japanese. 172, just as much as the Japanese despise them, and are convinced of the superiority of their own blood and descent over that of all other peoples in the world. 125. Even the miserable Veda of Ceylon has a very high opinion of himself, and regards his civilized neighbors with contempt. As is often the case with civilized men, savages attribute to their own people all kinds of virtue and perfection. The South American Mbayas, according to Azara, si croyant la nation la plus noble du monde, la plus généreuse, la plus exactia tenir sa parole avec l'autre, et la plus vaillante. 127. The Eskimo of Norton Sound speak of themselves as Yupik, meaning fine or complete people, whereas an Indian is termed Inkillik, from a word which means a louse egg. 128. When a Greenlander saw a foreigner of gentle and modest manners, his usual remark was, "He is almost as well-bred as we," or "He begins to be a man, that is, a Greenlander." The savage regards his people, as the root of all others, and as occupying the middle of the earth. The Hottentots love to call themselves the men of men. 130. The Indians of the Ungava district, Hudson Bay, give themselves the name Nenanot, that is, true or ideal red men. In the language of the Illinois Indians, the word Illinois means meaners if they looked upon all other Indians as beasts. 132. The Aborigines of Haiti believed that their island was the first of all things, that the sun and moon issued from one of its caverns, and men from another. Each Australian tribe, says Mr. Kerr, regards its country as the centre of the earth, which in most cases is believed not to extend more than a couple of 100 miles or so in any direction. Whole Arctic Researches SQ. Hale U.S. Exploring Expedition, Vol. 6 Ethnography and Philology. Keating Expedition to the Source of St. Peter's River, Roman 2. See also Baller Among the Indians SQ. Williams, Missionary Enterprises in the South Sea Islands. Williams and Calvert, Fiji. Krasheninnikov, History of Kamchatka. Sauer opposite. Bachelor Notes on the Ainu in Trans-Asiatic Soc. Japan 10, SQ, Howard Life with Trans-Siberian Savages. Neville in Taprobanian Roman 1 Saracen Op. Cit. 3 534, 553. Azara, Voyages dans l'Amérique Méridionale, Roman 2. Nelson Eskimo about Bering Strait in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan 18 SQ. Krantz History of Greenland, Roman 1. Kidd the Essential Kaffir. Turner Ethnology of the Ungava District in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 11. Marquette Recit des Voyages SQ. Brett Indian Tribes of Guyana. Kerr The Australian Race, Roman 1 for other instances of national conceit or pride among savages see Darwin, Journal of Researches, Fusions, Van den Steinen, Unter den Nativvölkern Zentralbrasiliens Baccheri, Von Humboldt, Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of the New Continent, 5 and Brett, Op. Cit. Guiana Indians, James Expedition to the Rocky Mountains 1, Omaha's Murdoch in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan 9, Point Barrow Eskimo, Krasheninnikov Op. Cit., Campsherdales Brasmythe Op. Cit., 2 Australian natives Macpherson Op. Cit., Cairns, Munzinger über die Sitnund des Recht der Bogos, Anderson Lakengami Ovambo. We meet with similar feelings and ideas among the nations of archaic culture. The Chinese are taught to think themselves superior to all other peoples. In their writings, ancient and modern, the word foreigner is regularly joined with some disrespectful epithet, implying or expressing the ignorance, brutality, obstinacy, or meanness of alien nations, and their obligations to or dependence upon China. To Confucius himself, China was the Middle Kingdom, the multitude of great states, all under heaven, beyond which were only rude and barbarous tribes. According to Japanese ideas, Nippon was the first country created, and the center of the world. The ancient Egyptians considered themselves as the peculiar people, specially loved by the gods. They alone were termed men Ramit. Other nations were Negroes, Asiatics, or Libyans, but not men, and according to the myth these nations were descended from the enemies of the gods. The national pride of the Assyrians, so often referred to by the Hebrew prophets 139, is conspicuous everywhere in their cuneiform inscriptions. They are the wise, the brave, the powerful, who, like the deluge, carry away all resistance. Their kings are the matchless, irresistible, and their gods are much exalted above the gods of all other nations. To the Hebrews their own land was an exceeding good land, flowing with milk and honey, the glory of all lands. 141 and its inhabitants were a holy 174 people, which the Lord had chosen to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. 142. Concerning the ancient Persians, Herodotus writes, they look upon themselves as very greatly superior in all respects to the rest of mankind, regarding others as approaching to excellence in proportion as they dwell nearer to them. Whence it comes to pass that those who are the farthest off must be the most degraded of mankind. 143. To this day, the monarch of Persia retains the title of the center of the universe, and it is not easy to persuade a native of Isfahan that any European capital can be superior to his native city. The Greeks called Delphia rather the round stone in the Delphic template navel or middle point of the earth, 145, and they considered the natural relation between themselves and barbarians to be that between master and slave. Philip, Life and Opinions of the Rev. W. Milne, cf. Stanton in Narrative of the Chinese Embassy to the Khan of the Torgauth Tartars, p. 8. Leg. Chinese Classics, Roman 1. See also Giles, Op. Cit. 2 and 2. Griffey's Religions of Japan. Ehrman, Life in Ancient Egypt. Isaiah 10 SQQ 37, SQQ Ezekiel 31, SQ Zephaniah Roman 2. Murter de Litsch, Jeskicht Babylonians under Syrians. Numbers 13, Roman 14 Ezekiel 20:15. Deuteronomy Roman 7. Herodotus Roman 1. Rawlinson in his translation of Herodotus 1, SQ N5. Pindar Pythia 6, SQ, Idem Nemia 7, SQ, Aeschylus Eumenides 40 166, Sophocles Dippus Tyrannus 400 AD 898, Livy Roman 38 cf, Herodotus Theory of Extremities 3, SQ and Rawlinson's commentary in his translation of Herodotus 1, SQ, N6. Euripides Iphigenia in Aulide 1400 SQ, Aristotle Politica 1 6 pp. 1252b, 1255a. In the archaic state, the national feeling is in some cases greatly strengthened by the religious feeling, whilst in other instances religion inspires devotion to the family, clan, or caste rather than to the nation, or constitutes a tie not only between compatriots, but between members of different political communities. The ancestor worship of the Chinese has hardly been conducive to genuine patriotism. Whatever devotion to the common weal may have prevailed among the Vedic Aryans, it has certainly passed away beneath the influence of Brahmanism, or been narrowed down to the caste, the village, or the family. The Zoroastrian Ahura Mazda was not a national god, but the god of the Aryans, that is, of all the peoples who inhabited ancient Iran, and these were constantly at war 175 with one another. Muhammadans, whilst animated with a common hatred towards the Christians, show little public spirit in relation to their respective countries, 149 composed as they are of a variety of loosely connected, often very heterogeneous elements, ruled over by a monarch whose power is in many districts more nominal than real. In ancient Greece and Rome, patriotism no doubt contained a religious element. Each state and town had its tutelary gods and heroes, who were considered its proper masters, 150, but in the first place it was free citizens' love of their native institutions, a civic virtue which grew up on the soil of liberty. When the 2 Spartans who were sent to Xerxes to be put to death were advised by one of his governors to surrender themselves to the king, their answer was, "Had you known what freedom is, you would have bidden us fight for it, not with the spear only but with the battle-axe." 151, and of the Athenians who lived at the time of the Persian Wars, Demosthenes said that they were ready to die for their country rather than to see it enslaved, and that they considered the outrages and insults which befell him who lived in subjugated city to be more terrible than death. In classical antiquity, the influence of patriotism thrilled through every fibre of moral and intellectual life. 153, in some Greek cities emigration was prohibited by law, at Argos even on penalty of death. Plato in the Republic sacrificed the family to the interests of the state. Cicero placed our duty to our country next after our duty to the immortal gods, and before our duty to our parents. Of all connections, he says, none is more weighty, none is more dear than that between every individual and his country. Our parents are dear to us. 176 Our children, our kinsmen, our friends are dear to us, but our country comprehends alone all the endearments of us all. What good man would hesitate to die for her if he could do her service? 156. Wheeler History of India 2, SQ, see also Lest altarisches Jus Gentium. Mayer Jeskic des Altertums Roman 1 Spiegel, Iranisch Alterthamskund 3, SQQ. Parlak Persian Roman 1 Urquhart, Spirit of the East 2, 439 Turks. Burckhardt Bedouins and Wahhabis SQ, Turks and Arab settlers. Lest altarisches Jus Gentium, Schmidt, Die Ethik der Alten Griechen Roman 2. Herodotus 7, SQ. Demosthenes de Corona 205. Lecky, History of European Morals Roman 1. Plutarch Lycurgus Roman 27. Arvid, Metamorphoses Roman 15. Cicero de Officiis 1, cf. Ibid 3. Ibid 1 cf. Cicero de Legibus 2. The duty of patriotism springs, in the first instance, from the patriotic feeling. When the love of country is common in a nation, public resentment is felt towards him who does not act as that sentiment requires him to act. Moreover, lack of patriotism in a person may also be resented by his fellow countrymen as an injury done to themselves. And as we have seen before, anger, and especially anger felt by a whole community, has a tendency to lead to moral disapproval. For analogous reasons, deeds of patriotism are apt to evoke moral praise. However, in benefiting his own people, the patriot may cause harm to other people. And where the altruistic sentiment is broad enough to extend beyond the limits of the state, and strong enough to make its voice heard, even in competition with the love of country and the love of self, his conduct may consequently be an object of reproach. At the lower stages of civilization, the interests of foreigners are not regarded at all, except when sheltered by the rule of hospitality. But gradually, owing to circumstances which will be discussed in the following chapter, altruism tends to expand, and men are at last considered to have duties to mankind at large. The Chinese moralists inculcated benevolence to all men without making any reference to national distinctions. Myths, who lived in the interval between Confucius and Mencius, even taught that we ought to love all men equally. But this doctrine called forth protests as abnegating the peculiar devotion due to relatives. In Taishang it is said that a good man will feel kindly towards every creature, and should not hurt even the insect tribes, grass and trees. Buddhism 177 enjoins the duty of universal love. As a mother, even at the risk of her own life, protects her son, her only son, so let a man cultivate goodwill without measure toward all beings, unhindered love and friendliness toward the whole world above, below, around. 160. According to the Hindu work Panchatantra, it is the thought of little-minded persons to consider whether a man is one of ourselves or an alien, the whole earth being of kin to him who is generously disposed. In Greece and Rome philosophers arose who opposed national narrowness and prejudice. Democritus of Abdera said that every country is accessible to a wise man, and that a good soul's fatherland is the whole earth. The same view was expressed by Theodorus, one of the later Cyrenaics, who denounced devotion to country as ridiculous. The Cynics, in particular, attached slight value to the citizenship of any special state, declaring themselves to be citizens of the world. But as Zeller observes, in the mouth of the Cynic this doctrine was meant to express not so much the essential oneness of all mankind, as the philosopher's independence of country and home. It was the Stoic philosophy that first gave to the idea of a world citizenship a definite positive meaning, and raised it to historical importance. The citizen of Alexander's huge empire had in a way become a citizen of the world, and national dislikes were so much more readily overcome as the various nationalities comprised in it were united not only under a common government, but also in a common culture. Indeed, the founder of Stoicism was himself only half a Greek, but there is also an obvious connection between the cosmopolitan idea and the Stoic 178 system in general. According to the Stoics, human society has for its basis the identity of reason in individuals, hence we have no ground for limiting this society to a single nation. We are all, says Seneca, members of one great body, the universe. We are all akin by nature, who has formed us of the same elements, and placed us here together for the same end. 168. If our reason is common, says Marcus Aurelius, there is a common law, as reason commands us what to do and what not to do. And if there is a common law, we are fellow citizens. If this is so, we are members of some political community. The world is in a manner a state. 169. To this great state, which includes all rational beings, the individual states are related as the houses of a city are to the city collectively. 170. And the wise man will esteem it far above any particular community in which the accident of birth has placed him. Lun Yu, Roman 12 Mencius, Romans 7:45, Douglas, Confucianism and Taoism, pp. 108-205. Edkins, Religion in China, Leg Chinese Classics 2 and 45, De Groot, Religious System of China, Vol. 2, Book 1. Taishang 3. Quoted by Rhys Davids, Hibbert Lectures on the History of Buddhism. Muir, Religious and Moral Sentiments rendered from Sanskrit writers. Stobus, Florilegium 40, Vol. Roman 2 cf. Natop diethica Democritos N41. Diogenes Laertius vit Philosophorum 2, SQ. Ibid 663-72-98, Epictetus Dissertations Roman 366, Stobus 45 Vol, Roman 2. Zeller Socrates and the Socratic Schools SQ. Idem, Stoics, Epicureans and Skeptics. Cf. Plutarch de Alexandri Magni Fortuna aut Virtut 1. C. Zeller Stoics 100, SQ. Seneca Epistole Roman 95. Marcus Aurelius Commentarii Roman 4 cf. Ibid. 6 and 9, Cicero de Legibus 1, Epictetus Dissertations Roman 1 3. Marcus Aurelius Roman 3. Seneca de Otio Roman 4 idem. Epistole Roman 68 Epictetus Dissertations Roman 3 AD 3 SQQ. But the Roman ideal of patriotism, with its utter disregard for foreign nations 172, was not opposed by philosophy alone. It met with an even more formidable antagonist in the new religion. The Christian and the Stoic rejected it on different grounds. Whilst the Stoic felt himself as a citizen of the world, the Christian felt himself as a citizen of heaven, to whom this planet was only a place of exile. Christianity was not hostile to the state. At the very time when Nero committed his worst atrocities, St. Paul declared that there is no power but of God, and that whosoever resists the power resists the ordinance of God and shall be condemned. 174. And Tertullian says that all Christians send up their prayers for the life of the emperors, for their ministers, for magistrates, for the good of the 179 state, and the peace of the empire. But the emperor should be obeyed only so long as his commands do not conflict with the law of God. A Christian ought rather to suffer like Daniel in the lion's den than sin against his religion. 176. And nothing is more entirely foreign to him than affairs of state. Indeed, in the whole Roman Empire there were no men who so entirely lacked patriotism as the early Christians. They had no affection for Judea, they soon forgot Galilee, they cared nothing for the glory of Greece and Rome. When the judges asked them which was their country, they said in answer, I am a Christian. 179, and long after Christianity had become the religion of the empire, St. Augustine declared that it matters not in respect of this short and transitory life, under whose dominion a mortal man lives, if only he be not compelled to acts of impiety or injustice. Later on, when the Church grew into a political power independent of the state, she became a positive enemy of national interests. In the 17th century, a Jesuit general called patriotism a plague, and the most certain death of Christian love. 181. Cf. Lactantius Divin Institutions, 6 De Viro Cultu, 6 Mean Patrologi Cursus 6. St. Matthew Roman 22 1 Peter 2, SQ. Romans 13 SQ, see also Titus Roman 3. Tertullian Apologeticus 39 Mean, up, sit. 1 see also Ludwig Tertullian's Ethic SQ. Tertullian de Idolatria 15 Mean, up, sit. 1. Tertullian Apologeticus 38 Mean, up, sit. 1 Nec ulla magis res aliena quam publica. See Renan, Hibbert Lectures on the Influence of Rome on Christianity. Leblanc Inscriptions Crescens Roman 1. St. Augustine De Civitate Dei Roman 5. Van Eycken, Geschichte und System der mittelalterlichen Weltanschauung. With the fall of the Roman Empire, patriotism died out in Europe, and remained extinct for centuries. It was a feeling hardly compatible either with the migratory life of the Teutonic tribes or with the feudal system, which grew up wherever they fixed their residence. The knights, it is true, were not destitute of the natural affection for home. When Alliormes is mortally wounded by Jerry Lee Soers, he exclaims, Holy Virgin, I shall never more see Saint Quentin nor Neil. 182, and the troubadour Bernard de Ventader touchingly sings, Quan la dausa ora venta deves noster pais, mis vier quesenta odor de 180 parodies. 183, but to a man of the Middle Ages his country meant little more than the neighbourhood in which he lived. Kingdoms existed, but no nations. The first duty of a vassal was to be loyal to his lord. 185, but no national spirit bound together the various barons of one country. A man might be the vassal of the King of France and of the King of England at the same time, and often, from caprice, passion, or sordid interest, the barons sold their services to the enemies of the kingdom. The character of his knighthood was also perpetually pressing the knight to a course of conduct distinct from all national objects. The cause of a distressed lady was in many instances preferable to that of the country to which he belonged, as, when the capital debauch, though an English subject, did not hesitate to unite his troops with those of the Comte de Foix to relieve the ladies in a French town, where they were besieged and threatened with violence by the insurgent peasantry. When a knight's duties towards his country are mentioned in the rules of chivalry, they are spoken of as duties towards his lord. The wicked knight, it is said, that aids not his earthly lord and natural country against another prince, is a knight without office. 188 far from being, as 1000. Gautier asserts 189 the object of an express command in the code of chivalry. True patriotism had there no place at all. It was not known as an ideal, still less did it exist as a reality, among either knights or commoners. As a Duke of Orleans could bind himself by a fraternity of arms and alliance to a Duke of Lancaster, 190 so English merchants were in the habit of supplying nations at war against England, with provisions bought at English fairs, and weapons wrought by English hands. If, as 1000, Gaston Paris maintains, a 181 deep feeling of national union had inspired the Chanson de Roland 192, it is a strange, yet undeniable, fact that no distinct trace of this feeling displayed itself in the medieval history of France before the English wars. Les Romans de Réal de Cambrai, 210. Quoted by Gautier, La Chevalerie. Si Sabrario della Economia Politica del Medioevo, 1. De Crozels, Histoire de la Civilisation, Roman 2. Order of Chivalry Fal, 13b 32b. See Mill's History of Chivalry 1, SQ. Scott Essay on Chivalry. Order of Chivalry Fal, 14b. Gautier Arp Sit. Saint Palais, Memoirs sur l'Ancienne Chevalerie, Roman 2. Pike, History of Crime in England 1, SQ. Paris, La Poésie du Moyen Âge, 1000. Gautier says Arp Sit that Roland is la France fait harm. Besides feudalism and the want of political cohesion, there were other factors that contributed to hinder the development of national personality and patriotic devotion. This sentiment presupposes not only that the various parts of which a country is composed shall have a vivid feeling of their unity, but also that they, united, shall feel themselves as a nation clearly distinct from other nations. In the Middle Ages, national differences were largely obscured by the preponderance of the universal church, by the creation of the Holy Roman Empire, by the prevalence of a common language as the sole vehicle of mental culture, and by the undeveloped state of the vernacular tongues. To make use of the native dialect was a sign of ignorance, and to place worldly interests above the claims of the church was impious. When Machiavelli declared that he preferred his country to the safety of his soul, people considered him guilty of blasphemy, and when the Venetians defied the papal thunders by averring that they were Venetians in the first place, and only Christians in the second, the world heard them with amazement. 193 National Personality, in Edinburgh Review, Roman 194. In England, the national feeling developed earlier than on the continent, no doubt owing to her insular position and freer institutions. As Montesquieu observes, patriotism thrives best in democracies. At the time of the English Reformation, the sense of corporate national life had evidently gained considerable strength, and the love of England has never been expressed in more exquisite form than it was by Shakespeare. At the same time, the sense of patriotism was often grossly perverted by religious 182 bigotry and party spirit. Even champions of liberty, like Lord Russell and Algernon Sidney, accepted French gold in the hope of embarrassing the king, and Sidney went so far as to try to instigate De Witt to invade England. Loyalism, in particular, proved a much stronger incentive than love of country. A loyalist like Strafford would have employed half-savage Irish troops against his own countrymen, and the Scotch Jacobites invited a French invasion. Montesquieu de l'Esprit des Lois 4, others SQ. See Edinburgh Review 194, 136 SQ, Pearson, National Life and Character. In France, the development of the national feeling was closely connected with the strengthening of the royal power and its gradual victory over feudalism. The word patrie was for the first time used by Charles VII's chronicler, Jean Chardier, and he also condemned as renegades those Frenchmen who, at the end of the 100 Years' War, fought on the side of the English. But patriotism was for a long time inseparably confounded with loyalty to the sovereign. According to Bossuet tout l'état est en la personne du prince, 197, and Ab Coyer observes that Colbert believed royaume and patrie to signify one and the same thing. In the 18th century, the spirit of rebellion succeeded that of devotion to the king, but the keynote of the great movement which led to the revolution was the liberty and equality of the individual, not the glory or welfare of the nation. Men were looked upon as members of the human race, rather than as citizens of any particular country. To be a citizen of every nation, and not to belong to one's native country alone, was the dream of French writers in the 18th century. The true sage is a cosmopolitan, says a writer of comedy. Diderot asks which is the greater merit, to enlighten the human race, which remains forever, or to save one's fatherland, which is 183 perishable. According to Voltaire, patriotism is composed of self-love and prejudice 202, and only too often makes us the enemies of our fellow men. Il est clair quan pays ni put gagner sans quan autre perd, et quil ni put vaincre sans faire des malheureux. Tel est donc la condition humaine, que sauhater la grandeur de son pays, c'est sauhater du mal à ses voisins. 203 In Germany, Lessing, Goethe and Schiller felt themselves as citizens of the world, not of the German Empire, still less as Saxons or Swabians, and Klopstock, with his enthusiasm for German nationality and language, almost appeared eccentric. Lessing writes point-blank, "The praise of being an ardent patriot is to my mind the very last thing that I should covet. I have no idea at all of love of the fatherland, and it seems to me at best but an heroical weakness, which I can very readily dispense with 205. Gibbel, Histoire du sentiment national, en France, pendant la guerre de Cent Ans Esq. Legrand, Lydie de Patrie. Black, Dictionnaire général de la politique, Roman II. Text, Jean-Jacques Rousseau and the Cosmopolitan Spirit in Literature. Palissat de Montenoy, Les Philosophes 3. Diderot Essai sur les Rignes de Claude et de Néron 2, Others 6. Voltaire Pensées sur l'administration publique, 14 Others completes 5. Idem Dictionnaire philosophique art, Patrie Others completes 8. C. Strauss Der Alt und der Neue Globe Esq. Lessing quoted by Ziegler Social Ethics. The First French Revolution marks the beginning of a new era in the history of patriotism. It inspired the masses with passion for the unity of the fatherland, the republic one and indivisible. At the same time it declared all nations to be brothers, and when it made war on foreign nations, the object was only to deliver them from their oppressors. But gradually, the interest in the affairs of other countries grew more and more selfish. The attempt to emancipate was absorbed in the desire to subjugate, and this awoke throughout Europe a feeling which was destined to become the most powerful force in the history of the 19th century, the feeling of nationality. When Napoleon introduced French administration in the countries whose sovereigns he had deposed or degraded, the people resisted the change. The resistance was popular, as the rulers were absent or helpless, and it was national, being directed against foreign institutions. It was stirred by the feeling of national rather than political unity. It was a protest against the dominion of race over race. The national element in this movement had in a manner been anticipated by the French Revolution itself. The French people was regarded by it as an ethnological, not as an historic, unit. Dissent was put in the place of tradition. The idea of the sovereignty of the people uncontrolled by the past gave birth to the idea of nationality independent of the political influence of history. But, as has been truly remarked, men were made conscious of the national element of the revolution by its conquests, not in its rise. Block up sit Roman II. See Nationality in Home and Foreign Review 1, SQQ. Ever since, the racial feeling has been the most vigorous force in European patriotism, and has gradually become a true danger to humanity. Beginning as a protest against the dominion of one race over another, this feeling led to a condemnation of every state which included different races, and finally developed into the complete doctrine that state and nationality should so far as possible be coextensive. According to this theory, the dominant nationality cannot admit the inferior nationalities dwelling within the boundaries of the state to an equality with itself, because, if it did, the state would cease to be national, and this would be contrary to the principle of its existence. Or the weaker nationalities are compelled to change their language, institutions, and individuality, so as to be absorbed in the dominant race. And not only does the leading nationality assert its superiority in relation to all others within the body politic, but it also wants to assert itself at the expense of foreign nations and races. To the nationalist, all this is true patriotism. Love of country often stands for a feeling which has been well described as love of more country, but at the same time, opposite ideals are at work. The fervor of 19th-century nationalism has not been able to quench the 185 cosmopolitan spirit. In spite of loud appeals made to racial instincts and the sense of national solidarity, the idea has been gaining ground that the aims of a nation must not conflict with the interests of humanity at large, that our love of country should be controlled by other countries' right to prosper and to develop their own individuality, and that the oppression of weaker nationalities inside the state and aggressiveness towards foreign nations, being mainly the outcome of vainglory and greed, are inconsistent with the aspirations of a good patriot, as well as of a good man. Ibid. Sq. Robertson, Patriotism and Empire. Our long discussion of moral ideas regarding such modes of conduct as directly concern other men's welfare has at last come to an end. We have seen that they may be ultimately traced to a variety of sources, to the influence of habit or education, to egoistic considerations of some kind or other which have given rise to moral feelings, to notions of social expediency, to disinterested likings or dislikes, and above all, to sympathetic resentment or sympathetic approval, springing from an altruistic disposition of mind. But how to account for this disposition? Our explanation of that group of moral ideas which we have been hitherto investigating is not complete until we have found an answer to this important question. I shall therefore in the next chapter examine the origin and development of the altruistic sentiment. Chapter 34. The origin and development of the altruistic sentiment. There is one form of the altruistic sentiment which man shares with all mammals and many other animals, namely maternal affection. As regards its origin, various theories have been set forth. According to Aristotle, parents love their children as being portions of themselves. A similar explanation of maternal affection has been given by some modern writers. Thus Professor Espinaz regards this sentiment as modified self-love and love of property. The female, he says, at the moment when she gives birth to little ones resembling herself, has no difficulty in recognizing them as the flesh of her flesh. The feeling she experiences towards them is made up of sympathy and pity, but we cannot exclude from it an idea of property, which is the most solid support of sympathy. She feels and understands up to a certain point that these young ones which are herself at the same time belong to her. The love of herself, extended to those who have gone out from her, changes egoism into sympathy and the proprietary instinct into an affectionate impulse. This hypothesis, however, seems to me to be very inadequate. It does not explain why, for instance, a bird takes more care of her eggs than of other matter segregated from 187 her body, which may equally well be regarded as a part of herself. Nor does it account for a foster mother's affection for her adopted offspring. Of this many instances have been noticed in the lower animals, and among some savage peoples adopted children are said to be treated by their foster parents with the same affection as if they were their own flesh and blood. Aristotle, Ethica Nicomacheia, Roman 8:2 Sq. Hartley, Observations on Man 1, Sq. Fichte, Das System der Sittenlehre. Espinaz, Des Societés Animals 2nd ed., Sq. Quoted by Ribot, Psychology of the Emotions. C.F. Spencer, Principles of Psychology, Roman 2. Murdoch, Ethnol, Results of the Point Barrow Expedition in Anne. Rep. Burr, Ethn 9. Point Barrow Eskimo, Thompson, Savage Island. A very different explanation of maternal love has been given by Professor Bain. He derives parental affection from the intense pleasure in the embrace of the young. He observes that such a pleasure once created would associate itself with the prevailing features and aspects of the young, and give to all of these their very great interest. For the sake of the pleasure, the parent discovers the necessity of nourishing the subject of it, and comes to regard the ministering function as a part or condition of the delight. 6. But if the satisfaction in animal contact were at the bottom of the maternal feeling, conjugal affection ought by far to surpass it in intensity. And yet, among the lower races at least, the case is exactly the reverse, conjugal affection being vastly inferior in degree to a mother's love of her child. It may indeed be fairly doubted whether there is any intense pleasure at all in embracing a newborn baby unless it be one's own. It seems much more likely that parents like to touch their children because they love them, than that they love them because they like to touch them. Attraction, showing itself either by elementary movements of approach, or by contact, or by the embrace, is the outward expression of tenderness. Professor Bain himself observes that as anger reaches a satisfying term by knocking someone down, love is completed and satisfied with an embrace. But this by no means implies that the embrace is the cause of love. It 188 only means that love has a tendency to express itself outwardly in an act of embrace. Bain, Emotions and the Will. Ribart opposite. Bain opposite. In the opinion of Mr. Spencer, again, parental love is essentially love of the weak or helpless. This instinct, he remarks, is not adequately defined as that which attaches a creature to its young, though most frequently and most strongly displayed in this relation, the so-called parental feeling is really excitable apart from parenthood, and the common trait of the objects which arouse it is always relative weakness or helplessness. This hypothesis undoubtedly contains part of the truth. That the maternal instinct is in some degree love of the helpless is obvious from the fact that, among those of the lower animals which are not gregarious, mother and young separate as soon as the latter are able to shift for themselves. Nay, in many cases they are actually driven away by her. Moreover, in species which are so constituted that the young from the very outset can help themselves, there is no maternal love. These facts indicate where we have to look for the source of this sentiment. When the young are born in a state of utter helplessness, somebody must take care of them, or the species cannot survive, or rather, such a species could never have come into existence. The maternal instinct may thus be assumed to owe its origin to the survival of the fittest, to the natural selection of useful spontaneous variations. Spencer, Principles of Psychology 2, SQ, see also Hartley op. Cit., Roman 1. This is also recognized by Mr. Spencer, 10, but his theory fails to explain the indisputable fact that there is a difference between maternal love and the mere love of the helpless. Even in a gregarious species, mothers make a distinction between their own offspring and other young. During my stay among the mountaineers of Morocco, I was often struck by the extreme eagerness with which in the evening, when the flock of ewes and the flock of lambs were reunited, each mother sought for her own lamb, and each lamb for its own mother. A similar 189 discrimination has been noticed even in cases of conscious adoption. Brame tells us of a female baboon which had so capacious a heart that she not only adopted young monkeys of other species, but stole young dogs and cats which she continually carried about. Yet her kindness did not go so far as to share food with her adopted offspring, although she divided everything quite fairly with her own young ones. To account for the maternal sentiment, we must therefore assume the existence of some other stimulus besides the signs of helplessness, which produces, or at least strengthens, the instinctive motor response in the mother. This stimulus, so far as I can see, is rooted in the external relationship in which the offspring from the beginning stand to the mother. She is in close proximity to her helpless young from their tenderest age, and she loves them because they are to her a cause of pleasure. Spencer op. Cit., Roman 2. Darwin, Descent of Man. In various animal species, the young are cared for not only by the mother, but by the father as well. This is the general rule among birds. Whilst the hatching of the eggs and the chief part of the rearing duties belong to the mother, the father acts as a protector and provides food for the family. Among most of the mammals, on the other hand, the connections between the sexes are restricted to the time of the rut, hence the father may not even see his young. But there are also some mammalian species in which male and female remain together even after the birth of the offspring, and the father defends his family against enemies. Among the quadrumana this seems to be the rule. All the best authorities agree that the gorilla and the chimpanzee live in families. When the female is pregnant, the male builds a rude nest in a tree, where she is delivered. and he spends the night crouching at the foot of the tree, protecting the female and their young one, which are in the nest above, from the nocturnal attacks of leopards. Passing from the 190 highest monkeys to the savage and barbarous races of men, we meet with the same phenomenon. In the human race, the family consisting of father, mother, and offspring is probably a universal institution, whether founded on a monogamous, polygynous, or polyandrous marriage. And as among the lower animals having the same habit, whilst the immediate care of the children chiefly belongs to the mother, the father is the guardian of the family. Westermarck, History of Human Marriage SQ. Ibid SQQ. Westermarck, History of Human Marriage SQQ. The stimuli to which the paternal instinct responds are apparently derived from the same circumstances as those which call into activity the maternal instinct, that is, the helplessness and the nearness of the offspring. Wherever this instinct exists, the father is near his young from the beginning, living together with the mother. And here again the sentimental response is in all probability the result of a process of natural selection, which has preserved a mental disposition necessary for the existence of the species. Among birds, paternal care is indispensable. Equal and continual warmth is the first requirement for the development of the embryo and the preservation of the young ones, and for this the mother almost always wants the assistance of the father, who provides her with necessaries and sometimes relieves her of the brooding. Among mammals, again, whilst the young at their tenderest age can never do without the mother, the father's aid is generally not required. That the primates form an exception to this rule is probably due to the small number of young, the female bringing forth but one at a time, and besides, among the highest apes and in man, to the long period of infancy. If this is true, we may assume that the paternal instinct occurred in primitive man, as it occurs, more or less strongly developed, among the anthropoid apes and among existing savages. See Ibid SQQ. Fiske, Outlines of Cosmic Philosophy 2, SQ. By origin closely allied to the paternal feeling is the attachment between individuals of different sex, which 191 induces male and female to remain with one another beyond the mere act of propagation, till after the birth of the offspring. It is obvious that, where the generative power is restricted to a certain seasonal peculiarity, which primitive man seems to have shared with other mammals, 16, it cannot be the sexual instinct that causes the prolonged union of the sexes, nor can I conceive any other egoistic motive that could account for this habit. Considering that the union lasts till after the birth of the offspring, and that it is accompanied with parental care, I conclude that it is for the benefit of the young that male and female continue to live together. The tie which joins them seems therefore, like parental affection, to be an instinct developed through natural selection. The tendency to feel some attachment to a being, which has been the cause of pleasure in this case, sexual pleasure lays undoubtedly at the bottom of this instinct. Such a feeling may originally have induced the sexes to remain united, and the male to protect the female, even after the sexual desire was gratified. And if procuring great advantage to the species in the struggle for existence, conjugal attachment would naturally have developed into a specific characteristic. Westermarck op. Cit. Ch. 2. We have reason to believe that the germ of this sentiment occurred already in our earliest human ancestors, that marriage in the natural history sense of the term is a habit transmitted to man from some ape-like progenitor. In the course of evolution, conjugal affection has increased both in intensity and complexity, but advancement in civilization has not at every step been favorable to its development. When restricted to men only, a higher culture on the contrary tends to alienate husband and wife, as is the case in Eastern countries, and as was the case in ancient Greece. Another fact leading to conjugal apathy is the custom which compels the women before marriage to live strictly apart from the men. In China, it often happens that the parties have not even seen each 192 other till the wedding day. 18, and in Greece Plato urged in vain that young men and women should be more frequently permitted to meet one another, so that there should be less enmity and indifference in the married life. Conjugal love is both a cause and an effect of monogamy, but as we shall see subsequently, the course of civilization does not involve a steady progress towards stricter monogamy. The notions about women also influence the emotions felt towards them, and we have noticed that the great religions of the world have generally held them in little regard. In its fully developed form, the passion which unites the sexes is perhaps the most compound of all human feelings. Mr. Spencer thus sums up the masterly analysis he has given of it. Round the physical feeling forming the nucleus of the whole, are gathered the feelings produced by personal beauty, that constituting simple attachment, those of reverence, of love, of approbation, of self-esteem, of property, of love, of freedom, of sympathy. These, all greatly exalted, and severally tending to reflect their excitements on one another, unite to form the mental state we call love. 21. Ibid op. Cit. Chs. 1-3, Catcher Bilderos dem Chinsischen Leben pp. 71-84. Plato Leg 6 Sq. Supra 1 Sqq. Spencer Principles of Psychology Roman 1. The duration of conjugal and parental feelings varies extremely. Most birds, with the exception of those belonging to the gallinaceous family, when pairing do so once for all till either one or the other dies. 22 Whereas among the mammals man, and possibly some apes are the only species whose conjugal unions last any considerable time after the birth of the offspring. Among many of the lower races of men lifelong marriages seem to be the rule, and among a few separation is said to be entirely unknown. But there is abundant evidence that marriage has, upon the whole, become more durable with advancing civilization. One cause of this is that conjugal affection has become more lasting. And the greater duration of this sentiment may be explained partly from the refinement of the uniting passion, involving appreciation of mental qualities, which last long after youth and beauty have passed away, and partly also from the greater durability of parental feelings, which form a tie not only between parents and children, but between husband and wife. Westermarck op. Cit. Ibid pp. 13-14 535. Ibid, ch. 23. The parental feelings originally only last as long as the young are unable to shift for themselves paternal feeling possibly less, as Mr. Fiske observes, where the infancy is very short, the parental feeling, though intense while it lasts, presently disappears, and the offspring cease to be distinguished from strangers of the same species. And in general, the duration of the feelings which ensure the protection of the offspring is determined by the duration of the infancy. 25 Among certain savages parental love is still said to be restricted to the age of helplessness. We are told that the affection of a Fuegian mother for her child gradually decreases in proportion as the child grows older, and ceases entirely when it reaches the age of 7 or 8. Thenceforth the parents in no way meddle with the affairs of their son, who may leave them if he likes. When the parental feelings became more complex, through the association of other feelings, as those of property and pride, they naturally tended to extend themselves beyond the limits of infancy and childhood. But the chief cause of this extension seems to lie in the same circumstances as made man a gregarious animal. Where the grown-up children continued to stay with their parents, parental affection naturally tended to be prolonged, not only by the infusion into it of new elements, but by the direct influence of close living together. It was, moreover, extended to more distant descendants. The same stimuli as call forth kindly emotions towards a person's own children evoke similar emotions towards his grand and great-grandchildren. Fiske op. Cit. Roman 2. Bove Patagonia Terra del Fuoco. See also wide nuweed, rise nac Brasilian 2. Botacudos I am thern among the Indians of Guiana, Scaramucci and Giglioli, notisi sui Danakil in Archivio per l'Anthropologia e la Ethnologia, Roman 14. It is an old truth that children's love of their parents is generally much weaker than the parents' love of their children. The latter is absolutely necessary for the subsistence of the species, the former is not. 27 Though, when a richer food supply favored the formation of larger communities, filial attachment must have been of advantage to the race. No individual is born with filial love. However, Aristotle goes too far when saying that, whilst parents love their children from their birth upward, children do not begin to love their parents until they are of a considerable age, and have got full possession of their wits and faculties. 29 Under normal circumstances, the infant from an early age displays some attachment to its parents. Professor Sully tells us of a girl, about 17 months old, who received her father after a few days' absence with special marks of affection, rushing up to him, smoothing and stroking his face, and giving him all the toys in the room. 30 Filial love is retributive. The agreeable feeling produced by benefits received makes the individual look with pleasure and kindliness upon the giver. And here again the affection is strengthened by close living together, as appears from the cooling effect of long separation of children from their parents. But the filial feeling is not affection pure and simple, it is affection mingled with regard for the physical and mental superiority of the parent. As the parental feeling is partly love of the weak and young, so the filial feeling is partly regard for the strong and comparatively old. This observation was made already by Hutcheson inquiry into the original of our ideas of beauty and virtue, and Adam Smith theory of moral sentiments. The latter wrote, 100 years before the publication of The Origin of Species, that parental tenderness is a much stronger affection than filial piety, because the continuance and propagation of the species depend altogether upon the former, and not upon the latter. Darwin maintains Descent of Man, that the filial affections have been to a large extent gained through natural selection. Aristotle, Ethica Nicomacheia, Roman 8:2. Sully, Studies of Childhood. See Supra 1 SQ. Besides parental, conjugal, and filial attachment, we find among all existing races of men altruism of the fraternal 195 type, binding together children of the same parents, relatives more remotely allied, and generally members of the same social unit. But I am inclined to suppose that man was not originally a gregarious animal, in the proper sense of the word, that he originally lived in families rather than in tribes, and that the tribe arose as the result of increasing food supply, allowing the formation of larger communities, combined with the advantages which under such circumstances accrued from a gregarious life. The man-like apes are not gregarious, and considering that some of them are reported to be encountered in greater numbers in the season when most fruits come to maturity 32, we may infer that the solitary life generally led by them is due chiefly to the difficulty they experience in getting food at other times of the year. That our earliest human or half-human ancestors lived on the same kind of food, and required about the same quantities of it as the man-like apes, seems to me a fairly legitimate supposition, and from this I conclude that they were probably not more gregarious than these apes. Subsequently man became carnivorous, but even when getting his living by fishing or hunting, he may still have continued as a rule this solitary kind of life, or gregariousness may have become his habit only in part. An animal of a predatory kind, Mr. Spencer observes, which has prey that can be caught and killed without help, profits by living alone, especially if its prey is much scattered, and is secured by stealthy approach or by lying in ambush. Gregariousness would here be a positive disadvantage, hence the tendency of large carnivores, and also of small carnivores that have feeble and widely distributed prey, to lead solitary lives. 33. It is certainly a noteworthy fact that even now there are rude savages who live rather in separate families than in tribes, and that their solitary life is due to want of 196 sufficient food is obvious from several facts, which I have stated in full in another place. These facts, as it seems to me, give much support to the supposition that the kind of food man subsisted upon, together with the large quantities of it which he wanted, formed in olden times a hindrance to a true gregarious manner of living, except perhaps in some unusually rich places. Savage, Observations on the External Characters and Habits of the Troglodytes Niger, in Boston Journal of Natural History, Roman 4 cf. Von Koppenfels, Mein Jagden auf Gorillas in Die Gartenlaube, 1877. Spencer, Principles of Psychology, Roman 2. Westermarck op. Cit. Sqq. But man finally overcame this obstacle. He has, to quote Darwin, invented and is able to use various weapons, tools, traps, 100, with which he defends himself, kills or catches prey, and otherwise obtains food. He has made rafts or canoes for fishing or crossing over to neighboring fertile islands. He has discovered the art of making fire, by which hard and stringy roots can be rendered digestible, and poisonous roots or herbs innocuous. 35. In short, man gradually found out new ways of earning his living, and more emancipated himself from direct dependence on surrounding nature. The chief obstacle to a gregarious life was by this means surmounted, and the advantages of such a life were considerable. Living together in larger groups, men could resist the dangers of life and defend themselves much better than when solitarial, the more so as the physical strength of man, and especially savage man, is comparatively slight. The extension of the small family group may have taken place in two different ways, either by adhesion or by natural growth and cohesion. In other words, new elements, whether other family groups or single individuals, may have united with it from without, or the children, instead of separating from their parents, may have remained with them and increased the group by forming new families themselves. There can be little doubt that the latter was the normal mode of extension. When gregariousness became an advantage to man, he would feel inclined to remain with those with whom he was living even after the family had fulfilled its object, preservation of 197, the helpless offspring. And he would be induced to do so not only from egoistic considerations, but by an instinct which, owing to its usefulness, would gradually develop, practically within the limits of kinship, gregarious instinct. Darwin, Descent of Man, SQ. By the gregarious instinct I understand an animal's proneness to live together with other members of its own species, apart from parental, conjugal and filial attachment. It involves, or leads to, pleasure in the consciousness of their presence. The members of a herd are at ease in each other's company, suffer when they are separated, and rejoice when they are reunited. By actual living together the instinct is individualized 36, and it is strengthened by habit. The pleasure with which one individual looks upon another is further increased by the solidarity of interests. Not only have they enjoyments in common, but they have the same enemies to resist, the same dangers to encounter, the same difficulties to overcome. Hence acts which are beneficial to the agent are at the same time beneficial to his companions, and the distinction between ego and alter loses much of its importance. In mankind, we very early recognize the child's tendency to sympathize with persons who are familiar to it. Compare l'évolution intellectuelle et morale de l'enfant. But the members of the group do not merely take pleasure in each other's company. Associated animals very frequently display a feeling of affection for each other, defend each other, help each other in distress and danger, perform various other services for each other. Considering that the very object of the gregarious instinct is the preservation of the species, I think we are obliged to regard the mutual affection of associated animals as a development of this instinct. With the pleasure they take in each other's company is intimately connected kindliness towards its cause, the companion himself. In this explanation of social affection, I believe no further step can be made. Professor Bain asks why a more lively feeling should grow up towards a fellow being than towards an 198 inanimate source of pleasure. And to account for this, he suggests, curiously enough, the primary and independent pleasure of the animal embrace, although embrace even as an outward expression of affection plays a very insignificant part in the social relations of gregarious animals. It might as well be asked why there should be a more lively feeling towards a sentient creature which inflicts pain than towards an inanimate cause of pain. Both cases call for a similar explanation. The animal distinguishes between a living being and a lifeless thing, and affection proper, like anger proper, is according to its very nature felt towards the former only. The object of anger is normally an enemy, the object of social affection is normally a friend. Social affection is not only greatly increased by reciprocity of feeling, but could never have come into existence without such reciprocity. The being to which an animal attaches itself is conceived of as kindly disposed towards it. Hence among wild animals social affection is found only in connection with the gregarious instinct, which is reciprocal in nature. Darwin op. Cit. Sqq. Kropotkin Mutual Aid ch. 1 Sq. Bain op. Cit. Among men, the members of the same social unit are tied to each other with various bonds of a distinctly human character, same customs, laws, institutions, magic or religious ceremonies and beliefs, or notions of a common descent. As men generally are fond of that to which they are used or which is their own, they are also naturally apt to have likings for other individuals whose habits or ideas are similar to theirs. The intensity and extensiveness of social affection thus in the first place depend upon the coherence and size of the social aggregate, and its development must consequently be studied in connection with the evolution of such aggregates. This evolution is largely influenced by economic conditions. Savages who know neither cattle rearing nor agriculture, but subsist on what nature gives them, game, fish, fruit, roots, and so forth, mostly live in single families consisting of parents and children, or in larger 199 family groups, including in addition a few other individuals closely allied. But even among these savages, the isolation of the families is not complete. persons of the same stock inhabiting neighboring districts hold friendly relations with one another and unite for the purpose of common defense. When the younger branches of a family are obliged to disperse in search of food, at least some of them remain in the neighborhood of the parent family, preserve their language, and never quite lose the idea of belonging to one and the same social group. And in some cases, we find that people in the hunting or fishing stage actually live in larger communities and have a well-developed social organization. This is the case with many or most of the Australian Aborigines. Though in Australia, also, isolated families are often met with 40. The rule seems to be that the blacks live in hordes. Thus the Arunta of Central Australia are distributed in a large number of small local groups, each of which occupies a given area of country and has its own headman. Every family, consisting of a man and one or more wives and children, has a separate leant of shrubs, 42, but clusters of these shelters are always found in spots where food is more or less easily obtainable, 43, and the members of each group are bound together by a strong local feeling. 44. The local influence makes itself felt even outside the horde. Without belonging to the same group, say Messrs. Spencer and Gillen, men who inhabit localities close to one another, are more closely associated than men living at a distance from one another. And as a matter of fact, this local bond is strongly marked. Groups which are contiguous locally are constantly meeting to perform ceremonies. 45. At the time when the series of initiation ceremonies called the Ngura are performed, men and women gather together from all parts of the tribe. Councils of the elder 200 men are held day by day. The old traditions of the tribe are repeated and discussed, and it is by means of meetings such as this that a knowledge of the unwritten history of the tribe and of its leading members is passed on from generation to generation. 46. Nay, even members of different tribes often have friendly intercourse with each other. In Central Australia, when two tribes come into contact with one another on the borderland of their respective territories, the same amicable feelings as prevail within the tribe are maintained between the members of the two. Now it seems extremely probable that Australian blacks are so much more sociable than most other hunting people, because the food supply of their country is naturally more plentiful, or, partly thanks to their boomerangs, more easily attainable. A Central Australian native is, as a general rule, well nourished. Kangaroo, rock wallabies, emus and other forms of game are not scarce, and often fall a prey to his spear and boomerang, while smaller animals, such as rats and lizards, are constantly caught without any difficulty by the women. 48. Circumstances of an economic character also account for the gregariousness of the various peoples on the northwest coast of North America, who are neither pastoral nor agricultural. Th. Linkets, Haidas, Nootkas and others. On the shore of the sea or some river they have permanent houses, each of which is inhabited by a number of families. 49. The houses are grouped in villages, some of which are very populous, 50, and though the tribal bond is not conspicuous for its strength, there are councils which discuss and decide all important questions concerning the tribe. The territory inhabited by these peoples, with its bays, sounds and rivers, supplies them with food in abundance. Its enormous wealth of fish allows its inhabitants to enjoy a pampered existence. 52. Westermarck op. Sit. Sqq. Hildebrand recht und Sit. Sqq. Westermarck op. Sit. Spencer and Gillen, native tribes of Central Australia. Sqq. Ibid. 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 Spencer and Gillen, native tribes of Central Australia. Ibid. Ibid pp. 744. Boas in 5th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada. Cros di Tlingit Indiana speaks of a Tlingit village which consisted of 6 to 5 houses and 500 or 600 inhabitants. Boas Loch Sit. Sq. Ratzel, History of Mankind, Roman 2. To pastoral people's sociality up to a certain degree is of great importance. They have not only to defend their own persons against their enemies, but they have also to protect valuable property, their cattle. Moreover, they are often anxious to increase their wealth by robbing their neighbors of cattle, and this is best done in company. But at the same time, a pastoral community is never large, and though cohesive so long as it exists, it is liable to break up into sections. The reason for this is that a certain spot can pasture only a limited stock of cattle. The 13th chapter of Genesis well illustrates the social difficulties experienced by pastoral peoples. Abraham went up out of Egypt together with his wife and all that he had, and Lot went with him. Abraham was very rich in cattle, and Lot also had flocks and herds and tents, but the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together, they were obliged to separate. Genesis 13, SQQ, see Hildebrand op. Cit. SQ, Gross die Formen der Family pp. 99 100 124 SQ. The case is different with people subsisting on agriculture. A certain piece of land can support a much larger number of persons when it is cultivated than when it consists merely of pasture ground. Its resources largely depend on the labor bestowed on it, and the more people the more labor. The soil also constitutes a tie which cannot be loosened. It is a kind of property which, unlike cattle, is immovable. Hence, even where individual ownership in land prevails, the heirs to an estate have to remain together. As a matter of fact, the social union of agricultural communities is very close, and the households are often enormous. See Gross op. Cit. SQQ. But living together is not the only factor which, among savages, establishes a social unit. Such a unit may be based not only on local proximity, but on marriage or a common descent. It may consist not only of persons who live together in the same district, but of persons who are of the same family, or who are, or consider themselves to be, 202 of the same kin. These different modes of organization, often in a large measure, coincide. The family is a social unit made up of persons who are either married or related by blood, and at the same time, in normal cases, live together. The tribe is a social unit, though often a very incoherent 155 consisting of persons who inhabit the same district, and also, at least in many cases, regard themselves as descendants of some common ancestor. The clan, which is essentially a body of kindred having a common name, may likewise on the whole coincide with the population of a certain territory, with the members of one or more hordes or villages. This is the case where the husband takes his wife to his own community and descent, is reckoned through the father, or where he goes to live in his wife's community and descent, is reckoned through the mother. But frequently the system of maternal descent is combined with the custom of the husband taking his wife to his own home, and this, in connection with the rule of kleinxagamy, occasions a great discrepancy between the horde and the clan. The local group is then by no means a group of clansmen. The children live in their father's community, but belong to their mother's clan, whilst the next generation of children within the community must belong to another clan. Sie Kano die Verwandtschaftsorganisationen der Australneger, N1. Cf. Gidding's Principles of Sociology. Kinship certainly gives rise to special rights and duties, but when unsupported by local proximity, it loses much of its social force. Among the Australian natives, for instance, the clan rules seem generally to be concerned with little or nothing else than marriage, sexual intercourse, and perhaps blood revenge. The object of caste clan, says Mr. Kerr, is not to create or define a bond of union, but to secure the absence of any blood relationship between 203 persons proposed to marry. So far from being a bond of friendship, no black ever hesitates to kill one of another tribe, because he happens to bear the same caste clan name as himself. 58. It appears that the system of descent itself is largely influenced by local connections. Sir E.B. Tyler has found by means of his statistical method that the number of coincidences between peoples among whom the husband lives with the wife's family, and peoples who reckon kinship through the mother only, is proportionally large, and that the full maternal system never appears among peoples whose exclusive custom is for the husband to take his wife to his own home. 60. And I have myself drawn attention to the fact that where the two customs, the woman receiving her husband in her own hut, and the man taking his wife to his, occur side by side among the same people, descent in the former case is traced through the mother, in the latter through the father. Nay, even where kinship constitutes a tie between persons belonging to different local groups, its social force is ultimately derived not merely from the idea of a common origin, but from near relatives' habit of living together. Men became gregarious by remaining in the circle where they were born. If instead of keeping together with their kindred, they had preferred to isolate themselves or to unite with strangers, there would certainly be no blood bond at all. The mutual attachment and the social rights and duties which resulted from this gregarious condition were associated with the relation in which members of the group stood to one another, the relation of kinship, as expressed by a common name, and these associations might last even after the local tie was broken. By means of the name, former connections were kept up. Even we ourselves are generally more disposed to count kin with distant relatives who have our own surname than with relatives who have a different name. And still greater is the influence which language in this respect exercises on the mind of a savage, 204 to whom a person's name is part of his personality. The derivative origin of the social force in kinship accounts for its formal character. When personal intercourse is wanting, it may enjoin duties, but hardly inspires much affection. If in modern society much less importance is attached to kinship than at earlier stages of civilization, this is largely due to the fact that relatives, except the nearest, have little communication with each other. And if, as Aristotle observes, friendship between kinsfolk varies according to the degree of relationship, 62, it does so in the first instance on account of the varying intimacy of their mutual intercourse. Kano up, sit, pp. 97 136. Dr. Sterling says report of the Horn expedition to Central Australia Anthropology that the laws arising out of the class-clan divisions have extraordinary force and are in general implicitly obeyed whether in respect of actual marriage, illicit connections or social relations, but I find no further reference to these social relations. Kerr, The Australian Race, Roman 1. Westermarck up, sit, SQQ. Tyler, Method of Investigating the Development of Institutions in Jour, Anther, Inst, Roman 18. Westermarck up, sit. Aristotle, Ethica Nicomacheia, Roman 8-7. A very different explanation of the social influence of kinship has been given by Mr. Hartland. He connects it with primitive superstition. A clan, he says, is regarded as an unity, literally and not metaphorically one body, the individual members of which are as truly portions as the fingers or the legs are portions of the external, visible body of each of them. Now, a severed limb or lock of hair is believed by the savage to remain in some invisible, but real union with the body whereof it once, in outward appearance also, formed a part, and any injury done to it is supposed to affect the organism to which it belonged. The individual member of a clan was in exactly the same position as a lock of hair cut from the head, or an amputated limb. He had no separate significance, no value apart from his kin. Injury inflicted on him was inflicted on, and was felt by, the whole kin, just as an injury inflicted on the severed lock or limb was felt by the bulk. 63. Mr. Hartland insists upon a literal interpretation of his words. 64. And this implies that the members of a clan are in their behavior influenced by the idea that what happens to one of them reacts upon all. Hartland, Legend of Perseus, Roman 2. Ibid. 2 398, 444. In support of his theory, Mr. Hartland makes reference to the belief of some savages that charms may be made from dead bodies against the surviving relatives of the deceased. 65, and to certain rites of healing in which, besides the patient himself, other members of his tribe, presumably kinsmen, take part. But the former belief is a superstition connected with the wonder of death, from which no conclusion must be drawn as 205 to relations between the living, and in the ceremonies of healing the medicineman plays a much more prominent part than the other bystanders whose relationship to the patient, besides, is so little marked that Mr. Hartland only presumes them to be kindred. He further observes that in the widespread custom of the couvade we meet with the idea that the child, being a part of the father, is liable to be affected by various acts committed by him. And from Sir J.G. Fraser's Golden Bough might be quoted many instances of a belief in some mysterious bond of sympathy knitting together absent friends, and relations especially at critical times of life, which has, in particular, led to rules regulating the conduct of persons left at home, while a party of their friends is out fishing or hunting, or on the war path. But all these rules are taboo restrictions of a definite and altogether special kind, generally, it seems, referring to members of the same family, and frequently to wives in their husband's absence. In order to make his hypothesis acceptable, Mr. Hartland ought to have produced a fair number of facts, proving that the members of the same clan really are believed to be connected with each other in such a manner that whatever affects one of them at the same time in a mysterious way affects the rest. But we look in vain for a single well-established instance of such a belief. Ibid 2SQ. Ibid 2SQQ. Heartland, Legend of Perseus, Roman 2. Fraser, Golden Bough 1, SQQ. See also Haddon, Magic and Fetishism, SQ. It seems that the importance which savages attach to a common blood has been much exaggerated. Clanship is based on a method of counting descent by means of names, either through the father or through the mother, but not through both at once. This, however, by no means implies that the other line is not recognized as a line of blood relationship. The paternal system of descent is not necessarily associated with the idea that the mother has no share in parentage, nor is the maternal system necessarily associated with unconsciousness of the child's relation to its father. 69. Even the couvade, which assumes the recognition of a most intimate relationship between the child and its father, has been found to prevail among some peoples who regard the child as a member of the mother's clan. Nay, there are instances in which the clanbond is obviously 206 not regarded as a blood bond at all, in the strict sense of the word. Of some tribes in New South Wales, Mr. Cameron tells us that, although a daughter belongs not to her father's clan but to that of her mother's brother, they believe that she emanates from her father solely, being only nurtured by her mother. 71. And the Arunta of Central Australia, who have the paternal system of descent, maintain that a child really descends neither from its father nor from its mother, but is the reincarnation of a mythical totem ancestor. Their theory is that the child is not the direct result of intercourse, that it may come without this, which merely, as it were, prepares the mother for the reception and birth also of an already formed spirit child, who inhabits one of the local totem centres. 73. And its totem name, which is derived from the spot where it is supposed to have been conceived. 74. Is different from its clan name. It is useful to scrutinize Mr. Hartland's theory in the light of this class of facts. They evidently prove that clanship, and what we are used to call the system of counting descent, is not necessarily based on the notion of actual blood relationship, but on kinship as a fact combined with a name, whereas Mr. Hartland's hypothesis presupposes not that the members of a clan really are, but that they consider themselves to be all of one blood. Mr. Swan informs me that the Wagyuha of West Tanganyika, among whom children are generally named after their father, recognize the part taken by both parents in generation, and Archdeacon Hodgson writes the same concerning certain other tribes of eastern Central Africa, who trace descent through the mother. Ling Rath signification of couvade in Jour, Anther, Inst. 22 238. Cameron notes on some tribes of New South Wales in Jour, Anther, Inst. Roman 14. Spencer and Gillen, native tribes of Central Australia, ch. 4, especially pp. 121-124. Ibid. SQQ. Yet another practice has been adduced as evidence of the supreme importance which the primitive clan is supposed to attach to unity in blood, the so-called blood covenant. The members of a clan, Mr. Hartland observes, may not be all descended from a common ancestry. Though descent is the normal, the typical cause of kinship and a common blood, kinship may also be acquired. To acquire kinship, the blood of the candidate for admission into the kin must be mingled with that of the kin. In this way he enters into the brotherhood, is reckoned as of the same stock, obtains the full privileges of a kinsman. 75. As Professor Robertson Smith puts it, he who has drunk a clansman's blood is no longer a stranger but a brother, and included in the mystic circle of those who have a share in the lifeblood that is common to all the clans. 76. Mr. Hartland gives us a short account of the rite. It is sufficient that an incision be made in the neophyte's arm, and the flowing blood sucked from it by one of the clansmen, upon whom the 207 operation is repeated in turn by the neophyte. Originally, perhaps, the clansmen all assembled and partook of the rite, but if so, the necessity has ceased to be recognized almost everywhere. The form, indeed, has undergone numberless variations, but whatever may be the exact form adopted, the essence of the rite is the same, and its range is worldwide. Then there follows a list of peoples from various quarters of the world among whom it is said to prevail. Hartland op. Cit. Roman 2. Robertson Smith, Religion of the Semites. Hartland Op. Cit. 237 SQQ. From this the reader undoubtedly gets the impression that the mingling of blood is a frequently practiced ceremony of adoption by which a person is admitted into a strange clan. But the facts stated by the chief authorities on the subject, to whom Mr. Hartland refers, prove nothing of the kind. In most cases with which we are acquainted, the mingling of blood is a form of covenant between individuals, although an engagement with a chief or king naturally embraces his subjects also, and sometimes the covenanters are tribes or kingdoms. But of the worldwide adoption rite there is hardly a single instance which corresponds to Mr. Hartland's description. He admits himself that in the same measure as the clan relaxed its hold upon the individual members, blood brotherhood assumed a personal aspect, until, having no longer any social force, it came to be regarded as merely the most solemn and binding form of covenant between man and man. 78. His account of the blood covenant is, in fact, only an inference based on the assumption that the existing rite is a survival from times when the clan was literally one body, and the individual nothing but an amputated limb. But to regard the present blood covenant as a survival of a previous rite of adoption into the clan is not justified by facts. So far as I know, there is no record of a blood covenant among savages of the lowest type, unless the Aborigines of Australia be included among them, and in Australia it is certainly not a ceremony of adoption. Among the Arunta it is intended to prevent treachery. If, for example, an Alice Springs party wanted to go on an avenging expedition to the Burt country, and they had with them in camp a man of that locality, he would be forced to drink blood with them, and having partaken of it, would be bound not to aid his friends by giving them warning of their danger. 79. This instance is instructive. The Australian native is obliged to help those with whom he has drunk blood against his own relatives, nay, against members of his own totem group. So also the tie 208 of blood covenanting is reckoned in the East even a closer tie than that of natural descent 80, and the same was the case among the ancient Scandinavians. I do not see how Mr. Hartland's theory can account for this. Ibid. Roman 2. Spencer and Gillan, Native Tribes of Central Australia. Trumbull, Blood Covenant. Mora Bekerung des Norwegischen Stamms, Roman 2. Mingling of blood is sometimes supposed to be a direct cause of mutual sympathy and agreement, in accordance with the principle of transmission of properties by contact. 82. Even in Europe, there are traces of the belief that a few drops of blood transferred from one person to another inspire the recipient with friendly feelings towards him with whose blood he is inoculated. But the genuine blood covenant imposes duties on both parties, and also contains the potential punishment for their transgression. It involves a promise, and the transference of blood is vaguely or distinctly supposed to convey to the person who drinks it, or who is inoculated with it, a conditional curse which will injure or destroy him should he break his promise. That this is the main idea underlying the blood covenant appears from the fact that it is regularly accompanied by curses or self-imprecations. In Madagascar, for instance, when 2 or more persons have agreed on forming the bond of fraternity, a fowl is procured, its head is nearly cut off, and it is left in this state to continue bleeding during the ceremony. The parties then pronounce a long imprecation and mutual vow over the blood, saying inter alia o this miserable fowl weltering in its blood, thy liver do we eat, thy liver do we eat, and should either of us retract from the terms of this oath, let him instantly become a fool, let him instantly become blind, let this covenant prove a curse to him. A small portion of blood is then drawn from each individual, and drunk by the covenanting parties, with execrations of vengeance on each other, in case of either violating the sacred oath. According to another description, the parties, after they have drunk each other's blood, drink a mixture from the same bowl, praying that it may turn into 209 poison for him who fails to keep the oath. As we have seen before, blood is commonly regarded as a particularly efficient conductor of curses, and what could in this respect be more excellent than the blood of the very person who utters the curse? But the blood of a victim sacrificed on the occasion may serve the same purpose, or some other suitable vehicle may be chosen to transfer the imprecation. The Massa in the old days spat at a man with whom they swore eternal friendship. 87. And the meaning of this seems clear when we hear that they spit copiously when cursing, and that if a man while cursing spits in his enemy's eyes, blindness is supposed to follow. AD 8 The ancient Arabs, besides swearing alliance and protection by dipping their hands in a pan of blood and tasting the contents, had a covenant known as the Hilf ul-Fadl, which was made by taking Zemzem water and washing the corners of the Kaaba with it, whereafter it was drunk by the parties concerned. The blood covenant is essentially based on the same idea as underlies the Moorish custom of sealing a compact of friendship by a common meal at the tomb of some saint, the meaning of which is obvious from the phrase that the food will repay him who breaks the compact. Cf. Crawley Mystic Rose SQ. Von W. Lislaki, mention Blut im Glauben der Zeigener in am Quell Roman 3 Dorfler, das Blut im Magierischen Volksglauben, Ibid. 3. SQ. Forbes, A Naturalist's Wanderings in the Eastern Archipelago, Natives of Timor. Burns, Kyans of the Northwest of Borneo in Jure, of the Indian Archipelago 3. SQ. New Life, Wanderings and Labours in Eastern Africa Taveta. Declare 3 years in Savage Africa Wakamba. Trumbull Up, Sit, pp. 9, 20, 31, 42, 45, 47, 53, 61 SQ. For the practice of sealing an agreement by transference of blood accompanied by an oath, see also Partridge, Cross River Natives, Pagans of Abubura Hill District in southern Nigeria. Ellis, History of Madagascar, 187 SQQ. Dumont d'Urville, Voyage Pittorescoteur du Monde, Roman 1. Hind, Last of the Maasai, see also Johnston, Uganda, Roman 2. Hind Arp Sit. Robertson Smith, Marriage and Kinship in Early Arabia SQQ, cf. Herodotus, Roman 3. See Supra, Roman 1. According to another theory, the inoculated blood is regarded as a pledge or deposit, which compels the person from whom it was drawn to be faithful to the person to whom it was transferred. Suppose that 2 individuals, A and B, become blood brothers by mutual inoculation. Each then, Mr. Crawley argues Mystic Rose SQ. has a part of the other in his keeping, each has given himself away to the other in a very real sense, and the possibility of mutual treachery or wrong is prevented both by the fact that injury done to B by A is considered equivalent to injury done by A to himself, and also by the belief that if B is wronged, he may work vengeance by injuring the part of a which he possesses. To this explanation, however, serious objections may be raised. The belief in sympathetic magic does not imply that injury done to B by A is eo ipso supposed to affect to himself through that part of him which has been deposited in B. It does not imply that 2 things which have once been conjoined remain, when quite dissevered from each other, in such a relation that whatever is done to the one must similarly affect the other. Fraser, Golden Bough. 1. Unless there is an intention to this effect in the agent, the severed part then serves as a medium by which magic influence is transferred to the whole. Again, it is difficult to see how B could injure A through the part of him which he possesses when that part has been absorbed into his own system, as must be the case with those few drops of A's blood with which he was inoculated. Besides marriage, local proximity, and a common descent, a common worship may tie people together into 210 social union. But among savages, a religious community generally coincides with a community of some other kind. There are tutelary gods of families, clans, and tribes, 91, and a purely local group may also form a religious community by itself. Major Ellis observes that with some 2 or 3 exceptions, all the gods worshipped by the Tisha-speaking tribes on the Gold Coast are exclusively local and have a limited area of worship. If they are nature gods, they are bound up with the natural objects they animate. If they are ghost gods, they are localized by the place of sepulture, and if they are tutelary deities whose origin has been forgotten, their position is necessarily fixed by that of the town, village, or family they protect. In any case, they are worshipped only by those who live in the neighborhood, the only exceptions being the sky god, the earthquake god, and the goddess of the silk-cotton trees, who are worshipped everywhere. See Infra ch. 50, Ellis, Yoruba-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast SQ. For various instances of village gods, see Turner, Samoa, Crozet, Voyage to Tasmania 100. Maoris, Christian, Caroline Islands, natives of Parnape, Grierson, Bihar, Peasant Life SQQ. When the religious community is thus at the same time a family, clan, village, or tribe, it is of course impossible exactly to distinguish the social influence of the common religion from that exercised by marriage, local proximity, or a common descent. It seems, however, that the importance of the religious bond, or at least of the totem bond, has been somewhat exaggerated by a certain school of anthropologists. We are told that in early society each member of the kin testifies and renews his union with the rest by taking part in a sacrificial meal in which the totem god is eaten by his worshippers. But no satisfactory evidence has ever been given in support of this theory. Sir J.G. Fraser knows only one certain case of a totem sacrament, namely, that prevalent among the Arunta and some other tribes in Central Australia 94, who at the time of Intitiuma are in the habit of killing and eating totem animals, and this practice has nothing whatever to do with the mutual relations between kindred. Its object is only to multiply in a magic manner the animals of certain species for the purpose of increasing the food supply for other totemic groups. In his book on totemism, Fraser writes, "The totem bond is stronger than the bond of blood or family in the modern sense." This is expressly stated of the clans of Western Australia and of northwestern America, and is probably true of all societies where totemism exists in full force. Hence in totem tribes every local group, being necessarily composed owing to exogamy of members of at least 2 totem clans, is liable to be dissolved at any moment into its totem elements by the outbreak of a blood feud, in which husband and wife must always, if the feud is between their clans, be arrayed on opposite sides, and in which the children will be arrayed against either their father or their mother, according as descent is traced through the mother or through the father. 96 In the 2 or 3 cases, which Fraser quotes in support of his statement, the totemic group is identical with the clan. Hence it is impossible to decide whether the strength of the tie which unites its members is due to the totem relationship or to the common descent. But even the combined clan and totem system seem at most only in exceptional cases to lead to such consequences as are indicated by Fraser's authorities. With reference to the Australian Aborigines, Mr. Kerr observes, "Of the children of one father being at war with him, or with each other on the ground of maternal relationship, or any other ground, my inquiries and experience supply no instances." To Captain Gray's statements, indeed, there are several objections. 98. Hartland Up Sit, Roman 2. Fraser Golden Bough 1 p19, cf. Idem Totemism and Exogamy 4 SQQ. Spencer and Gillan Native Tribes of Central Australia ch. 6, Erdem Northern Tribes of Central Australia ch. 9, SQ. Fraser Totemism. Gray Journals of Expeditions in Northwest and Western Australia, Roman 2 Petrov, Report on Alaska, Hardisty Louchu Indians in Smithsonian Report 1866. Kerr The Australian Race, Roman 1 In Hardisty's statement, referring to the Louchu Indians, there is a conspicuous lack of definiteness. He says, in war it was not tribe against tribe, but division against division, and as the children were never of the same caste clan as the father, the children would, of course, be against the father, and the father against the children. This, however, was not likely to occur very often, as the worst of parents would have naturally preferred peace to war with his own children. Petrov's passage concerning the Th Linkits, referred to by Sir J.G. Fraser, simply runs, "The ties of the totem or clanship are considered far stronger than those of blood relationship." Among the Arunta and some other Central Australian tribes, we have fortunately an opportunity of studying the social influence of totemism, apart from that of clanship, the division into totems being quite independent of the clan system. The whole district of a tribe may be mapped out into a large number of areas of various sizes, each of which centers in one or more spots where, in the dim past, certain mythical ancestors are said to have originated or camped during their wanderings, and where their spirits are still supposed to remain, associated with sacred stones, which the ancestors used to carry about with them. From these spirits have sprung, and still continue to spring, actual men and women, the members of the various totems being their reincarnations. At the spots where they remained, the ancestral spirits enter the bodies of women, and in consequence a child must belong to the totem of the spot at which the mother believes that it was conceived. A result of this is that no one totem is confined to the members of a particular clan or subclan, 99, and that though most members of a given horde or local group belong to the same totemic group, there is no absolute coincidence between these two kinds of organization. How then does the fact that two persons belong to the same totem influence their social relationships, In these tribes, say Messrs. Spencer and Gillen, there is no such thing as the members of one totem being bound together in such a way that they must combine to fight on behalf of a member of the totem, to which they belong, the men to assist a particular man in a quarrel, are those of his locality, and not of necessity those of the same totem as himself. Indeed, the latter consideration does not enter into account, and in this as in other matters, we see the strong 213 development of what we have called the local influence. The men who assist him are his brothers, blood and tribal, the sons of his mother's brothers, blood and tribal. That is, if he be a Panunga man, he will have the assistance of the Panunga and Ungala men of his locality, while if it comes to a general fight, he will have the help of the whole of his local group. It is only indeed during the performance of certain ceremonies that the existence of a mutual relationship, consequent upon the possession of a common totemic name, stands out at all prominently. In fact, it is perfectly easy to spend a considerable time amongst the Arunta tribe, without even being aware that each individual has a totemic name. 101. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, ch. 4, Ibid, pp. 932-34. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 34-544. When from the savage and barbarous races of men we pass to peoples of a higher culture, as they first appear to us in the light of history, we meet among them social units similar in kind to those prevalent at lower stages of civilization, the family, clan, village, tribe. We also find among them, side by side with the family consisting of parents and children, a larger family organization, which, though not unknown among the lower races, assumes particular prominence in the archaic state. In China, the family generally remains undivided till the children of the younger sons are beginning to grow up. Then the younger branches of the family separate and form their own households. But the new householders continue to take part in the ancestral worship of the old home, and mourning is worn in theory for 4 generations of ascendants and descendants in the direct line, and for contemporaries descended in the same 5th generation from the honored head of the family. At the same time, we find in China at least traces of a clan organization. Large bodies of persons bear the same surname, and a penalty is inflicted on anyone who marries a person with the same surname as his own, whilst a man is strictly forbidden to nominate as his heir 214 an individual of a different surname. Moreover, there are whole villages composed of relatives all bearing the same ancestral name. In many cases, says Mr. Doolittle, for a long period of time, no division of inherited property is made in rural districts, the descendants of a common ancestor living or working together, enjoying and sharing the profits of their labors under the general direction and supervision of the head of the clan, and the heads of the family branches. There may be only one head of the clan. Under him, there are several heads of families. 104. Simcox, Primitive Civilizations 2, 493, 69. Medhurst, Marriage, Affinity and Inheritance in China in Trans. Roy, Asiatic Soc. China Branch 4, 22-29. Doolittle, Social Life of the Chinese 2, SQQ. The 4 generations of the Chinese, comprising those who are regarded as near relatives, have their counterpart in the family organization of most so-called Aryan peoples. The Roman propinquithat is parents and children, brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, nephews and nieces, first cousins consubrini and second cousins sabrin exactly corresponded to the ancestes of the Greeks, the Sapindas of the Hindus 105, and the Sinjanes of the Persians. The persons belonging to these 4 generations stood in a particularly close relationship to each other. They had mutual rights and duties of various kinds. In early times, if one of them was killed, the survivors had to avenge his death. They were expected to assist each other whenever it was needed, especially before the court. They celebrated in common feasts of rejoicing and feasts for the dead. They had a common cult and common mourning. In short, they formed an enlarged family unit of which the individual families were merely sub-branches. Even though 215, they did not necessarily live in the same house. In India we still meet with a perishable survival of this organization. In the joint family of the Hindus, says Sir Henry Maine, the agnatic group of the Romans absolutely survives rather, but for the English law and English courts it would survive. Here there is a real, thoroughly ascertained common ancestor, a genuine consanguinity, a common fund of property, A common dwelling 108. The Gwentian, Dimettian and Venedosian codes likewise represent the homestead and land of the free Welshman as a family holding. So long as the head of the family lived, says Mr. Seebohm, all his descendants lived with him, apparently in the same homestead, unless new ones had already been built for them on the family land. In any case, they still formed part of the joint household of which he was the head. When a free tribesman, the head of a household, died, his holding was not broken up. It was held by his heirs for 3 generations as one joint holding. 109. So also among the subdivisions of ancient Irish society, there was one which comprised the near relatives, the propinqui of the Romans. Many of the South Slavonians to this day live in house communities, each consisting of a body of from 10 to 60 members or even more, who are blood relations to the 2nd or 3rd degree on the male side, and who associate in a common dwelling or group of dwellings, having their land in common, following a common occupation, and being governed by common chief. Among the Russians, 216 there are households of this kind, containing the representatives of 3 generations, and previous to the emancipation of the serfs in 1861, such households were much more common than they are now. The ancient Teutons are the only Aryan race among whom the joint family organization cannot be proved to have prevailed. Bodhiana, Roman 1:11. 9. The great-grandfather, the grandfather, the father oneself, the uterine brothers, the son by a wife of equal caste, the grandson, and the great-grandson. These they call sapindas, but not the great-grandson's son. Laws of Manu 9. To 3 ancestors water must be offered, to 3 the funeral cake is given, the 4th descendant is the giver of these oblations, the 5th has no connection with them. Cf. Jali recht und sit in Buhler, Grundriss der Indorischen Philologie Roman 2. Bressonius de Regio Persarum Principatu 1, lest altarisches jus civil 1, SQQ. Cleanse, die Cognaten underfeinen nach Romiskim Richter in Vergleichung mit anderen Verwandten Rechten in Zeitcher, F. Geskichtlich Rechtswiss, 6, SQQ, lest altarisches jus civil 1, SQQ, Rivia, Praesi du droit de famille Ramin SQQ. Main dissertations on early law and custom. Seebohm, English Village Community, Idem, Tribal System in Wales SQQ. Main Early History of Institutions SQ, lest altarisches jus civil 1, Anhang 1, Cross sit und Broch der Sudslaven pp. 75-79 SQQ. Main Dissertations on Early Law and Custom SQQ, Judissenavik die Hoskommunionen der Sudslaven SQQ, Myler die Hoskommunion der Sudslaven in Jarbuch 500, Internat, Vereinigung F. Virgil, Rich Swiss, 3, SQQ. Mackenzie Wallace, Russia, Roman 1 von Helwald die Menschliche Family SQ, Kowalewski, Modern Customs and Ancient Laws of Russia SQ. See lest altarisches jus civil 1, Anhang 1. Among all these peoples, a number of kindred families or joint families were united into a larger social group, forming a village community or a cluster of households. The Vedic people called such a body of kindred Janmana or simply Grama, which means village. 114, and the same organization still survives in India, though in a modified form. The type of Indian village communities which has been described by Sir Henry Maine is at once an assemblage of coproprietors and an organized patriarchal society, providing for the management of the common fund and generally also for internal government, police, the administration of justice, and the apportionment of taxes and public duties. Unlike the joint family, the related families of the village community no longer hold their land as an indistinguishable common fund. They have portioned it out, at most they redistribute it periodically, and are thus on the high road to modern landed proprietorship. And whilst the joint family is a narrow circle of persons actually related to each other, the village community has very generally been adulterated by the admission of strangers, especially purchasers of shares, who have from time to time been engrafted on the original stock of blood relatives, yet in all such cases there is the assumption of an original common parentage, hence the Hindu village community of the type indicated, whenever it is not actually an association of kinsmen, is always a body of coproprietors formed on the model of such an association. Zimmer, Altindisches Leben SQ. Main Ancient Law SQQ. Idem, Dissertations on Early Law and Custom. Elphinstone, History of India SQQ. Mr. Baden-Powell Indian Village Community SQQ. has shown that Sir Henry Maine's general description of Indian village communities holds true only of a certain class of villages in India. Corresponding to the Vedic grammar, there were the Iranian Vik, the Greek genos, and the Roman gens. And as among the Vedic people, several grammars formed a Vik and several Viks a jana, 116, so the Iranian Vik, the Greek genos, and the Roman gens were, respectively, subdivisions of a Zantu, Fratria, and Curia, and these again were subdivisions of a still more comprehensive unit, a Dacu, File, and Tribus. The Roman territory was in earliest times divided into a number of clan-districts, each inhabited by a particular gens, which was thus a group associated at once by locality and by a common descent. Whilst each household had its own portion of land, the clan household or village had a clanland belonging to it, and this clanland was managed up to a comparatively late period after the analogy of householdland, that is, on the system of joint possession, each clan tilling its own land and thereafter distributing the produce among the several households belonging to it. Even the traditions of Roman law furnish the information that wealth consisted at first in cattle and the usufruct of the soil, and that it was not till later that land came to be distributed among the burgesses as their own special property. Still in historical times, if a person left no sons or agnates living at his death, the inheritance escheated to the Gentiles, or entire body of Roman citizens bearing the same name with the deceased, whereas no part of it was given to any relative united, however closely, with the dead man through female descent. But as the Hindu village community, so also the Roman gens, though originally a group of blood relatives inhabiting a common district, was already in early times recruited from men of alien extraction who were assumed to be descended from a common ancestor. And it is difficult to believe 218 that either in Rome or Greece, even the fiction of a common origin could be preserved for long when the organization of the people into gentes, phratries, and tribes was adopted by the state as a system of political division, and their numbers were fixed. When the genos and gens first appear to us in history, they were mere dwindling survivals, except in one respect. They remained, as they had been from the outset, 121 religious communities long after they had lost all other practical importance. This was especially the case at Athens, where certain reputed gentes for centuries continued to play a prominent part in the religious cult, 122, and the Romans seem to have preserved their gentilitia sacra still in Cicero's time. Zimmer op sit sq. Lest gr koitelish rechtsgeschicht sq. Mommsen, History of Rome 146, 238. Main Ancient Law sq. Fustel de Coulanges la Cite Antique. Lest gr koitelish rechtsgeschicht sqq. It is expressly said that at Athens the members of the same were not necessarily regarded as blood relations. See Bunsen, De Jure Hereditario Atheniensium, N28. Skoman Greikisch Alterthumer 2, sqq. Marquardt Römisch Staatsverwaltung 3 130, Fustel de Coulanges op sit, sqq. Lest gr koitelish rechtsgeschicht sq. Cicero Pro Domo 13. In ancient Wales, districts were occupied by tribes under their petty kings or chiefs, and the tribe senedal was a bundle of kindreds bound together and interlocked by common interests and frequent intermarriages, as well as by the necessity of mutual protection against foreign foes. 124. A group of households, again, corresponding to the Roman gens, formed a treve, which was a cluster of scattered households, not necessarily a village in the modern sense. 125. The same seems to have been the case with the Teutonic vici, spoken of by Tacitus. 126. But that among the Teutons also, the people of the same neighborhood were blood relatives, may be directly inferred from a statement made by Caesar. They were not much addicted to agriculture. 128. And the dreary world they inhabited, with its desert aspect, its harsh climate, its lack of cultivation, was not 219 favorable to the formation of permanent large social bodies of great cohesiveness. However, we meet among them social units, which Caesar calls regions or pagi, of which the vici may be assumed to have been subdivisions. Among the highly agricultural Slavonians, on the other hand, we find even in the present time a social organization very similar to that of the Hindus. The South Slavonians, as we have seen, live in house communities corresponding to the joint families in India. Now, when the members of a house community or zadrugas, it is often Khalid become too numerous, a separation takes place, and the emigrants form new households by themselves. A zadruga is thus gradually expanded into a bratstvo, or brotherhood, a group of related house communities, which not only feel themselves as branches of the same stock, but still have certain practical interests in common and a common chief. Several bratstva, finally, form a pleme or tribe. Among the Russians, again, the family or joint family has developed into a mir or village community, composed of an assemblage of separate houses, each ruled by its own head, but with a common village chief elected by the heads of the various households. The Russian mir is an institution very similar to the Hindu village community described above. The land belongs to the community, and in earlier days it was probably cultivated in common. At present it is divided between the component families, the lots shifting among them periodically, or perhaps vesting in them as their property, but always subject to a power in the collective body of villagers to veto its sale. Originally the mir was also a group of kindred, but as in the Hindu village community, the tie of blood has been greatly weakened by all sorts of fictions, and the admission of so many strangers that the tradition of a common origin is dim or lost. Seabohm English village community, Idem tribal system in Wales. Idem English village community. Tacitus Germania 16, cf. Hildebrand op. Cit. Sqq. Caesar de Bello Gallico 6. Magistratus ac princeps in annos singulos gentibus cognationibus hominum, qui una coerint quantum, et quo loco visum est, agria tribunt. Ibid. Roman 6. Caesar de Bello Gallico Roman 6. Cross op. Cit. pp. 232 Sqq. Van Helwold op. Cit. Sq. Gross op. Cit. Sq. De Lavalai de la Propriet Sqq. Main, Dissertations on Early Law and Custom Sq. In the social organization of all these peoples, there is 220, thus originally, a general congruity between the principle of local proximity and the principle of descent. On the one hand, all freemen, all true members of the society who belong to the same local group, are at the same time kinsmen. On the other hand, all persons who are united by the tie of a common descent belong to the same or neighboring local groups. The cause of this congruity is the universal prevalence of the paternal system of descent. Whether the case was different in prehistoric times is an open question. That the ancient Chinese reckoned kinship through the mother, not through the father, has been conjectured on philological grounds 132, as to the plausibility of which I can express no opinion. Several writers have also endeavored to prove that the uterine line of descent prevailed among the primitive Aryans, but the evidence is far from being conclusive. I agree with Professor Lest that all so-called survivals of a system of maternal descent in the prehistoric antiquity of the Aryan races are doubtful, if not false. As regards the Teutons, much importance has been attributed to the specially close connection which, according to Tacitus, existed between a sister's children and their mother's brothers. 134, but, as Professor Schrader remarks, in spite of the prominent position of the maternal uncle among Teutonic peoples, the patrus distinctly came before the avunculus, the agnates before the cognates, in testamentary succession. The existence of a custom which in some respect recognizes uterine relationship does not prove the earlier prevalence of the full maternal system of descent, to the exclusion of the paternal. Puini quoted by Gross op. Cit. Lest altarisches jus gentium, idem altarisches jus civil Roman 1. Tacitus Germania 20. Schrader, Prehistoric Antiquities of the Aryan Peoples. Progress in civilization is up to a certain point connected with social expansion. Among savages, the largest permanent social unit is generally the tribe, and even the tribal bond is often very loose, if not entirely wanting. It is true that associations of tribes occur even among so 221 low a race as the Australian Aborigines, but unaccompanied by any kind of political organization. At a somewhat higher stage we meet with the famous League of the Iroquois Federation on republican principles of 5 distinct tribes, which could point to 3 centuries of uninterrupted domestic unity and peace 137, and the kingdoms of various African potentates. Civilization only thrives in states. From small beginnings round the Lake of Mexico, the Aztecs gradually succeeded, through conquest, in forming an empire which covered probably almost 16,000 square leagues. However, between the various tribes lay broad belts of uninhabited territory, which enabled them to keep up a shy and exclusive attitude towards each other. And at the time of the Spanish conquest, the Empire of Mexico was, in fact, little more than a chain of intimidated Indian tribes, who, kept apart from each other under the influence of mutual timidity, were held down by dread of attacks from an unassailable robber stronghold in their midst. 138 in South America, in a long course of ages, 6 nations inhabited the region which extends from the waterparting between the basins of the Huallaga and Ucayali to that between the basins of the Ucayali and Lake Titicaca. When increasing population brought them in contact with each other, a struggle for supremacy ended in the mastery of the fittest Incas, and the empire of the latter was subsequently extended by the subjugation of a variety of other nations or tribes. The extent of territory claimed for ancient China by the earliest records is more than double the size of modern France, and though it was often divided into different states, the great dynasties ruled over the whole of it. The 2 crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt were united at a 222 very early date, and no less imposing was the great kingdom of Babylon and Ashur. We may assume that all these empires were formed by an association, either voluntary or forcible, of different tribes, as was the case with those states with whose origin and early growth we are somewhat better acquainted. As late as the time of the Judges, the tribes of Israel either stood each entirely alone or formed smaller groups, and there was no such thing as an Israelitish nation in a political sense until the unity of the people came into being under Samuel and the first kings. The Vedic people consisted of a great number of independent tribes, between which only temporary alliances were made for the sake of defense or attack. But gradually the alliances grew more permanent. War kings united several tribes, surrounded themselves with a military nobility, and founded great kingdoms. In Greece and Italy, the states grew out of forts which had been built on elevated places to serve as common strongholds or places of refuge in case of war. Several tribes united so as to be better able to resist dangerous enemies, and one of the fortified towns in time gained supremacy over all others in the neighborhood, as Athens did in Attica and Alba, longer in Latium. Similar districts ruled by a town were called polis or civitates. In historical times, attempts were made to carry this process further by joining several of the small states under the rule of one. In this Sparta and Athens failed, whereas the efforts of Rome met with unequaled success. Kerr, the Australian race 1, SQ. Morgan's League of the Iroquois. Shepig, Ancient Mexicans 100, in Spencer's Descriptive Sociology. Prescott, History of the Conquest of Mexico. Ratzel, History of Mankind 2, 202. Markham, Geographical Positions of the Tribes which formed the Empire of the Uncas in Jura. Roy, Geo, Soch, 41, SQQ. Simcox Op. Cit. 2, 13. Kuenen, Religion of Israel, Roman 1. Zimmer, Altindisches Leben pp. 158-192 SQ. Lest gr Keutelisch Rechtsgeschichte SQQ. The development of the state tended to weaken or destroy the smaller units of which it was composed. The central power, hostile to separatism, naturally endeavored to appropriate the authority invested in the latter, and in a well-governed state, these on their part had little reason to resist. The main object of the clan, phratry and tribe was to protect their respective members. Hence they became superfluous in the presence of a powerful national 223 government which unselfishly and impartially looked after the interests of its various subjects. Adam Smith contrasts the strong clan feeling which still in the 18th century prevailed among the Scotch Highlanders with the little regard felt for remote relatives by the English, and observes that in countries where the authority of the law is not sufficiently strong to give security to every member of the state, the different branches of the same family choose to live in the neighborhood of one another, their association being frequently necessary for their common defense, whereas in a country like England, where the authority of the law was well established, the descendants of the same family, having no such motive for keeping together, naturally separate and disperse. As interest or inclination may direct 144, it seems also probable that the persistency of the village community or the Gentile system among the Hindus and Slavs has been largely due to the weakness of the state or to the badness of the government. Smith, Theory of Moral Sentiments, SQ. As the larger units, so the family also was influenced by the rise of the state, but originally in quite the opposite direction. Whilst the former dwindled away, the family grew in importance. Nowhere do we find the famility stronger, nowhere does the father or eldest male ascendant possess greater power than in the archaic state. In a previous chapter 1, I've already tried to explain this singular fact. I pointed out that in early society there seems to be a certain antagonism between the family and the clan, that the family was strengthened because the clan was weakened, that the father became a patriarch only as the inheritor of the authority which formerly belonged to the clan. But we have also noticed that at a higher stage the family again lost in importance. Supra 1 SQ. It seems that the tribes which united into one nation or state were normally, in the first instance, branches of the same stock, living in the same neighborhood and speaking 224 the same language, though with dialectic differences. Like the smaller units, such a state was no doubt frequently adulterated by the amalgamation of aliens, but here again fictions were substituted for realities, and the foreign extraction was forgotten. The case was different, however, when the Commonwealth was formed or aggrandized by the subjugation of a strange race. Instead of being adopted into the circle of the conquerors, the subdued people were treated as their inferiors in blood, civic rights were denied to them, and in many cases they were kept in servitude. Thus even here the principle of a common origin as the base of citizenship was preserved, the conquerors being the only citizens in the full sense of the term. But however strong and durable similar barriers may be, they are not imperishable. The different races inhabiting the same country under the same government tend to draw nearer each other, the inferior race is incorporated with the nation, and local proximity instead of descent at last becomes the basis of community in political functions. This change, however, was neither so radical nor so startling as it has been represented to be. 146 fictions on a large scale still formed a bridge between ancient and modern ideas. Sir Henry Maine says that we cannot now hope to understand the good faith of the fiction, by which in early times the incoming population were assumed to be descended from the same stock, as the people on whom they were engrafted. But is this good faith more astonishing than the readiness with which a common language, in spite of the most obvious facts to the contrary, is even now constantly taken as the sign of a common origin? Though identity of language, even in the case of whole peoples, proves nothing more than contact or neighborhood, a person's mother tongue popularly decides his race, and language and nationality are regarded almost as synonymous. Genealogical fictions, then, are not merely a thing of the past, nor have they ceased to influence political ideas. The modern theory of 225 nationalism vindicates the right of the strongest nationality to absorb the other nationalities living within the same state by a method of compulsory engraftment, and this can be effected only by their accepting its language. But this theory is not so much concerned with language as such, as with language as an emblem of nationality. At the bottom of it is the narrow feeling of racial intolerance, quite ready, however, to be appeased by a fiction. The doctrine of nationalism is the spectre of the same political principle of a common descent, either real or fictitious, in which states were founded and governed when civilization was in its cradle. Main ancient law. Ibid. Like the smaller units, the archaic state was not only a political, but at the same time a religious community. Over and above all separate cults, there was one religion common to all its citizens. In ancient Mexico and Peru, it was the religion of the dominant people, the worship of the god of war or of the sun, and the sovereigns themselves were regarded as incarnations or children of this god. In other cases, the state religion arose by a fusion of different cults. The gods of the communities which united into a state not only continued to receive the worship of their old believers, but were elevated to the rank of national deities, and formed together a heavenly commonwealth to which the earthly commonwealth jointly paid its homage. In this way, it seems, the Roman 149 Egyptian 150 Assyrian, and Babylonian pantheons were recruited, whilst the Greeks went a step further and, already in prehistoric times, constructed a pan-Hellenic Olympus. Sometimes also, as Professor Robertson Smith points out, different gods were themselves fused into one, as when the mass of the Israelites in their local worship of Yahweh identified him with the Baalim of the Canaanite high places, and carried 226 over into his worship, the ritual of the Canaanite shrines, not deeming that in so doing they were less truly Yahweh worshippers than before. Ratzel op. Sit. 2 Sq. Markham History of Peru. Cf. von Jering Geist des Römischen Rechts Roman 1. Wiedemann Religion of the Ancient Egyptians. Murter de Lich Geschichte Babylonians under Syrians. Robertson Smith Religion of the Semites. Cf. Rhode Psyche. Robertson Smith op. Sit. Nobody will deny that the common religion added strength to the state, but it seems that its national importance has often been overrated. On the one hand, the political fusion between different communities took place before the religious fusion, and was obviously the cause of it. On the other hand, the mere tie of a common religion has never proved sufficient to bind together neighboring tribes or peoples so as to form one nation. The Greek states had both the same religion and the same language, but nevertheless remained distinct states. Professor Seeley's assertion that in the East to this day nationality and religion are almost convertible terms 154 is very far from the truth. Wallin, who had exceptional opportunities to study the feelings of different Muhammadan nationalities, observes that every Oriental people has a certain national aversion to every other, and even the inhabitants of one province to those of another. The Turk does not readily tolerate the Arab nor the Persian, and these feel similarly towards the Turk. The Arab does not get on well with the Persian, nor the Persian with the Arab. The Syrian does not like the Egyptian, whom he calls inhuman, and the latter does not willingly associate with the Syrian, whom he calls simple-minded and stupid, and the son of the desert. Condemns both 155. It sometimes seems as if the national spirit of a people rather influenced its religion than was influenced by it. Patriotism has even succeeded in nationalizing the greatest enemy of nationalities, Christianity, and has well nigh revived the old notion of a national god, whose chief business is to look after his own people, and especially to fight its battles. Seeley, Natural Religion. Wallin, Antikninger Fran Orienten 4 Sq. It is obvious that the various aspects of social development which we have now considered have exercised much influence upon the altruistic sentiment. The combination of local proximity and political unity, the notion of a common descent, and the fellowship of a common religion, tend to engender friendly feelings between the members of each respective group. Hence, when the political unit grew larger, when the idea of kinship developed into that of racial affinity, and when the same religion became common to all the citizens of the state, or, as happened in several cases, extended beyond the limits of any particular country or nation, the altruistic sentiment underwent a corresponding expansion unless, of course, it was checked by some rival influence. The increasing coherence of the political aggregate, again, added to the strength of this sentiment, and so did the antagonism towards foreign communities and the natural antipathy or hatred to their members. As people like that to which they are used or which is their own, they dislike that which is strange or unfamiliar. Among ourselves, we notice this particularly in children and uneducated persons, whose anger may be aroused by the sight of a black skin or an oriental dress or the sounds of a strange language. Antipathies of this kind have directly influenced the moral valuation of conduct towards foreigners, but at the same time, they have also strengthened the feelings of mutual goodwill between tribesmen or compatriots. For likes and dislikes are increased by the contrast. To hate a thing makes us better love its opposite. So also the competition and enmity which prevail between different communities tend within each community to intensify its members' devotion to the common goal and their friendly feelings towards one another. Compare op. Sit. Tout si qui est inattendo imprevu est insupportable à l'enfant, et provoque soit la peur, soit plus tard la colère. J'avoue undemis fils, a quater ens et demi entre dans de veritables rages, touts les fois que je lui parle dans le patois de mon pays. But the altruistic sentiment has not necessarily reference only to individuals belonging to the same social unit. 228 gregarious animals may be kindly disposed to any member of their species, which is not an object of their anger or their fear. Savages have shown themselves capable of tender feelings towards suffering and harmless strangers. The sensibility of little children sometimes goes beyond the circle of the family. Madame Manicine tells us of a girl 2 years old who, in the zoological gardens at St. Petersburg, began to cry bitterly when she saw an elephant walking over the keeper's body, although the other spectators were quietly watching the trick. In mankind, altruism has been narrowed by social isolation, by differences in race, language, habits, and customs, by enmity and suspicion. But increased intercourse has gradually led to conditions favorable to its expansion. As Buckle remarks, ignorance is the most powerful of all the causes of national hatred. When you increase the contact, you remove the ignorance, and thus you diminish the hatred. 159 people of different nationalities feel that in spite of all dissimilarities between them, there is much that they have in common, and frequent intercourse makes the differences less marked, or obliterates many of them altogether. There can be no doubt that this process will go on in the future, and equally certain it is that similar causes will produce similar effects, that altruism will continue to expand, and that the notion of a human brotherhood will receive more support from the actual feelings of mankind than it does at present. See Supra 1 572, 581. Manacine le surménagement dans la civilisation moderne. See also Compare up, sit. Buckle, History of Civilization in England, Roman 1. Chapter 35, Suicide. In previous chapters we have discussed the moral valuation of acts, forbearances and omissions, which directly concern the interests of other men. We shall now proceed to consider moral ideas regarding such modes of conduct as chiefly concern a man's own welfare. Among these we notice, in the first place, acts affecting his existence. Suicide, or intentional self-destruction, has often been represented as a fruit of a higher civilization. Dr. Steinmetz, on the other hand, in his essay on suicide among primitive peoples, thinks it probable that there is a greater propensity to suicide among savage than among civilized peoples. The former view is obviously erroneous. The latter probably holds good of certain savages as compared with certain peoples of culture, but cannot claim general validity. Steinmetz, Suicide Among Primitive Peoples, in American Anthropologist, Roman 7. Among several uncivilized races, suicide is said to be unknown. To these belong some of the lower savage Thiagans of Tierra del Fuego, 3 the Andaman Islanders 4,230, and various Australian tribes, 5 whilst as regards most other tribes, at about the same stage of culture information, seems to be wanting. Of the natives in Western and Central Australia, Sir G. Gray writes, whenever I have interrogated them on this point, they have invariably laughed at me, and treated my question as a joke. 6 When a Caroline Islander was told of suicides committed by Europeans, he thought that he had not grasped what was said to him, as he never in his life had heard of anything so ridiculous. The Kafirs of the Hindu Kush, though they have no intense fear of death, cannot understand suicide. The idea of a man killing himself strikes them as inexplicable. 8. Paulich, Ethnography Nordostafrikas, Danakil and Gala, Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien, Beria and Kanama, New Life, Wanderings and Labours in Eastern Africa, Wanica, Felkin, Notes on the 4 Tribe of Central Africa in Precede, Roy, Soch, Edinburgh, Roman 13 Lumholtz, Unknown Mexico. One thinks it is doubtful whether a pagan Terahumer ever killed himself. Bridge, in South American Missionary Magazine, Roman 13. Manjur Anther, Inst, Roman 12. Gray, Expeditions of Discovery in Northwest and Western Australia, Roman 2 Kerr, Recollections of Squatting in Victoria, Bangarang. Among the tribes of Western Victoria described by Mr. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, suicide is not unknown, though it is uncommon. If a native wishes to die and cannot get anyone to kill him, he will sometimes put himself in the way of a venomous snake, that he may be bitten by it. Gray op. Cit. Roman 2. Von Kotzebue, Voyage of Discovery into the South Sea, Roman 3. Scott Robertson, Kafirs of the Hindu Kush. Among many savages and barbarians, suicide is stated to be very rare. 9, or to occur only occasionally. 10, whereas 231 among others, it is represented as either common or extremely prevalent. Of the Kamtschadales we are told that the least apprehension of danger drives them to despair, and that they fly to suicide as a relief, not only from present, but even from imaginary evil. Not only those who are confined for some offence, but such as are discontented with their lot, prefer a voluntary death to an uneasy life, and the pains of disease. 12 Among the Hos, an Indian hill tribe. suicide is reported to be so frightfully prevalent as to afford no parallel in any known country. If a girl appears mortified by anything that has been said, it is not safe to let her go away till she is soothed. A reflection on a man's honesty or veracity may be sufficient to send him to self-destruction. In a recent case, a young woman attempted to poison herself because her uncle would not partake of the food she had cooked for him. 13 Among the Karens of Burma, suicide is likewise very common where Christianity has not been introduced. If a man has some incurable or painful disease, he says in a matter-of-fact way that he will hang himself, and he does as he says. If a girl's parents compel her to marry the man she does not love, she hangs herself. Wives sometimes hang themselves through jealousy, sometimes because they quarrel with their husbands, and sometimes out of mere 232 chagrin, because they are subject to depreciating comparisons, and it is a favorite threat with a wife or daughter, when not allowed to have her own way, that she will hang herself. Among some uncivilized peoples, suicide is frequently practiced by women, though rarely by men. Nansen, Eskimo life, Greenlanders, Murdoch ethnol, results of the Point Barrow expedition in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethen 9, Point Barrow Eskimo von Siebold die Eno auf der Insel Jesso, von Stenin die Kurjason des Kreises Seisensk im Jebaet von SM Palatinsk in Globus Roman 69 Beltrame il Fume Bianco Arabs, Felkin Waganda tribe of Central Africa in Proceed, Roy, Soch. Edinburgh Roman 13 Schwarz quoted by Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Baquiri, Ibid Banaka and Bapuku, Wandra Ibid, Hottentots, Fritsch die Eingeborenen Südafrikas Bantu race, Sorge in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Nissan Islanders in the Bismarck Archipelago, Kuberi die Verbrechen und Strafverfahren auf den Pelau in Seln in original Mitthilungen aus der Ethnol, Upthale, 500. Carnegal, Musin zu Berlin 1, Pelu Islanders. Among the Malays, suicide is reported to be extremely rare. Brook, 10 years in Sarawak 1, Ellis the Amok of the Malays, in Journal of Mental Science 39. But Dr. Gilmore Ellis has been told by many Malays that they consider amok a kind of suicide. If a man wishes to die, he amucks in the hope of being killed, rather than kills himself, suicide being a most heinous sin according to the ethics of Muhammadanism. Ibid. In Siam, suicide is rare. Boring, Siam 1. Of the Western Islanders of Torres Straits, Dr. Haddon says in Reports of the Cambridge Anthrop, Expedition to Torres Straits 5, that he does not remember to have heard of a case of suicide in real life, though there are some instances of it in their folktales. Kant, quoted by Mauhat, travels in the central parts of Indochina 2, Sq. Banavs in Cambodia, Klaus in the Andamans and Nicobarese. Among the Bakongo, cases of suicide occur, although much less frequently than in civilized countries. Ward, 5 years with the Congo cannibals. Veniaminov, quoted by Petrov, report on Alaska Atka Alutes, Stella Beschreibung von Kamchatka Sq. Krasheninnikov, History of Kamchatka pp. 176-200, Georgi, Russia 3, Sq. Kamchadales 184 Chukchi 205 Alutes, Brook Op Sit 1C Dyax, Williams and Calvert Fiji, Turner Samoa, Tregear Niue in Jor, Polynesian Soch, 2 Thompson Savage Island, Hood Cruise in the Western Pacific Savage Islanders. Diefenbach travels in New Zealand 2, Sq. Collins English colony in New South Wales 1, Maries Reed Savage Africa Sq. Idem quoted by Darwin Descent of Man N33 West African Negroes, Monrad Skildring Afghanikistan, declare 3 years in Savage Africa Barotsi, in Tana of the New Hebrides Grey in Jor, Anther, Inst. 28, and Niers Rosenberg der Malayish Archipel, suicides are said to be not infrequent. Georgi Op Sit 3 Sq. Cf. Krasheninnikov Op Sit. Tikel Memoir on the Hodsam in Jur, Asiatic Soch, Bengal Roman 9 Dalton Descriptive Ethnology of Bengal. Mason Dwellings 100 of the Karens in Jur, Asiatic Soch, Bengal 37, pt. Roman 2. Keating Expedition to the Source of St. Peter's River 1 Dakotas, 2 Sq. Chippewas. Bradbury Travels in the Interior of America Dakotas. Brooke Lowe quoted by Ling Roth Natives of Sarawak 1C Dyax. Munzinger Die Sitten und des Recht der Bogos. The causes which among savages lead to suicide are manifold: disappointed love or jealousy, 16 illness or old age, 18 grief over the death of a child, 19 a husband, 20 or a 233 wife, 21 fear of punishment, 22 slavery or brutal treatment by a husband, 24 remorse, 25 shame or wounded pride, anger or revenge. In various cases, an offended person kills himself for the express purpose of taking revenge upon the offender. Thus, among the Tisha-speaking peoples of the Gold Coast, should a person commit suicide, and before so doing attribute the act to the conduct of another person, that other person is required by native law to undergo a like fate. The practice is termed killing oneself upon the head of another, and the person whose conduct is supposed to have driven the suicide to commit the rash act is visited with a death of an exactly similar nature. Unless, indeed, the family of the suicide be pacified with a money compensation. With reference to the savage islanders, who especially in heathen 234 times were much addicted to suicide, we are told that, like angry children, they are tempted to avenge themselves by picturing the trouble that they will bring upon the friends who have offended them. 29. Among the Th-Linkits, an offended person who is unable to take revenge in any other way, commits suicide in order to expose the person who gave the offense to the vengeance of his surviving relatives and friends. Among the Chuvashes, it was formerly the custom for enraged persons to hang themselves at the doors of their enemies. A similar method of taking revenge is still not infrequently resorted to by the Vatiaks, who believe that the ghost of the deceased will then persecute the offender. Sometimes a suicide has the character of a human sacrifice. In the times of epidemics or great calamities, the Chukchi sacrifice their own lives in order to appease evil spirits and the souls of departed relatives. Among some savages it is common for a woman, especially if married to a man of importance, to commit suicide on the death of her husband 35, or to demand to be buried with him 36, and many Brazilian Indians killed themselves on the graves of their chiefs. Lasch der Selbstmord aus erotischen Motiven bei den primitiven Völkern in Zeitschrift für Sozialwissenschaft 2, SQQ, Westermarck History of Human Marriage, Keating Op. Cit. 2 Chippewas, Eastman Dakota pp. 89 SQQ, 168 SQ, Dodge are Wild Indians SQ, Dakotas, Turner Ethnology of the Ungava District, Hudson Bay Territory in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan 11 Coxogmiat Mason in Jour, Asiatic Soch, Bengal 37 pt. 2, Karenz. Brook Lowe quoted by Ling Roth, Natives of Sarawak 1c Dyaks, Kuberi Religion der Pelauer in Bastion, Allerlei aus Volks und Menschenkund 1, Pelu Islanders, Senft in Steinmetz Rich Sverhultnis Marshall Islanders, Codrington Melanesians SQ. Natives of the Banks Islands and Northern New Hebrides, Waits Anthropology der Nativvölker 6 Malone, 3 years cruise in the Australasian colonies SQ, Maoris, Reed Savage Africa West African Negroes, Munzinger Die Sitten des Recht der Bogos SQ. Dodge Op. Cit. SQ, North American Indians Home Ethnologisk Skis af Angmagsalikern in Medalosser Groenland 10, Angmagsaliks of Eastern Greenland, Georgi Op. Cit. 3 Kamchadales Mason in Jour Asiatic Soch Bengal 37 pt. 2 Karenz Gray in Jour, Anther, Inst. 28, Natives of Tana New Hebrides, Sartori Dicit der Alten und Krankentatang in Globus 67, SQ. Perrin du Lac Voyage dans les du Louisians, Nansen First Crossing of Greenland 2, Idem Eskimo Life pp. 170-267 Greenlanders, Stellar Beschreibung von Kamchatka, Wilkes U.S. Exploring Expedition 3, Hale U.S. Exploring Expedition, Vol. 6 Ethnography and Philology Fijians, Diodorus Siculus Bibliotheca Historica Roman 35 Troglodytes, Pomponius Mela de Situ Orbis 3, Sears, Hartknack Altan News Priussen 1, Ancient Prussians, Merschalcus Annals Herulorum Esse Vandalorum 1 Monumenta Inedita Rerum Germanicarum 1, Procopius de Bello Gothico 2, Heruli, Mora die Bekehrung des Norwegischen Stamms zum Christentum 2, N48 Ancient Scandinavians. Veniaminoff quoted by Petrov Op. Cit. Atkara Lutz, Keating Op. Cit. 2 Chippewas, Colenso Mary Races pp. 46-57 Diefenbach Op. Cit. 2 Marys. Veniaminoff quoted by Petrov Op. Cit. Atkara Lutz, Haddon in Rep. Cambridge Anther, Exp. to Torres Straits 5, Western Islanders according to a Coralege folktale, Colenso Op. Cit. pp. 46-57 Diefenbach Op. Cit. 2 Marys. Veniaminoff quoted by Petrov Op. Cit. Atkara Lutz, Fawcett Sayoras Diefenbach up sit 2 marries. Stellar Beschreibung von Kamchatka, Diefenbach up sit 2 marries. Mardigliani Viagio Aeneas, Declare up sit, Barotzi, Monred up sit, Negroes of Accra, Dan Biathanatos American Indians. Wide Nuweed, Travels in the Interior of North America Mandans. Turner in Anne, Rep Burr, Ethan, 11, Coxogmiat. Mr. Dawson Australian Aborigines SQ tells us of a native of Western Victoria who decided to commit suicide because, being intoxicated, he had killed his wife and was so sorry for it. He besought the tribe to kill him, and seeing his determination to starve himself to death, his friends at last sent for the tribal executioner who pushed a spear through him. Vini Aminoff quoted by Petrov up sit, Atkara Lutz, Keating up sit, 2 Chippewas Dalton up sit, Jikel Injure Asiatic Soch, Bengal 9 Hose Kulquahoun amongst the Shans SQ, Lethdas, Macman Farkathay Taras one of the Chino-Burmese border tribes, Brook up sit 1 C Dyaks, Chalmers Pioneer Life and Work in New Guinea a woman at Port Moresby, Mr. Abel's Savage Life in New Guinea, speaks of a New Guinea woman who was so annoyed because her old village friends had not visited her during her illness that she attempted to commit suicide. Cardrington up sit, SQ, natives of the Banks Islands and northern New Hebrides, Williams and Calvert up sit, Fijians, Tregear Injure. Polynesian Soch, 2 Savage Islanders, Diefenbach up sit 2 SQ, Collins up sit 1 Angers Savage Life in Australia and New Zealand 2 Colenso up sit, SQ marries, Ward 5 years with the Congo cannibals Bakongo, Lash besitzen die Natervolker ein Personliches Ehegefühl, in Zeitcher, F Socialwissenschaft 3, SQQ. See Lash Rake als Selbstmordmotiv in Globus 74, SQQ, Steinmetz Glianticae Sconguri Giuridisci Contrai Creditori in Rivista Italiana di Sociologia 2, SQQ. Ellis Tisha speaking peoples of the Gold Coast, the same custom is mentioned by Monrad up, sit, SQ, Bowditch Mission to Ashanti pp. 256, 257, 259n and read Savage Africa. Thompson, Savage Island. Cross die T-Linkit Indianer. Lebedu die Simbriskischen Tischuwaschen in Erman's Archive für Wissenschaftlich Kund von Russland 9, n. Butch die Watjaken in Acta Soch, Scient, Fennick 12 SQ. See Lash Religioser Selbstmord und sen Besihung zum Menschenopfer, in Globus 75, SQQ. SKR Zinki der Selbstmord bei den Tischuchen, in AMR Quell 5, SQ. Ash 2 Kings of Uganda Wahuma, Johnston Uganda Protectorate 2, Barrow, Junghun die Battelander off Sumatra, 2 natives of Bali and Lombok. Westermarck History of Human Marriage Fijians, Cardrington up, sit, natives of Aurora Island, New Hebrides. Dorman Origin of Primitive Superstitions, cf. Ibid, of the Niger Delta Tribes 1000, LeConte de Cardi writes in Jour, Anther, Inst. 29. On the deportation of a king or a chief by the British or other European government for some offence, I have seen the wives of the deported man throw themselves into the river, and fight like mad women, with the people who went to their rescue. I have also seen some of the male retainers, both free and slaves of a deported chief, attempt their own lives at the moment, when the vessel carrying away their chief disappeared from their sight. In various other cases, besides the voluntary sacrifices of widows or slaves, the suicides of savages are connected with their notions of a future life. The belief in the new 235 human birth of the departed soul has led West African Negroes to take their own lives when in distant slavery, that they may awaken in their native land. Among the Chukchi, there are persons who kill themselves for the purpose of effecting an earlier reunion with their deceased relatives. Among the Samoyeds it happens that a young girl who is sold to an old man strangles herself in the hope of getting a more suitable bridegroom in the other world. We are told that the Kamchadales inflict death on themselves with the utmost coolness because they maintain that the future life is a continuation of the present, but much better and more perfect, where they expect to have all their desires more completely. Satisfied than here 42, the suicides of old people again, are in some cases due to the belief that a man enters into the other world in the same condition in which he left this one. and that it consequently is best for him to die before he grows too old and feeble. Cf. Steinmetz in American Anthropologist 7, Wirkend Nedervolker und Kulturvolker, Lasch in Zeitschrift für Sozialwissenschaft Roman 2. Tyler Primitive Culture Roman 2. Skr Zinke in Am Urquell Roman 5. Von Struve, Die Samojden im Norden von Sibirien, in Ausland, 1880. Georgi Arp Sit, Roman 3 cf, Stellar Beschreibung von Kamchatka. Hale Arp Sit Fijians cf, Supra Roman 1. The notions of savages concerning life after death also influence their moral valuation of suicide, where men are supposed to require wives not only during their lifetime, but after their death. It may be a praiseworthy thing, or even a duty, for a widow to accompany her husband to the land of souls. According to Fijian beliefs, the woman who at the funeral of her husband met death with the greatest devotedness would become the favorite wife in the abode of spirits, whereas a widow who did not permit herself to be killed was considered an adulteress. Among the Central African Bero, those women who refrained from destroying themselves over their husbands' graves were regarded as outcasts. On the Gold Coast, a man of low rank who has married one of the king's sisters is 236, expected to make away with himself when his wife dies, or upon the death of an only male child. And should he outrage native custom and neglect to do so, a hint is conveyed to him that he will be put to death, which usually produces the desired effect. 46. The customary suicides of the Chukchi are solemnly performed in the presence, and with the assistance of relatives and neighbors. The Samoyeds maintain that suicide by strangulation is pleasing to God, who looks upon it as a voluntary sacrifice, which deserves reward. 48. The opinion of the Kamchadales that it is allowable and praiseworthy for a man to take his own life. 49. Was probably connected with their optimistic notions about their fate after death, and that the habitual suicides of old persons have the sanction of public opinion is particularly obvious where they may choose between killing themselves and being killed. Westermarck Op. Sit. Sq. Johnston, Uganda Protectorate Roman 1. Ellis Speaking Peoples of the Gold Coast. Skr Zinke in Am Urquell Roman 5. Von Struve in Ausland 1880. Stellar Op. Sit. Cf. Krasheninnikov Op. Sit. Supra 1 Sq. Fijians. Nansen First Crossing of Greenland Roman 2 Stellar Op. Sit. Kamchadales. Whilst in some cases suicide opens the door to a happy land beyond the grave, it in other cases entails consequences of a very different kind. The Omahas believe that a self-murderer ceases to exist. According to the Thompson Indians in British Columbia, the souls of people who commit suicide do not go to the land of souls. The shamans declare they never saw such people there, and some say that they have looked for the souls of such people, but could not find their tracks. Some shamans say they cannot locate the place where the souls of suicides go, but think they must be lost, because they seem to disappear altogether. Others say that these souls die and cease to exist. Still others claim that the souls never leave the earth, but wander around aimlessly. 52, so also the Jakuts believe that the ghost of a self-murderer never 237 comes to rest. Sometimes the fate of suicides after death is represented as a punishment which they suffer for their deed. Thus the Dakotas, among whom women not infrequently put an end to their existence by hanging themselves, are of opinion that suicide is displeasing to the Father of Life, and will be punished in the land of spirits by the ghost being doomed forever to drag the tree on which the person hanged herself. Hence the women always suspend themselves to as small a tree as can possibly sustain their weight. The Paharias of the Rajmahal Hills in India say that suicide is a crime in God's eyes, and that the soul of one who so offends shall not be admitted into heaven, but must hover eternally as a ghost between heaven and earth. 55. The Kayans of Borneo maintain that self-murderers are sent to a place called Tan Tekan, where they will be very poor and wretched, subsisting on leaves, roots, or anything they can pick up in the forests, and being easily distinguished by their miserable appearance. According to Dayak beliefs, they go to a special place, where those who have drowned themselves must thenceforth live up to their waists in water, and those who have poisoned themselves must live in houses built of poisonous woods and surrounded by noxious plants, the exhalations of which are painful to the spirits. In other instances, we are simply told that the souls of suicides, together with those of persons who have been killed in war 58, or who have died a violent death 59, are not permitted to live with the rest of the souls, to whom their presence would cause uneasiness. Among the Hidatsa Indians, some people say that the ghosts of men 238 who have made away with themselves occupy a separate part of the village of the dead, but that their condition in no other wise differs from that of the other ghosts. La Flèche, death and funeral customs among the Omahas in Jour, of American folklore, Roman 2. Tate, Thompson, Indians of British Columbia, in Memoirs of the American Museum of Natural History, Anthropology 1. Sq. Sumner in Jour, Anther, Inst, Roman 30. Bradbury, Travels in the Interior of America, cf. Keating op. Cit., Roman 1. Dalton, Descriptive Ethnology of Bengal, cf. Sherwill, Tour through the Rajmahal Hills in Jour, Asiatic Soch, Bengal, Roman 20. Ho's Journey up the Baram River to Mount Dulit and the Highlands of Borneo, in Geographical Journal, Roman 1. Wilken, Het animisme bij de Valken van den Indischen Archipel, Roman 1. Brebeuf, Relation de Sequicest pas dans le pays des Hurons, in Relations des Jesuits, 1636 Sq. Hewitt, The Iroquoian Concept of the Soul in Jour, of American Folklore, Roman 8. Steinmetz in American Anthropologist 7, Nias. Matthews, Ethnography and Philology of the Hidatsa Indians. It is, however, hard to believe that the fate of the self-murderer, whether it be annihilation, a vagrant existence on earth, or separation in the other world, was originally meant as a punishment, for a similar lot is assigned to the souls of persons who have been drowned 61, or who have died by accident or violence. It seems that the suicide's future state is in the first place supposed to depend upon the treatment of his corpse. Frequently he is denied burial, or at least the ordinary funeral rites 63, and this may give rise to the notion that his soul never comes to rest or, possibly, even ceases to exist. Or he is buried by himself, apart from the other dead 64, in which case his soul must naturally remain equally isolated. Among the Alabama Indians, for instance, when a man kills himself, either in despair or in a sickness, he is deprived of burial, and thrown into the river 65 in Dahomey. The body of any person committing suicide is not allowed to be buried, but thrown out into the fields to be devoured by wild beasts. 66 Among the Fantis of the Gold Coast ill, why a des places reserves aux suicides, et à ceux qui sont morts de la petite vérole. Ils sont enterrés à l'écart loin de tout, 239 habitation, et de tout chemin public. 67 In the Pelu Islands, a self-murderer is buried not with his own deceased relatives, but in the place where he ended his life, as are also the corpses of those who fall in war. Among the Banavs of Cambodia, anyone who perishes by his own hand is buried in a corner of the forest far from the graves of his brethren. 69 Among the Sea Dyaks, those who commit suicide are buried in different places from others, as it is supposed that they will not be allowed to mix in the 7th Street heaven with such of their fellow countrymen as come by their death in a natural manner, or from the influence of the spirits. 70 The motive for thus treating self-murderers' bodies is superstitious fear. Their ghosts, as the ghosts of persons who have died by any other violent means or by accident, are supposed to be particularly malevolent 71 owing to their unnatural mode of death, or to the desperate or angry state of mind in which they left this life. If they are not buried at all, or if they are buried in the spot where they died or in a separate place, that is either because nobody dares to interfere with them, or in order to prevent them from mixing with the other dead. So also murdered persons are sometimes left unburied 73, and people who are supposed to have been killed by evil spirits are buried apart 74, whilst those struck with lightning are either denied interment 75 or buried where they fell, and in the position in which they died. We sometimes hear of a connection between the way in which a suicide's body is treated and the moral opinion as regards his deed. Among the Alabama Indians, his corpse 240 is said to be thrown into the river because he is looked upon as a coward, 77, and of the Ossetes 1000. Kowalewski states that they bury suicides far away from other dead persons because they regard their act as sinful, but we may be sure that moral condemnation is not the original cause of these practices. Tate Locke Sit, Thompson Indians. Sarpit Kuki Lushe tribes, Anderson Mandalay Tamomian Kakians, Muller Jeskich der Amerikanischen Areligienen Brazilian Indians, Supra Roman II. The Central Eskimo believe that all who die by accident or by violence and women who die in childbirth are taken to the upper, happier world. Boas Central Eskimo in Anne. Rep. Burr, Ethan. 6. According to the belief of the Bering Strait Eskimo, the shades of shamans or persons who die by accident, violence, or starvation go to a land of plenty in the sky where there is light, food, and water in abundance, whereas the shades of people who die from natural causes go to the underground land of the dead. Nelson, Eskimo about Bering Strait in Anne. Rep. Burr, Ethan. 18. Sie Lash die Behandlung der Like des Selbstmordes in Globus 76, SQQ. Ibid. Bossu travels through Louisiana, Roman 1. Emliode, Voyage to Africa, SQ. I'm indebted to Mr. N. W. Thomas for drawing my attention to this and a few other statements in the present chapter. Galaude à la Côte d'Or in Les Missions Catholiques, Roman 25. Kubery in Original Mitthil, Os der Ethnal Abtheil 500, Carnegal, Musin zu Berlin, Roman 1. Kant quoted by Mauhart up, Sit, Roman 2. See also das Volk der Banner in Mitthil, 500, George, Jess, zu Jena, Roman 3. St. John, Life in the Forests of the Far East, Roman 1. Lash in Globus, Roman 76 cf. Liebrecht zur Volkskunde SQ. Lippert der Seelenkult, Kubery in Original Mitthil, Os der Ethnal Abtheil 500, Carnegal, Musin zu Berlin, Roman 1. Rosenberg der Malayish Archipel, Papuans of Dori. Hodson Native Tribes of Manipur in Jor, Anther, Inst 31, SQ. Burton Mission to Jelel 2, SQ Dahamans. La Flèche in Jor, American Folklore 2, Omahas. Bossu Up Sit, Roman 1. Kowalski, Kautum Contemporain et Loi Ancien. It is comparatively seldom that savages are reported to attach any stigma to suicide. To the instances mentioned above, a few others may be added. The Waganda, we are told, greatly condemn the act. Among the Bogos, a man never despairs, never gives himself up, and considers suicide as the greatest indignity. 80. The Karens of Burma deem it an act of cowardice. But at the same time they have no command against it, they seem to see little or no guilt in it, and we are nowhere told that it is displeasing to the God of heaven and earth. 81. The Dakotas said of a girl who had destroyed herself because her parents had turned her beloved from the wigwam, and would force her to marry a man she hated, that her spirit did not watch over her earthly remains, being offended when she brought trouble upon her aged mother and father. In Dahomey it is criminal to attempt to commit suicide, because every man is the property of the king. The bodies of suicides are exposed to public execration, and the head is always struck off and sent to Agbomi, at the expense of the family if the suicide were a free man, at that of his master if he were a slave. 83. On the other hand, it is expressly stated of various savages that they do not punish attempts to commit suicide. The Negroes of Accra see nothing wrong in the act. Why, they would ask, should a person not be 241 allowed to die, when he no longer desires to live? But they inflict cruel punishments upon slaves who try to put an end to themselves, in order to deter other slaves from doing the same. Among the Pelu Islanders, suicide is neither praised nor blamed. 86. The Eskimo around Northumberland Inlet and Davis Strait believe that anyone who has been killed by accident, or who has taken his own life, certainly goes to the happy place after death. The Chippewas hold suicide to be a foolish, not a reprehensible action, and do not believe it to entail any punishment in the other world. In his sketches of the manners and customs of the North American Indians, Buchanan writes, suicide is not considered by the Indians either as an act of heroism or of cowardice, nor is it with them a subject of praise or blame. They view this desperate act as the consequence of mental derangement, and the person who destroys himself is to them an object of pity. 89. Falcon in Proceed, Roy Soch, Edinburgh, Roman 13. Munzinger, Die Sitten und des Recht der Bogos. Mason in Jour, Asiatic Soch, Bengal 37, pt. Roman 2. Eastman Arp Sit. Ellis, US-speaking peoples. Leuschner in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Baquiri, Nicole Ibid, Diakite Lang Ibid, Washambala, Rotanen Ibid, Andanga, Sorge Ibid, Nissan Islanders, Senft Ibid, Marshall Islanders. Monrad Op Sit, pp. 23-25. Kubery in Original Mitzil, Os der Ethnal Abtheil 500, Carnegal, Musin zu Berlin Roman 1. Hall Arctic Researches, cf. Supra 2 and 3. Keating Op Sit, Roman 2. Buchanan, Sketches of the History 100, of the North American Indians. From the opinions on suicide held by uncivilized races, we shall pass to those prevalent among peoples of a higher culture. In China, suicide is extremely common among all classes and among persons of all ages. For those who have been impelled to this course by a sense of honor, the gates of heaven open wide, and tablets bearing their names are erected in the temples in honor of virtuous men or women. As honorable self-murderers are regarded servants or officers of state who choose not to survive a defeat in battle or an insult offered to the sovereign of their country. Young men who, when an insult has been paid to their parents which they are unable to avenge, prefer not to survive it, and women who kill 242 themselves on the death of their husbands or fiancés. In spite of imperial prohibitions, suttyism of widowed wives and brides has continued to flourish in China down to this day, and meets with the same public applause as ever, 92, whilst those widowed wives and brides who have lost their lives in preserving their chastity are entitled both to an honorary gate and to a place in a temple of the state, as an object of worship. Another common form of suicide which is admired as heroic in China is that committed for the purpose of taking revenge upon an enemy who is otherwise out of reach according to Chinese ideas, a most effective mode of revenge, not only because the law throws the responsibility of the deed on him who occasioned it, but also because the disembodied soul is supposed to be better able than the living man to persecute the enemy. The Chinese have a firm belief in the wandering spirits of persons who have died by violence. Thus self-murderers are supposed to haunt the places where they committed the fatal deed and endeavor to persuade others to follow their example, at times even attempting to play executioner by strangling those who reject their advances. Violent deaths, says Mr. Giles, are regarded with horror by the Chinese. 96, and suicides committed from meaner motives are reprobated. It is said in the Yu Li, or Divine Panorama Taoist work, which is very popular all over the Chinese empire, that, whilst persons who kill themselves out of loyalty, filial piety, chastity or friendship will go to heaven, those who do so in a trivial burst of rage, or fearing the consequences of a crime which would not amount to death, or in the hope of falsely injuring a 243 fellow creature, will be severely punished in the infernal regions. No pardon will be granted them. They are not, like other sinners, allowed to claim their good works as a set-off against evil, whereby they might partly escape the agonies of hell and receive some reward for their virtuous deeds. Sometimes suicide is classified by the Chinese as an offense against religion, on the ground that a person owes his being to heaven and is therefore responsible to heaven for due care of the gift. Gray China Roman 1 Huck the Chinese Empire, Matignon le Suicide en Chine in Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle 12, SQQ, Cathane aux environs de Fauchen in Les Missions Catholiques 31, SQ, Ball Things Chinese SQQ. Gray Op Sit 1 SQQ. De Groot Religious System of China Vol. 2 Book 1 Ball Op Sit, Cathane in Les Missions Catholiques Roman 31. De Groot Op Sit Vol. 2 Book 1. Huck Op Sit, Matignon in Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle 12, SQQ De Groot Op Sit Vol. 4 Book 2 SQ, Cathane in Les Missions Catholiques 31, SQ Ball Op Sit SQ. Davis China Roman 2 Denis Folklore of China SQ. Giles Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio 2 N9. Gray Op Sit Roman 1. Giles Op Sit Roman 2. Ibid Roman 2. Alabaster Notes and Commentaries on Chinese Criminal Law. The Japanese calendar of saints, says Mr. Griffiths, is not filled with reformers, almsgivers and founders of hospitals or orphanages, but is overcrowded with canonized suicides and committers of harakiri. Even today, no man more surely draws homage to his tomb, securing even apotheosis, than the suicide, though he may have committed a crime 101. There were two kinds of harakiri, or belly-cutting, one obligatory and the other voluntary. The former was a boon granted by government, who graciously permitted criminals of the samurai or military class thus to destroy themselves instead of being handed over to the common executioner. But this custom is now quite extinct. Voluntary harakiri, again, was practiced out of loyalty to a dead superior, or in order to protest, when other protests might be unavailing, against the erroneous conduct of a living superior, or to avoid beheading by the enemy in a lost battle, or to restore injured honor if revenge was impossible. Under any circumstances, harakiri cleansed from every stain, and ensured an honorable interment and a respected memory. It is said in a Japanese manuscript, to slay his enemy against whom he has cause of hatred, and then to kill himself, is the part of a noble samurai, and it is sheer nonsense to look upon the place where he has disemboweled himself as polluted. 103. In old days, the ceremony used to be performed in a temple. Griffey's Religions of Japan. Chamberlain Things Japanese SQQ. Reign Japan, Kuhn in Globus 74. SQ. A very full account of the ceremony of harakiri is given in Mitford's Tales of Old Japan 2, SQQ, from a rare Japanese manuscript. Mitford Op. Cit. Roman 2. Ibid. Roman 2. Among the Hindus we meet with the practice of self-immolation of widowsuntal, recently very prevalent in many parts of India, 105, and various forms of self-destruction for religious purposes. Suicide has always been considered by the Hindus to be one of the most acceptable rites that can be offered to their deities. According to the Ayan Akbari, there were 5 kinds of suicide held to be meritorious in the Hindu, namely, starving, covering himself with cow dung and setting it on fire and consuming himself therein, burying himself in snow, immersing himself in the water at the extremity of Bengal, where the Ganges discharges itself into the sea through 1,000 channels, enumerating his sins and praying till the alligators come and devour him, cutting his throat at Allahabad, at the confluence of the Ganges and Jumna. To these might be added drowning at Hurdwar, Allahabad and Sagar, perishing in the cold of the Himalayas, the practice of dying under the wheels of Juggernath's car, 107, and the custom of men throwing themselves down from certain rocks to fulfill the vows of their mothers, or to receive forgiveness for sins, or to be reborn Rajas in their next state of transmigration. It is also common for persons who are afflicted with leprosy or any other incurable disease to bury or drown themselves with due ceremonies, by which they are considered acceptable sacrifices to the deity 9, or to roll themselves into fires with the notion that thus purified they will receive a happy transmigration into a healthy body. Suicide was further 245 resorted to by Brahmins for the purpose of avenging an injury, as it was believed that the ghost of the deceased would persecute the offender, and, presumably, also because of the great efficacy which was attributed to the curse of a dying Brahmin. When one of the Rajput Rajas once levied a war subsidy on the Brahmins, some of the wealthiest, having expostulated in vain, poniarded themselves in his presence, pouring maledictions on his head with their last breath, and thus cursed, the Raja laboured under a ban of excommunication even amongst his personal friends. We are told of a Brahmin girl who, having been seduced by a certain Raja, burned herself to death, and in dying imprecated the most fearful curses on the Raja's kindred, after which they were visited with such a succession of disasters that they abandoned their family settlement at Balia, where the woman's tomb is worshipped to this day. Once when a Raja ordered the house of a Brahmin to be demolished and resumed the lands which had been conferred upon him, the latter fasted till he died at the palace gate, and became thus a Brahm or malignant Brahmin ghost, who avenged the injury he had suffered by destroying the Raja and his house. At Azamgarh in 1835, a Brahmin threw himself down a well, that his ghost might haunt his neighbour. 115. The same idea undoubtedly underlies the custom of sitting dharna, which was practised by creditors who sat down before the doors of their debtors, threatening to starve themselves to death if their claims were not paid. 116. And the sin attached to causing the death of a Brahmin would further increase the efficacy of the creditor's threats. At the same time, religious suicide is said to be a crime in a Brahmin. And in the sacred books we read that for him who destroys 246 himself by means of wood, water, clods of earth, stones, weapons, poison, or a rope. No funeral rites shall be performed by his relatives. 119 That he who resolves to die by his own hand shall fast for 3 days, and that he who attempts suicide but remains alive shall perform severe penance. The Buddhists allow a man under certain circumstances to take his own life, but maintain that generally dire miseries are in store for the self-murderer, and look upon him as one who must have sinned deeply in a former state of existence. It should be added that in India as elsewhere, the souls of those who have killed themselves or met death by any other violent means are regarded as particularly malevolent and troublesome. Malcolm, Memoir of Central India 2, SQQ, Chever's Manual of Medical Jurisprudence for India, cf. Supra 1, SQ, Sir John Malcolm observes op. Cit. 2, n that the practice of sati was not always confined to widows, but that sometimes mothers burned themselves on the death of their only sons. Chever's op. Cit. cf. Laws of Manu Roman 6. Ibid. Ward View of the History 100, of the Hindus 2, SQQ, Rajendralala Mitra Indo-Aryans Roman 2. Sleeman, Rambles and Recollections of an Indian Official 1, SQ, Malcolm, Memoir of Central India 2, SQQ, Forsyth, Highlands of Central India SQ. Sleeman op. Cit. 2 SQ. Ward op. Cit. Roman 2. Chever's op. Cit. SQQ. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India 1, SQQ. Van Mokern, Ostindian 1, SQQ. Todd quoted by Chever's op. Cit. SQ. Crook op. Cit. Roman 1. Ibid 1 SQ. Chever's op. Cit. Cf. Steinmetz Glianticae Scunguri Giuridis Icontroi Creditori in Rivista Italiana di Sociologia, Roman 2 for the practice of Dharna c. Ibid. SQQ. Balfour Cyclopdia of India 1, SQ. Van Mokern op. Cit. 1, SQ. Cf. Jones quoted by Balfour op. Cit. Roman 1. Ward op. Cit. Roman 2 for Sith op. Cit. Vasishtha 23, SQ. Ibid 23, SQQ. Hardy, Manual of Buddhism. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Roman 1 Fawcett, Nayars of Malabar, in the Madras Government Museum's Bulletin, Roman 3. The Old Testament mentions a few cases of suicide. In none of them is any censure passed on the perpetrator of the deed, nor is there any text which expressly forbids a man to die by his own hand. And of Ahithophel it is said that he was buried in the sepulchre of his father. It seems, however, that according to Jewish custom persons who had killed themselves should be left unburied till sunset 125, perhaps for fear lest the spirit of the deceased otherwise might find its way back to the old home. Josephus, who mentions this custom, denounces suicide as an act of cowardice, as a crime most remote from the common nature of all animals, as impiety against the Creator, and he maintains that the souls of those who have thus acted madly against themselves will go to the darkest place in Hades. The Talmud considers suicide justifiable, if not meritorious, in the case of the chief of a vanquished army who is sure of disgrace and death at the hands of the exulting conqueror, 128, or when a person has 247 reason to fear being forced to renounce his religion. In all other circumstances, the rabbis consider it criminal for a person to shorten his own life, even when he is undergoing tortures which must soon end his earthly career, 130, and they forbid all marks of mourning for a self-murderer, such as wearing sambar, apparel and eulogizing him. Islam prohibits suicide as an act which interferes with the decrees of God. Muhammadans say that it is a greater sin for a person to kill himself than to kill a fellowman, 133, and as a matter of fact, suicide is very rare in the Muslim world. 1231 Samuel 31, SQ. 2 Samuel Roman 17 1 Kings Roman 16 2 Maccabees 14, SQQ. 1242 Samuel Roman 17. Josephus de Bello Judaico Roman 3 5. Cf. Fraser Burial Customs as illustrative of the primitive theory of the soul in Jour, Anther, Inst. Roman 15. Josephus op. Cit. Roman 3 5. Cf. 1 Samuel Roman 30. Gittin 57b quoted by Mendelssohn, Criminal Jurisprudence of the Ancient Hebrews, N 163, cf. 2 Maccabees 14, SQQ. Abzara 18a quoted by Mendelssohn Op. Cit. N 163. Mendelssohn Op. Cit. Quran Roman 4. I have often heard this myself, cf. Westcott Suicide. Lyle du Suicide pp. 305-345 SQ. Legate le suicide ancien et moderne, Morcelli il suicidio, Westcott Op. Cit. Ancient Greece had its honorable suicides. The Milesian and Corinthian women, who by a voluntary death escaped from falling into the hands of the enemy, were praised in epigrams. The story that Themistocles preferred death to bearing arms against his native country was circulated with a view to doing honor to his memory. The tragedians frequently give expression to the idea that suicide is in certain circumstances becoming to a noble mind. Hecuba blames Helena for not putting an end to her life by a rope or a sword. Phaedra and Leda kill themselves out of shame, Haemon from violent remorse. Ajax decides to die after having in vain attempted to kill the Atreidae, maintaining that one of generous strain should nobly live, or forthwith nobly die. 142 instances are, moreover, mentioned of women killing themselves on the death of their husbands, 143, and in Chios it was the custom to prevent 248 the decrepitude of old age by a voluntary death. At Athens the right hand of a person who had taken his own life was struck off and buried apart from the rest of the body, 145, evidently, in order to make him harmless after death. Plato says in his Laws, probably in agreement with Attic custom, that those who inflict death upon themselves from sloth or want of manliness shall be buried alone in such places as are uncultivated and nameless, and that no column or inscription shall mark the spot where they are interred. At Thebes self-murderers were deprived of the accustomed funeral ceremonies, 148, and in Cyprus they were left unburied. The objections which philosophers raised against the commission of suicide were no doubt to some extent shared by popular sentiments. Pythagoras is represented as saying that we should not abandon our station in life without the orders of our commander, that is, God. According to the Platonic Socrates, the gods are our guardians, and we are a possession of theirs. Hence there may be reason in saying that a man should wait, and not take his own life until God summons him. 151 Aristotle, again, maintains that he who from rage kills himself commits a wrong against the state, and that therefore the state punishes him, and civil infamy is attached to him. The religious argument could not be foreign to a people who regarded it as impious interference in the order of nature, to make a bridge over the Hellespont, and to separate a landscape from the continent, 153, and the idea that suicide is a matter of public concern evidently prevailed in Massilia, where no man was allowed to make away with himself unless the magistrates had given him permission to do so. But the 249 opinions of the philosophers were anything but unanimous. Plato himself, in his Laws, has no word of censure for him who deprives himself by violence of his appointed share of life, under the compulsion of some painful and inevitable misfortune, or out of irremediable and intolerable shame. Hegesias, surnamed the Death Persuader, who belonged to the Cyrenaic school, tried to prove the utter worthlessness and unprofitableness of life. According to Epicurus, we ought to consider whether it be better that death should come to us, or we go to him. 158 The Stoics, especially, advocated suicide as a relief from all kinds of misery. Seneca remarks that it is a man's own fault if he suffers, as by putting an end to himself he can put an end to his misery. As I would choose a ship to sail in or a house to live in, so would I choose the most tolerable death when about to die. Human affairs are in such a happy situation that no one need be wretched but by choice. Do you like to be wretched? Live. Do you like it not? It is in your power to return from whence you came. 160. The Stoics did not deny that it is wrong to commit suicide in cases where the act would be an injury to society. 161 Seneca himself points out that Socrates lived 30 days in prison in expectation of death, so as to submit to the laws of his country, and to give his friends the enjoyment of his conversation to the last. Epictetus opposes indiscriminate suicide on religious grounds. Friends, wait for God. When he shall give the signal and release you from this service, then go to him. But for the present endure to dwell in the place where he has put you. 163 Such a signal, however, is given often enough. It may consist in incurable disease, intolerable pain, or misery of any kind. Remember this, the door is open. Be not more timid 250 than little children, but as they say, when the thing does not please them, I will play no longer, so do you. When things seem to you of such a kind, say I will no longer play, and be gone. But if you stay, do not complain. 164 Pliny says that the power of dying when you please is the best thing that God has given to man amidst all the sufferings of life. Schmidt, Die Ethik der alten Griechen, Roman 2. Diodorus Siculus, Bibliotheca Historica, Roman 11 2 sq. See Schmidt op. Sit. 2 sqq. Euripides Troads 1012 sqq. Idem Hippolytus 715 sqq. Idem Helena 134 sqq. Sophocles Antigone 1234 sqq. Idem Ajax 470 sqq. Cf. Ibid 654 sqq. Euripides Supplices 1000 sqq. Pausanias Roman 4-7. Strabo Geographica Roman 10-6. Alien Varia Historia Roman 3 cf. Boek Jessemelt Klein Schriffen 7 sqq. Welker Klein Schriffen 2 sq. Escanes in C. Tessifontum 244. Some Australian natives cut off the thumb of the right hand of a dead foe in order to make his spirit unable to throw the spear efficiently. Oldfield, in trans. Ethen, Soch, NS3. Plato, Legs, Roman 9. Schmidt op. Sit. Roman 2. Dio Chrysostom, Orations, Roman 64. Cicero, Cato Major 20. Plato, PhDO. Aristotle, Ethica Nicomacheia, Roman 5-3. See Schmidt op. Sit. 2 441, Rhode Psyche N1. Valerius Maximus, Factorum Dictorunc Memorabilia, Roman 2-7. See Geiger, Der Selbstmord im Klassischen Altertum, sqq. Plato, Legs, Roman 9. Cicero, Tusculan Questions 183 sq. Valerius Maximus, Roman 8 externa 3. Epicurus, quoted by Seneca, Epistole 26. See Geiger op. Sit. sqq. Seneca Epistole 70. See also Idem de Era 3, Idem Consolatio ad Martium 20. Lecky History of European Morals 1 N1. Seneca Epistole 70. Epictetus Dissertations Roman 116. Ibid Roman 120, Roman 120 sq. Roman 237 sqq. Roman 314, Roman 395 sqq. Pliny Historia Naturalis 2. It seems that the Roman people, before the influence of Christianity made itself felt, regarded suicide with considerable moral indifference. According to Servius, it was provided by the pontifical laws that whoever hanged himself should be cast out unburied, 166, but from what has been said before it is probable that this practice only owed its origin to fear of the dead man's ghost. Virgil enumerates self-murderers not among the guilty, but among the unfortunate, confounding them with infants who have died prematurely and persons who have been condemned to die on a false charge. Throughout the whole history of pagan Rome, there was no statute declaring it to be a crime for an ordinary citizen to take his own life. The self-murderer's rights were in no way affected by his deed. His memory was no less honored than if he had died a natural death. His will was recognized by law, and the regular order of succession was not interfered with. In Roman law, there are only two noteworthy exceptions to the rule that suicide is a matter with which the state has nothing to do. It was prohibited in the case of soldiers 169, and the enactment was made that the suicide of an accused person should entail the same consequences as his condemnation. But, in the latter instance, the deed was admitted as a confession of guilt. On the other 251 hand, it seems to have been the general opinion in Rome that suicide under certain circumstances is an heroic and praiseworthy act. Even Cicero, who professed the doctrine of Pythagoras 172, approved of the death of Cato. Servius Commentarii in Virgile Nidos, Roman 12. Virgil Nes 6 sqq. Burquillart recherches sur les opinions et la législation en matière de mort volontaire pendant le Moyen Âge, in Bibliothèque de l'École des Charts, Roman 3 Geiger, op. Cit. SQQ. Beinkerschuk Observations Juris Romani 4. Digesta Roman 49-6-7. Ibid Roman 48-3 pr. Cf. Burquillart op. Cit. 3. SQ. Gibbon Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire 5. Lecky History of European Morals Roman 1. Stadlin, Geschichte der Vorstellungen und Lehren vom Selbstmord SQ. Cicero Cato Major 2072 SQ. Idem de Officiis 1. In no question of morality was there a greater difference between classical and Christian doctrines than in regard to suicide. The earlier fathers of the Church still allowed, or even approved of, suicide in certain cases, namely, when committed in order to procure martyrdom 174 or to avoid apostasy, or to retain the crown of virginity. To bring death upon ourselves voluntarily, says Lactantius, is a wicked and impious deed. But when urged to the alternative, either of forsaking God and relinquishing faith, or of expecting all torture and death, then it is that undaunted in spirit we defy that death with all its previous threats and terrors which others fear. 175 Eusebius and other ecclesiastical writers mention several instances of Christian women putting an end to their lives when their chastity was in danger, and their acts are spoken of with tenderness, if not approbation. Indeed, some of them were admitted into the calendar of saints. This admission was due to the extreme honor in which virginity was held by the fathers. St. Jerome, who denied that it was lawful in times of persecution to die by one's own hands, made an exception for cases in which a person's chastity was at stake. But even this exception was abolished by St. Augustine. He allows that the virgins who laid violent hands upon themselves are worthy of compassion, but declares that there was no necessity for their doing so, since chastity is a virtue of 252, the mind which is not lost by the body being in captivity to the will and superior force of another. He argues that there is no passage in the canonical scriptures which permits us to destroy ourselves either with a view to obtaining immortality or to avoiding calamity. On the contrary, suicide is prohibited in the commandment, "Thou shalt not kill, namely, neither thyself nor another, for he who kills himself kills no other but a man." This doctrine, which assimilates suicide with murder, was adopted by the Church. Nay, self-murder was declared to be the worst form of murder, the most grievous thing of all. 180 already St. Chrysostom had declared that if it is base to destroy others, much more is it to destroy oneself. 181, the self-murderer was deprived of rights which were granted to all other criminals. In the 6th century, a council at Orleans enjoined that the oblations of those who were killed in the commission of any crime may be received, except of such as laid violent hands on themselves. 182, and a subsequent council denied self-murderers the usual rites of Christian burial. It was even said that Judas committed a greater sin in killing himself than in betraying his master Christ to a certain death. See Barberac, Trait de la morale des pères de l'Église pp. 18 122 SQ. Buonaft Historia Critica Philosophica del Suicidio SQQ. Lecky op. Cit. 2 SQ. Lactantius, Divines Institutions, 6 de Viro Cultu 17 Mean, Patrologi Cursus 6. Eusebius Historia Ecclesiastica 8 Mean, op. Cit. Sir, Greca 20, SQQ 14 Ibid, Col 785 SQQ. St. Ambrose de Virginibus 13, Mean, op. Cit. 16, SQQ. St. Chrysostom Homilia Encomiastica in S. Martyrum Pelagium Mean, op. Cit. Sir, Greca 50, SQQ. St. Jerome Commentarii Injanum 1, Mean, op. Cit. 25. St. Augustine de Civitate Dei 1, SQQ. Gratian Decretum Roman 2:5, 9:3. Thomas Aquinas Summa Theologica 2, Roman 2:5-3. St. Chrysostom in Epistolam ad Galatas Commentarius 1, Mean, op. Cit. Sir, Greca 61, SQ. Concilium Auralinens 2a 500, Can. 15 Labmancy Sacrorum Concilium Collectio 8, see also Concilium Ottisiodorens a 500, Can. 17 Labmancy 9. Concilium Bracherns 2 a 500, Cap. 16 Labmancy op. Cit. 9. Damhauder Praxis Rerum Criminalium 58. SQ. See Gratian op. Cit. Roman 23338. At the trial of the Marquise de Brinvilliers in 1676, the presiding judge said to the prisoner that the greatest of all her crimes, horrible as they were, was not the poisoning of her father and brothers, but her attempt to poison herself. Ives, Classification of Crimes. According to the Christian doctrine, as formulated by Thomas Aquinas, suicide is utterly unlawful for 3 reasons. First, everything naturally loves itself and preserves itself in being. Suicide is against a natural inclination and contrary to the charity which a man ought to bear towards himself, and consequently a mortal sin. 253. Secondly, by killing himself a person does an injury to the community of which he is a part. Thirdly, life is a gift divinely bestowed on man, and subject to his power who killeth and maketh alive, and therefore he who takes his own life sins against God, as he who kills another man's slave sins against the master to whom the slave belongs, and as he sins who usurps the office of judge. On a point not referred to him, for to God alone belongs judgment of life and death. 185. The second of these arguments is borrowed from Aristotle, and is entirely foreign to the spirit of early Christianity. The notion of patriotism being a moral duty was habitually discouraged by it, and as Mr. Lecky observes, it was impossible to urge the civic argument against suicide without at the same time condemning the hermit life, which in the 3rd century became the ideal of the Church. 186. But the other arguments are deeply rooted in some of the fundamental doctrines of Christianity, in the sacredness of human life, in the duty of absolute submission to God's will, and in the extreme importance attached to the moment of death. The earthly life is a preparation for eternity. Sufferings which are sent by God are not to be evaded, but to be endured. The man who deliberately takes away the life which was given him by the Creator displays the utmost disregard for the will and authority of his master, and worst of all, he does so in the very last minute of his life, when his doom is sealed forever. His deed, as Thomas Aquinas says, is the most dangerous thing of all, because no time is left to expiate it by repentance. 188. He who kills a fellow creature does not in the same degree renounce the protection of God. He kills only the body, whereas the self-murderer kills both the body and the soul. By denying the latter the right of Christian 254 burial, the Church recognizes that he has placed himself outside her pale. Thomas Aquinas op. Cit. 2 Roman 2:5. Lecky, History of European Morals, Roman 2. Cf. St. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, Roman 1. Thomas Aquinas op. Cit. 2 Roman 2:5-3 cf. St. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, Roman 1. Damhauder op. Cit. 88 sq. The condemnation of the Church influenced the secular legislation. The provisions of the councils were introduced into the law books. In France, Louis IX enforced the penalty of confiscating the self-murderer's property. 190, and laws to the same effect were passed in other European countries. Louis XIV assimilated the crime of suicide to that of lèse majesté. According to the law of Scotland, self-murder is as highly criminal as the killing our neighbour. 193. In England, suicide is still regarded by the law as murder committed by a man on himself. 194, and unless declared insane, the self-murderer forfeited his property as late as the year 1870, when forfeitures for felony were abolished. In Russia, to this day, the testamentary dispositions of a suicide are deemed void by the law. Les Établissements de Saint Louis 1 Val, Roman 2. Berquilat op. Cit. Roman 4 Morcelli op. Cit. Sq. Louis XIV, Ordonnance criminelle A 500, 22. In Isambert de Crucy and Thaïlandia, Recueil General des Anciens Lois Francaises, Roman 18. Erskine Rankin, Principles of the Law of Scotland. Stephen, History of the Criminal Law of England, Roman 3. For earlier times see Bracton, De Legibus et Consuetudinibus Angli Fal, 150 Vol. 2, Sq. Stephen op. Cit. Roman 3. Voynitsky in Van List, La Legislation Penal Compari. The horror of suicide also found a vent in outrages committed on the dead body. Of a woman who drowned herself in Edinburgh in 1598, we are told that her body was hurled through the town backwards, and thereafter hanged on the gallows. 197. In France, as late as the middle of the 18th century, Self-murderers were dragged upon a hurdle through the streets with the face turned to the ground. They were then hanged up with the head downwards, and finally thrown into the common sewer. However, in most cases the treatment to which suicides' bodies were subject was not originally meant as a punishment, but was intended to prevent their spirits 255 from causing mischief. All over Europe, wandering tendencies have been ascribed to their ghosts. In some countries, the corpse of a suicide is supposed to make barren the earth with which it comes in contact 200, or to produce hailstorms or tempests or drought. At Lochbroom, in the northwest of Scotland, the people believe that if the remains of a self-murderer be taken to any burying ground which is within sight of the sea or of cultivated land, this would prove disastrous both to fishing and agriculture, or, in the words of the people, would cause famine or dearth on sea and land. Hence the custom has been to inter suicides in out-of-the-way places among the lonely solitudes of the mountains. The practice of burying them apart from other dead has been very widespread in Europe, and in many cases there are obvious indications that it arose from fear. In the northeast of Scotland, a suicide was buried outside a churchyard, close beneath the wall, and the grave was marked by a single large stone or by a small cairn to which the passing traveller was bound to cast a stone, and afterwards, when the suicide's body was allowed to rest in the churchyard, it was laid below the wall in such a position that no one could walk over the grave, as the people believed that if a woman enceinte stepped over such a 256 grave, her child would quit this earth by its own act. In England, persons against whom a coroner's jury had found a verdict of felo de se were buried at crossroads, with a stake driven through the body so as to prevent their ghosts from walking. For the same purpose, the bodies of 257 suicides were in many cases burned. And when removed from the house where the act had been committed, they were commonly carried out not by the door, but by a window 208, or through a perforation specially made for the occasion in the door 209, or through a hole under the threshold 210, in order that the ghost should not find its way back into the house, or perhaps with a view to keeping the entrance of the house free from dangerous infection. Ross, Superstitions as to Burying Suicides in the Highlands, in Celtic Magazine, Roman 12. Serpelin Code Criminal, Roman 2 cf. Louis XIV, Ordonnance Criminelle A 500, 22, in Isambert de Crussy and Tailandia op. Cit. Roman 18. Ross in Celtic Magazine 12, Highlanders of Scotland, Atkinson 40 years in a moorland parish, Hilton Cavalius Wernd och Werdarn 1, SQ, Swedes, Alert Nyländska Folkster och Bruck in Nyland 4 Swedish Finlanders, Watk der Deutsch Volksüberglaub der Gegenwart 756 SQ. Skiffer Totenfetisch bei den Polen in Amquell 3, Pollanders 52 Lithuanians, Volkov der Selbstmorder in Lithuan Ibid, Roman 5 von W. Lislaki, Tardan Totenfetisch I am Volkgloben der Siebenberger Sachsen, Ibid, Roman 4 Lippert Christenthum Volksglob and Volksbroch, Dyer The Ghost World pp. 53 151, Gaydars Le Suicide in Melusine Roman 4. Skiffer in Amquell 3, Lithuanians, Ibid pp. 50 Pollanders 53 Lithuanians, von W. Lislaki Volksglob und Religioser Broch der Magyaren, Strauss die Bulgaren, Prexel, Geberts und Tatengebroch der Rumänen in Siebenbergen, in Globus, Roman 57. Strauss up Cit Bulgarians. Ross in Celtic Magazine 12, SQ. Gaydars in Melusine, Roman 4 Frank, System einer Valstendigen Medicinischen Palaisi Roman 4 Moor up Cit 1 Danes, Skiffer in Amquell 3 Pollanders 53 Lithuanians, Volkov Ibid, 5 Lithuanians Strauss up Cit, Bulgarians. Gregor, Folklore of the Northeast of Scotland SQ. Stephen, History of the Criminal Law of England, Roman 3 Atkinson up Cit. This custom was formally abolished in 1823 by 4 Geo. 4 100. Stephen up Cit. 3 Why were suicides buried at crossroads? Possibly because the cross was supposed to disperse the evil energy ascribed to their bodies. Both in Europe and India, the crossroad has, since ancient times, been a favourite place to divest oneself of diseases or other influences. Watk, der Deutsch Volksüberglaub der Gegenwart, 483, 484, 492, 508, 514, 522, 545 pp. 325, 326, 331, 341, 345, 349, 361. Hymns of the Atharva Veda, pp. 272, 473, 519. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, pp. 267, 268 n1. In the sacred books of India, it is said that a student who has broken the vow of chastity shall offer an ass to Nariti on a crossroad Gautama, 23. And that a person who has previously undergone certain other purification ceremonies is freed from all crimes, even mortal sins, after looking on a crossroad at a pot filled with water, and reciting the text, Simhimi Mania Bodhyana, Roman 4:7. In the hills of northern India and as far as Madras, an approved charm for getting rid of a disease of demoniacal origin is to plant a stake where 4 roads meet, and to bury grains underneath which crows disinter and eat North Indian notes and queries, 1652, Madden, the Turi and outer mountains of Kumaon in Jor. Asiatic Soch. Bengal 17, pt. 1. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, 1. In the province of Bihar, in cases of sickness, various articles are exposed in a saucer at a crossroad. Grierson, Bihar Peasant Life. According to a Bulgarian tale, Lot was enjoined by the priest to plant on a crossroad 3 charred twigs in order to free himself from his sinstros. Up. Sit. The gypsies of Servia believe that a thief may divert from himself all suspicions by painting with blood a cross and a dot above it on the spot where he committed the theft. Van W. Lislaki, Menschenblut im Glauben der Zeigener, in Am Quell 3. Sq. In Morocco the cross is used as a charm against the evil eye, and the chief reason for this is, I believe, that it is regarded as a conductor of the baneful energy emanating from the eye, dispersing it in all the quarters of the wind, and thus preventing it from injuring the person or object. Looked at Westermarck, Magic Origin of Moorish Designs in Jor. Anther. Inst. 34. In Japan, if a criminal belonging to one of the lower classes commits suicide, his body is crucified. Globus 18. When under Tarquinius Priscus or Tarquinius Superbus, many Romans preferred voluntary death to compulsory labor in the cloaca, or artificial canals by which the sewage was carried into the Tiber, the king ordered that their bodies should be crucified and abandoned to birds and beasts of prey. Pliny, Historia Naturalis 36. Servius, Commentarii in Virgile Nidos 12. The reason for thus crucifying the bodies of self-murderers is not stated, but it is interesting to notice, in this connection, the idea expressed by some Christian writers that the cross of the Saviour symbolized the distribution of his benign influence in all directions. D'Ancona, Origini del Teatro Italiano, 1, Tauler, quoted by Peltzer, Deutsche Mystik und Deutsche Kunst. I am indebted to my friend Dr. Eojo Hearn for drawing my attention to this idea. With reference to persons who had killed a father, mother, brother, or child, Plato says in his Laws 9. If he be convicted, the servants of the judges and the magistrates shall slay him at an appointed place without the city where 3 ways meet, and there expose his body naked, and each of the magistrates on behalf of the whole city shall take a stone and cast it upon the head of the dead man, and so deliver the city from pollution. After that they shall bear him to the borders of the land, and cast him forth unburied, according to law. The duels by which the ancient Swedes were legally compelled to repair their wounded honor were to be fought on a place where 3 roads met. Leffler, Om den från svenska hednoligen Sq. Supra 1. In various countries it has been the custom to bury the dead at crossroads. Grimm, Über des Verbrennen der Leichen, in Kleiner Schriffen 2, Bohemians. Lippert, Die Religionen der Europäischen Kulturvölker Slavonians, Winternitz des Altindisch Hochzeitsritual, Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda pp. 267, 268, 562 n3. A custom which may have given rise to the idea that crossroads are haunted. Winternitz, op sit. Oldenburg, op sit. Sq. Cf. Watk, op sit. 108 Sq. Berquilat Lock, sit. Roman 4 Hilton Cavalius, op sit. 1 Nordstrom, Bidrag till den svenska samhällsförfattningens historia, 2. Swedes, Van W. Lislaki, Tadan Totenfetisch im Volkloben der Siebenbürger Sachsen, in Am Quell, Roman 4. Watk op sit, 756 Frank op sit, 4 Sq. Lippert der Seelenkult people in various parts of Germany, Skiffer in Am Quell 3 Pollanders. Berquilat Lock sit, 4 at Abville. Grimm Deutschrich Salterthumer Sqq, Hilton Cavalius op sit, 1 Sq. Swedes. See infra on regard for the dead. Contact with a self-murderer's body is considered polluting Prexel, Geberts Untaten Gebroch der Ruminen in Siebenbergen in Globus 57. Hilton Cavalius, Wernd Arc Werdarn 1, 460 and 2. We are told that in the 18th century people did not dare to cut down a person who had hanged himself, though he was found still alive. Frank, Op. Cit. 4. Among the Banavs of Cambodia, everybody who takes part in the burial of a self-murderer is obliged to undergo a certain ceremony of purification, whereas no such ceremony is prescribed in the case of other burials. Mitthil. 500. Geogga, Jess, Zuyana 3. However, side by side with the extreme severity with which suicide is viewed by the Christian Church, we find, even in the Middle Ages, instances of more humane feelings towards its perpetrator. In medieval tales and ballads, true lovers die together and are buried in the same grave. 2 roses spring through the turf and twine lovingly together. In the later Middle Ages, says 1000. Berquilat on voit qua measure quan avance, l'antigonisme deviant plus pronunce intre l'esprit religia, et les idées mondaines relativement à la mort volontaire. Le clerge continue à suivre la route qui est tracée par Saint Augustin, et à déclarer le suicide criminel et impie. Mais la tristesse et le désespoir n'entendant pas savoir, ni si souviennent pas de ses prescriptions. 213. The revival of classical learning, accompanied as it was by admiration for antiquity and a desire to imitate its great men, not only increased the number of suicides, but influenced popular sentiments on the subject. Even the Catholic casuists, and later on philosophers of the school of Grotius and others, began to distinguish certain cases of legitimate suicide, such as that committed to avoid dishonor or probable sin, or that of a condemned person saving himself from torture by anticipating an inevitable death, or that of a man offering himself to death for the sake of his friend. Sir Thomas More, in his Utopia, permits a person who is suffering from an incurable and painful disease to take his own life, provided that he does so with the agreement of the priests and magistrates. Nay, he even maintains that these should exhort such a man to put an end to a life which is only a burden to himself and others. Don, the well-known Dean of St. Paul's, wrote in his younger days a book in defense of suicide, a declaration, as he called it, of that paradox or thesis that self-homicide is not so naturally sin, that it may never be otherwise. He there pointed out the fact which ought never to be overlooked by those who derive their arguments from nature, that some things may be natural to the species, and yet not natural to every individual member of it. In one of his essays, Montaigne pictures classical cases of suicide with colours of unmistakable sympathy. La plus volontaire mort, he 259 observes, c'est la plus belle. La vie dépend de la volonté d'autrui, la mort de la nostre. 218. The rationalism of the 18th century led to numerous attacks both upon the views of the Church and upon the laws of the state concerning suicide. Montesquieu advocated its legitimacy. La société est fondée sur un avantage mutuel, mais lorsqu'elle me devient onéreuse qui m'empêche d'y renoncer, la vie m'a donné comme un favor, je puis donc la rendre lorsqu'elle n'y l'est plus. La cause cesse, l'effet doit donc cesser aussi. 219. Voltaire strongly opposed the cruel laws which subjected a suicide's body to outrage and deprived his children of their heritage. If his act is a wrong against society, what is to be said of the voluntary homicides committed in war, which are permitted by the laws of all countries? Are they not much more harmful to the human race than self-murder, which nature prevents from ever being practiced by any large number of men? 221. Beccaria pointed out that the state is more wronged by the emigrant than by the suicide, since the former takes his property with him, whereas the latter leaves his behind. According to Holbach, he who kills himself is guilty of no outrage on nature or its author. On the contrary, he follows an indication given by nature when he parts from his sufferings through the only door which has been left open. Nor has his country or his family any right to complain of a member whom it has no means of rendering happy, and from whom it consequently has nothing more to hope. Others eulogized suicide when committed for a noble end, 224, or recommended it on certain occasions. Suppose, says Hume, that it is no longer in my 260 power to promote the interest of society. Suppose that I am a burthen to it. Suppose that my life hinders some person from being much more useful to society. In such cases my resignation of life must not only be innocent, but laudable. 225. Hume also attacks the doctrine that suicide is a transgression of our duty to God. If it would be no crime in me to divert the Nile from its course, were I able to do so, how could it be a crime to turn a few ounces of blood from their natural channel? Were the disposal of human life so much reserved as the peculiar province of the Almighty that it were an encroachment on his right for men to dispose of their own lives? Would it not be equally wrong of them to lengthen out their lives beyond the period which by the general laws of nature he had assigned to it? My death, however voluntary, does not happen without the consent of Providence. When I fall upon my own sword, I receive my death equally from the hands of the deity as if it had proceeded from a lion, a precipice, or a fever 226. See Berquillat Locke, Sit. 4. Gummere Germanic origins. Berquillat Locke, Sit. Roman 4. Ibid Roman 4 Morcelli op. Sit. Björnaeft op. Sit. Sqq Lecky op. Sit. Roman 2. More Utopia. Don Biathanatos. Don's book was first committed to the press in 1644 by his son. Montaigne Essays 2, others. Montesquieu Letters Persanes, 76 others. Voltaire Commentaire sur le livre des délits et des peines, 19 others completes 5. Idem, Prix de la Justice et de l'Humanité, 5 Ibid. 5. Idem, Note to Olympi Acti 5 Scene 7 others completes 1 NB Idem, Dictionnaire Philosophique Art, Suicide Ibid. 8. Beccaria de Deliti e del Pene, 35 Opera 1. Hulbach System de la Nature, Roman 1. In the early part of the 19th century, this was done by Fries, Nu oder anthropologische Kritik der Vernunft, Roman 3. Hume Suicide in Philosophical Works, Roman 4. Ibid Sqq. Thus the main arguments against suicide which had been set forth by pagan philosophers and Christian theologians were scrutinized and found unsatisfactory, or at least insufficient to justify that severe and wholesale censure which was passed on it by the Church and the State. But a doctrine which has for ages been inculcated by the leading authorities on morals is not easily overthrown, and when the old arguments are found fault with new ones are invented. Kant maintained that a person who disposes of his own life degrades the humanity subsisting in his person, and entrusted to him to the end that he might uphold it. Fichte argued that it is our duty to preserve our life and to will to live, not for the sake of life, but because our life is the exclusive condition of the realization of the moral law through us. According to Hegel, it is a contradiction to speak of a person's right over his life, since this would 261 imply a right of a person over himself, and no one can stand above and execute himself. Paley again feared that if religion and morality allowed us to kill ourselves in any case, mankind would have to live in continual alarm for the fate of their friends and dearest relations 230, just as if there were a very strong temptation for men to shorten their lives. But common sense is neither a metaphysician nor a sophist. When not restrained by the yoke of a narrow theology, it is inclined in most cases to regard the self-murderer as a proper object of compassion rather than of condemnation, and in some instances to admire him as a hero. The legislation on the subject therefore changed as soon as the religious influence was weakened. The laws against suicide were abolished in France by the Revolution 231, and afterwards in various other continental countries. 232, whilst in England, it became the custom of jurymen to presume absence of a sound mind in the self-murderer perjury, as Bentham said, being the penance which prevented an outrage on humanity. These measures undoubtedly indicate not only a greater regard for the innocent relatives of the self-murderer, but also a change in the moral ideas concerning the act itself. Kant, Metaphysisch Anfangungsgrund der Tugendlehre. Fichte, Das System der Sittenlehre Sqq, see also Ibid, pp. 360-391. Hegel Grundlinien der Philosophie des Rechts, 70s Usatz. Paley Principles of Moral and Political Philosophy, 4, Complete Works 2. Legate op. Sit. Berquillat Locke, Sit, Roman 4. Bentham Principles of Penal Law, Roman 2 4 Works 1, Sq. As appears from this survey of facts, the moral valuation of suicide varies to an extreme degree. It depends partly on the circumstances in which the act is committed, partly on the point of view from which it is regarded, and the notions held about the future life. When a person sacrifices his life for the benefit of a fellowman, or for the sake of his country, or to gratify the supposed desire of a god, his deed may be an object of the highest praise. It may further call forth approval or admiration, as indicating a keen sense of honor or as a test of courage. In Japan, says Professor Chamberlain, the courage to take 262 life but one's own, or that of others, ranks extraordinarily high in public esteem. 234 In other cases, suicide is regarded with indifference as an act which concerns the agent alone, but for various reasons it is also apt to give rise to moral disapproval. The injury which the person committing it inflicts upon himself may excite sympathetic resentment towards him. He may be looked upon as injurer and injured at the same time. Plato asks in his Laws, what ought he to suffer who murders his nearest and so-called dearest friend? I mean, he who kills himself. 235, and the same point of view is conspicuous in St. Augustine's argument, that the more innocent the self-murderer was before he committed his deed, the greater is his guilt in taking his life. 236, an argument of particular force, in connection with a theology which condemns suicides to everlasting torments, and which regards it as a man's first duty to save his soul. The condemnation of killing others may, by an association of ideas, lead to a condemnation of killing oneself. 237, as is suggested by the Christian doctrine that suicide is prohibited in the commandment, "Thou shalt not kill." The horror which the act inspires, the fear of the malignant ghost, and the defiling effect attributed to the shedding of blood, also tend to make suicide an object of moral reprobation, or to increase the disapproval of it. 238, and the same is the case with the exceptional treatment to which the self-murderer's body is subject, and his supposed annihilation or miserable existence after death, which easily come to be looked upon in the light of a punishment. Suicide is, moreover, blamed as an act of moral cowardice. 240, and especially as an injury inflicted upon other persons, to whom the agent 263 owed duties from which he withdrew by shortening his life. Even among savages, we meet with the notion that a person is not entitled to treat himself just as he pleases. Among the Gojiro Indians of Colombia, if anybody accidentally cuts himself, say with his own knife, or breaks a limb, or otherwise does himself an injury, his family on the mother's side immediately demands blood money, since, being of their blood, he is not allowed to spill it without paying for it. The father's relatives demand tear money, and friends present claim compensation, to repay their sorrow at seeing a friend in pain. That a similar view is sometimes taken by savages with regard to suicide appears from a few statements quoted above. The opinion that suicide is an offense against society at large is particularly likely to prevail in communities where the interests of the individual are considered entirely subordinate to the interests of the state. The religious argument, again, that suicide is a sin against the Creator, an illegitimate interference with his work and decrees, comes to prominence in proportion as the moral consciousness is influenced by theological considerations. In Europe, this influence is certainly becoming less and less. And considering that the religious view of suicide has been the chief cause of the extreme severity with which it has been treated in Christian countries, I am unable to subscribe to the opinion expressed by Professor Durkheim that the more lenient judgment passed on it by the public conscience of the present time is merely accidental and transient. The argument adduced in support of this opinion leaves out of account the real causes to which the valuation of suicide is due. It is said that the moral evolution is not likely to be retrogressive in this particular point after it has followed 264 a certain course for centuries. It is true that moral progress has a tendency to increase our sense of duty towards our fellow men, but at the same time it also makes us more considerate as regards the motives of conduct, and not to speak of suicides committed for the benefit of others. They despair of the self-murderer will largely serve as a palliation of the wrong which he may possibly inflict upon his neighbor. Chamberlain Things Japanese. Plato Legs Roman 9. St. Augustine De Civitate Dei Roman 1. See Simmel Einleitung in die Moralwissenschaft Roman 1. Cf. Supra Roman 1. See Supra 2. SQQ, Josephus de Bello Judaica Roman 3:5, Plato Legs 9, Aristotle Ethica Nicomacheia Roman 5:2 SQ. Hegel Grundlinien der Philosophie des Rechts, 70 Zusatz, Fowler Progressive Morality, 100. English lawyers have represented suicide as an offence both against God and against the sovereign, who has an interest in the preservation of all his subjects. Plowden Commentaries 1, Blackstone Commentaries on the Laws of England, Roman 4 cf. Ives op. Cit. Sq. Simon's exploration of the Gojira Peninsula in Precede, Roy Geo, Soch, Ensur, Roman 7. Supra 2 Sq. Durkheim Le Suicide. Chapter 36, Self-regarding Duties and Virtus Industrialist. According to current ideas, men owe to themselves a variety of duties similar in kind to those which they owe to their fellow creatures. They are not only forbidden to take their own lives, but are also in some measure considered to be under an obligation to support their existence, to take care of their bodies, to preserve a certain amount of personal freedom, not to waste their property, to exhibit self-respect, and, in general, to promote their own happiness. And closely related to these self-regarding duties, there are self-regarding virtues, such as diligence, thrift, temperance. In all these cases, however, the moral judgment is greatly influenced by the question whether the act, forbearance or omission, which increases the person's own welfare, conflicts or not with the interests of other people. If it does conflict, opinions vary as to the degree of selfishness which is recognized as allowable, but judgments containing moral praise or the inculcation of duty are most commonly passed upon conduct which involves some degree of self-sacrifice, not on such as involves self-indulgence. Moreover, the duties which we owe to ourselves are generally much less emphasized than those which we owe to others. Nature, says Butler, has not given us so sensible a disapprobation of imprudence and folly, either in ourselves or others, as of falsehood, injustice, and 266 cruelty 1, nor does a prudential virtue receive the same praise as one springing from a desire to promote the happiness of a fellowman. Many moralists even maintain that, properly speaking, there are no self-regarding duties and virtues at all. That useful action which is useful to ourselves alone is not matter for moral notice, that in every case duties towards oneself may be reduced into duties towards others. That intemperance and extravagant luxury, for instance, are blamable only because they tend to the public detriment, and that prudence is a virtue only in so far as it is employed in promoting public interest. But this opinion is hardly in agreement with the ordinary moral consciousness. Butler, Dissertation on the Nature of Virtue, in Analogy of Religion, Roman 100. Hutcheson, Inquiry into the Original of Our Ideas of Beauty and Virtue, pp. 133-201, Grote, Treatise on the Moral Ideals, SQQ, Clifford, Lectures and Essays, pp. 298-335, von Jering, Der Zweck im Recht, Roman 2. It is undoubtedly true that no mode of conduct is exclusively self-regarding. No man is an entirely isolated being, hence anything which immediately affects a person's own welfare affects at the same time, in some degree, the welfare of other individuals. It is also true that the moral ideas concerning such conduct, as is called self-regarding, are more or less influenced by considerations as to its bearing upon others. But this is certainly not the only factor which determines the judgment passed on it. In the education of children, various modes of self-regarding conduct are strenuously insisted upon by parents and teachers. What they censure or punish is regarded as wrong, what they praise or reward is regarded as good, for, as we have noticed above, men have a tendency to sympathize with the retributive emotions of persons for whom they feel regard. Moreover, as in the case of suicide, for so also in other instances of self-inflicted harm, the injury committed may excite sympathetic resentment towards the agent, although the victim of it is his own self. Disinterested likes or dislikes often give rise to moral 267 approval or disapproval of conduct, which is essentially self-regarding. It has also been argued that no man has a right to trifle with his own well-being, even where other persons' interests are not visibly affected by it, for the reason that he is not entitled wantonly to waste what is not at his unconditional disposal. 6, and in various other ways will be seen directly religious, as well as magical. Ideas have influenced moral opinions relating to self-regarding conduct. But at the same time, it is not difficult to see why self-regarding duties and virtues only occupy a subordinate place in our moral consciousness. the influence they exercise upon other persons' welfare is generally too remote to attract much attention. In education, there is no need to emphasize any other self-regarding duties and virtues, but those which, for the sake of the individual's general welfare, require some sacrifice of his immediate comfort or happiness. The compassion which we are apt to feel for the victim of an injury is naturally lessened by the fact that it is self-inflicted. And on the other hand, indignation against the offender is disarmed by pity, imprudence commonly carrying its own punishment along with it. Supra 1 SQ Supra Roman 2 Cf. Supra 1 SQ Martineau, Types of Ethical Theory, Roman 2 Cf. Butler Op. Cit. SQ Dugald Stewart, Philosophy of the Active and Moral Powers of Man 2 SQ. Being so little noticed by custom and public opinion, and still less by law, most self-regarding duties hardly admit of a detailed treatment. In a general way, it may be said that progress in intellectual culture has, in some respects, been favorable to their evolution. Darwin even maintains that, with a few exceptions, self-regarding virtues are not esteemed by savages. The less developed the intellect, the less apt it is to recognize the remoter consequences of men's behavior. Hence more reflection than that exercised by the savage may be needed to see that modes of conduct which immediately concern a person's own welfare at the same time affect the well-being 268 of his neighbors, or the whole community of which he is a member. So also, owing to his want of foresight, the savage would often fail to notice how important it may be to subject oneself to some temporary deprivation or discomfort in order to attain greater happiness in the future. We have noticed above that many savages hardly ever correct their children 9, and this means that one of the chief sources from which the notions of self-regarding duties spring is almost absent among them. But on the other hand, it must also be remembered that disinterested antipathies, another cause of such notions, exercise more influence upon the unreflecting than upon the reflecting moral consciousness, and that many magical and religious ideas which at the lower stages of civilization give rise to duties of a self-regarding character are no longer held by people more advanced in culture. Darwin, Descent of Man SQ Supra 1 SQ These general statements referring to the nature and origin of self-regarding duties and virtues I shall now illustrate by a short survey of moral ideas concerning some representative modes of self-regarding conduct, industry and rest, temperance, fasting and abstinence from certain kinds of food and drink, cleanliness and uncleanliness, and ascetic practices generally. Man is naturally inclined to idleness, not because he is averse from muscular activity as such, but because he dislikes the monotony of regular labor and the mental exertion it implies. In general, he is induced to work only by some special motive which makes him think the trouble worth his while. Among savages, who have little care for the morrow, 11 who have few comforts of life to provide for, and whose property is often of such a kind as to prevent any great accumulation of it, almost the sole inducement to industry is either necessity or compulsion. Men are lazy or industrious according as the necessaries of life are easy 269 or difficult to procure, and they prefer being idle if they can compel other persons to work for them as their servants or slaves. Cf. Ferrero Les formes primitives du travail in Revue Scientifique sur 4 vol. 5 SQQ. Bucher, Die Entstehung der Volkswirtschaft SQQ. Australian natives can exert themselves vigorously when hunting or fishing or fighting or dancing, or at any time when there is a prospect of an immediate reward. But prolonged labour with the object of securing ultimate gain is distasteful to them. 12, with reference to the Polynesians. Mr. Hale observes that in those islands which are situated nearest the equator, where the heat with little or no aid from human labour calls into existence fruits serving to support human life, the inhabitants are an indolent and listless race, whilst a severer clime and ruder soil are favourable to industry, foresight, and a hardy temperament. These opposite effects are manifested in the Samoans, Nukuhivans and Tahitians on the one side, and the Sandwich Islanders and New Zealanders on the other. 13 Mr. Yate likewise contrasts the industry of the Maoris with the proverbial idleness of the Tonga Islanders. The former are obliged to work if they would eat, whereas in the luxurious climate of the Friendly Islands, there is scarcely any need of labor to obtain the necessaries, and even many of the luxuries of life. 14. The Malays are described as fond of a life of slothful ease, because persevering toil is unnecessary, or would bring them no additional enjoyments. 15. The natives of Sumatra, says Marston, are careless and improvident of the future, because their wants are few. For though poor 270, they are not necessitous, nature supplying with extraordinary facility whatever she has made requisite for their existence. 16. The toader of the Nilgiri Hills will not work 1 iota more than circumstances compel him to do. 17. And indolence seems to be a characteristic of most peoples of India. 18. Though there are exceptions to the rule. Burckhardt observes that it is not the southern sun, as Montesquieu imagined, but the luxuriance of the southern soil and the abundance of provisions that relax the exertions of the inhabitants and cause apathy, by the fertility of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and India, which yield their produce almost spontaneously, the people are lulled into indolence, while in neighboring countries of a temperature equally warm, as among the mountains of Yemen and Syria, where hard labor is necessary to ensure a good harvest, we find a race as superior in industry to the former as the inhabitants of northern Europe are to those of Spain or Italy. 20. Indolence is a common 21, though not universal 22 trait of the African character. Of the Negroes on the Gold Coast, Bosman says that nothing 271, but the utmost necessity can force them to labor. 23. The Waganda are represented as excessively indolent, in consequence of the ease with which they can obtain all the necessaries of life. Of the Namaquas we are told that they may be seen basking in the sun for days together, in listless inactivity, frequently almost perishing from thirst or hunger, when with very little exertion they may have it in their power to satisfy the cravings of nature. If urged to work, they have been heard to say, "Why should we resemble the worms of the ground?" 25. Most of the American Indians are said to have a slothful disposition, because they can procure a livelihood with but little labor. But the case is different with the Greenlanders and other Eskimo, who have to struggle hard for their existence. Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria 1, SQ, see also Ibid. 2. Carlin's, English Colony in New South Wales 1, Fisson and Howitt, Carmilar and Kernai SQ. Hale, U.S. Exploring Expedition. Vol. 6, Ethnography and Philology. See also Williams, Missionary Enterprises in the South Sea Islands, Samoans, Ellis, Polynesian Researches 1, SQ, Tahitians, Brenchley, Cruise of H1000, S. Curacoa among the South Sea Islands, Natives of Tutuila, Melville, Type, some Marquesas Islanders, Anderson, Notes of Travel in Fiji and New Caledonia, New Caledonians, Penny, 10 Years in Melanesia, Solomon Islanders. Yate, Account of New Zealand, SQ. McNair, Perak and the Malays, Bach, Headhunters of Borneo, Raffles, History of Java, Roman 1 St. John, Life in the Forests of the Far East, Roman 2. Marston, History of Sumatra, see also Glimpses of the Eastern Archipelago, pp. 76 AD 7 Batak's. Marshall, a phrenologist amongst the Todas, see also Ibid. Short Hill Tribes of the Nilgiris in Trans, Ethen, Soch, NS 7, Mantegazza, Studii Solitnologia dell'India in Archivio per l'Anthropologia e la Ethnologia, Roman 13. Cooper, Miss Me Hills Assamese, Tickel, Memoir on the Hodsam in Jur, Asiatic Soch, Bengal 9, Hose, Dalton, Ethnology of Bengal, pp. 57 Jinchas and Kajas 101 Lepchas, Burton, Sindh, Moorcroft and Trebeck, Travels in the Himalayan Provinces of Hindustan 1, Ladakis, Caldwell, Tinnevelly Shanners. Mann, Sonthalia, Hodgson, Miscellaneous Essays 1, Bodo and Dimmels, Macpherson, Memorials of Service in India, Cans. Burckhardt, Arabic Proverbs. Beltrame, Il Senar, Roman 1 Tucky, Expedition to Explore the River Zaire, Johnston, the River Congo, Bakongo, Kasati, 10 Years in Equatoria 1, Abaka Negroes, Wilson and Felkin, Uganda 2, Gowin People, Burton, Zanzibar 2, Wanaka. Bonfanti, L'incivilimento dei Negri nell'Africa intertropicale, in Archivio per l'Anthropologia e la Ethnologia 15, Bantu, Anderson, Lekangami Herero, Magyar, Reisen in Sud-Africa Kimbunda, Kropf, Das Volk der Xhosa Kafran, Tyler, 40 Years among the Zulus, Ellis, History of Madagascar, Roman 1 Shore, Betsileo Country and People in Antananarivo Annual, Roman 3. Baker, Ismailia Shaluk, Borman, Uzambara, Waper, Barsman, Description of the Coast of Guinea, Negroes of Fida. Anderson, Notes on Travel in South Africa, Ovambo. See also Infra. Barsman, Arp. Sit. Wilson and Felkin, Arp. Sit. Roman 1. Anderson, Lakengami. See also Kalban, Present State of the Cape of Good Hope, 1 324. Barrow, Travels into the Interior of Southern Africa, 1. Fritsch, Die Eingeborenen Südafrikas Hottentots. Bridges, Manners and Customs of the Firelanders, in a Voice for South America, 13. Fusions, Darbrajoffer, Account of the Abipones, 2, but he praises the Abiponian women for their unwearied industry, Ibid. 2 Sq. Brett, Indian Tribes of Guyana. Kirk, 25 years in British Guiana. Domnech, 7 years residence in the Great Deserts of North America. Roman 2 Burton, City of the Saints, Sioux. Harmon, Voyages and Travels in the Interior of North America, Takalis. Mears, Voyages to the Northwest Coast of America, Nootkas. Krantz, History of Greenland, Roman 1 Armstrong. Narrative of the Discovery of the Northwest Passage, Western Eskimo. We have seen that savages consider it a duty for a married man to support his family, 28, and this in most cases implies that he is under an obligation to do a certain amount of work. We have also seen that the various occupations of life are divided between the sexes according to rules fixed by Custom 29, and this means that absolute idleness is not generally tolerated in either men or women, though the drudgeries of life are often imposed upon the latter. Of some uncivilized peoples, we are directly told that they enjoin work as a duty or regard industry as a virtue. The Greenlanders esteem addiction to labor as the chief of virtues, and believe that the industrious man, 272, will have a very happy existence after death. The Atka alutes prohibited laziness. Mr. Batchelor relates an Ainu fable which encourages diligence and discourages idleness in young people. The Karens of Burma have a traditional precept which runs, "Be not idle, but labor diligently, that you may not become slaves." 33 The Maoris say, "Let industry be rewarded, lest idleness gets the advantage." 34 The Malagasy likewise inculcate industry in many of their proverbs. The Basutos have a saying that perseverance always triumphs. 36 Among the Bakapins, a Bechuana tribe conspicuous for its activity, a man's merit is estimated principally by his industry, and the words Monona Usanacher, an industrious man, are an expression of high approbation and praise, while he who is seldom seen to hunt, to prepare skins for clothing, or to sew kobos, is accounted a worthless and disgraceful member of society. 37 Among the Bini Mzab in the Saharan, industrious people inhabiting a sterile country boys are already at the age of 6 years compelled by law to begin to work, either in driving a camel or ass, or in drawing water for the gardens. We may expect to find industry especially insisted upon by uncivilized peoples who are habitually addicted to it, partly because it is a necessity among them, partly owing to the influence of habit. Supra 1 SQQ. Krantz Up Sit, Roman 1. Yakov, quoted by Petrov, Report on Alaska. Batchelor, Ainu of Japan. Smeaton, Loyal Karens of Burma. Taylor, Tiikar Maui, see also Johnston, Maria. Clemes, Malagasy Proverbs, in Antananarivo Annual, Roman 4. Kazali's Basutos. Burchell, Travels in the Interior of Southern Africa, Roman 2. Tristram, the Great Sahara, SQ. But instead of being regarded as a duty, industrial activity is not infrequently looked down upon as disreputable for a free man. This is especially the case among warlike nations, nomadic tribes, and peoples who have many slaves. In Uganda, for instance, the prevalence of slavery causes all manual labor to be looked upon as derogatory to the dignity of a free man. 39 The 273 Moss and Matabele consider that the only occupation which becomes a man is warfare. The Arabs of the desert hold labor humiliating to anybody but a slave. Speaking of the Turkomans, Vanbury observes that in his domestic circle, the nomad presents us a picture of the most absolute indolence. In his eyes it is the greatest shame for a man to apply his hand to any domestic occupation. 43 The Chippewas have ever looked upon agricultural and mechanical labors as degrading, and have regarded the use of the bow and arrow, the war club and spear, as the noblest employments of man. 44 Among the Iroquois, the warrior despised the toil of husbandry, and held all labor beneath him. 45 Though an industrious race, the Maoris considered it more honorable, as well as more desirable, to acquire property by war and plunder than by labor. Among the Line Islanders, it is undignified for a landholder to do work of any kind, except to make weapons, hence he employs persons of the lower class to work for him. In Nukahiva, the people of distinction suffer the nails on the fingers to grow very long, that it may be evident they are not accustomed to hard labor. 48 This contempt for industrial activity is easy to explain. A man who earns his livelihood by labor is considered to be lacking in those qualities which are alone admired: courage and strength, or work is associated with the idea of servile subjection. It is also universally held degrading for a man to engage in any occupation which belongs to the women. Thus, among hunting and pastoral peoples, it would be quite out of place for him to supply the household with vegetable food. On the other hand, when agriculture became in 274 indispensable means to maintenance of life, it at the same time became respectable. But trade was scorned, probably, as Mr. Spencer suggests, because it was carried on chiefly by unsettled persons, who were detached, untrustworthy members of a community in which most men had fixed positions. The Cans consider it beneath their dignity to barter or traffic, and regard as base and plebeian all who are not either warriors or tillers of the soil. 52 The Javans have a contempt for trade, and those of higher rank esteem it disgraceful to be engaged in it. But the common people are ever ready to engage in the labors of agriculture, and the chiefs to honor and encourage agricultural industry. 53 Wilson and Felkin up sit, Roman 1 Merkur die Marseille Harleb die Maratable in Zeitcher, F. Ethnol, Roman 25 Burton Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah Mecca, Roman 2 Vanbury Travels in Central Asia Schoolcraft Archives of Aboriginal Knowledge, Roman 5 Morgan's League of the Iroquois Travers Life and Times of Te Roparaha in Trans, New Zealand Inst, Roman 5 Tutuila Line Islanders in Jor, Polynesian Soch, Roman Van Langsdorff Voyages and Travels, Roman 1 Supra 1 SQ Supra, Roman 1 Spencer Principles of Ethics, Roman 1 Campbell Wild Tribes of Kurdistan Raffles up Sit 1 SQ Progress in civilization implies an increase of industry. Both the necessities and the comforts of life grow more numerous, hence more labor is required to provide for them, and at the same time there is more inducement to accumulate wealth. The advantages, both private and public, accruing from diligence are more clearly recognized, and the government in particular is anxious that the people should work so as to be able to pay their taxes. All this leads to condemnation of idleness and approbation of industry, and the influence of habit must operate in the same direction among a nation whose industrial propensities have been the cause of its civilization. But in the archaic state, war is still regarded as a nobler occupation than labor, and whilst agriculture is held in honor, trade and handicraft are frequently despised. In the kingdom of the Peruvian Incas, there was a law that no one should be idle. Children of 5 years old were employed at very light work, suitable to their age. Even the blind and lame, if they had no other infirmity, were provided with certain kinds of work. The rest of the people, while they were healthy, were occupied each at his own labor, and it was a most infamous and degrading 275 thing among these people to be chastised in public for idleness. 54 If any of them was slothful or slept in the day, he was whipped or had to carry the stone. The reason for these measures was that the whole duty of defraying the expenses of the government belonged to the people, and that without money and with little property, they paid their taxes in labor. Hence to be idle was, in a manner, to rob the exchequer. Blas Valera, quoted by Garcilaso de la Vega, first part of the Royal Commentaries of the Uncas, Roman 2. See also Ibid. 2. Acosta, Natural and Moral History of the Indies, Roman 2. Herrera, General History of the West Indies, Roman 4. Prescott, History of the Conquest of Peru, Roman 1. One of the characteristics of Zoroastrianism is its appreciation of labor. The faithful man must be vigilant, alert, and active. Sleep itself is merely a concession to the demons, and should therefore be kept within the limits of necessity. The lazy man is the most unworthy of men, because he eats his food through impropriety and injustice. And of all kinds of labor, the most necessary is husbandry. Man has been placed upon earth to preserve Ahura Mazda's good creation, and this can only be done by careful tilling of the soil, eradication of thorns and weeds, and reclamation of the tracts over which Angra Mainyu has spread the curse of barrenness. Zoroaster asked, "What is the food that fills the religion of Mazda?" And Ahura Mazda answered, "It is sowing corn again and again, O Spitama Zarathustra. He who sows corn sows righteousness." 61. According to Xenophon, the king of the Persians considered the art of agriculture and that of war to be the most honorable and necessary occupations, and paid the greatest attention to both. He appointed officers to overlook the tillers of the ground, as well as to collect tribute from them. For those who 276 cultivate the ground inefficiently will neither maintain the garrisons, nor be able to pay their tribute. 63. See Dharmastita in Sacred Books of the East 4, p. 67. Jiger, Civilization of the Eastern Iranians 1, Rawlinson, Religions of the Ancient World, Dinai Mainogi Kurad 2, 36-37 100. Vendidad, Roman 18. Dinai Mainogi Kurad, Roman 21. See Vendidad 3, SQQ. Ibid 3, SQ. Xenophon Canonicus 4, 8 SQQ. Xenophon Canonicus 4, 11. In his description of ancient Egypt, Herodotus tells us that one of its kings made a law to the effect that every Egyptian should annually declare to the governor of his district by what means he maintained himself, and that, if he failed to do this, or did not show that he lived by honest means, he should be punished with death. Whether this statement be correct or not. 65, it seems certain that the Egyptians were anxious to encourage industry. An ostracon which has often been quoted contains the maxim, "Do not spare thy body whilst thou art young, for food cometh by the arms and provisions by the legs." 67. Herodotus, Roman 2 cf. Diodorus Siculus, Bibliotheca Historica, Roman 1 5. Cf. Wiedemann, Hero.Zwaits Butch. See Emilino, Essai sur l'évolution des idées morales, dans l'Égypte ancien. Gardner, Egyptian Ethics, in Hastings' Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics, Roman 5. A law against idleness resembling that which is reported to have existed in Egypt was established at Athens, according to some writers by Draco or Pisistratus. 68, according to others by Solon, who is said to have borrowed it from the Egyptians. Plutarch states that, as the city was filled with persons who assembled from all parts on account of the great security which prevailed in Attica, and the country withal was poor and barren, Solon turned the attention of the citizens to manufactures. For this purpose, he ordered that trades should be accounted honourable, that the council of the Areopagus should examine into every man's means of subsisting and chastise the idle, and that no son should be obliged to maintain his father if the father had not taught him a trade. Thucydides puts the following words in the mouth of Pericles: "To avow poverty with us is no disgrace. The true disgrace is in doing nothing to avoid it." An Athenian citizen does not neglect the state, because he takes care of his own household. 277, and even those of us who are engaged in business have a very fair idea of politics. 71, in Xenophon's Memorabilia Socrates recommends industry as a means of supporting life, of maintaining the health and strength of the body, of promoting temperance and honesty. According to Plato, idleness is the mother of wantonness, whereas by labor the aliment of passion is diverted into other parts of the body. Agriculture was highly praised. It is the best of all the occupations and arts by which men procure the means of living. Where it flourishes, all other pursuits are in full vigor, but when the ground is allowed to lie barren, other occupations are almost stopped. It is an exercise for the body, and strengthens it for discharging the duties that become a man of honorable birth. It requires people to accustom themselves to endure the colds of winter and the heats of summer. It renders them fit for running, throwing, leaping. It gives them the greatest gratification for their labor. It is the most attractive of all employments. It receives strangers with the richest hospitality. It offers the most pleasing firstfruits to the gods, and the richest banquets on festival days. It teaches men justice, for it is those who treat the earth best that she recompenses with the most numerous benefits. It instructs people to assist one another, for it cannot be conducted without the aid of other men. It does not give such constant occupation to a person's mind as to prevent him from attending to the interests of his friends or his native land. The possession of an estate stimulates men to defend their country in arms. In short, agriculture renders citizens most useful, most virtuous, and best affected towards the commonwealth. Parlex Onomasticum, Roman 8 Diogenes Laertius, Vit Philosophorum, Roman 1 Plutarch, Solon, Roman 31. Herodotus, Roman 2 Diodorus Siculus, Roman 1 5. Plutarch, Solon 22, 3 Sq. Thucydides, Historia Belli Peloponnesiae, Roman 2 1 Sq. Xenophon, Memorabilia, Roman 2 7 Sq. Plato, Legs 8 841. Xenophon Canonicus, Roman 6. Ibid, Roman 5. Ibid 5, Roman 6. Ibid, Roman 5. Ibid 5 11. Ibid, Roman 5. Ibid, Roman 5. Ibid, Roman 6. Ibid, Roman 5. Ibid, Roman 6. The argumentative manner in which these views were expressed by the philosophers indicates, however, that industrial occupations were deficient in public appreciation. Herodotus says that not only among most barbarians, but also throughout Greece those who are given wholly to war are honored above others. This was especially the case at Sparta, where a freeman was forbidden to engage in any industrial occupation. Contrasting Lycurgus' legislation with that of Solon, Plutarch observes that in a state where the earth was sufficient to support twice the number of inhabitants, and where there were a multitude of helots to be worn out by servitude, it was right to set the citizens free from laborious and mechanic arts, and to employ them in arms as the only art fit for them to learn and exercise. At Thebes there was a law that no man could hold office who had not retired from business for 10 years, because it was looked upon as a mean employment. Even at Athens, in spite of its democratic institutions and its laws against idleness, trade and handicrafts were despised, both by the general public and by the philosophers. Xenophon's Socrates said that the industrial arts are objectionable and justly held in little repute in communities, because they weaken the bodies of those who work at them by compelling them to sit and to live indoors, and in some cases to pass whole days by the fire. For when the body becomes effeminate, the mind loses its strength. Moreover, mechanical occupations leave those who practice them no leisure to attend to the interests of their friends or the commonwealth. Hence men of that class seem unsuited alike to be of advantage to their connections and to be defenders of their country. Plato maintains that manual arts are a reproach, because they imply a natural weakness of the higher principle. 94 by 279, their meanness they maim, and disfigure the souls as well as the bodies of those who are employed in them. When Hesiod said that work is no disgrace 96, he could certainly not have meant that there was no disgrace, for example, in the manufacture of shoes or in selling pickles. And in his laws Plato lays down the regulation that no citizen or servant of a citizen should be occupied in handicraft arts. For he who is to secure and preserve the public order of the state has an art which requires much study and many kinds of knowledge, and does not admit of being made a secondary occupation. 98 Aristotle again observes that in a community which has an aristocratic form of government, the mechanic and the labourer will not be citizens, because honours are there given according to virtue and merit, and no man can practise virtue who is living the life of mechanic or labourer. 99 Corinth was the place in Greece where the mechanic's occupation was least despised, 100 no doubt, because its situation naturally led to extensive trade, and thence to that splendour of living by which the useful and ornamental arts are most encouraged. Cf. Schmidt, Die Ethik der alten Griechen 2, SQQ. Herodotus, Roman 2. Ibid, Roman 2 Xenophon, Lacemonerum Respublica, Roman 7 Plutarch, Lycurgus, Roman 24 Idem, Agesilaus, Roman 26 Alien, Varia Historia, Roman 6. Plutarch, Solon, Roman 22. Aristotle, Politica, Roman 3:7, a Roman 6:4a. Xenophon, Canonicus, Roman 4. Ibid, Roman 4. Plato, Respublica, Roman 9. Ibid, Roman 6. Hesiod, Opera et Dies, 311. Plato, Charmides. Idem, legs, Roman 8. Aristotle, Politica, Roman 3:5, AC also Ibid, Roman 6:12, a Roman 7:3b, Roman 8:4 SQ, b. Herodotus, Roman 2. See Rawlinson's note in his translation of Herodotus, 2, n7. The Roman views on the subject were very similar to those of the Greeks. With regard to what arts and means of acquiring wealth are to be regarded as worthy, and what disreputable, says Cicero, we have been taught as follows. In the first place, those sources of emolument which incur public hatred, such as those of tax-gatherers and usurers, are condemned. We are likewise to account as mean the gains of hired workmen, whose source of profit is not their art but their labour, for their very wages are the consideration of their servitude. We are further to despise all who retail from merchants' goods for prompt sale, for they never can succeed unless they lie most abominably. 280 and nothing is more disgraceful than insincerity. All mechanical labourers are by their profession mean, for a workshop can contain nothing befitting a gentleman. Least of all are those trades to be approved that serve the purposes of sensuality, such as the occupations of butchers, cooks, and fishermen. But those professions that involve a higher degree of intelligence or a greater amount of utility, such as medicine, architecture, and the teaching of the liberal arts, are honourable in those to whose rank in life they are suited. As to merchandising, if on a small scale it is mean, but if it is extensive and rich, if it brings numerous commodities from all parts of the world, and gives bread to a multitude of people without fraud, it is not so despicable. However, if a merchant, satisfied with his profits, steps from the harbour into an estate, such a man seems most justly deserving of praise. For of all gainful professions nothing is better, nothing is more pleasing and more delightful, nothing is more befitting a well-bred man than agriculture. Cicero de Officiis, Roman 1. See also idem, Cato Major ch. 15 SQQ. The contempt in which manual labour was held by the ancient pagans could hardly be shared by early Christianity. Christ had been born in a carpenter's family, his apostles belonged to the working class, and so did originally most of his followers. Origen accepts with pride the reproach of Celsus, when he accuses Christians of worshipping the son of a poor workwoman, who had earned her bread by spinning 103, and contrasts with the wisdom of Plato that of Paul, the tent-maker, of Peter, the fisherman, of John, who had abandoned his father's nets. St. Paul presses on the Thessalonians the duty of personal industry. If anyone would not work, neither should he eat. 105. But at the same time, the spirit of Christianity was not consistent with much anxiety about earthly matters. The aim of a true disciple of Christ was not to prosper in the world, but 281 to seek the kingdom of God, not to lay up for himself treasures upon earth, but to lay up for himself treasures in heaven. Poverty became an ideal, in conformity with both the example and teachings of Christ. It was associated with godliness, whilst wealth was associated with godlessness. The love of money, says St. Paul, is the root of all evil, 108, and the same idea was over and again expressed by Christian moralists. In the original sinless state of mankind property was unknown, and so was labour. It was to punish man for his disobedience that God caused him to eat daily bread in the sweat of his face. Since then work is a necessity, but the contemplative life is better than the active life. Bonaventura points out that Jesus preferred the meditating Mary to the busy Martha, 112, and that he himself seems to have done no work till his 30th year. Work is of no value by itself. Its highest object is to further contemplation, to macerate the body, to curb concupiscence. For this purpose, indeed, it was strongly insisted upon by several founders of religious orders. According to St. Benedict, idleness is an enemy to the soul, and hence at certain seasons the brethren ought to occupy themselves in the labour of their hands, and at others in holy reading. 115 St. Bernard writes, the handmaid of Christ ought always to pray, to read, to work, lest haply the spirit of uncleanness should lead astray the slothful mind. The delight of the flesh is overcome by labour, the body tired by work is less delighted with vice. 116. But the active life must not be pursued to such an extent as to hinder what it is intended to promote. 282. For it is impossible for any man to be at once occupied with exterior actions, and at the same time apply himself to divine contemplation. And whilst he who has nothing else to live upon is bound to work, it is a sin to try to acquire riches beyond the limit which necessity has fixed. Origen contra Celsum 1, SQ, mean patrologi cursus Sir, Greeker 11 SQ. Ibid 6 mean Sir Gr. 11 SQ. 1051 Thessalonians, 4, 2 Thessalonians, Roman 3. St. Luke 12 SQQ, St. Matthew 6 SQ. St. Luke 16, SQQ, St. Matthew, Roman 19. 1081 Timothy, Roman 6. Von Eichen Geskich der mittelalterlichen Weltanschauung, SQQ, Thomas Aquinas Summa Theologica 2, Roman 2-3. Genesis, Roman 3. Thomas Aquinas Op. Sit. 2 Roman 2-1 SQ, Von Eichen Op. Sit. SQQ. Bonaventura Meditations Vit Christi ch. 45 Opera 12. Ibid ch. 15 Opera 12. Gigo Epistola ad Fratres de Monte Dei, 1 in St. Bernard Opera Omnia 2, non spiritualia exercitia sunt propter corporalia sed corporalia propter spiritualia, Von Eichen Op. Sit. SQQ. St. Benedict Regula Monachorum 48. St. Bernard de Modo Beni Vivendi ch. 51 Opera Omnia 2, SQ. Speculum Monachorum in St. Bernard Opera Omnia, Roman 2 Von Eichen Op. Sit. SQ. Cf. Thomas Aquinas Op. Sit. 2 Roman 2-3. Thomas Aquinas Op. Sit. 2 Roman 2-3 118-1. This doctrine was more or less realized in the monastic life, but was hardly held applicable to laymen. The medieval baron and knight resembled the Teutonic warrior described by Tacitus, who regarded it as a dull and stupid thing to accumulate painfully by the sweat of the brow what might be won by a little blood 119 in England. After the conquest, the aristocracy in general lived a life of idleness, but indulged eagerly in hunting, and its members continually sallied forth in parties to plunder. For a long time the lower classes, constituting the mass of society, existed only for the benefit of the upper class. It was considered honorable to live in sloth supported by the exertions of others. It was held degrading to depend on the gains of industry. The degradation really attached to the gains of labor rather than labor itself, for labor ceased to be degrading if not prosecuted for gain. Louis XVI may make locks, the ladies of his court may make butter and cheese, provided it is only for amusement. Lord Ross may build a telescope as an amateur in the interest of science, and still be noble. But if the locks, the butter, or the telescope are sold, the makers are degraded to the level of the tradesman 1-1. However, as Mr. Spencer observes, trade, while at first relatively unessential since essential things were mostly made at home, and consequently lacking the sanction of necessity and of ancestral custom, ceased to be despised when it grew in importance. Among ourselves, the respect in which a certain occupation is held is 283 largely determined by the degree of mental power implied in it. Hence manual labor, and especially unskilled labor, is still in some degree looked down upon. But we do not regard as dishonorable any kind of work which is not opposed to the ordinary rules of morality. We distinguish more clearly than the ancients did between social and moral inferiority. Our moral judgments are less influenced by class antipathies. We recognize that a high standard of duty is compatible even with the humblest station in life. And when we duly reflect upon the matter, we admit that the moral value of industry depends, not on the occupation in which it is displayed, but on the purpose of the laborer. Tacitus Germania 14. Right, domestic manners and sentiments in England during the Middle Ages. Harris, The Christian Doctrine of Labor in New Englander, Roman 24. Spencer, Principles of Ethics, Roman 1. But though industry is applauded or insisted on, rest is also in certain circumstances regarded as a duty. By doing too much work, a person may injure himself and indirectly other persons as well. In early society there is little inducement to overwork, but the case is very different in modern civilization. This accounts for the persistence and general popularity of an institution which originally sprang from quite different sources, namely, the Sunday rest. Among various peoples, it is the custom to abstain from work, or from some special kind of work, on certain occasions or days which are regarded as defiling or inauspicious. Work is often suspended after a death, partly perhaps because inactivity is a natural accompaniment of sorrow 123, or because a mourner is supposed to be in a delicate state, requiring rest 124, but chiefly, I presume, from fear lest the work done should be contaminated by the pollution of death. Among the Arabs of Morocco, no work must be performed in the village till the dead is buried. In Greenland, everyone who had lived in the same house with the deceased was obliged to be idle for a certain period, according to the directions of the priests or wizards. Among the Eskimo of Bering Strait, none of the relatives of the dead must do any work during the time in which the shade is 284 believed to remain with the body, that is, for 4 or 5 days. Among the Seminole Indians of Florida, the relatives remained at home and refrained from work during the day of the burial, and for 3 days thereafter, when the dead was supposed to stay in his grave. The Nicobarese abstained from work as a sign of mourning. In Samoa, all labor was suspended in the settlement on the death of a chief, so also the Basutos do no work on the day when an influential person dies. They, moreover, refrain from going to their fields or hasten to leave them at the approach of clouds which give promise of rain, in order quietly to await the desired benediction, fearing to disturb nature in her operations. This idea is carried to such an extent that most of the natives believe that, if they obstinately persist in their labor at such a moment, the clouds are irritated and retire, or send hail instead of rain. Days of sacrifice or great purification are also holidays. Hence it is that the law relative to the repose of the 7th day, so far from finding any objection in the minds of the natives, appears to them very natural, and perhaps even more fundamental, than it seems to certain Christians. 130. Cf. infra. Eged description of Greenland SQ. Nelson Eskimo about Bering Strait in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 18. Macaulay Seminole Indians of Florida in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 5. Claus in the Andamans and Nicobars. Turner 19 years in Polynesia, idem Samoa. Casales Basutos SQ. Changes in the moon are frequently considered unfavorable for work. Among the Bechuanas, when the new moon appears, all must cease from work, and keep what is called in England a holiday. 131. The people of Thermia, in the Cyclades, maintain that all work, so far as possible, should be suspended on the days immediately preceding the full moon. In the Vishnu Purana, it is said that one who attends to secular affairs on the days of the full or new moon goes to the Rudharandha hell, whose wells are blood. In northern India, it is considered bad to undertake any business of importance at the new moon 285 or at an eclipse. According to the laws of Manu, a Brahmana is not allowed to study on the new moon day, nor on the 14th and the 8th days of each half-month, nor on the full moon day. It is said that the new moon day destroys the teacher, the 14th day the pupil, the 8th and the full moon days destroy all remembrance of the Veda. Let him therefore avoid reading on those days. 135. The Buddhists have their Sabbath, or Upasatha, which occurs 4 times in the month, namely, on the day of full moon, on the day when there is no moon, and on the 2 days which are 8th from the full and new moon. On these days selling and buying, work and business, hunting and fishing are forbidden, and all schools and law courts are closed. In Ashanti and neighbouring districts where the people reckon time by moons, there is a weekly fetish day or Sabbath, which seems to be of native origin. In all the countries along the coast, the regular fetish day is Tuesday, the day which is observed by the king of Ashanti. Other days in the week are held sacred in the bush. On this weekly Sabbath or fetish day, the people generally dress themselves in white garments and mark their faces, and sometimes their arms with white clay. They also rest from labour. The fishermen would expect that were they to go out on that day, the fetish would be angry and spoil their fishing. 137. The natives of Kumasi, on the Gold Coast, have a law according to which no agricultural work may be done on a Thursday. In Hawaii, where each month contained 30 nights, and the different days and nights derived their names from the varying aspects of the moon according to her age, there were during every month 4 periods lasting from 2 to 4 nights, in which the nights were consecrated or made taboo. So also there were tabooed seasons on certain other 286 occasions, as when a high chief was ill, or preparations were made for war, or on the approach of important religious ceremonies. These taboos were either common or strict. In the case of the former, men were only required to abstain from their common pursuits, and to attend prayers morning and evening, whereas when the season of strict taboo was in force, a general gloom and silence pervaded the whole district or island. Not a fire or light was to be seen or canoe launched, none bathed, the mouths of dogs were tied up and fowls put under calabashes or their heads enveloped in cloth, for no noise of man or animal must be heard. No persons, excepting those who officiated at the temple, were allowed to leave the shelter of their roofs. Were but one of these rules broken, the taboo would fail and the gods be displeased. 139. Campbell, Second Journey in the Interior of South Africa, Roman 2. Bent Cyclades. Vishnu Purana. Crook, Popular Religion of Northern India, Roman 1. Laws of Manu 4, SQ. Childers, Dictionary of the Pali Language, Kern der Buddhismus, Roman 2. Beechamershon TSQ, CF Barsman Up Sit, Gold Coast Natives. Ellis T. Speaking Peoples of the Gold Coast. Jarve's History of the Hawaiian Islands pp. 40-28. The word tapui means to abstain from all work. Games 100. Tregear, Maori Polynesian Dictionary. The peoples of Semitic stock or with Semitic culture also have their tabooed days. In Morocco, work, or certain kinds of work, are avoided on holy days or in holy periods, as being unsuccessful or, in some cases, even dangerous to him who performs it. There is a saying that work at a feast are like the stab of a dagger. Nobody likes to start on a journey on a Friday before the midday prayer has been said, and it is considered bad to commence any work on that day. I was also told that clothes will not remain clean if they are washed on a Saturday. Among the modern Egyptians, Saturday is held to be the most unfortunate of days, and particularly unfavorable for shaving, cutting the nails, and starting on a journey. At Khaybar in Arabia again, Sunday is considered an unlucky day for beginning any kind of work. There can be little doubt that the Jewish Sabbath originated in the belief that it was inauspicious or dangerous to work on the seventh day, and that the reason for this belief was the mystic connection which in 287, the opinion of the ancient Hebrews, as of so many other peoples, existed between human activity and the changes in the moon. It has been sufficiently demonstrated that the Sabbath originally depended upon the new moon, and this carries with it the assumption that the Hebrews must at one time have observed a Sabbath at intervals of 7 days, corresponding with the moon's phases. In the Old Testament, the new moon and Sabbath are repeatedly mentioned side by side. 145, thus the oppressors of the poor are represented as saying, "When will the new moon be gone, that we may sell corn? And the Sabbath, that we may set forth wheat?" 146 among modern Jews, at the feast of the new moon, which is held every month on the first, or on the first and second days of the month, the women are obliged to suspend all servile work, though the men are not required to interrupt their secular employments. That the superstitious fear of doing work on the seventh day developed into a religious prohibition is only another instance of a tendency, which we have noticed often before, as tendency of magic forces to be transformed into divine volitions. Like the ancient Hebrews, the Assyrians and Babylonians looked upon the seventh day as an evil day, and though they do not seem generally to have abstained from work on that day, there were various royal taboos connected with it. The 288 king was not to show himself in his chariot, not to hold court, not to bring sacrifices, not to change his clothes, not to eat a good dinner, and not even to curse his enemies. See Westermarck, The Moorish Conception of Holiness Baraka, SQQ. Lane, Modern Egyptians. Doughty, Arabia Deserta 2, SQ. See Jastrow, Original Character of the Hebrew Sabbath, in American Journal of Theology 2, SQQ. Wellhausen, Prolegomena to the History of Israel SQQ, Jastrow Locke, Sit, pp. 314-327. 1452 Kings, Roman 4 Isaiah, Roman 1 Hosea, Roman 2. Amos, Roman 8. Allen, Modern Judaism SQ. Prof. Jastrow seems to have failed to see this when he says Locke, Sit, that if the Sabbath was originally an unfavorable day on which one must avoid showing oneself before Yahweh, it would naturally be regarded as dangerous to provoke his anger by endeavoring to secure on that day personal benefits through the usual forms of activity. Wellhausen again suggests up, Sit, that the rest on the Sabbath was originally the consequence of that day being the festal and sacrificial day of the week, and only gradually became its essential attribute on account of the regularity with which it every 8th day interrupted the round of everyday work. He argues that the Sabbath as a day of rest cannot be very primitive, because such a day presupposes agriculture and a tolerably hard-pressed working-day life, but this argument appears very futile when we consider how commonly changes in the moon are believed to exercise an unfavorable influence upon work of any kind. See infra, additional notes. Schrader, Die Kehlenschriften und das Alte Testament SQ. Hirschfeld remarks on the etymology of Sabbath in Jour. Roy, Asiatic Soc. 1896, Jastrow Locke, Sit. pp. 320-328. The Jewish Sabbath was abolished by Christ. The Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. 150 My father worketh on it hitherto, and I work 151 Jewish converts no doubt continued to observe the Sabbath, but this met with disapproval. In one of the epistles of Ignatius we find the exhortation not to sabbatize, which was expanded by the subsequent paraphraser of these compositions into a warning against keeping the Sabbath, after the manner of the Jews, as if delighting in idleness. 152, and in the 4th century, a council of the Church enacted that the Christians ought not to Judaize and rest on the Sabbath, but ought to work on that day. 153, on the other hand, it was from early times a recognized custom among the Christians to celebrate the first day of the week in memory of Christ's resurrection, by holding a form of religious service, but there was no sabbatic regard for it, and it was chiefly looked upon as a day of rejoicing. Tertullian is the first writer who speaks of abstinence from secular care and labor on Sunday as a duty incumbent upon Christians, lest they should give place to the devil. 155, but it is extremely doubtful whether the earliest Sunday law really had a Christian origin. In 321, the Emperor Constantine issued an edict to the effect that all judges and all city people and tradesmen should rest on the venerable day of the sun, whereas those living in the country should have full liberty to attend to the culture of their fields, since it frequently happens. 289, that no other day is so fit for the sowing of grain or the planting of vines. 156. In this rescript, nothing is said of any relation to Christianity, nor do we know that it in any way was due to Christian influence. It seems that Constantine, in his capacity of Pontifex Maximus, only added the day of the sun whose worship was the characteristic of the new paganism to those inauspicious days, religiosi dies, which the Romans of old regarded as unsuitable for worldly business, and especially for judicial proceedings. But though the obligatory Sunday rest in no case was a continuance of the Jewish Sabbath, it gradually was confounded with it, owing to the recognition of the Decalogue, with its injunction of a weekly day of rest as the code of divine morality. From the 6th century upwards, vexatious restrictions were made by civil rulers, councils, and ecclesiastical writers. 159, until in Puritanism the Christian Sunday became a perfect image of the Pharisaic Sabbath, or even excelled it in the rigor with which abstinence from every kind of worldly activity was insisted upon. The theory that the keeping holy of one day out of 7 is the essence of the 4th commandment reconciled people to the fact that the Jewish Sabbath was the 7th day, and Sunday the 1st. In England in the 17th century, persons were punished for carrying coal on Sunday, for hanging out clothes to dry, for travelling on horseback, for rural strolls and walking about. And Scotch clergymen taught their congregations that on that day it was sinful to save a vessel in distress, and that it was proof of religion to leave ship and crew to perish. St. Mark, Roman 2. St. John, Roman 5. Ignatius Epistola ad Magnesios 9 mean op, sit, sir, Greca 5 Nil feasts and fasts. Concilium Laodicenum can, 29 Lab Mansi Sacrorum Conciliarum Collectio 2. Justin Martyr Apologia 1, Pro Christianis 67 mean op, sit, sir, Greca 6, Schaff History of the Christian Church Ante-Nicene Christianity SQQ, Hesse Sunday SQQ. Tertullian de Oration 23 mean op, sit, 1. Codex Justinianus Roman 3-2. Cf. Lewis Critical History of Sunday Legislation SQQ, Milman History of Christianity 2, SQ. Gellius Noctes Attic Roman 4-5, Roman 6-10, Varro de Lingua Latina Roman 6 Nil op sit, pp. 5 686 87 206. Fowler Roman festivals of the period of the Republic Sq. The Greeks also had unblessed and inauspicious days when no court or assembly was to be held, and work was to be abstained from Plato. Legs 7. Carsten, Studies in Primitive Greek Religion. Hesse Arp Sit Sqq. Roberts, Social History of the People of the Southern Counties of England, Sqq. Buckle, History of Civilization in England, Roman 3. Chapter 37, Restrictions in Diet. Travellers have often noticed with astonishment the immense quantities of food which uncivilized people are able to consume. Sir George Grey has described the orgies which follow the stranding of a whale in Australia, when the natives remain by the carcase for many days, fairly eating their way into it. The Rocky Mountain Indians, though they often subsist for a great length of time on a very little food, will at their feasts gorge down an incredible quantity too. A Mongol will eat more than 10 pounds of meat at one sitting. But some have been known to devour an average-sized sheep in the course of 24 hours. 3. The Waganda in Central Africa sometimes gorge themselves to such an extent that they are unable to move, and appear just as if intoxicated. For it has been justly observed that what would among ourselves be condemned as disgusting gluttony is, under the conditions to which certain races of men are exposed, quite normal and in fact necessary. As Mr. Spencer observes, where the habitat is such as at one time to supply very little food, and at another time food in great abundance, survival depends on the ability to consume immense quantities when the opportunities occur. 5. When this is the case, gluttony can hardly be 291 stigmatized as a vice, and I find no direct evidence that it is so even among savages who are described as generally moderate in their diet. The lack of foresight, which is a characteristic of uncivilized peoples, must prevent them from attaching much moral value to temperance. On the other hand, gluttony is sometimes said to be regarded with admiration. Mr. Torde informs me that the Bambala in southwestern Congo, when praising a man for his strength, are in the habit of saying, "He eats a whole goat with its skin." Gray, Journals of Expeditions in Northwest and Western Australia, 2, Sqq. Harmon, Journal of Voyages in the Interior of North America. Przewalski, Mongolia, Roman 1. Wilson and Felkin, Uganda, Roman 1. Spencer, Principles of Ethics, Roman 1. At higher stages of culture, intemperance is often subject to censure because it is detrimental to health or prosperity, or because it calls forth an instinctive feeling of disgust, or because indulgence in sensual pleasures is considered degrading, or, generally, because it is inconsistent with an ascetic ideal of life. It is said in the Proverbs that the glutton shall come to poverty. 6. According to the laws of Manu, excessive eating is prejudicial to health, to fame, and to bliss in heaven. It prevents the acquisition of spiritual merit, and is odious among men. One ought, for these reasons, to avoid it carefully. 7. Aristotle maintains that the pleasure with which intemperance is concerned is justly held in disgrace, since it belongs to us in that we are animals, not in that we are men. 8. Cicero observes that, as mere corporeal pleasure is unworthy the excellency of man's nature, the nourishment of our bodies should be with a view not to our pleasure, but to our health and our strength. 9. The same opinion is at least nominally shared by many among ourselves, whereas others, though denying that the gratification of appetite is to be sought for its own sake, admit as legitimate ends for it not only the maintenance of health and strength, but also cheerfulness and the cultivation of the social affections. 10. But most of us are undoubtedly less exacting, if not in theory at least in practice, and really find nothing blamable in pleasures of the 292 table which neither impair health, nor involve a perceptible loss of some greater gratification, nor interfere with duties towards neighbours. Proverbs, Roman 23. Laws of Manu, Roman 2. Aristotle, Ethica Nicomacheia, Roman 3:10. Cicero de Officiis, Roman 1. Whewell, Elements of Morality, Sq. C. Sidgwick, Methods of Ethics, Sq. Sometimes temperance has been inculcated on grounds which in other cases lead to the duty of fasting, that is, abstinence from all food and drink, or at least in a looser sense of the word from certain kinds of food, for a determined period. The custom of fasting is widespread, and deserves special attention in a study of moral ideas. Fasting is practiced or enjoined for a variety of purposes. It is frequently adopted as a means of having supernatural converse or acquiring supernatural powers. He who fasts sees in dreams or visions things that no ordinary eye can see. The Hudson Bay Eskimo discovered that a period of fasting and abstinence from contact with other people endowed a person with supernatural powers and enabled him to learn the secrets of Tung Ak, the Great Spirit. This is accomplished by repairing to some lonely spot, where, for a greater or less period, the hermit abstains from food or water until the imagination is so worked upon that he believes himself imbued with the power to heal the sick and control all the destinies of life. Tung Ak is supposed to stand near and reveal those things while the person is undergoing the test. 13. The Northwesses totally abstain from every kind of either victuals or drink before a hunting expedition, because they think that it enables them freely to dream, in which dreams they are informed where they shall find the greatest plenty of game. 14. The Chimchian of British Columbia, if a special object is to be attained, 293 believe they can compel the deity to grant it by a rigid fasting. The Amazulu have a saying that the continually stuffed body cannot see secret things, and in accordance with this belief, put no faith in a fat diviner. A Tungus shaman, who is summoned to treat a sick person, will for several days abstain from food and maintain silence till he becomes inspired. Among the Santals, the person or persons who have to offer sacrifices at their feasts prepare themselves for this duty by fasting and prayer, and by placing themselves for some time in a position of apparent mental absorption. The savage, as Sir E.B. Tyler remarks, has many a time, for days and weeks together, to try involuntarily the effects of fasting, accompanied with other privations, and with prolonged solitary contemplation in the desert or the forest. Under these circumstances, he soon comes to see and talk with phantoms, which are to him visible personal spirits, and having thus learnt the secret of spiritual intercourse, he thenceforth reproduces the cause in order to renew the effects. The Hindus believe that a fasting person will ascend to the heaven of that God in whose name he observes the fast. The Hebrews associated fasting with divine revelations. St. Chrysostom says that fasting makes the soul brighter and gives it wings to mount up and soar on high. 22. Tyler, Primitive Culture 2, SQQ. Spencer, Principles of Sociology, Roman 1. Avebury, Origin of Civilization, SQQ. Landman, Origin of Priesthood, pp. 118,123, 158 SQQ. Muller, Geschichte der Amerikanischen Religionen, pp. 285, 651. Dorsey, Sioux Cults in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 11 Mooney, Myths of the Cherokee, Ibid. Roman 19 Herrera, General History of the West Indies, 165 Ancient Natives of Hispaniola. Niebuhr, Travels Through Arabia, Roman 2. Turner, Ethnology of the Ungava District in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 11. Carver, Travels Through the Interior Parts of North America. Bowers, in 5th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada. Callaway, Religious System of the Amazulu, N41. Krivashapkin, quoted by Landman Op. Cit. Dalton, Ethnology of Bengal. See also Roni, Wild Tribes of India. Tyler, Primitive Culture, Roman 2. Ward, View of the History 100, of the Hindus, Roman 2. Exodus, Roman 34. Deuteronomy, Roman 9. Daniel, Roman 9. St. Chrysostom in Cap 1 Genes, Harmel, 10. Mean Patrologi Cursus Sir Greca 53, cf. Tertullian de Gegeneas 6 SQQ. Mean 2 961-963, Hog Alterthummer der Christen pp. 476-482. Ideas of this kind partly underlie the common practice of abstaining from food before or in connection with the performance of a magical or religious ceremony. 23. But there 294 is yet another ground for this practice. The effect attributed to fasting is not merely psychical, but it also prevents pollution. Food may cause defilement, and like other polluting matter, be detrimental to sanctity. Among the Maoris, no food is permitted to touch the head or hair of a chief, which is sacred. And if food is mentioned in connection with anything sacred or tapu, it is considered as an insult, and revenged as such. 24. So also a full stomach may be polluting. This is obviously the reason why in Morocco and elsewhere certain magical practices, in order to be efficacious, have to be performed before breakfast. The Massa use strong purges before they venture to eat holy meat. The Caribs purified their bodies by purging, bloodletting, and fasting, and the natives of the Antilles, at certain religious festivals, cleansed themselves by vomiting before they approached the sanctuary. The true object of fasting often appears from the fact that it is practiced hand in hand with other ceremonies of a purificatory character. A Lappish Noid or wizard prepares himself for the offering of a sacrifice by abstinence from food and ablutions. Herodotus tells us that the ancient Egyptians fasted before making a sacrifice to Isis and beat their bodies while the victims were burnt. When a Hindu resolves to visit a sacred place, he has his head shaved 2 days preceding the commencement of his journey and fasts the next day. On the last day of his journey he fasts again, and on his 295 arrival at the sacred spot, he has his whole body shaved, after which he bathes. In Christianity we likewise meet with fasting as a rite of purification. At least as early as the time of Tertullian it was usual for communicants to prepare themselves by fasting for receiving the Eucharist, 32, and to this day Roman Catholicism regards it as unlawful to consecrate or partake of it after food or drink. The Lent fast itself was partly interpreted as a purifying preparation for the Holy Table, and in the early church catechumens were accustomed to fast before baptism. Bossu Travels Through Louisiana 1, Natchez, Clavijero History of Mexico 1, SQ, Bancroft Native Races of the Pacific States 3, SQ Ancient Mexicans, Landa Relation de las Cosas de Yucatan, Junghun Die Battelander off Sumatra 2, SQ Natives of Tijumba, Beauchamp in the Madras Government Museum's Bulletin 4, Hindus of Southern India, Ward Op Sit 2, SQ, Hindus. Wasselju quoted by Haberland, Gebroch und Aberglauben beim Essen, in Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie 18, Buddhists, Porphyry d'Abstinentia ab Essu Animalium 2, Watchsmuth Hellenisch Alterthamskund 2. 576, Hermann Stark, Lehrbuch der Gottesdienstlichen Altertümer der Griechen, Anrich des Antike Mysterienwesen, Dials ein Orphischer Demeterhymnus, in Festschrift Theodor Gompers Dargebracht SQQ. Ch. Walson die S. Sabier und der S. Sabismus, 2, 74. Angers Polynesia. C. Robertson Smith, Religion of the Semites SQ, Westermarck, The Moorish Conception of Holiness. Wattke der Deutsche Volksüberglaube der Gegenwart, 219. Thompson, Marseille Land. Waite's Anthropology der Naturvölker, 4, Roman 3. Von Duben, Lapland, Frere's Lappisk Mythology SQ. Herodotus, Roman 2. Ward Op Sit 2 SQ, cf. Institutes of Vishnu 46, 24 SQ. Tertullian de Oration 19 Mean Op Sit 1. Catechism of the Council of Trent, Roman 2 6. St. Jerome in Johnum 3 Mean Op Sit 25. Justin Martyr Apologia 1, Pro Christianis 61 Mean Op Sit, Sir, Greca 6 St. Augustine Defied et Operibus 6, Mean 40. In the case of a sacrifice, it is considered necessary not only that he who offers it, but that the victim also should be free from pollution. In ancient Egypt a sacrificial animal had to be perfectly clean. According to Hindu notions, the gods enjoy pure sacrifices only. In the Kalika Purana, a work supposed to have been written under the direction of Siva, it is said that if a man is offered he must be free from corporal defect and unstained with great crimes, and that if an animal is offered, it must have exceeded its 3rd year and be without blemish or disease, and in no case must the victim be a woman or a she-animal, because, as it seems, females are regarded as naturally unclean. According to the religious law of the Hebrews, no leaven or honey should be used in connection with vegetable offerings, on the ground that these articles have the effect of producing fermentation and tend to acidify and spoil anything with which they are mixed. 39, and the animal which was intended for sacrifice should be absolutely free from blemish, and at least 8 days old, 41 that is, untainted with the impurity of birth. Quite in harmony with these prescriptions is the notion that human or 296 animal victims have to abstain from food for some time before they are offered up. Among the Khans, the man who was destined to be sacrificed was kept fasting from the preceding evening, but on the day of the sacrifice he was refreshed with a little milk and pamsago, and before he was led forth from the village in solemn procession, he was carefully washed and dressed in a new garment. In Morocco, it is not only considered meritorious for the people to fast on the day previous to the celebration of the yearly sacrificial feast, Laid el-Kabir, but in several parts of the country, the sheep which is going to be sacrificed has to fast on that day or, at least on the following morning, till some food is given it immediately before it is slaughtered. The Jewish custom which compels the firstborn to fast on the eve of Passover may also perhaps be a survival from a time when all the firstborn belonged to the Lord. Herodotus, Roman 2. Bodhayana, Roman 113, 1 Esq. Dubois, Description of the Character 100, of the People of India. Kale, Manual of Biblical Archaeology, Roman 1. Leviticus 22, Sqq. Ibid, Roman 22. Macpherson, Memorials of Service in India. Greenstone, Fasting in Jewish Encyclopedia, Roman 5 Allen, Modern Judaism. Supra, Roman 1. In some cases, the custom of fasting before the performance of a sacrifice may be due to the idea that it is dangerous or improper for the worshipper to partake of food before the god has had his share. In India, a regular performance of 2 half-monthly sacrifices is enjoined on the Brahmanical householder for a period of 30 years from the time when he has set up a fire of his own according to some authorities, even for the rest of his life. The ceremony usually occupies 2 consecutive days, the first of which is chiefly taken up with preparatory rites, and the vow of abstinence vrata by the sacrificer and his wife, whilst the second day is reserved for the main performance of the sacrifice. The vrata includes the abstention from certain kinds of food, especially meat, which will be offered to the gods on the following day, as also from other carnal pleasures. The Satapatha Brahmana gives the following explanation of it: the gods see through the mind of man. They know that when 297 he enters on this vow, he means to sacrifice to them the next morning. Therefore all the gods betake themselves to his house, and abide by him or the fires Upavas in his house, whence this day is called Upavasatha. Now, as it would even be unbecoming for him to take food before men who are staying with him as his guests have eaten, how much more would it be so, if he were to take food before the gods who are staying with him have eaten? Let him therefore take no food at all. 46. It is hardly probable, however, that this is the original meaning of the abstinence in question. It occurs about the time of new moon and full moon. According to some native authorities, the abstinence and sacrifice take place on the last 2 days of each half of the lunar month, whilst the generality of ritualistic writers consider the first day of the half-month, that is, the 1st and 16th days of the month, to be the proper time for the sacrifice. We shall presently see how frequently fasting is observed on these occasions, presumably for fear of eating food which is supposed to have been polluted by the moon. Hence it seems to me by no means improbable that the vrata has a similar origin, instead of being merely a rite preparatory to the sacrifice, which follows it. But at the same time, the idea that spirits or gods should have the first share of a meal is certainly very ancient, and may lead to actual fasting in case the offering for some reason or other is to be delayed. A Polynesian legend tells us that a man by name Maui once caught an immense fish. Then he left his brothers, saying to them, "After I am gone, be courageous and patient. Do not eat food until I return, and do not let our fish be cut up, but rather leave it until I have carried an offering to the gods from this great haul of fish, and until I have found a priest, that fitting prayers and sacrifices may be offered to the god, and the necessary rites be completed in order. We shall thus all be purified. I will then 298 return, and we can cut up this fish in safety, and it shall be fairly portioned out to this one, and to that one, and to that other." But as soon as Maui had gone, his brothers began at once to eat food, and to cut up the fish. Had Maui previously reached the sacred place, the heart of the deity would have been appeased with the offering of a portion of the fish which had been caught by his disciples, and all the male and female deities would have partaken of their portions of the sacrifice. But now the gods turned with wrath upon them, on account of the fish which they had thus cut up without having made a fitting sacrifice. Cf. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda. Satapatha Brahmana, Roman 117 Sq. Egeling in Sacred Books of the East 12, Sq. Oldenburg Up Sit, N1. Egeling in Sacred Books of the East, Roman 12. Gray, Polynesian mythology SQ. Among many peoples, custom prescribes fasting after a death. Lucian says that at the funeral feast the parents of the deceased are prevailed upon by their relatives to take food, being almost prostrated by a 3 days fast. We are told that among the Hindus children fast 3 days after the death of a parent, and a wife the same period after the death of her husband, 50, but according to a more recent statement, to be quoted presently, they do not altogether abstain from food. In one of the sacred books of India, it is said that mourners shall fast during 3 days, and that, if they are unable to do so, they shall subsist on food bought in the market or given unasked. Among the Nayadis of Malabar, from the time of death until the funeral is over, all the relations must fast. 52. Among the Urulas of the Nilgiris, the relatives of the deceased fast during the first day, that is, if the death occur after the morning meal, they refrain from the evening one, and eat nothing till the next morning. If it occur during the night or before the morning meal, they refrain from all food till the evening. Similar fasting is observed on every return of the same day of the week, till the obsequies take place. 53. Among 299, the Bogos of Eastern Africa, a son must fast 3 days after the death of his father. On the Gold Coast, it is the custom for the near relatives of the deceased to perform a long and painful fast, and sometimes they can only with difficulty be induced to have recourse to food again. So also in Dahomey they must fast during the corpse time or mourning. Among the Brazilian Paresi, the relatives of a dead person remain for 6 days at his grave, carefully refraining from taking food. Among the Aborigines of the Antilles, children used to fast after the death of a parent, a husband after the death of his wife, and a wife after the death of her husband. In some Indian tribes of North America, it is the custom for the relatives of the deceased to fast till the funeral is over. Among the Snanimuk, a tribe of the coast Salish, after the death of a husband or wife, the surviving partner must not eat anything for 3 or 4 days. In one of the interior divisions of the Salish of British Columbia, the Estilatlam, the next 4 days after a funeral feast are spent by the members of the household of the deceased person in fasting, lamenting and ceremonial ablutions. Among the Upper Thompson Indians in British Columbia, again, those who handled the dead body and who dug the grave had to fast until the corpse was buried. Lucien de Luctu, 24. Ward View of the History 100, of the Hindus 2, SQ. Vasishtha 4 SQ, cf. Institutes of Vishnu Roman 19. Thurston, in the Madras Government Museum's Bulletin, Roman 4. Harkness, description of a singular race inhabiting the Nilgiri Hills. Munzinger, Die Sitten und des Recht der Bogos. Cruikshank, 18 years on the Gold Coast, Roman 2. Burton, Mission to Jellel, Roman 2. Von den Steinen unter den Naturvölkern Zentralbrasiliens, cf. Ibid, Bakary. Duterte, Histoire générale des Antilles, Roman 2. Charlevoix, Voyage to North America, Roman 2. Boas, in 5th Report on the Northwestern Tribes of Canada. Tout, Ethnology of the Estilatlam of British Columbia in Jour, Anther, Inst, Roman 35. Tate, Thompson Indians of British Columbia, in Memoirs of the American Museum of Natural History, Anthropology, Roman 1. In several instances, fasting after a death is observed only in the daytime. David and his people fasted for Saul and Jonathan until even on the day when the news of their death arrived. Among the Arabs of Morocco, it is the custom that if a death takes place in the morning, everyone in the village refrains from food until 300, the deceased is buried in the afternoon or evening. But if a person dies so late that he cannot be buried till the next morning, the people eat at night. In the Pelu Islands, as long as the dead is unburied, fasting is observed in the daytime but not in the evening. In Fiji, after a burial, the kanabogi, or fasting till evening, is practiced for 10 or 20 days. In Samoa it was common for those who attended the deceased to eat nothing during the day, but to have a meal at night. In the Tuho tribe of the Maoris, when a chief of distinction died, his widow and children would remain for some time within the war party, that is, mourning house, eating food during the night-time only. Never during the day. 67, the Sacs and Foxes in Nebraska formerly required that children should fast for 3 months after the death of a parent, except that they every day about sunset were allowed to partake of a meal made entirely of harmony. Among the Kansas, a man who loses his wife must fast from sunrise to sunset for a year and a half, and a woman who loses her husband must observe a similar fast for a year. In some tribes of British Columbia and among the Tlinkits, until the dead body is buried, the relatives of the deceased may eat a little at night, but have to fast during the day. Among the Upper Thompson Indians, a different custom prevailed. Nobody was allowed to eat, drink, or smoke in the open air after sunset, others say after dusk before the burial, else the ghost would harm them. 71. 632 Samuel Roman 1 cf. Ibid, Roman 3. Waits up sit, Roman 5. Williams and Calvert, Fiji. Turner 19 years in Polynesia, idem Samoa. Best Tuho land in trans and proceed, of the New Zealand Institute, Roman 30. Yarrow mortuary customs of the North American Indians in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 1. Dorsey, mourning and war customs of the Kansas in American Naturalist 19, SQ. Boas Lark sit. Tate Lark sit. Very frequently mourners have to abstain from certain victuals only, especially flesh or fish, or some other staple or favorite food. In Greenland, everybody who had lived in the same house with the dead, or who had touched his corpse, was for some time forbidden to partake of certain kinds of food. Among the Upper Thompson Indians, parents bereft of a child did not eat fresh meat for several months. 73. Among the St. Latlam of 301 British Columbia, a widow might eat no fresh food for a whole year, whilst the other members of the deceased person's family abstained from such food for a period of from 4 days to as many months. A widower was likewise forbidden to eat fresh meats for a certain period, the length of which varied with the age of the person. The younger the man, the longer his abstention. In some of the Gojiro clans of Colombia, a person is prohibited from eating flesh during the mourning time, which lasts 9 days. Among the Abipones, when a chief died, the whole tribe abstained for a month from eating fish, their principal dainty. While in mourning, the northern Queensland Aborigines carefully avoid certain victuals, believing that the forbidden food, if eaten, would burn up their bowels. In Easter Island, the nearest relatives of the dead are for a year or even longer obliged to abstain from eating potatoes, their chief article of food, or some other victuals of which they are particularly fond. Certain Papuans and various tribes in the Malay archipelago prohibit persons in mourning from eating rice or sago. In the Andaman Islands, mourners refuse to partake of their favorite viands. After the death of a relative, the Tipperers abstain from flesh for a week. The same is the case with the Arak, a tribe in Oud, during the 15 days in the month of Kua which are sacred to the worship of the dead. Among the Nayadis of Malabar, the relatives of the deceased are not allowed to eat meat for 10 days after his death. According to Toda custom, the near relatives must not eat rice, milk, honey, or gram until the funeral is over. Among the Hindus described by Mr. Chandra Bose, a widow is restricted to 1 scanty meal a day, and this is of the coarsest description and always devoid of fish, the most esteemed article of food in a Hindu lady's bill of fare. The son, again, from 302 the hour of his father's death to the conclusion of the funeral ceremony, is allowed to take only a meal consisting of atab rice, a sort of inferior pulse, milk, ghee, sugar, and a few fruits, and at night a little milk, sugar, and fruits, a regime which lasts 10 days in the case of a Brahmin and 31 days in the case of a Sudra. In some of the sacred books of India it is said that, during the period of impurity, all the mourners shall abstain from eating meat. In China, meat, must, and spirits were forbidden even in the last month of the deepest mourning, when other sorts of food had long been allowed already. 87. Eged description of Greenland SQ, Krantz History of Greenland Roman 1. Tate Lark sit. Tout injure, Anther, Inst 35 SQ. Candelia Rio Hatcher. Charlevoix History of Paraguay Roman 1. Lumholtz among cannibals. Geiseler Die Oster in Cell pp. 28-30. Wilken über das Harapfer und einige andere Trauergebroch bei den Vulkan in Dontians, in Revue Coloniale Internationale 4, SQ. Man Aboriginal inhabitants of the Andaman Islands in Jor, Anther, Inst. 12 353. Brown quoted by Dalton up, Sit. Crook, Tribes and Castes of the Northwestern Provinces and Oud, Roman 1. Thurston, in the Madras Government Museum's Bulletin, Roman 4. Idem, Ibid. Roman 1. Dr. Rivers says Todas that, among the Todas, a widower is not allowed to eat rice nor drink milk, and that on every return of the day of the week on which his wife died he takes no food in the morning, but only has his evening meal. The same holds good for a widow. Bose the Hindus as they are pp. 244-254 SQ. Gautama, Roman 14 Institutes of Vishnu, Roman 19. De Groot Religious System of China Vol. 2 Book 1. The custom of fasting after a death has been ascribed to different causes by different writers. Mr. Spencer believes that it has resulted from the habit of making excessive provision for the dead. But although among some peoples the funeral offerings no doubt are so extensive as to reduce the survivors to poverty and starvation, AD 9, I have met with no statement to the effect that they are anxious to give to the deceased all the eatables which they possess, or that the morning fast is a matter of actual necessity. It is always restricted to some fixed period, often to a few days only, and it prevails among many peoples who have never been known to be profuse in their sacrifices to the dead. With reference to the Chinese, Dr. De Groot maintains that the mourners originally fasted with a view to being able to sacrifice so much the more at the tomb, and he bases this conclusion on the fact that the articles of food which were forbidden till the end of the deepest mourning were the very same as those which in ancient China played the principal part at every burial sacrifice. But this prohibition may also perhaps be due to a belief that the offering of certain victuals to the dead pollutes all food belonging to the same species. Spencer, Principles of Sociology 1, SQQ. Ibid, Roman 1. De Groot up Sit Vol. 2 Book 1. Professor Wilken again suggests that the mourners abstain from food till they have given the dead his due, in 303 order to show that they do not wish to keep him waiting longer than is necessary, and thus make him kindly disposed towards them. This explanation presupposes that the fast is immediately followed by offerings or a feast for the dead. In some instances this is expressly said to be the case. 92. The ancient Chinese, for instance, observed a special fast as an introductory rite to the sacrifices which they offered to the manes at regular periods after the demise, and even after the close of the morning. But generally, there is no indication of the morning fast being an essential preliminary to a sacrifice to the dead, and in an instance mentioned above the funeral feast regularly precedes it. Wilken in Revue Coloniales Internationale, 4 348-350 SQ, N32. Selinka Sonnage Welton Diex, Black Fasting in Encyclopaedia Britannica, Roman 9. De Groot up Sit Vol. 2 Book 1. Supra, Roman 2. It seems that Sir J. G. Fraser comes much nearer the truth when he observes that people originally fasted after a death, just in those circumstances in which they considered that they might possibly in eating devour a ghost. 95. Yet I think it would generally be more correct to say that they were afraid of swallowing, not the ghost, but food polluted with the contagion of death. The dead body is regarded as a seat of infection, which defiles anything in its immediate neighborhood, and this infection is of course considered particularly dangerous if it is allowed to enter into the bowels. In certain cases the length of the morning fast is obviously determined by the belief in the polluting presence of the ghost. The 6 days fast of the Paresi coincides with the period after which the dead is supposed to have arrived in heaven no longer to return, and they say that anybody who should fail to observe this fast would eat the mouth of the dead and die himself. Frequently the fasting lasts till the corpse is buried, and burial is a common safeguard against the return of the ghost. The custom 304 of restricting the fast to the daytime probably springs from the idea that a ghost cannot see in the dark, and is consequently unable to come and pollute the food at night. That the object of the fast is to prevent pollution is also suggested by its resemblance to some other practices, which are evidently intended to serve this purpose. The Maoris were not allowed to eat on or near any spot where a dead body had been buried, or to take a meal in a canoe while passing opposite to such a place. In Samoa, while a dead body is in the house, no food is eaten under the same roof, hence the family have their meals outside, or in another house. The Todas, who fast on the day when a death has taken place, have on the following day their meals served in another hut. In one of the sacred books of India, it is said that a Brahmana shall not eat in the house of a relation within 6 degrees where a person has died, before the 10 days of impurity have elapsed, in a house where a Lingin woman has not yet come out of the Lingin chamber, nor in a house where a corpse lies. 101, and in connection with this last injunction we are told that, when a person who is not a relation has died, it is customary to place at the distance of 100 bows a lamp and water vessel, and to eat beyond that distance. In one of the Zoroastrian books, Ormuzd is represented as saying, in a house when a person shall die, until 3 nights are completed nothing whatever of meat is to be eaten by his relations. 103, and the obvious reason for this rule was the belief that the soul of the dead was hovering about the body for the first 3 nights after death. Closely related to this custom is that of the modern Parsis, which forbids for 3 days all cooking under a roof where a death has occurred, but allows the inmates to obtain food from their neighbors 305 and friends. Among the Agaria, a Dravidian tribe in the hilly parts of Mirzapur, no fire is lit and no cooking is done in the house of a dead person on the day when he is cremated, the food being cooked in the house of the brother-in-law of the deceased. In Mykonos, one of the Cyclades, it is considered wrong to cook in the house of mourning, hence friends and relatives come laden with food, and lay the bitter table. 107 Among the Albanians, there is no cooking in the house for 3 days after a death, and the family are fed by friends. So also the Maronites of Syria dress no victuals for some time in the house of the deceased, but their relations and friends supply them. 109. When a Jew dies, all the water in the same and adjoining houses is instantly thrown away. 110. Nobody may eat in the same room with the corpse, unless there is only one room in the house, in which case the inhabitants may take food in it if they interpose a screen, so that in eating they do not see the corpse. They must abstain from flesh and wine so long as the dead body is in the house. 111, and on the evening of mourning the members of the family may not eat their own food, but are supplied with food by their friends. Among the Arabs of Morocco, if a person has died in the morning, no fire is made in the whole village until he is buried, and in some parts of the country the inmates of a house or tent where a death has occurred abstain from making fire for 2 or 3 days. In Algeria, desque quelqu'un est mort, on ne doit pas allumer de feu dans la maison pendant 3 jours, et il est defendu de toucher de la viande rôtie, grilli au boili, à moins quel ne vienne de quelqu'un de dehors. 113 In China, for 7 days after a death no food is cooked in the house, and friends 306 and neighbors are trusted to supply the common necessaries of life. 114. There is no sufficient reason to assume that this practice of abstaining from cooking food after a death is a survival of a previous morning fast, but the 2 customs seem partly to have a similar origin. The cooking may contaminate the food if done in a polluted house or by a polluted individual. The relatives of the dead or persons who have handled the corpse are regarded as defiled, hence they have to abstain from cooking food, as they have to abstain from any kind of work. 115, and from sexual intercourse. Hence also they are often prohibited from touching food, and this may in some cases have led to fasting, whilst in other instances they have to be fed by their neighbors. Fraser certain burial customs as illustrative of the primitive theory of the soul in Jour, Anther, Inst, Roman 15. See also Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, pp. 270-590. Von den Steinen op sit, sq. Infra on regard for the dead. Polak manners on customs of the New Zealanders, Roman 1. Turner 19 years in Polynesia, idem Samoa. Thurston in the Madras Government Museum's Bulletin, Roman 1. Apostamba, Roman 116, 18 sqq. Haradata quoted by Buller in Sacred Books of the East 2 n20. Shayust, Roman 17. West in Sacred Books of the East 5 n3. West Ibid 5 n2. Crook tribes and castes of the northwestern provinces, Roman 1. Bent Cyclades. Van Hahn, Albanesisch Studien. Dandini, Voyage to Mount Libanus in Pinkerton, Collection of Voyages, Roman 10. Alland, Modern Judaism. Bodenschatz, Kirchlich Verfassung der Heutigen Juden, Roman 4. Buxdorf, Synagoge Judaica. Certu and Carne, L. Algerie Traditionnelle. Gray China 1, SQ. Supra 2, SQ. Tate Lock Sit, Upper Thompson Indians. Tout Injure, Anther, Inst. 35, St. Latlam of British Columbia. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda pp. 578-590, Calland die Altindischen Taten und Bestattungsgebroch, de Groot op Sit, Vol. 2 Book 1 Chinese, Wilken in Review Internationale Colonial 4 N41. Turner Samoa, idem 19 years in Polynesia Samoans, Ellis Polynesian Researches 1, Tahitians, Fraser Golden Bough 1, Maoris, Williams and Calvert Fiji. Among the Upper Thompson Indians, the persons who handled the dead body would not touch the food with their hands, but must put it into their mouths with sharp-pointed sticks. Tate Lock. Sit. However, an unclean individual may be supposed to pollute a piece of food, not only by touching it with his hand, but in some cases by eating it. And, in accordance with the principle of pars pro toto, the pollution may then spread to all victuals belonging to the same species. Ideas of this kind are sometimes conspicuous in connection with the restrictions in diet after a death. Thus the Sishatal of British Columbia believe that a dead body, or anything connected with the dead, is inimical to the salmon, and therefore the relatives of a deceased person must abstain from eating salmon in the early stages of the run, as also from entering a creek where salmon are found. Among the St. Latlam, a neighbouring people, not even elderly widowers, for whom the period of abstention is comparatively short, are allowed to eat fresh salmon till the first of the run is over, and the fish have arrived in such numbers that there is no danger of their being driven away. It is not unlikely that if the motives for the restrictions in diet after a death were sufficiently known in each case, a similar fear lest the unclean mourner should pollute the whole species, by polluting some individual member of it, would be found to be a common cause of those rules, which prohibit the eating of staple or favourite food. But it would seem that such rules also may spring from the idea that this kind of food is particularly sought for by the dead, and therefore defiled. Tout Ethnology of the Sishatal of British Columbia Injure, Anther, Inst. Roman 34. Tout Injure, Anther, Inst. Roman 35. In the Arunta tribe, Central Australia, no menstruous woman is allowed to gather the Irriacura bulbs, which form a staple article of diet for both men and women, the idea being that any infringement of the restriction would result in the failure of the supply of the bulb Spencer and Gillan, northern tribes of Central Australia. Moreover, unclean individuals are not only a danger to others, but are themselves in danger. As Sir J. G. Fraser has shown, they are supposed to be in a delicate condition, which imposes upon them various precautions, 121, and one of these may be restrictions in their diet. Among the Tlingits and some peoples in British Columbia, the relatives of the deceased not only fast till the body is buried, but have their faces blackened, cover their heads with ragged mats, and must speak but little, confining themselves to answering questions, as it is believed that they would else become chatterboxes. According to early ideas, mourners are in a state very similar to that of girls at puberty, who also, among various peoples, are obliged to fast or abstain from certain kinds of food on account of their uncleanness. Among the St. Latlam, for instance, 308 when a girl reaches puberty, she fasts for the first 4 days and abstains from fresh meats of any kind throughout the whole period of her seclusion. There was a twofold object in this abstention. First, the girl, it was thought, would be harmed by the fresh meat in her peculiar condition, and second, the game animals would take offence if she partook of their meat in these circumstances, and would not permit her father to kill them. Fraser Golden Bough 100, Boas Lock Sit. Boas Lock Sit, SQQ, various tribes in British Columbia, Tout Injure Anther Inst 34, Sishatal, Sproat Scenes and Studies of Savage Life SQ, Arts Burke Medicine Men of the Apache and Anne, Rep Burr, Ethan. Roman 9 Duterte, Histoire Générale des Antilles Roman 2 Skamberg, Natives of Guyana Injure, Ethan, Soch, London 1 SQ, von Martius Baitridge zur Ethnographie Americas 1 Macuses Seligman in Reports of the Cambridge Expedition to Torres Straits 5, SQQ, Western Islanders, Man Aboriginal Inhabitants of the Andaman Islands Injure, Anther, Inst, Roman 12 C. Fraser Op Sit, 3, SQQ. tout injure, anther, inst, Roman 35. It should finally be noticed that, though the custom of fasting after a death in the main has a superstitious origin, there may at the same time be a physiological motive for it. Even the rudest savage feels afflicted at the death of a friend, and grief is accompanied by a loss of appetite. This natural disinclination to partake of food may, combined with superstitious fear, have given rise to prohibitory rules, nay, may even in the first instance have suggested the idea that there is danger in taking food. The mourning observances so commonly coincide with the natural expressions of sorrow that we are almost bound to assume the existence of some connection between them, even though in their developed forms the superstitious motive be the most prominent. Cf. Mallory, Manners and Meals in American Anthropologist 1, Brinton, Religions of Primitive Peoples, Schertz, Urgeschichte der Kultur. An important survival of the morning fast is the Lent fast. It originally lasted for 40 hours only, that is, the time when Christ lay in the grave. Irenaeus speaks of the fast of 40 hours before Easter 127, and Tertullian, when a Montanist disputing against the Catholics, says that the only legitimate days for Christian fasting were those in which the bridegroom was taken away. Subsequently, however, the 40 hours were extended to 4,309 days, in imitation of the 40 days fasts of Moses, Elijah and Christ. Cf. St. Matthew 9, St. Mark 2, St. Luke Roman 5. Irenaeus, quoted by Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica 5, Mein Patrologi Cursus Sir, Greca 20, cf. Funk die Entwicklung des Osterfastens in Theologische Quartalschrift 75, SQQ, Duchesny Christian Worship. Tertullian de Jejunias 2 mean up, sit, 2. St. Jerome Commentarii Indianum 3 mean up, sit, 25. St. Augustine Epistola LV alias C6 ad Inquisitions Januarii 15 mean 33. SQ, Funk Lark sit. Not only on a death, but on certain other occasions, food is supposed to pollute or injure him who partakes of it, and is therefore to be avoided. In Fouts the people maintain that no food should be taken at an eclipse of the sun. 130, and all over Germany, there is a popular belief that anybody who eats during a thunderstorm will be struck by the lightning. When the Todas know that there is going to be an eclipse of the sun or the moon, they abstain from food. Among the Hindus, while an eclipse is going on, drinking water, eating food, and all household business, as well as the worship of the gods, are all prohibited. High caste Hindus do not even eat food which has remained in the house during an eclipse, but give it away, and all earthen vessels in use in their houses at the time must be broken. Among the rules laid down for snatakas, that is, brahmanas who have completed their studentship, there is one which forbids them to eat, travel and sleep during the twilight, 134, and in one of the Zoroastrian Pahlavi texts it is said that in the dark it is not allowable to eat food, for the demons and fiends seize upon 1/3 of the wisdom and glory of him who eats food in the dark. 135 Many Hindus who revere the sun do not break their fast in the morning till they catch a clear view of it, and do not eat at all on days when it is obscured by clouds. 136a custom, to which there is a parallel among some North American sun worshippers, the Snanimuk Indians belonging to the coast Salish, who must not partake of any food until the sun is well up in the sky. Brahmins 310 fast at the equinoxes, solstices, conjunctions of planets, and on the days of the new and full moon. The Buddhist Sabbath or Upasatha, which as we have noticed above occurs on the day of full moon, on the day when there is no moon, and on the 2 days which are eighth from the full and new moon, is not only a day of rest, but has also from ancient times been a fast day. He who keeps the Sabbath rigorously abstains from all food between sunrise and sunset, and as no cooking must be done during the Upasatha, he prepares his evening meal in the early morning before the rise of the sun. Scarnworth os der Oberpfalz Roman 3. Haberland in Zeitcher, F. Völkerpsychology Roman 18. Rivers up sit SQ. Crook Popular Religion of Northern India 1 SQ. Laws of Manu Roman 4. Shayust Roman 9. Wilson Works Roman 1 Hunter, Annals of Rural Bengal Roman 2 Crook Things Indian. Boas Lark Sit. Dubois Description of the People of India, see also Supra Roman 2. Childers Dictionary of the Pali Language, Kern der Buddhismus Roman 2. Among the Jews there are many who abstain from food on the day of an eclipse of the moon, which they regard as an evil omen. We have also reason to believe that the Jews were once in the habit of observing the new moons and Sabbaths not only as days of rest, but as fast days, and the Hebrew Sabbath, as we have seen, in all probability owes its origin to superstitious fear of the changes in the moon. Or how shall we explain the curious rule which forbids fasting on a new moon, and on the seventh day 142, if not as a protest against a fast once in vogue among the Jews on these occasions, but afterwards regarded as an illegitimate rite? 143. This theory is not new, for Hooker in his Ecclesiastical Polity observes that it may be a question whether in some sort they did not always fast on the Sabbath. He refers to a statement of Josephus, according to which the 6th hour was wont on the Sabbath always to call them home unto meat, and to certain pagan writers who upbraided them with fasting on that day. In Nehemiah there is an indication that it was accustomed to fast on the first day of the 7th month, 145-311, which is holy unto the Lord, 146, and on the 10th day of the same month there was the great fast of atonement, combined with abstinence from every kind of work. I venture to think that all these fasts may be ultimately traced to a belief that the changes in the moon not only are unfavorable for work, but also make it dangerous to partake of food. The fact of the 7th day being a day of rest established the number 7 as a sabbatical number. In the 7th month there are several days, besides Saturdays, which are to be observed as days of rest 148, and in the 7th year there shall be a Sabbath of rest unto the land. 149. In these Sabbatarian regulations, the Day of Atonement plays a particularly prominent part. The severest punishment is prescribed for him who does not rest and fast on that day from even unto even 150, and it is on the same day that, after the lapse of 7 times 7 years, the trumpet of the Jubilee shall be caused to sound throughout the land. Most of the rules concerning the Day of Atonement are undoubtedly post-exilic. But the fact that no other regular days of fasting, but those mentioned by Zechariah, are referred to by the prophets or in earlier books, hardly justifies the conclusion drawn by many scholars that no such fast existed. It is extremely probable that the fast of the 10th day of the 7th month as a fast of atonement is of a comparatively modern date, but it is perhaps not too bold to suggest that the idea of atonement is a later interpretation of a previously existing fast, which was originally observed for fear of the dangerous quality attributed to the number 7. Why this fast was enjoined on the 10th day of the 7th month remains obscure, but it seems that the order of the month was considered more important than that of the day. Nehemiah speaks of a fast which 312 was kept on the 21st day of the 7th month.